The story begins from the perspective of a young shooter named Thomas. He was convinced that everything follows a sequence, and this pattern undoubtedly applies to shooting. In shooting, as in life, every step has its place. First the eyes, then the fingers, then the breath, and last of all, of course, the waiting. Thomas hit the target again, not missing even by a millimeter, which surprised the sergeant, because he realized that the guy had hit the bull's eye. After a successful shooting, Thomas's partner suggested cleaning up a bit. He then asked how many times he had missed in his career, if indeed they could be considered misses. Sergeant Thomas, chuckling, replied that shooting every day and not getting at least 10 rounds out was indeed very strange. They continued to collect boxes of ammunition when suddenly something went wrong. One of the boxes broke, and the sergeant found himself in a terrible state. He was lying there, covered in blood. The partner, in a panic, shouted for Thomas to come to his senses, but he showed no signs of life. Thomas was confused, feeling how life can deceive you at the most unexpected moment. Thomas later found himself in a hospital room, lying on a bed, not understanding what had happened. The news was on TV, and they reported that one of the best soldiers at the military base was wounded. All they told him at that moment was not to worry, not to be sad, and not to be angry. He was also informed that he had a check to pay for the operation, after which he would be able to recover and continue his life. As it turned out, after this accident, Thomas's legs failed. He tried to learn to walk again, but he was doing extremely poorly. When his strength began to leave him, he hit the floor with his fist as hard as he could. His mother, who watched her son's unsuccessful attempts to get back on his feet, could not hold back her tears. However, Thomas still had no intention of giving up. After this disaster, the hero began to be tormented by terrible nightmares. In one of them, he walked through fire, and it seemed as if some unknown hands were reaching out after him, trying to grab him. He screamed, begged for help, and thoughts that he would not survive were spinning in his head. In this nightmare, he suddenly realized that he had no legs, and then someone unfamiliar touched his face and called him. When Thomas looked down, he suddenly saw that he had no lower body at all. It was an unfamiliar spirit of a woman who seemed to come from the darkness itself, and she asked him if he wanted to learn to walk again. She explained that if he signed a contract with her, she would make sure that he found his legs again and could stand up. Thomas couldn't believe that such a power could exist, and that it could help him walk again. He felt his reality starting to crumble. Suddenly, Thomas woke up, not understanding where he was. Soon a young man approached him and asked if he had had another nightmare. Thomas, frightened, shouted that he was scared, and then the boy was offended that Thomas did not recognize him and did not understand what was happening. Then the boy asked why Thomas was so scared. Thomas explained that he was too tired and didn't notice how the boy carried him in his arms, because everything happened too quickly and his thoughts were confused. Thomas, completely bewildered, cried out sharply, asking what kind of device was in front of him. His brother, meanwhile, calmly explained to him that it was a virtual reality capsule, incredibly popular lately, and that he had assembled it especially for Thomas. Thomas, still in shock, started shouting, indignant at how his brother could buy such a thing without his knowledge and install it right in his room without consulting him. His brother replied that his auntie paid for the entire capsule, which was around 10 million won. Then the hero, surprised, could not understand where they could get such money. However, his brother calmed him down again, explaining that his aunt had bought this miracle device especially for him, as a gift, and that everyone was worried about him. In addition, his brother added that not only was caring for him the main goal, but also in the game itself, in which he now found himself, it was possible to earn money. Despite all these words, Thomas still could not fully comprehend, because for him such a sum seemed something completely unattainable and absurd. His brother at one point hinted that perhaps Thomas, deep down, also wanted to learn to walk again. Thomas, not believing his ears, said that he would only be able to do this in his sleep. However, his brother, Kay, said with full confidence that he would help him, that he was ready to do everything possible, but now he needed to get into the game. Thomas, even more confused, shouted that he couldn't open anything and asked what kind of login they were talking about. In response, the system issued a message confirming that the recognition of his voice was complete. This further confused the protagonist, who did not know what was happening around him. He couldn't understand how it all worked, what kind of system it was. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized that he was inside a completely strange, unknown program, in a completely different world. Thomas, trying to reconstruct the logic of what was happening, came to the conclusion that perhaps he had fallen from some high place. Suddenly, something unusual caught his attention. He realized that he was standing on his feet, and now everything seemed to be back to how it was before. The hero froze in surprise, when suddenly an incredibly bright light flashed in front of him. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of him. approached him in a friendly manner and, smiling, greeted him as if he were a stranger. She blessed him for deciding to join the world of Midros. Thomas, still not understanding what was happening, suddenly froze, feeling that he was catastrophically missing something. In desperation, he shouted that he was completely naked and immediately covered himself with his hands. The girl laughed, explaining to him that all newcomers from Southeast Asia behaved this way, and that it was absolutely normal. She asked him to relax, explaining that she had already studied human anatomy many times, and was therefore prepared for anything. Thomas, at first not understanding what was going on, eventually relaxed a little. He asked the girl if she and her colleagues were artificial intelligence, to which she confirmed with a smile. She continued by saying that in order to start a new life in Midros, Thomas must choose a name for himself. Thomas thought for a moment and realized that she was asking him to come up with a new nickname. However, after some thought, he decided that he would use his real name and appearance. The girl was quite surprised by his decision, but to his surprise, she said that she could completely change his body, even his race, if he wanted, and asked if he was going to change anything. Thomas, confident in his choice, responded that he felt completely confident in who he really was, and that he wanted to walk through this world on his own 2 feet. The girl accepted his decision with respect, and at that moment the planet disappeared from her hands. She then congratulated Thomas on his first step into the new world of Midros, and wished him all the best in this new world. She added that she would look forward to meeting him again, and then disappeared. Suddenly Thomas felt himself falling again and realized that he was currently flying down somewhere. At that moment, in another dimension, water was dripping cyclically. The girl with glowing red eyes watched everything that was happening with a smile. She said that there were 7 magic bullets. 6 of them would be directed where the shooter wanted, and the 7th would be directed by the devil. 6 bullets would hit the target, and the 7th would fly where he wanted. The shooter has weakened from the temptation to cast magic bullets, and soon they will meet at the gates of hell. Meanwhile, Thomas was still flying down, and was already preparing himself for the fact that he was about to crash. But this time he landed on solid ground, and there was a noise and bustle around him, as if the world was alive, real, and present. He looked around, and his surprise knew no bounds. He found himself in a real place, in the real world. The hero could not believe that it was just a game. Everything looked like the real world. The guy looked at himself and suddenly realized that his character was the one he had just created. The girl who was next to him asked if he was really satisfied with his current appearance, his physical appearance. She added that if he didn't like something, he could always change everything. To this, Thomas confidently replied that he was not going to take selfies or change anything just to look better. It was enough for him to just be himself. The girl, laughing a little, but with obvious surprise in her voice, exclaimed that he had so much self-confidence that it was already beginning to resemble something like narcissism, and she could not help but admire his self-confidence. Thomas, sighing, shouted back that everything was not like that at all. He just wanted to feel his body again, his real body, the one that could once run and walk on real Earth. He realized that in real life this was unavailable to him. But in this new world, in the world of Midros, absolutely all possibilities were open to him. In this world, although it was virtual, the sensations were so real that they seemed real. Thomas realized that now he could not only walk, but also run, and it seemed incredible. He could again feel like a person, in the fullest sense of the word. He never thought he would be so happy just because he could move his legs with ease. Suddenly, a man standing behind him, quietly watching the whole scene, said that he had seen many newcomers in this place, in Candle Castle, but such a sincere and genuine stranger as Thomas was the first time he had met him. This man said that he helps all newcomers adapt to this new world full of amazing opportunities. Thomas suddenly realized that he was dealing with an NPC, a non-playable character, who was controlled either by a computer or a special magical wizard. So he immediately decided to ask what he needed to know in order to fully adapt to Midros, because he didn't want to miss any important aspects. The NPC, noticing his desire and clear intention to become a part of this world, confirmed with a smile that he would be happy to help him get settled and begin training. He said that at first, he would tell him about what he needed to be especially careful with. He explained that people can't run forever, and that if Thomas doesn't rest on time, he won't be able to move at all, no matter how much he wants to. Thomas immediately realized that the NPC was talking about endurance. After this, the NPC added with a serious look that once Thomas had fully absorbed this information, they would be able to continue their training and journey through this amazing world. He pointed to a girl who was standing nearby with a basket full of apples and said that now he would go to her and take these apples. The man also said that he was going to touch the girl's breasts. Thomas didn't understand what the NPC meant at first, but then he shouted loudly, stating that this was illegal and that the police needed to be called immediately. The NPC then calmly admitted that it was indeed illegal, confirming that Midros had strict common sense, and if someone committed a crime, they would be immediately expelled from the city. The NPC added that there was a reward for catching a criminal in this world, and judging by the expression on his face, he was quite pleased that he had managed to once again explain the importance of following the laws. Thomas thought for a moment and, understanding the essence of what was happening, added that if the NPC did touch someone, he would be immediately thrown out of the city, and this could mean the end of the road for him, without even completing his training. The NPC then explained that their next step was to head to the Northern Training Center, where Thomas would receive his next lesson. Thomas was a little unsure if everything in this game was really in order, but remembering that he needed to go north, he quickly found the right direction. Having warmed up, he was ready to continue his journey. With each step he felt his self-confidence grow, and a new and exciting experience awaited him ahead. Suddenly Thomas started running at an incredible speed. I felt his mood rise against the background of new sensations. He was truly happy because finally, after much suffering, he could move. Now, with his new legs, he could go absolutely anywhere. When he started running, he immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. His speed was so amazing that everyone around could not believe their eyes, watching him. A moment later, Thomas received a message from the system, notifying him that after 10 grueling runs, he would receive the Novice Runner achievement, which meant that he had successfully passed a certain milestone. Inspired by this, he continued moving, heading towards the training center, which at first glance seemed a little strange, but at the same time, it was somehow familiar. The logo for this place was very similar to the coat of arms of his military unit. When Thomas reached the center, he was met by equipped men and given a wooden sword. Soon the shout of the mentor broke the silence, as he stated that it did not matter at all whether they had fighting skills. The main thing was that they all had the passion and desire to live in Midros, as well as the desire to develop in this world. He added that the god of battle will definitely guide them on the right path and help everyone who sincerely wants to become a part of this world. Thomas, feeling the ease of movement, noticed that his body itself began to act, as if it was obeying some invisible combat system. He realized that this system could be a kind of auxiliary tool. At the same time, other players standing around also saw this and clearly found what was happening funny. Finding himself in this situation, Thomas thought it would be interesting to try playing this game for real, as if it were reality, and maybe try to attack the other player. Suddenly, everything around him seemed to flare up, and his wooden sword glowed for a moment like a magical artifact. At that moment, everything around froze, and the people standing nearby were shocked by his skill, and did not expect such strength from a newcomer. Thomas cut the scarecrow into pieces. The players watching this tried to understand how exactly he managed to make such a powerful blow, and wondered if he used some kind of special technique. He received a new achievement that only strengthened his reputation. However, he immediately realized that standing out too much might not be such a good thing, and that perhaps he should be more reserved. At some point, Thomas realized that he had to choose a new profession. At that moment, he met that same girl again. Artificial intelligence. Thomas, with a smile on his face, mentioned that they had just met recently, to which the girl confirmed that the Koreans who played this game were some of the most active players, and they could play for days on end without getting tired. She offered him to choose a weapon for his next step, explaining that once he made his choice, the system would confirm his decision, and after that the weapon would be handed over to him. She warned that the choice should be very careful, as this was an important stage in his life in Midros. Thomas didn't think that choosing a weapon would be so complex and multifaceted. The girl then noted that some players took a whole day to make the right choice, and expressed this with obvious irritation. Thomas was a little hesitant about choosing his weapon so carefully, but the girl calmly told him that all he had to do was pick up the weapon and make his choice. She stressed that he should take a look around because this was an important decision and should not be made hastily. While Thomas was looking at different types of weapons, something interesting appeared above the girl's head. A musket. At that moment, the true nature of the mysterious girl was revealed. She was not a good-natured girl, but a real demoness. Although the hero knew perfectly well that this was not a modern weapon, but rather something from the past centuries, he felt a surprising excitement when he saw this musket. It resembled an old McRand, but was much less modern and not as high class. The girl noticed his interest and asked in surprise what kind of weapon it was, and how he knew so much about it. Thomas explained that although he didn't know the exact name, the musket was an ancient weapon that fired lead bullets, and was clearly older than the time of Napoleon. The girl then enthusiastically declared that he was a true student of Candle Castle. as he was well versed in such things, and she allowed him to fire a musket once. Thomas noticed that the musket also came with iron cartridges, and the girl gave him everything he needed: gunpowder, ramrod, and cartridges. He understood that even such a high level of realism as in this world had its limits. However, he was determined and decided to try his luck. Thomas took 2 types of gunpowder and cartridges, and began loading the musket. He turned on the combat assistance system, which told him how to properly load the weapon. He carefully placed the gunpowder in the powder flask, filled it with burning gunpowder, inserted the charge and, using the ramrod, pressed it with force so that the bullet was in the desired position. It took him almost a minute to complete the loading process, and his arms were tired as the musket was very heavy for him. But despite this, he decided to fire. All that was left was to fire, and if he hit the target, it would be a real achievement. Then Thomas took aim and fired. Instantly, a cloud of smoke and dust appeared around him, and when it cleared, he realized he had missed. The hero did not understand why this shot caused such a huge amount of smoke. He was a little upset because even from a distance of only 40 meters, he could not hit the target. The girl, noticing his confusion, asked if he had read the instructions for the rifle. She clarified that when shooting from 40 meters, the probability of hitting the target is only 50%. Then Thomas, without losing his optimism, decided to try again. He went through the entire process of loading the rifle step by step again. And then Thomas, almost in tears from fatigue, wondered if this rifle was even designed to be used for real shooting. Unable to bear it any longer, Thomas decided to ask the AI what happened to the other types of long-range weapons. The girl, without losing her composure, showed him several other weapon options, rereading their characteristics. Thomas noted that even for an experienced shooter this was too much. He thoughtfully added that if he managed to hit the target, he would have a chance to survive. Worried, he asked if these conditions were too strict, and the girl calmly explained that such rules were necessary to maintain balance in the combat system. She explained in detail that if a rifle is designed for shooting, its parameters, such as the probability of hitting or the range of the shot, can be increased, but a balance must be maintained. Thomas wondered if perhaps the system simply couldn't give him an exact answer, and he would have to find a way out of the situation on his own. He was expecting an exciting game, not a new, frighteningly realistic reality. Having made his decision, he decided to gradually figure everything out on his own. If he had the ability to shoot 10 times a minute or increase the probability of hitting the target to 80%, that would be just perfect. Thinking about this, Thomas realized that in order to continue, he needed to choose a character class. Realizing that without this, he would not be able to exit, he shouted loudly, demanding that he be released. Then the girl calmly repeated what she had already said. Thomas realized that he had not even had time to determine what activity would bring him the greatest benefit. Because for him, the game was not just entertainment. He needed to earn money, so he decided to change his approach. The girl looked at him carefully and asked if he really wanted to give up his musket, iron, or even his staff. Weighing his options, Thomas reached for the staff. But at that moment, something went wrong. Flickering pixels began to appear around him, and the next moment everything disappeared and he was suddenly thrown out of the game. Somewhere in the distance he heard his mother's worried voice, desperately calling for him to wake up and answer. She continued to try unsuccessfully to reach him. Her voice trembled with worry, and when Thomas finally opened his eyes, he was genuinely surprised to see her in front of him. He quickly assured her that he was fine, but his mother, clearly worried, did not calm down, and continued asking if he was in pain and what had happened. Sighing, she explained that his moans were so loud that she had to pull the plug out of the socket, and only then did he finally come to his senses. Thomas realized that the exit from the game had happened violently. His mother was still worried, but he quickly reassured her, suggesting that next time she could simply press the call button. Then the woman nodded, saying that she would leave him, but asked him to rest for a while. When she left, Thomas thought, this game could really bring profit. However, one circumstance worried him the most. Since the exit from the game happened outside of his will, he did not have time to choose his class, and this meant that anything could happen. He remembered that he had read about this before, and knew that in such situations the system would give the player a random class. But if he wanted to start over, he would have to wait 3 months, after which he would only be able to create a new character. His anxiety grew, but he hoped that at the last moment he had managed to grab the staff, which meant he should have become a wizard. Trying not to panic, he immersed himself in the game again, and when he woke up, he found that he now belonged to the class of Musketeers. Thomas tried to come to terms with this, deciding that since this was the case, he would have to become a musketeer. Dissatisfied, he went to test his skills, hoping for improvement. But to his disappointment, he had to use up all 50 units of mana he had. Then Thomas sank wearily to the ground, feeling that the musket was not at all what he had imagined it to be. In fact, it was not a musket, but some kind of useless spear. Suddenly, a man who looked like an NPC approached him. He noted that he hadn't met the Musketeers for a long time, and then offered Thomas to test his skills. The hero soon learned that to do this, he would have to go beyond Candle Castle and catch rabbits. While Thomas was concentrating on loading his musket, the rabbit was watching his actions closely. He methodically completed all the preparatory stages, trying to remember the skills acquired in the past. Taking a deep breath to calm his breathing, he took careful aim. A shot rang out, and again he was enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke and the smell of gunpowder. When the smoke disappeared, the main character saw only a running animal. As it turned out, despite the short distance, only 35 meters, it seemed that Thomas had missed again. The rabbit, who had seemed harmless a second ago, continued to sit in place, but now his eyes flashed a bright red light, filling with malice. Suddenly he jumped up and rushed straight at Thomas. At that moment, the animal suddenly accelerated and hit the main character with its paws right in the stomach. Realizing the danger, he began to feverishly load his musket, but the thought that some pathetic rabbit could kill him did not give him any peace. Realizing that he wouldn't make it in time, he rushed away, running away with all his might. The rabbit stood for a moment in confusion, but then rushed after the fugitive. Thomas hoped that he had already broken away enough, but his pursuer was faster, reaching speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour. At that moment, Thomas realized how ridiculous the realism of this game was, and before he could think of a way out, the rabbit pushed him away with all its might with its powerful paw. At this point, the players gathered around, watching the scene and arguing about how much mana Thomas had left, and whether he really had a staff in his hands and was a wizard. Thomas noted with alarm that he had lost more than half of his health, but the rabbit showed no sign of stopping, attacking with even greater ferocity. He frantically searched for another way to deal with the situation until he finally grabbed the gun and squeezed it tightly in his hands. When the rabbit was already very close, he suddenly hit it with the butt of his gun, sending it into the air. At that moment, the thought flashed through his head that the rifle could be useful for more than just shooting. However, the joy did not last long. The rabbit quickly returned and continued the attack. Thomas tried to defend himself by striking with the butt of his rifle, but the beast became more and more aggressive, counterattacking with its powerful hind legs. More experienced players, watching the battle, animatedly discussed whether Thomas would be able to defeat this ferocious creature. He himself believed that, since he had chosen the path of a musketeer, he must live up to this title and prove his accuracy. After a long and grueling fight, Thomas finally managed to catch that damn rabbit. However, his musket was a long-range weapon, and now, in a moment of respite, he was tormented by the thought that suddenly he would miss again. This single shot could cost him his life. The excitement turned to irritation. Thomas realized that hardy players do not die so easily, and musketeers are not suited for close combat in principle. Looking around, he noticed that other players were dealing with monsters much more effectively than he was, a discovery that left him with a feeling of injustice. At that moment, he promised himself that he would never lose, neither to other players nor to the gaming system itself. He intended to prove to everyone what he was capable of. Over the next few evenings, Thomas spent his time studying the factors that influence shooting accuracy, analyzing the trajectory of a bullet, the speed of a shot, and also carefully delving into the characteristics of smoothbore muskets. He learned that the ballistic coefficient can provide a firing range of up to 350 meters, but at the same time it is necessary to take into account many external factors. He realized that, by competently using all the advantages available to him, he can significantly improve the accuracy of shooting. However, as he thought about all this, Thomas clutched his head wearily, realizing that until he mastered the art of shooting, the most reliable weapon for him would probably be an ordinary bat. At that moment the door opened slightly and his mother looked into the room. She asked with a smile if he wanted some fruit. She gently ran her hand through Thomas's hair and asked if he was in a good mood. Thomas merely advised his mother to go to bed, but in response, she warned him against sitting at the computer for too long. Then Thomas thought that now was clearly not the time for food. He should focus on more pressing issues. First of all, he was interested in a way to make money quickly, even if he could not become a prosecutor. But the role of a musketeer in the game seemed quite suitable. If he could save up 20,000 gold coins, it would earn him 2 billion in real life, meaning he would be able to walk again. Meanwhile, the players around were alarmed by the unexpected sound of a gunshot, but at the same time doubted that firearms could exist in Middle-earth. When Thomas tried to perform a quick reload, they began to wonder if he was infusing the weapon with mana or performing a normal mechanical reload. The protagonist was pleased, because the reload time was now 3 seconds shorter than before. However, seeing that it took a whole minute to fully reload, the surrounding players were confused. 1 shot per minute was an indication that it was an ineffective weapon, and many believed that Thomas would soon become disillusioned and leave the game. However, he didn't pay attention to other people's comments. Confident that everything was going according to his plan, he was going to fire a series of shots to improve his accuracy. However, his supplies were low. He had only 23 rounds and a few capsules of gunpowder left. It was time to focus on practical shooting. This time, Thomas intended to hit the rabbit with the first shot. The distance to the target was approximately 130 meters. The west wind was blowing at 5 meters per second. Then Thomas took aim and fired, at which moment the hair froze in place. The hero thought he was in trouble because the animal behaved strangely. The main character had a good feeling. However, it turned out that the bullet only grazed the hind leg, which only angered the animal. The rabbit rushed to attack. Thomas hoped that his opponent would soon give up, but he continued to attack. He threw the beast away and hastily reloaded the musket. Finally, from a distance of 100 meters, he was able to hit the target, and the rabbit was defeated. For the successful kill, Thomas received several achievements and even got into the Hall of Fame. The effect was twofold, allowing him to earn 42 experience points and reach level 8. But to his delight, there was also some bad news. The barrel of his musket was damaged. Sighing, Thomas thought that the spark should only be used at a critical moment. He decided to use his weapon as he pleased and activated the blunt weapon mode. Although this method could lead to the breakdown of important parts, he continued to mercilessly hit the rabbit with the butt of the gun. The players around him noticed his strange fighting style and gave him the nickname Blood-Stained Butt. They could not understand why Thomas did not use the musket for its intended purpose. Thomas soon wondered why catching rabbits without a gun was so much easier. But he still caught one. The level up finally happened, and it made him happy. The players around him congratulated him on reaching the first level. While discussing Thomas's nickname, they admired his shooting skills. Thomas also thought about his skills, but decided to first complete one more task before acquiring anything new. When he completed the task, he received 1 rabbit skin and some experience as a reward. The man who gave the task asked if Thomas had dealt with the aggressive rabbits and offered to repeat the mission, but the protagonist refused. He had earned 5,050 copper coins, and now he had 19,999 silver and 50 copper coins to accumulate. Then Thomas went to where the locals wanted to buy rabbit meat from him. After all, it was the freshest product. One of the women, seeing the carcass, exclaimed that she had not seen such appetizing rabbit meat for a long time. The Sacred Grill restaurant offered him 7 copper coins for the carcass. At this point, Madame Lou asked Thomas for help. He clarified what exactly was required of him. And since it was a meat restaurant, he was asked to go in search of a new batch of meat. Thomas realized that another quest had unfolded before him, in which he had to develop a new menu for the hotel. According to the terms of the task, he had to get 5 ordinary rabbits and 1 with black fur. This was a special related quest. Looking questioningly at Madame Lou, Thomas asked what kind of black rabbit meat it was. Madame Lou explained in detail that the meat of these black rabbits has a truly unique taste that can only be experienced by tasting it in person. And she emphasized that to catch them, you will need special bait that must be placed in a bag and hung on a tree. However, she immediately warned that this method would only work at night, which meant there was no point in wasting energy during the day. With a hint of severity, Madame Lou added that she would not tolerate jokes or accept fake meat, and she made it clear that anyone who tried to deceive her risked losing their legs. The first thing the main character had to do was replenish his supplies of gunpowder and cartridges. At the moment, he had only 1 silver coin and 27 copper coins left in his pocket. Black powder cost 10 coppers, and each cartridge cost 3. So for the required amount of ammunition, he had to pay 1 silver and another 26 copper coins. The prices in the store seemed unreasonably high to him, and Thomas wondered why everything was so expensive. To his question, the seller answered that the reason was the rarity of musketeers in the area. Then the seller suggested an alternative, albeit riskier option: cheap but explosive gunpowder. However, Thomas, knowing the habits of these rabbits, immediately realized that such experiments would only lead him to losses. After weighing all possible options, he came to the conclusion that after buying everything he needed, he would only have 1 silver coin left. If there aren't enough bullets, the only way out is to use the butt of the rifle, but then the meat will spoil, and Madame Lou will simply kill him for it. Suppressing his regret, Thomas gathered his will into a fist, bought 7 cartridges, and with a heavy heart handed over the money, barely holding back his tears, and the seller, Noticing his despondency, with a grin suggested that he stop by later. Thomas, thinking about how else he could earn money, asked if the store needed workers. In response, the seller ironically noted that he would hardly be able to hire a person who had such difficulty parting with 7 capsules of gunpowder. Thomas could only admit that in the current situation he needed to look for other ways to survive. For example, magic, which could be used without financial costs, seemed like a rather attractive alternative. However, he was left wondering why the merchant hadn't offered him any task. Thomas remembered that there might have been some conditions for that, since the commander had given him a task as soon as he saw his level, and Madame Lu, having noticed his loot, had also immediately offered him a task. However, here he received nothing. And this made him think, apparently, in order to earn the seller's trust, it was necessary to fulfill some additional requirements. While he was thinking, another thought came to his mind. He urgently needed food. His energy level had already dropped to 40%. And if he didn't eat, he would soon simply not be able to function normally. Deciding not to delay, Thomas headed to the bakery, but by the time he finally got there, the sun was already setting. It turned out that he arrived too late. The saleswoman announced that the store was already closed. Thomas tried to appeal to her mercy, assuring her that it wouldn't take long, and if he didn't manage to buy food now, he simply wouldn't be able to continue the game. But alas, it became obvious that after sunset it was no longer possible to stock up on provisions. He urgently needed to choose something from the remaining assortment. But, as it turned out, all the cheap goods had already been sold out. Confused as to why there was not a single bun left, he turned to the saleswoman for clarification. The woman explained that the rabbits were to blame for this. They destroyed almost the entire wheat harvest, which is why it was simply not possible to bake enough bread. Thomas thought, the NPC seemed to be talking about some kind of difficulties. Perhaps she was trying to hint that she needed help. He decided to take advantage of her inattention and offered a deal, telling her that he had killed the rabbits at the request of the commander. He offered to exchange the meat for buns. The girl beamed, but then laughed, saying that he was already the 20th person that day who had made such an offer. She explained that the rabbits were multiplying too quickly, and despite their abundance, she simply did not need the meat. Thomas was surprised. This NPC turned out to be unusually smart. He quickly changed tactics and said that he understood the situation perfectly. But, unlike the others, he received a special task from the owner of the sacred grill. He needed to catch a black fur rabbit. The girl then raised her eyebrows and asked if he meant Black Angus, the infamous beast. She believed that Thomas was just joking, as such a young man could not cope with such a task. She added that whoever manages to catch Black Angus certainly does not have problems with money. Apologizing for his bluntness, Thomas silently took out the package Madame Lu had given him and offered the saleswoman a look. As soon as the package was opened, a foul smell filled the air. The saleswoman wrinkled her nose and muttered that only Lu could have caused such a disaster. However, the fact that Madame Lu had entrusted this guy with such an important task made her wonder if he really was reliable. Then the girl voiced her request. Thomas, pleased with the success, agreed to help without hesitation, believing that something simple awaited him. However, she explained that it was a really risky business, collecting rare herbs that grew in the place where the black rabbit defecated. Moreover, the location of this location had to remain a secret. Thomas wondered if the game developers were crazy, then the NPCs might be the same, and he couldn't help but wonder if his life was really worth a few buns and a couple of copper coins. He then asked cautiously if the Black Angus and the black fur rabbit were really the same creature. The saleswoman nodded affirmatively, explaining that, according to rumors, it was because of this beast that ordinary rabbits mutated into monsters. Black Angus got its nickname due to its ferocity. Then Thomas replied that he was ready to help in the current situation. But suddenly the saleswoman looked at him puzzledly and asked what was wrong with him. He sighed heavily and admitted that he was so hungry that he would soon pass out. If he had eaten a loaf of bread a little earlier, then perhaps he would have had enough strength to complete the task. The girl glanced at him sideways. She asked again if he really wanted to ask her for bread. Then, squinting suspiciously, she asked what would happen if he just ate the buns and ran away. However, Thomas hastened to reassure her, assuring her that he would carry out the assignment and had no intention of deceiving her. Then the saleswoman offered him new conditions. 3 extra buns were added to the task, and a strict time limit was set. In case of failure, his level of intimacy with her would drop by 10%. However, showing generosity, she agreed to give out the buns in advance. Thomas accepted them with gratitude and promised to do his best. The girl said that she believed in him. After eating the buns, Thomas suddenly felt sad. They were so delicious that they surpassed even the best food in real life. Thomas walked along the road, thinking about his fate, the strangeness of this game and what awaits him next. Now he had only 12 hours left to complete the task. Suddenly, loud screams were heard behind the main character. A group of players was gathering a squad to hunt a black rabbit. Intrigued, Thomas turned around, listening carefully to the discussion. He expressed a desire to join them, but in response, he heard a direct question about his profession. Without hesitation, he revealed that he was a marksman. But the players, not hiding their skepticism, began to openly discuss his appearance, quickly concluding that he had not even reached the 5th level. It was unclear to them how such a weak player could help in the battle with the rabbit boss. Thomas understood that he had no choice in the terms. But despite this, he decided to clarify what kind of task they were performing. The answer was quite simple. Their goal was to collect rabbit fur. However, this short dialogue was useful. Now he had at least some additional information. During his search, Thomas met other players completing various quests, and realized that he would need at least 4 additional quests to reach level 10. He calculated in his mind, 1 bullet, 1 rabbit. He had 12 hours left to carry out his plan. Soon he managed to get 3 more tasks. He had to deliver wool to a clothing store, claws to a workshop, and horns to a jewelry store. By catching just 1 rabbit, he could complete 5 quests at once. But to do this, he needed to collect not only fur, but also meat, eyes, claws, and horns. The difficulty level of his task had suddenly increased to very difficult, and now he had only 4 hours left to complete it. Then Thomas went into the forest and started hunting rabbits. Gradually his skill increased and he reached level 5. However, in the process he realized that he had hit the musket too hard. The butt began to weaken. If the weapon breaks, his shooting skills will be compromised. Reaching for his backpack, he noticed something unexpected. Nearby were the same players he had seen at the fountain, getting ready to hunt. However, now they no longer looked so confident. They were desperately shouting that they were about to die and calling for the archer and the doctor. Thomas was puzzled. It was just a low-level quest. The guy then assumed that they were using magical attacks. Suddenly a black rabbit appeared in front of the boys and furiously rushed at them. It was huge, and none of the players could resist it. Thomas quickly realized that the entire group consisted of mages who attacked once every 15 seconds, while his own recovery took a full minute. He watched as the rabbit attacked, and its victims desperately tried to escape, calling for help. Then Thomas realized that in front of him was not an ordinary creature, but that same Black Angus. His breathing resembled the heavy panting of a bull, and his very being was completely unlike the usual rabbit. He decided to analyze the situation, and at first his attention was drawn to the rabbit's tactics. They methodically pursued people and finished them off one by one. It was only after some time that Thomas noticed that there were 2 of them. He did not understand how this was possible. He could not believe that their number was growing so rapidly. Thoughts about what was happening threatened to drive him crazy. The game was becoming more and more unpredictable. Earlier, the smaller rabbits had already managed to inflict damage on him by hitting him in the lower back. But these, at the level of the boss, could definitely break something more serious. Thomas thought about his situation. He himself had made contracts with 5 NPCs at once. Even if there was only 1 rabbit, he would not have a chance to win. If he failed, he would lose 10 trust points from each of the NPCs. At this rate, he would soon find himself in a situation where he would simply not be allowed back into the village. However, there was no turning back. He was a musketeer now, which meant he had to fight. If he hit the rabbit with 1 accurate shot, he could kill it instantly. And Thomas knew he could do it. After all, the world was skillfully recreated based on reality, and his shooting skills, acquired in the special forces, passed along with him. Without wasting any time, Thomas opened his character window and without hesitation transferred all his points into dexterity. Having completed all the necessary tasks, Thomas managed to accumulate 80 agility points. Now he felt that the time had come to test his strength. Clutching his musket, he noticed how the rabbits with glowing eyes were catching up with the group of wizards. Without thinking, Thomas called them to him. The animals suddenly changed direction and rushed towards him, and at that moment he realized that the existing agility points were still not enough. He needed to reach at least level 9 to increase his attack power and accuracy, as his current skills were barely comparable to bronze level. However, he had no choice. He knew that he had to kill the rabbit with 1 shot. Otherwise, they would all die. His musket was already loaded. All that was left was to insert a bullet, aim carefully and wait for the right moment. Suddenly, cries for help were heard. One of the rabbits rushed after the surviving players, and Thomas did not immediately understand why they started running straight towards him. The situation required an immediate reaction, so the hero commanded that everyone distract 1 rabbit, dispersing in different directions. However, the girl in red screamed, calling him an idiot. In her opinion, If he was going to save them, he should have done it for everyone at once and not give out meaningless orders. Her scream was ear-splitting, and Thomas even thought for a moment that it would be easier to shoot her than the rabbit. Throwing aside his irritation, he focused on the target. As soon as the animal was at the right distance, Thomas took aim and held his breath, waiting for the moment when it came even closer. The players continued to run away, their screams echoing around the area. One of them didn't have time to dodge. The rabbit grabbed him and began to kill him mercilessly. At that moment, the beast approached the critical distance of 45 meters. This was the limit of Thomas's capabilities. Taking a step back, he pulled the trigger. The shot rang out, sending up a cloud of smoke and gunpowder, the bullet passing so close to the girl in red's face that Thomas saw fear freeze in her eyes. But a second later, it became clear that the bullet had reached its target. The rabbit fell with a broken head, and the girl, realizing that she was saved, slowly turned around. However, as it turned out, the battle was not over. The second black monster caught up with one of the players and sank its teeth into his hand. Then Thomas grabbed the girl in red by the hand, persistently urging her to run. Meanwhile, the rabbit finished off its victim and turned its attention to the rest. Thomas was only thinking about when he would have the opportunity to reload his musket. The girl, however, was busy with other thoughts. She couldn't understand how this low-level player was able to defeat such a dangerous monster with a single shot. Meanwhile, the boys continued to run away. The figure of a huge rabbit suddenly appeared before them, and for a moment fear gripped them. Then the boys turned and ran in the opposite direction, and the huge rabbit ran after them. They were sure that they would die now. However, at that moment a young girl appeared in front of them. A girl with blue hair was floating in the air right in front of them. The girl in red, seeing her, immediately rushed at Thomas, knocking him to the ground. Then the blue-haired stranger immediately fired an ice arrow towards the rabbit, instantly freezing it. Meanwhile, the main character was lying on the ground, and this attack did not affect him. The monster roared in pain, and this became the signal for the second girl to attack. The girl in red turned sharply to Thomas and demanded to state her name, which surprised him. However, as it turned out, all she needed to do was register him on the team. Then Thomas told her his name, and at that moment tongues of flame began to swirl around her. After that, the girl raised her hands and directed a huge fireball at the monster. She looked resolutely at the huge rabbit and wished him death. Soon all that was left of the huge rabbit was a burning corpse. The two girls and Thomas watched him, and then thoughts crept into the hero's head. At that moment, his level increased, which the system informed him about, but the guy was worried about something else. Thomas wondered if they set the frozen monster on fire. The valuables would probably burn along with it. But the girl, catching his indecision, immediately suspected that he wanted to keep the loot for himself. In fact, she had no intention of taking anything from him. The rabbit was already lying nearby, and the entire spoils belonged entirely to Thomas. The girl in red only dealt the final blow, which meant she also had the right to her share. Meanwhile, Thomas collected the necessary trophies, and his backpack instantly became incredibly heavy. The girls continued to follow him, but he did not understand what they wanted. However, they soon introduced themselves. The girl in red was called Scarlet, and the blue-haired stranger was Luna. Thomas calmly replied that he was not interested in their names. Luna was well known in the gaming community, one of the most popular players in Hong Kong, and her sister couldn't believe that the person standing in front of her was actually a Middle-earth user. She asked curiously if he was from South Korea, but Thomas only coldly remarked that they did not know each other, and that she should take her friend and leave him alone. After finishing the conversation, he added that hunting in their company was quite funny, after which he turned around and left, leaving the girls slightly confused. They were haunted by the thought of how Thomas was able to destroy Black Angus with just one shot. Although his physical strength was in perfect condition, there was still some kind of anomaly in it. Then Luna suddenly shouted that the puwak grass was on the opposite side, and confidently pointed with her hand. The hero was shocked by this statement, and instantly remembered the words of the saleswoman, who warned that this item should not be told to others. Thomas froze in bewilderment, not understanding how Luna could know about the existence of this herb. Scarlet, surprised by the reaction, cautiously asked what kind of herb it was. Then Luna, without hiding, answered that it was a special item for completing the quest, after which, as if wanting to calm Thomas down, she suggested that he simply tell the other players about it. He listened to her in complete shock. It seemed to him that the girls decided that he was nervous, because he was afraid that they might take this item away from him. In fact, they were right. Then Luna reminded him that Thomas had destroyed the monster with a single shot, and admitted that she had been closely watching his actions. She wanted to understand how exactly he had done it. The conversation smoothly moved to the analysis of the rabbit monster, and Scarlet asked how the main character managed to kill a creature that was in perfect health and did not have a single wound. Then Thomas, not wanting to go into details, just shrugged and said that he was just lucky. At the same time, the system rewarded him with 3 achievements, the first being Black Rabbit Hunter, the second being One-Hit Miracle, and the third being Expert in entry-level monster weaknesses. This meant that the task was finally completed successfully. In honor of their safe return from such a dangerous adventure, they decided to have a drink. The girls generously ordered food and invited Thomas to sit with them in a cozy tavern. He hesitated for a while, but eventually joined them. As the conversation became more casual, Thomas couldn't help but ask who they really were, a question that came to his mind after the NPC guard greeted them with particular respect and even cleared the way for them. Scarlet, seeing no point in hiding anything any longer, openly revealed that Luna was ranked 5th among Asian players, and in the top 10 in the world. Thomas was stunned by this revelation. Then the girl in red decided to reintroduce herself, explaining that she was a pyromancer. While Luna had the abilities of a cryomancer, the protagonist could not hide his surprise, asking why Luna, having such power, simply ran away from the rabbit instead of fighting. Scarlet explained that this was the nature of her training, and that there was nothing she could do about it. Thomas remarked that it must have been quite humiliating. Scarlet, meanwhile, did not give up trying to find out exactly how Thomas managed to deal with Black Angus. She persistently asked him to tell the story of how he was able to destroy the monster with one shot. However, Thomas, not wanting to go into details, calmly repeated that he simply fired, and the rabbit died. Scarlet flushed with indignation and demanded that he stop making a fool of himself, suggesting that in order to have such impressive skills, he must be an incredibly high-level player. Luna then began to read out Thomas's stats: Dexterity level 6, level 55, and attack power was only 223. His musket was ordinary, and other skills didn't seem to play a key role. Yet he still managed to perform an instant kill. It was absolutely incredible. Thomas couldn't understand how she could know his stats, so Scarlet exclaimed that with his level 5, it wasn't even worth trying to defeat such a difficult opponent. Luna, in turn, explained that this was only possible in the case of an instant kill. She also mentioned that in order to defeat Black Angus, one had to be at least a swordsman or have a skill level of 90. At that moment, Thomas realized why the achievement he had received said that he should be ashamed to hunt in the beginner zone with his current skills. The girls discussed something among themselves for a long time, exchanging many ideas and assumptions. Finally, after much deliberation, they came to a common decision. Scarlet wasted no time in asking Thomas if he was from South Korea, as she was very interested in him joining their guild. She explained that Luna, who was ranked 9th in the world, was also the master of this guild, and the guild itself was quite famous. Thomas thought it was rather strange that they had invited a level 6 player with practically no experience. Scarlet, without losing her composure, replied that the level could always be increased, but with bad things everything was much more complicated. They could be replaced, because they had all the necessary resources for this. Thomas, still deciding to show curiosity, asked how much of everything they had, and Scarlet immediately replied that they had a lot of these things. She continued to insist that he should join their guild, pointing out that their guildmaster was ranked 9th in the world. However, Thomas politely declined, explaining that his mother had always taught him not to accept gifts from strangers. The moon laughingly confirmed that Thomas's mother had indeed raised him properly. Scarlet, however, noted with slight bewilderment that he was turning down a very profitable opportunity. But Thomas replied that the offer was indeed tempting, but he still did not care about the popularity of their guildmaster. Luna, apparently deciding it was time to clarify the situation, asked if Thomas knew what rank their guild had. Thomas, after thinking for a moment, assumed that the price of joining such a guild was probably very high, but nevertheless explained that he would need to conduct his own investigation before making a decision. Scarlet agreed with his reasoning, adding that it was certainly much wiser than going blind. After all, she asked him to at least add them as friends, in case he changed his mind. Thomas agreed without objection, after which Scarlet announced that she would pay the bill and invited Luna to come with her. She thanked the hero for saving her while Luna dealt with financial matters. Then Thomas, a little surprised, asked why Luna didn't want to go with them. Luna, smiling, said goodbye and promised that they would meet again. The main character was very shocked by everything that was happening around him. On his first mission, he encountered people he could never have dreamed of. But despite all this, now it was finally time to receive his well-deserved reward. The owner of the jewelry store, upon hearing that Thomas had killed Black Angus in one day and taken his red eye, simply could not believe her ears. He was then generously thanked at the workshop, where Angus's claws were to be turned into a truly excellent weapon, thus completing another quest successfully and raising Thomas's level to 7. Later, at the clothing store, the owner was so pleased with his actions that she promised to give him the best reward, and Thomas ended up receiving a set of armor as a bonus. The hard work paid off. Now he not only had new armor, but also real friendships with NPCs. Thomas then headed to the bakery, and as soon as he entered, the girl greeted him. However, a moment later she suddenly realized who he was, and her face lit up with joy. She was sincerely glad to see him, and with a smile invited him in. Thomas, feeling the pleasant smell of freshly baked goods, could not help but notice how wonderful the bread smelled. The girl, delighted, offered him to try. But Thomas, despite the temptation, politely refused, because he wanted to save a little. The girl, however, was a little offended, because they knew each other, and talking about money seemed inappropriate to her. In response, she asked Thomas not to rush, and promised that there would be time for him, since, most likely, he had not had breakfast yet. She then invited him to try some milk and pastries, to which Thomas thanked her, but, somewhat hesitantly, cautiously asked about the herbs he had heard about. In response, Thomas handed her a small package, and the girl was immediately delighted. The hero thought that she was being a bit dramatic, but still could not resist asking if this grass was really that tasty. The girl explained with a smile that the puak grass has a divine aroma and can easily become addictive. She added that in fact it is just a grass that has grown on rabbit droppings, and nothing more. Although Thomas had eaten quite a lot, the girl nevertheless began to tire him. He felt some discomfort and thought that he needed to finish his business as quickly as possible. After that, he went to see Madame Lu, the owner of the restaurant. Madame Lu, seeing him, was surprised to notice that the rumors were true after all. Madame Lu added that there was nothing to hide in Candle Castle, and she also knew about his trip to the bar yesterday, and the successful hunt that the whole village was talking about. Thomas then handed her the briefcase with the loot, and asked if she was going to give it to the chef for inspection. Madame Lu, without wasting any time, replied that she could handle it herself and completely trusted the chef. She was pleased with Thomas's catch and could not believe that it was black rabbit meat. She promised him a big reward and asked him to wait while she prepared the food. Thomas, noticing that the situation seemed a little strange, suspected that this might be another task and asked how much time she needed to prepare. Then Madame Lu, with a slight laugh, explained that she could cook everything quickly enough, but to do so she needed Thomas's help in creating a new menu for her famous sacred grill, and as a reward, she promised to provide him with a special lunchbox. Thomas, of course, suspected that this might be related to the next task. His suspicions were confirmed when he was told that his next task would be to find the golden eagle that lives in the local mountains. Then Thomas, still not quite understanding the whole situation, asked if the next box would also be from the famous grill, and Madame Lu confirmed his words with a confident nod. She explained that even though they were in a small village, she planned to open a second store in the capital, and if she was going to do big business, she needed to change the menu and add golden eagle meat to it. Thomas, watching the proceedings, couldn't help but notice how there seemed to be some form of corruption even in this game. Then Madame Lu prepared a special box of food for him, and Thomas hoped that it would all be fit for consumption. Only now did he realize that this lunchbox was made from black Angus meat, which should have greatly improved his stamina and agility. Thomas was very happy because he knew that this box would greatly improve his performance. According to the item level scale, the box was incredible and ranked 3rd in level among all items. Then Thomas, having analyzed the prices of rare items and objects, thought that he could sell it well, but to his surprise, he noticed a note on the label that stated that the item was not for sale. It wasn't just an item with stats, it was something unique and couldn't be sold. Madame Lu, noticing his reaction, asked him if he liked the gift. Then Thomas, although somewhat embarrassed, admitted that it was indeed an incredible gift. He understood that nothing could be done about it, and he had to accept what was given. At some point it became clear to him that he needed to be more modest, because he could lose everything. Then Madame Lu, pleased, promised to wait for his return with the golden eagle. Thomas gave her a soldier's salute, promising to complete the task as soon as possible. The main character was extremely pleased with the results of his work. He managed to successfully complete all the tasks, and now, opening the character window, he happily discovered that his level had increased to 8. He only had 2 levels left to reach level 10, which would open up new quests. If he managed to catch the golden eagle, he would be able to leave the Valley of Beginners. Inspired, Thomas set about his lunch, enjoying Madame Lu's food, which surprised him not only with its extraordinary smell, but also with its taste. He ate, and those around him seemed unable to help but notice the divine aroma that emanated from his food. Thomas was stunned by how delicious the meat was. He couldn't understand why it tasted so amazing, and he couldn't help but thank the developers for creating such a culinary masterpiece. The meat was so natural and nutritious that Thomas felt he was now ready to catch a few more Black Angus. All that was left was to level up. Now that he was ready to begin the hunt, Thomas opened his inventory, realizing it was time to stock up on ammunition for his musket. He had only 5 rounds left, and this worried him, as he realized that at such prices all the musketeers could quickly disappear from the market. Desperate, Thomas walked up to the counter and greeted the salesman, hoping that due to his high friendship level with the merchant, he would be offered discounts or even additional tasks. He told the merchant that he had come for gunpowder. The merchant, lying on the sofa, greeted Thomas without bothering to get up. The protagonist was outraged because there was no good reason for such laziness, and he thought that the merchant was not in the mood for proper service. However, before Thomas could even say what he wanted, the seller himself asked if he wanted to buy 8 sets of gunpowder, one set costing only 18 copper coins. Thomas, not believing his ears, asked if the price was the same, to which the merchant replied that it had not changed. The man then asked why there were musketeers at all if there was only one in the village. Thomas, feeling dissatisfied, noted that the goods were obviously defective, which made him realize that he could have bought them at a lower price. Thomas knew he had 37 rounds of gunpowder, but he needed to conserve. Initially, he wanted to buy 23 sets, which would cost him 4 silver and 14 copper coins. The seller, realizing that Thomas really intended to buy that many, agreed to the deal. However, he soon noticed a strange smell coming from Thomas and asked a question. Thomas, a little confused, explained that he had recently dined on meat, but the merchant, surprised, began to search him, claiming that it was not the smell of meat. Almost losing his mind, the merchant asked what the smell was, not understanding what was happening. And then, finally, he exclaimed that the smell was indeed bread. Thomas, as if realizing what the merchant meant, took a large loaf of bread from his bag and said it was a puwak herb bun. The merchant, hardly believing his ears, had a hard time accepting the information, because for him, these herbs were not just food, but something like a drug. At this point, the merchant immediately wanted to get at least a piece of this bun, but Thomas, although he was a little surprised by the offer, politely refused, saying that it was very difficult for him to get this bun, and he demanded at least 5 silver coins. The merchant, not hiding his disappointment, called him a thief, saying that for such a high price, he would have had enough without bread. However, the puwak herb bun was so delicious that the seller began to doubt whether he could do anything about the situation. When the merchant turned back to Thomas and asked if it was really that hard to get a bun with puwak herbs, the hero realized that he had reached a critical point. He then activated his skill, which allowed him to make more profitable deals. He asked how much the merchant was willing to offer him. The seller, hesitating a little, offered a maximum of 2 silver coins and several sets of gunpowder. Thomas, despite the offer, said it was too little. The merchant, in turn, tried to offer sets of 5 copper coins each. Then Thomas changed his tactics and offered 100 sets of gunpowder in exchange for a bun with herbs. The merchant, realizing that the deal was almost lost, began to beg the boy to buy at least 70 sets from him. Thomas thought about the offer, weighed the pros and cons, and eventually agreed. But in return, he asked the seller to introduce him to another merchant who specialized in gunpowder. Thomas soon left the store feeling that it was his best deal ever. The saving on gunpowder was a real achievement for him. He was glad that he was able to save money, which was so important to him. With this in mind, he told himself that he needed to work even harder to earn as much money as possible and help his parents. Inspired by this thought, Thomas decided to check his tasks and their value. Turning on the TV, he accidentally heard the news about Midros, the game he played. The news reported that there were many interesting events in the game that day. The first news was about the change in the top 10 best players in the world, who seemed to have held their positions steadily for a long time. However, what was more interesting was another message. There were rumors that a famous player, Luna, who was quite famous in the player circles, appeared in a small village. However, as it turned out, she was not alone. The news said that he was with some person. Thomas, listening carefully to the news, realized that this Ramlong company, to which she allegedly belonged, was one of the most powerful in Hong Kong. The news also said that they came to the village to recruit new members, and their attention was drawn to a Korean user, talking about a meeting that took place in this small village with a small number of people. Luna supposedly wanted to personally recruit this Korean user. Although his identity remained a mystery, it was clear that he was a truly outstanding player. And then Thomas realized that it seemed like he was the one being talked about. He hoped that his identity had not yet been revealed. But suddenly the news reported that this mysterious user was armed with a long wooden weapon that looked more like a rifle. Journalists tried to find out more about this Korean user, and speculated that it would be interesting if he actually showed up at Candle Castle with a weapon that resembled a gun. Thomas thought about it, realizing that his identity was probably now outed. To make sure, he decided to do a little research on the internet, and soon came across information about the meeting and trip to Candle Castle on YouTube. He found enlarged images that could tell a lot about the events. But as soon as he tried to look at more detailed materials, he realized that the sisters had used protection against unwanted screenshots. Thomas was surprised to read the harsh comments about his appearance, as well as how his actions and first impressions seemed to have confused many. This opened his eyes to why the Luna group had become so famous. While information about the Sisters Guild was almost a secret, he thought that if he joined their guild, leveling up would be much easier. However, the conditions that were offered seemed too ideal and suspicious. Judging by Scarlett's personality, he doubted she would let him leave the guild alive. Thomas came to the conclusion that his first priority was to level up before making any decisions. Thomas didn't waste any time, and immediately approached the master with a question about wolves. The master looked puzzled, not understanding how Thomas could have learned about them. Besides, he was a little uncomfortable to touch on this issue with the student again. However, Thomas had already read about all the following tasks on the internet, and confidently stated that he would complete them all. He was surprised to learn that the reward for this particular task was a coupon to repair his weapon. The master, confirming the information, said that it was time to fix his musket. Now Thomas could finally fix the butt of the musket so that it would not rattle, and this would undoubtedly simplify his further actions. Deciding it was time to go on the mission, Thomas said goodbye to the master, who wished him luck. In this area, it was recommended to play in a group, as the mission involved several players. However, finding company was not so easy, and playing alone at level 8 became increasingly difficult. The only significant drawback was that the wolves did not attack individually. They appeared exclusively in packs. The main character would have to wait until the pack split up, and the wolves were 10 in number. To prepare, he used up 13 sets of gunpowder, leaving himself with about 71 sets and 11 bullets. The plan was simple: level up to level 10, and then use the remaining resources to hunt the golden eagle. Suddenly, Thomas heard strange sounds and spells ahead. He decided to crawl closer, hoping to find a wolf that had strayed from its pack. As he approached, he saw several players who had formed a group to hunt wolves. There were quite a lot of people there. Some of them attracted the attention of the wolves, and others in turn had already attacked them. Thomas, standing aside, felt unsure of his strength. He realized that perhaps he simply wasn't ready for such a large-scale battle. Realizing that the wolves were falling under the blows of such strong players, he decided to retreat and not waste time observing. Soon, he noticed a lone wolf with bright red eyes lying on the grass. It was the perfect time to attack. Thomas, preparing to attack, carefully removed the lid from the powder supply and carefully poured it into the musket. Then he blew into the muzzle and tapped the butt on the floor, preparing to fire. He was almost ready when the unsuspecting wolf continued to rest, not noticing the threat. Thomas then quietly thanked his commander, because thanks to him, he was able to reload his weapon in less than a minute. Then Thomas fired and hit the wolf straight. As it turned out, this time he managed to hit him in the head on the first try. He was already preparing to approach his prey when suddenly a second wolf appeared nearby, angry and hungry. Thomas didn't expect the second predator to appear so quickly. At this point, Thomas realized that his musket was not suitable for close combat, and he had no choice but to wait for the right moment. He hurried to prepare his musket for the next shot. However, the second wolf did not try to come closer. Instead, he circled around, trying to surround Thomas. It was a very clever maneuver, and Thomas was amazed at how the animal used such tactics. He noticed that the wolf seemed to be trying to get out of his aiming range. Thomas began to realize that the developers may have enhanced the wolf's intelligence, making them more agile and intelligent. Hitting a moving target, even if it was only moving from left to right, was much more difficult, and Thomas began to think that the wolf might be able to dodge the bullet. He considered moving a little further away to lure the wolf into a trap, but if he did so, he would not be able to get his prey. He knew he couldn't afford to take such a risk. At that moment, Thomas, without thinking, made a loud and dull sound, causing the wolf to growl in rage. The wolf rushed at Thomas with terrifying speed. However, the main character instantly took a step to the side and struck with precision, hitting the target. The predator didn't even have time to react before he was defeated. Thomas was surprised that animals in this game could die even from one bullet hit. But the most interesting thing is that the wolf reacted to the sound of the shot, which Thomas skillfully imitated with his voice. It was the right decision. To wait for the moment, and wait for the right moment to shoot. Having examined the surroundings, the hero was convinced that there were no other wolves nearby. While he was admiring his prey, two figures approached him. They noted that they were amazed by his skill in hunting wolves. Then Thomas turned around and saw two strange creatures. At first glance, he thought they were other players, but then he realized that they were enemy mobs. However, they screamed and declared that they were not monsters, begging not to shoot. Then Thomas started to figure out the situation, and soon realized that one of them was a lizard, and the other was a druid. He even saw their images on the game's homepage. Thomas wanted to leave, but these strange creatures tried to stop him. He apologized, realizing that he was mistaken in taking them for enemies. The lizard, noticing his misunderstanding, explained that for all newcomers at the initial stages, this was quite natural. The druid, in turn, offered to show the protagonist his crow, but the lizard immediately got down to business, asking whether Thomas hunts alone. Thomas confirmed that yes, he prefers solo forays. Surprisingly, the lizard was very impressed by this, especially by the fact that Thomas was able to kill two wolves at once. Coming closer, the lizard asked if Thomas wanted to hunt with them. It seemed they were on the same level, and in that case their hunt could be much more successful if they worked as a team. The lizard explained that because wolves often travel in packs, it was difficult for two of them to deal with such enemies. They needed a third member, and Thomas turned out to be the perfect candidate. She noticed Thomas's weak point, the long time it took to reload his musket, and suggested that they could cover him during this period. At this point, Thomas realized that the lizard and the druid seemed to be pursuing him on purpose, and he decided that he could no longer rely on luck alone. These players were on his level, and there was no point in him refusing the proposed cooperation. He admitted that he was level 8, and the lizard was surprised that Thomas was so strong. However, they decided to hunt together. Lizard suggested that he would attract the attention of the wolves, and the druid would act as a tank and healer, while Thomas's task was to film the moment of the attack in order to complete the task. Once the roles were assigned, the players began to introduce themselves. The lizard's name was Biemi, and he was a poison mage, and the druid's name was Carl, and he was level 9. Thomas, noticing a familiar atmosphere in Carl's behavior, asked if he was the same Carl who became a druid after the power outage. Then Carl, a little embarrassed, explained that he had already started therapy to cope with the effects of the stress he had experienced. The druid then calmed the others down by saying that everything was fine, and added that he was already used to such incidents. The lizard, meanwhile, said that he was from Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam, and asked if the protagonist liked his appearance. Thomas thought for a second, taking in their appearance, and thought that their combination looked pretty good. However, his disappointment was due to the fact that he seemed to be the only one dealing damage to her. Unexpectedly for himself, Thomas found himself on a team with two players whom he initially considered losers. During one of the attacks, the druid released his mad raven, which, as if on cue, scared all the enemies. At such moments, Thomas could not concentrate at all, because the crow's cries were similar to the shrill quacking and crying of a small child. The lizard, meanwhile, wasted no time in successfully damaging the wolves with its poisonous saliva. However, this no longer seemed funny to the protagonist. He realized that the time had come to act seriously. If he continued laughing, his hands would start shaking, and he would not be able to hit the target accurately. Besides, if the wolf had managed to dodge the bullet, he would have lost a precious minute. Focusing, Thomas fired, and the wolf that druid and his crow had been fighting fell to the ground. Lizard and Carl made quick work of the other wolf, thanks to excellent teamwork. The druid left one wolf unconscious, and the lizard finished off its destruction with a dagger. But before they could catch their breath, another wolf appeared behind them, who immediately began to growl. The guys, who had just dealt with the previous predator, were not ready for the next attack. However, Thomas, without wasting any time, seized the initiative and shot at the monster before it could do any damage. It was unexpected, but the teamwork actually worked and they won again. Thomas was so amazed that his musket skill increased to level 3. The lizard praised him for reaching a new level, now 9th, and Thomas, not hiding his joy, commented that the hunt went so quickly that his level skyrocketed in the blink of an eye. The lizard then explained that it was all thanks to Thomas's high attack power, and Carl, playing the role of a tank, also did his job well, earning gratitude from the team. Thomas realized that this group knew exactly how to behave properly in society. He said that he had collected all the necessary items for the quest, but the lizard replied with a smile that he would no longer need them. If Thomas gets 89% experience, his level will increase, and he will be able to start the quest with the Golden Eagle. Then the guys decided not to waste time. They needed to move forward. As they began to move towards the new location, Other players began to pay attention to their team. A whole group of players of different classes gathered, and this was a rare occurrence. While Carl, like a tank, healed himself and kept the wolves at bay, the lizard acted from behind, poisoning the enemies. Thomas and Carl, fighting side by side, quickly destroyed the remaining predators. The players watching the fight were amazed. It was the first time they saw a musketeer in action. They were impressed by how well the team interacted with each other. Although it looked strange, it was incredibly effective, and everyone noticed that they really worked harmoniously together. The most amazing member of the team was the lizard. She skillfully used her abilities in movement, which put her in the category of real masters. The druid couldn't help but praise her, asking how she managed to do magic on the go, and the lizard, with a mysterious smile, replied that it was her secret. Thomas was impressed, and asked if it was really that hard to cast spells while moving. The druid explained it quite simply. It was like running with a full glass of water without spilling it. Then Thomas thought about these words, and suddenly remembered Luna, who also cast on the move and thanks to this took 9th place in the world. He was amazed that this lizard was doing the same thing as one of the best players in the game. After a successful hunt, the team decided to take a short break. The lizard approached the main character and asked how much experience he had at the moment. Thomas replied that he already had 69%. Lizard explained that even if they started the Golden Eagle quest, they would only be able to complete it once Thomas reached level 12 or 13, so they still needed to spend time training. She continued to talk about the average team level depending on the number of players, and Thomas realized that the lizard didn't plan to start the quest until they all reached at least level 10. The team decided to hunt wolves again until Thomas ran out of bullets. In the process, they continued to work harmoniously, and gradually, step by step, Thomas almost reached the long-awaited 10th level. Then the lizard suggested that they go to the city to regain strength. Everyone agreed, and Thomas expected them to be about the same level or slightly higher than him. So without hesitation, he agreed to return. Then the boys collected all the wolf skins and brought them to the workshop. The master, recognizing Thomas, was surprised by his unusual command. Thomas finally reached level 10, but he noticed something else strange. He completed the task by destroying all the bosses and monsters that threatened the safety of Candle Castle. The result was a full 100% trust level with all NPCs, including the castle guards. This achievement attracted the attention of others, and Thomas's reputation rose to 30. This made him very nervous, and if it were possible, he would have preferred to run away. But the lizard asked him to wait. Soon the group rode out of town, and Thomas noticed that the village was quite small, and it was almost impossible to avoid attracting attention here. The lizard said that nothing could be done about it, adding that everyone had just seen Thomas gaining a reputation. Thomas, in a misunderstanding, asked how the lizard knew about it. However, the lizard brushed off the internet forums, and Thomas was surprised to learn that he himself had achieved 100% trust. He told the lizard that he didn't believe in the power of information from forums, since completing regular tasks usually only increased trust to 60%. Thomas himself also did not fully understand how this happened. He assumed that it was perhaps a worthy reward for completing many tasks in a short time. Thomas then told the team that when he was on level 5, he was doing something completely different, participating in a rabbit hunting quest. The boys were shocked to learn that others had also received similar assignments. Then Druid asked Biemi, who looked a little depressed, but Thomas assured him that he was fine and laughed strangely. Meanwhile, Lizard continued to wonder if Thomas was referring to the same black rabbit he killed on level 5. After this, Thomas went to a gun dealer to buy new sets of bullets and gunpowder, all of which were incredibly expensive. But Thomas used his bargaining skills to keep the prices reasonable. When he returned, the village's chief guard came up with one last request. Even the city's grandmaster sometimes had such requests. Thomas, slightly nervous, asked the guard to be quicker. The guard gave him a task, to deal with the Lord of Mount Candle, because the wolves came down from the mountains because of the golden eagles flying there. The main character had to get rid of them, and in return he received a letter of recommendation from the Musketeer Academy. This was an important step, for now, thanks to his close connections with the people of Candle Castle. His status was greatly enhanced, his public value on a national scale increased. Each member of their team, after having a good lunch, received their assignments and was fully prepared to go hunting for the Golden Eagle. Soon they were all standing and looking at the majestic mountain, for this was now their last task in the village, the last exam that had to be passed. Thomas and his group headed out to watch the other players bicker as they struggled to come to an understanding due to the difficulty of the game. This uneasy atmosphere greatly saddened the three of them, because here people changed groups as quickly as gloves are changed. The crowd was big, and it seemed like every player there was selling something. Some of them even formed groups for quests. It was a place where you could buy rare items or spells. Thomas was in such a place for the first time and was amazed by its madness. The lizard explained that if the group does not have good interaction, then the items and weapons must be at the highest level. The druid added that it was strange that their group, despite all the difficulties, had the best interaction. Thomas had heard stories before of groups going out hunting fully prepared and still failing. Then he told BME that it was possible to assemble a full-fledged team. But the lizard replied that on the contrary, she could destroy such a group, because it was extremely difficult to find a worthy player. He continued by saying that if they were able to reach the boss, their strategy could be quite effective, so the protagonist did not need to worry. Then the hero calmed down and realized that he should have simply trusted his teammates and gone into battle with them. Druid and BME said they had complete confidence in Thomas and his skills. Soon they were ready to enter the portal and begin their search. Meanwhile, one of the sisters was in danger. Fierce wolves with red eyes attacked her. Despite her weakness, she tried to fight back, while Luna protected her with her own life. Scarlet was a little surprised by this, but also very grateful to her companion. Then Luna used her special ice fog technique, so she trapped the wolves in a huge block of ice that they couldn't melt. Scarlet was determined to finish off the wolves herself, but Luna stopped her, reminding her that she should conserve her mana since the wolves gave almost no experience. Hearing this, Scarlet was shocked that her sister was going to conserve mana, and Luna explained that for wolves, it was not worth spending more than 1% of mana, so it was better to leave the initiative to them. Scarlet then muttered discontentedly that this level of enemies was too boring. She said that they would quickly complete this task together with her sister, but Luna asked to finish it herself, since it was her duty. She ordered her sister to focus and create the most powerful spell possible to finish off the wolves as quickly as possible. At first, Scarlet hesitated. The distance to the target was too great, but Luna insisted that she complete her task. Then Luna began to do something incredibly powerful, speaking words in an unknown language, and it felt like she was also preparing her own spell. At this time, a vortex of icy air began to form around the moon, and the King of Eagles approached it. Luna took the initiative into her own hands and, without wasting time, began to act decisively. She pierced the eagles and all the birds around her with ice rods that resembled small daggers, and thus quickly and effectively completed the task. After this, the dead birds fell right in front of the girl's feet. Luna defeated the eagles, and having received another achievement, shouted to her sister to hurry up and finish the fight. Scarlet, in turn, fought with the other eagles, using her firepower, which left no chance for the enemy. Luna, meanwhile, entered the portal and, already on the move, said that they would meet later when Scarlet caught up with her. Meanwhile, the protagonist's group also followed the portal. This place was called the Kings of Candle Mountain, and a new stage of their journey opened up before them. The lizard, not losing curiosity, asked Carl if he had skills in water control. Carl replied that he had such skills, but, unfortunately, he could not use them in battle. The protagonist was surprised to learn that BME was so knowledgeable not only about his class, but also about others, which of course caused him some admiration. The lizard, turning to the protagonist, said with a smile that it would be nice if he followed her. Thomas, however, did not quite understand what she meant, but confidence appeared on BME's face. He hinted that if Thomas was more attentive, he would understand everything. The protagonist was filled with curiosity, and could barely contain his desire to figure out what this mysterious plan was. Then BME, without wasting any time, activated his poison saliva skill and began to apply it to his body. At that moment, BME told Carl to use the spirit, which allowed him to become one with nature. Thomas himself, still not understanding anything, was worried that the wolves might attack them, but BME confidently told him that the wolves would not attack them under any circumstances, and that he should simply watch. According to his calculations, the territory they had entered was the home of the servant wolves. If they had destroyed at least 5 of the strongest wolves, all the others would have retreated. Thomas calculated that they would have to pass through at least 20 obstacles before they could get close to the Golden Eagle. At that moment, one of the wolves appeared in front of them. Thomas, still not understanding what was happening, watched warily as BME easily walked straight towards the wolves. This led him to believe that the lizard intended to escape while he continued shooting. Surprisingly, not a single wolf touched BME. Thomas, unable to contain his curiosity, asked how he had managed to avoid being attacked, and Lizard, with a patient expression, explained that the game's artificial intelligence was quite intelligent, almost like in real life. The wolves perceived them as prey, but they never attacked dead bodies, which is why they did not touch BME. Moreover, the poison he used made it clear to the wolves that the prey was already dead, and they did not waste their energy on a useless fight. And it also turned out that his race was resistant to various poisons. The lizard went on to explain that Carl had disguised himself as a tree using the spirit of oneness with nature, which allowed him to hide from predators and made his scent invisible to them. Now Thomas began to understand why BME knew so much and how he used his racial advantages effectively. Once in this game world, they not only fought, but also actively looked for weaknesses in the system, carefully examining both their strengths and weaknesses. Suddenly, the druid's crow rose into the sky and began to scream loudly. The crow's cry gave the wolves the feeling that their prey was near and raised them to their feet. Carl tried to call the crow back, but she obviously wasn't going to listen to him. At this moment, the wolves turned their attention to the boys. Then the lizard, realizing the danger, suggested that in that case, it would be best for them to run away. However, the wolves surrounded them, and now more than 20 predators stood around the 3 players. Carl then apologized, saying that it was his mistake and that he would take the hit while the others defended themselves, during which time they could escape. The lizard thanked him, and Carl, holding back his emotions, said that it was all his fault and they shouldn't worry about him. The main thing is that they find a new tank and complete the task. Carl, after thinking for a moment, wanted to say goodbye, but Thomas, without hesitation, said that they can't leave him there to die. They had played together for so long. Thomas was still confident that the game's artificial intelligence was very close to reality, and therefore it was important to find a weak spot in it. The hero, realizing the seriousness of the situation, asked Carl not to attack the wolves, because it was obvious that the druid did not want to die or say goodbye to them. Charles, however, did not agree with this decision, and with obvious concern, replied that if they hesitated, the wolves would certainly attack first. Thomas, gathering all his determination and courage, replied that if they had lived together, then they should die together. The lizard, for his part, asked if they had any plan for survival, since they had only one musket. BME, clearly not understanding what Thomas was about to do, watched as he filled 2 bags with gunpowder. However, what was strange was that he did not use a single bullet. Thomas, without wasting any time, asked everyone to cover their ears. Then he fired a shot into the sky that sounded more like a bomb going off. The lizard couldn't understand what was happening, and the druid seemed to hear nothing at all, while Thomas thought that everything was already over, because the wolves, to his surprise, did not run away. However, after a few minutes, something unexpected happened. The wolves began to retreat from them. The lizard, irritated and not quite understanding what was happening, scolded the main character, saying that they could all die. BME and Carl, in turn, began to ask why the wolves, on the contrary, were running away. And Thomas, wasting no time, rushed to the side, shouting that he would explain everything as soon as they were safe. Then the boys, without thinking, ran away from that place. The lizard, still not understanding what had just happened, asked what it was. Thomas, having caught his breath, explained that he was trying to change the course of events. What he did worked much faster than he expected, and so he had to hurry and run while he had the chance. The effect it had on the wolves could be compared to the effect of poison. Then Thomas, looking at what was happening, said that, apparently, the aggression from the wolves had become much less, the druid agreed, because the wolves were no longer chasing them. But the lizard still could not understand what had happened. BME, still curious, asked if the smell of gunpowder had scared the wolves, to which Thomas confidently confirmed that this was exactly the case. He explained that this game was actually surprisingly similar to the real world. People really had a hard time breathing gunpowder, but for wolves, it was almost like poison. The protagonist, pleased with the result, calmed down a little because he managed to avoid damaging the musket, despite the fact that he poured 2 packets of gunpowder into it. Then the lizard, again turning to the protagonist with interest, asked if he had played Midros before. The protagonist was quite surprised to hear this question and replied that they were playing it right now. After thinking for a second, BME realized that Thomas was right and said that maybe they really should move on. Then Carl, a little embarrassed, turned to both of them and asked them to turn away, because he needed to call the crow. Thomas curiously asked if Carl could use this skill on other players, but BME shook his head and replied that he had never heard of such a thing. Then Carl, blushing a little, explained that he was just a little shy. Thomas and BME were so interested that they seemed even ready to record what was happening on the screen. Carl, although embarrassed, agreed, but specified that he needed to call a crow. And so, finally, the druid, having gathered his resolve, shouted loudly that he was calling a crow, and began to move as if in some strange dance. At this moment, Thomas and Lizard, unable to contain their laughter, could hardly believe their eyes. The druid, with a serious look, stated that if you do not do it with sincere desire, the call may not work. Worship of nature was obligatory for the Druids because it was necessary to put your whole soul into this process. And so, after long and strange rituals, the Druid completed his preparation, but his dignity was destroyed by some pathetic crow. And that meant it was time to go. When the boys finally reached the mountain, they saw their last boss in the village, Berkut, a huge eagle circling around. The hero noticed that there was a certain logic to this game. The monsters became bigger and stronger with each increase in their difficulty. For example, if the rabbit was the size of a bull, then this eagle was the size of a giant airplane. If the wings of ordinary eagles reached 2.5 meters, then this eagle was 4 times larger. In other words, it was 10 times larger than usual. Then Lizard, without wasting any time, began to explain their plan of action to Carl. He suggested that they scout out the situation, after which they could begin the operation. Beamy, in turn, warned that they should beware of the eagle's attacks, because if it grabbed Thomas with its paws, he would be left without arms, while Thomas, still perplexed, wondered how many more times he would have to risk his life in this game. This was followed by an attack using sound waves. The eagle, with grace and power, perched on a tree branch and emitted a terrible, resonant sound that would have deafened anyone caught in its influence. And once its stamina dropped to 30%, the bird lost its ability to fly, which opened up a chance that needed to be taken advantage of. However, Thomas did not seem to think it was worth the effort, and stated that he would simply hit the eagle himself. The lizard, hearing this, asked if the protagonist was going to shoot first. Thomas, with confidence in his voice, confirmed that this was exactly what would happen. Then Biemi, after thinking for a bit, suggested that it would be much safer to first deal with the smaller eagles, and only then move on to the boss. However, Thomas, not paying attention to the lizard's thoughts, concentrated on aiming, trying to calculate the approximate distance to the bird. Carl, with some doubt in his voice, noted that the distance to the target would be very large, but Thomas confidently said that it would be about 90 meters. The lizard in turn became furious and objected that it was too far for them. Thomas, however, remained calm and said that if his plan did not work, Biemi would attack first, and he, in turn, would give Carl a separate task. The hero then asked Carl to curl up and lie on the floor, explaining that he would serve as his support. Carl was, to put it mildly, confused, but Thomas felt that everything was perfectly prepared. However, he asked if Carl could relax a little and breathe calmly. At this time, Thomas, calmly calculating the distance to the target, noticed that the eagle was flying at a distance of 95 to 115 meters, and with each movement of its wings the bird rose 2 to 3 meters. Thomas came to the conclusion that it would be much easier if the bullet speed was higher. But he was still ready to start. The hero, carefully aiming, moved a little to the side from where the golden eagle was sitting, and fired. Now they had to wait for the eagle to descend before they could attack it together. Suddenly the boys, not believing their eyes, began to understand that they were being shown achievement windows. All 3 were perplexed, and it seemed, could not believe what was happening. Beamy and Carl, happily surprised, realized that Thomas was able to defeat the mountain's boss, a huge eagle, with just 1 attack. Thomas, despite everything, could not believe that the eagle was destroyed, and its defeat was solely due to his efforts. Following this, all players leveled up. They received the Golden Feather achievement, and Thomas, in turn, reached the 4th level of the Musketeer. Carl and Biemi, with obvious admiration, noted that the main character master was simply incredible, and that thanks to his achievement, they also leveled up. Thomas, pleased that he was able to deal with the monster so quickly, turned his attention to the time, and noticed that he only had 30 seconds left before the dungeon closed, at which point he noticed that 2 more achievement windows appeared. While the protagonist was rereading all his achievements, Carl noticed that a portal had opened, which meant that it was time to leave. When Thomas read that he would be inducted into the Hall of Fame, he was shocked. Everyone immediately rushed to the portal, because they had finally dealt with the dungeon and could return home. The boys, tired but happy, walked through the village, and Carl, not believing what was happening, said that he could not believe that they actually completed the task. He also noted that this was his first time receiving an award of such a high rank. Biemi, meanwhile, became very suspicious again and asked how Thomas was able to kill the eagle. His doubts did not disappear, and he could not understand how this could have happened at all. The lizard, puzzled, also didn't understand how all this happened, especially considering that the eagle was the boss monster. Carl, noticing the lizard's bewilderment, approached her and asked what was wrong with him. He emphasized that the most important thing was that they managed to complete the task, despite all the difficulties. In response, Biemi, slightly annoyed, explained that it wasn't just that. For their level, it was simply impossible to defeat such a creature. He wondered if it was some kind of buff that increased their chances. Thomas, after hearing all these questions, said that they all stood aside and watched, and that he himself did not think that he could have dealt a critical blow. The lizard, still pondering, asked if it was just a critical attack. Then Thomas, with a smile, confirmed that he was just lucky. He really didn't know that the eagle would recoil from one shot. Carl, noticing the whole situation, also intervened and said that he felt like they had just won the lottery. Remembering the sniper's wise words about what to do so that others don't know you're shooting, the hero silently added that perhaps they should continue to follow that advice. The hero then went to the local platoon commander and reported that they had successfully completed the mission. Their level had increased again. And, oddly enough, Thomas received an unexpected invitation from the commander to the Brown Bess Musketeer Academy, which was considered the best on the continent. The commander, smiling, noted that Thomas had to understand his own shortcomings, but also suggested that he make his vision even sharper, which clearly implied new opportunities for development. Thomas, after thinking for a moment, remembered that he had already received achievements that indicated that he knew a little about his weaknesses. However, before he could fully comprehend everything, the commander came closer, put his hand on Thomas's shoulder, hugged him tightly and thanked him. Suddenly the commander said that Thomas had done a lot for their empire, which of course was flattering to hear. Then Thomas, a little embarrassed, realized that the level of intimacy between them had already exceeded 100. The guy, a little confused, said that he needed to thank the platoon commander. He was overwhelmed by memories of his time in the army, while the people around him were clearly surprised to see Thomas hug an NPC. They couldn't understand how that was even possible in a game. Then Thomas, looking around, asked his friends what they were going to do next. Carl, as if without thinking, said that he needed to go to the Emerald Forest, where the druids undergo their professional training. The lizard, without wasting time, said that he would head to the Tamba jungle, which was located next to the forest. As it turned out, the guys did not want to split up. Then Thomas, with a smile on his face, promised that they would meet again and be able to continue playing together. They soon said goodbye and agreed to have a party again sometime. Eventually, the hero was left alone and could finally focus on his status and verifying his achievements. Thomas was the second person in the world to receive the Sniper Etymology achievement. Before this, he had received nothing but alertness, and now, as if by magic, his strength and intelligence had exceeded 30 points. He then decided to test what new skills he had acquired, all of which were related to his calmness while shooting and improving his abilities as a musketeer. The main character didn't really like these skills, but he thought it was better not to complain. Realizing that the most important thing now was to report the completion of the mission and receive his promised rewards, he collected his thoughts and continued on his way forward. When Thomas entered the apartment, the landlady, as always, greeted him warmly and immediately asked how his hunt had gone. Thomas, a little embarrassed, replied that everything had gone well, but added that he would not like to be called that, and especially not to be approached too closely. Madame Lu, surprised by his reaction, could not believe that he had dealt with it so quickly, as if he wanted to deceive her. However, Thomas, trying to calm the woman down, assured her that he would not deceive her. Madame Lu was shocked by the quality of the meat that Thomas brought, and couldn't believe that she finally got a golden eagle. Then she gave the hero a reward, and said that she would prepare a lunchbox for him. While everything was being prepared, the woman asked him with a smile if he would like to meet her chef Chris, who, as it turned out, was a little sad that they had not seen each other for the last time. Suddenly Madame Lu called out to Chris and announced that Mr. Thomas had arrived. The chef looked out of the kitchen and was immediately delighted to see that the meat had been delivered. He was delighted because it was simply exceptional. Thomas felt that the chef was not so much happy with the meat as with his presence, since he looked into his eyes and not at the meat he brought. The chef then thanked Thomas, saying that he had never met anyone who brought such delicious meat. Chris, smiling, said that there are no bad people among those who love meat, and that this only adds a special charm. Then he suddenly asked if the protagonist had ever thought about studying cooking. Thomas, stunned, couldn't believe his ears. He had heard about the possibility of acquiring industrial skills such as cooking, but in the game there was no separate class for chefs. All classes were related to combat. However, as he knew, there were industries in the game. Players could choose the profession of a blacksmith, and it was a rather profitable business. Thomas then wondered if this cooking skill was some kind of industrial occupation or basic craft. Players could learn 2 crafting skills that would be useful. However, if it were skills that brought in money or helped in combat, it would certainly give an advantage. Understanding that there was no point in thinking for long, Thomas decided to agree to try. The chef, without wasting time, said that it was an excellent choice, and added that from now on, Thomas would take a short course in cooking every day. The game allowed the skills to be mastered in just one day, and Chef Chris set about training, drilling the basics of culinary art into Thomas's head. Thomas cooked and studied with him all day, and despite the difficulties, he was ready to continue learning by doing. The main character was very experienced, as he lived in an army dormitory for a long time and often cooked not only for himself but also for others. He felt that if it was just a matter of preparing a dish, then no special problems should arise. However, Chris started yelling at Thomas, doubting his skills when he was skinning the meat. He claimed that the protagonist was only ruining the product, and stated that if he wanted, he could show him how to do it correctly. The chef, watching the proceedings, explained that the nutritional value only comes out after it is eaten, not before it is cooked. Chris, continuing to complain, admitted that if he had known how inept Thomas was, he would not have even started teaching him. He added that he would gladly go back in time and rip out his tongue. At that moment, Thomas felt anger boiling inside him. He knew that his desire to get rid of this NPC was so great that he was ready to do it. But he knew that in that case, he would forever lose the opportunity to continue playing the game. When it came time to taste the dish, and the chef was preparing to taste it, Thomas mentally prepared himself for the worst-case scenario. He thought that if Chris didn't like the dish, he would immediately eliminate it and end this useless activity once and for all. However, when Chris said that the dish turned out wonderfully, and that he never thought he could cook it in just one day, Thomas felt the tension inside him begin to ease. But despite the praise, Thomas still felt like he was holding himself back, and every move he made required a lot of effort. Then he thanked Chris for teaching him. But inside he still felt irritated. Madame Lou, noticing his condition, asked if he was going to leave. Thomas replied that perhaps it was time to leave, as the store would be closing soon. She reminded him not to forget to pick up his lunchbox, and then Thomas, slightly distracted, almost forgot his reward. However, when he tried to pick up the box, it didn't seem to budge. Madame Lou clearly wanted to offer him another task. Thomas wondered if this was a violation of the rules, since NPCs were initially asked not to listen to requests, but to accept them immediately. Then the woman, noticing his displeasure, took out another lunchbox and placed it in front of him. Thomas, feeling nervous, did not know what to do. He received a new task, to deliver this box, but the reward, as it turned out, was very strange. An invitation to open a restaurant. In his eyes it looked almost like a joke, but the punishment for refusing the task promised to be much more serious. When he asked if he simply needed to deliver the box, Madame confirmed his suspicions, and Thomas, unable to contain himself, exclaimed whether her sister, Madame Zoe, was some kind of monster living in the deadly forest. Thomas, feeling that the situation was becoming more and more confusing, asked what the difficulty of the task was, and the woman replied that the difficulty lay solely in the person. This statement confused him. Thomas could not understand what she meant. She added that the world was far from safe. Then, unable to bear it any longer, he asked Madame Lou if a murderer would appear on his way, chasing a box of lunch, to which Madame replied with a smile that it was not so. Madame Lou was obviously joking, but it sounded more like a marketing ploy, leaving no doubt that the task would not be so easy. Thomas was furious at the difficulty of the task. The capital was 500 kilometers away, which meant about 10 days of travel, and that was on the condition that the road was direct. In the best case, the journey would take at least 15 days. However, despite all the difficulties, he had no choice, because the Musketeer Academy was also located in the capital, and this issue had to be resolved. Madame Lou, with gratitude in her voice, thanked Thomas for his agreement to help. She showed him the box that contained golden eagle meat. It was intended for her sister. When Thomas, concerned about possible problems, asked if the meat would spoil along the way, Madame assured him that it was protected by a special spell. The woman again asked him playfully if he was going to ruin her dream by delivering spoiled food. And soon, with this new and dangerous task, Thomas set out on his journey. After leaving the restaurant, Thomas eagerly tried his lunchbox. This time the food was incredibly tasty, and the effect was much stronger than from Black Angus. The special lunchbox improved his agility and strength, which pleasantly surprised the protagonist. Thomas thought that it would be great if he could create a similar lunchbox himself and sell it. Lost in thought, he noticed that the other box was no less interesting. This rare meal was put up for sale, and in addition, significantly increased its stats by as much as 20 points. Thomas couldn't believe it, a rare item that could so easily increase his stats. In addition, he began to wonder at what price such an item could be sold for. The exchange rate remained stable at 101 for 1 gold, and Madame's lunchbox had no restrictions on use. It was a trick item that actually increased skills, and if he decided to eat it, it would cost a fortune. Thomas realized he could sell it for 100 million won in cash, which was 5% of the 2 billion won he needed for his treatment. However, Thomas was well aware that he needed to control himself, because a shooter should not give in to emotions. He understood that if he decided to sell this item, he would lose good relations with the NPC, and the residents of the capital would be extremely unhappy. However, the hero wondered whether it was worth comparing it with the opportunity to get huge amounts of money. Even if the quest fails, his relationship with Madame Lu will still be damaged. And if he sells the item, he won't care whether he logs out or not. In the end, he just wanted a reward for completing the task. But in the end, it turned out that the only reward was an invitation to the opening of the store. All these thoughts caused him great irritation, and he increasingly thought about selling the object, betraying Madame Lu. He consoled himself with the fact that there could be no deception in this game. However, remembering her words about being wary of a certain person, he suddenly realized that she was probably talking about himself. At that moment, his mother entered the room. Looking at her son with curiosity, she asked why he was breathing so heavily and if something had happened. Thomas, trying to hide his excitement, hastened to assure her that everything was fine and he was just going to go to bed soon. Mom warned him that she would be back late tomorrow and reminded him not to forget to eat, after which she left, leaving Thomas alone with his thoughts. A little later, he decided to go to a gun shop. The merchant greeted him warmly and immediately asked if he had managed to find the puak grass. Thomas replied that it had become increasingly difficult to find lately, so it might be worth waiting a little. Then he asked how negotiations with the wholesaler were progressing. The seller enthusiastically announced that he was already on his way, and as a sign of hospitality, he offered the protagonist a cup of coffee. But he was more interested in another matter. He was interested in whether the store sold world maps. The merchant confirmed that such maps were available, and Thomas immediately asked about their cost. It turned out that a map of the castle's surroundings cost 80 silver coins, and a map of the entire empire cost as much as 5 gold coins. Now it became clear to him why cards were originally considered luxury items and valued so highly. Having weighed all the pros and cons, the hero decided to put off this purchase for now and return to it when he had saved up enough money. The door of the shop suddenly swung open and a man walked in. It was Bob, who apparently arrived earlier than planned. He immediately asked if he really had an appointment today. He then noted that a real salesman is never late. Only now could Thomas see who this mysterious man was. Bob, without wasting any time, asked if it was true that the protagonist needed a large amount of gunpowder. He replied that he simply wanted to buy it at wholesale price. Bob assured that everything was fine, and they shook hands. Bob offered 500 sets of gunpowder to start with. Thomas knew that even at the reduced price it would cost more than 50 silver coins. However, the merchant decided to intervene, saying that the goods first needed to be put in order, and Bob, in turn, said that the price of the set was less than a silver coin. Then Thomas pushed the salesman away and asked Bob directly about the price. It turned out that one set of gunpowder costs 4 copper coins, and a bullet costs 1 copper coin. The protagonist immediately felt disappointed and turned his gaze to the merchant, who immediately began to make excuses. He offered the main character to buy gunpowder from him for 15 coppers per set, but it was too late. The man then began to beg Thomas not to leave, promising to compensate for all the inconveniences in another way. This offer interested Thomas, and he asked if there were muskets or protective equipment in the store. The salesman immediately started talking about other stores, which made Thomas suspect that they were trying to scam him again. Then the merchant, not wanting to lose a customer, hastened to declare that Thomas could choose whatever he wanted in his store. In response, Thomas said that he needed flowers for the Pubial Kingdom map. The price of the map was 500,000 won. At this point, the merchant literally exploded, accusing him of stealing. But Thomas, without losing his composure, again resorted to blackmail, offering the seller to find the puak grass himself. Eventually, they came to an agreement. Bob, in turn, looked forward to their future cooperation, and as a result, Thomas received enough gunpowder and cartridges. In addition, he opened an account in a bank vault, which would greatly simplify all his future transactions. After which the hero decided to go to meet his friend Kay, who was currently on vacation with the members of his guild. During the conversation, Thomas mentioned that he had already managed to catch a golden eagle. Then his friend suddenly asked if he had ever met Luna. Thomas, hearing this name, asked if his friend was also part of the fan club, but his friend's reaction was unexpected. He suddenly changed his tone and coldly stated that these girls would have to be eliminated. Thomas could not believe his ears. He asked again if his friend had really just said that. Then he, not hiding his irritation, asked if Thomas himself had also been caught in the net of these creatures. It turned out that his friend's guild had already put a bounty on these two. If he had known about this earlier, he would have killed them on the spot. Then Thomas, still not believing what was happening, asked why his friend was so determined to get rid of this girl. But his friend just chuckled and replied that this girl was actually a real witch. Kay said that he and his guild members had been lying in wait until recently, but to their horror, she had frozen them all in an instant. And what was especially creepy was that they could feel and see what was happening, but were absolutely unable to move. At one point, his friend resolutely declared that he was ready to catch these players at any cost and tear them to pieces, but Thomas easily recognized the signs of post-traumatic stress disorder. After a few minutes of tense conversation, his friend apologized for the argument that had broken out, and Thomas, in turn, assured him that he understood everything perfectly well and admitted that it was indeed necessary to find these players. The conversation soon took a different direction, and Kay added that Luna had reached the big market and blocked off access to all the smaller outlets. This was an unacceptable blow to the trading system, so he involved many other guilds in this matter. Hearing this, Thomas thought about how much this game was intertwined with reality. It seemed like many players were taking things too seriously, and now was definitely not the best time to join any guild. On the one hand, he was happy to receive an offer from the very top of the world, but on the other hand, he did not want to go against his younger brother. However, now he did not have time to think about this question. He hoped that everything would resolve itself when he reached the capital. For now, he decided to put all these thoughts aside and take care of more pressing matters. Now the protagonist had to figure out the map, and he quickly realized that it was similar to railway navigation. Although there were no clear routes, the main locations and directions were quite clear. Besides, during his service in the cartographic army, he studied such maps to the point of exhaustion, so for him it did not present any particular difficulty. Even if he was left without money, he could still obtain the necessary resources on the way to the capital. After about 3 hours, Thomas decided to stretch a bit and test his skills as a novice runner. As he approached the forest, he noticed a warning sign indicating that there was an area with an increased number of surprise attacks ahead. Realizing he had to be careful, he concentrated and moved on. His target was the brown bear, against which immediate provocation skills were most often used. Various warriors were already fighting in the clearing, attracting the beast's attention to give the allies a chance to strike. Thomas noticed that there were representatives of many different classes among the fighters. He studied the battle carefully, paying particular attention to the use of shields. In particular, he noted that players equipped with shields could not always attack, which imposed certain restrictions on their strategy. There was chaos all around. Some players were fussing and trying to leave this dangerous place, fearing the loss of valuables. At the same time, others were gathering into shock troops, accepting into their ranks anyone who could prove useful in battle. Thomas couldn't understand where so many people came from. To defeat such a monster, at least 20 fighters were required. But in the hastily assembled team, the level of interaction was too low, which played into the enemy's hands. After some thought, he decided not to join them and just watch from the sidelines. The team was forming right before his eyes. 3 small groups united into one, inviting every fighter they met along the way. He was about to throw all regrets aside and leave when a loud cry rang out across the battlefield, signaling that the boss was on his way. This made him linger and watch the battle. The men began to make urgent preparations, adjusting their positions behind the tanks, while the healers, in turn, were constantly healing the soldiers, working in a coordinated and precise manner, which surprised Thomas. He realized that although the team had been hastily assembled, its members already belonged to previously formed groups, so their interaction turned out to be quite good. Positioned at a safe distance of 70 meters, Thomas kept a close eye on the battlefield. The team's main task was to attract the monster's attention, while the rest of the fighters dealt damage to it. However, when the beast roared deafeningly, Thomas felt something strange. The sound had an unexpected effect on him. His legs seemed to be rooted to the ground. He tried to move, but he couldn't. The bear's agonizing cry cast a spell of immobility on him for 2 whole minutes. At that moment, a thought flashed through his head. Was this really an ordinary bear? In terms of its dimensions, this monster was more reminiscent of a giant elephant. Then Thomas felt anger boiling inside him. It was hard for him to understand why. Even in the game, he had such an uneasy and terrible feeling. The protagonist was nervous, realizing that there were only 2 minutes left before the attack effect ended. He really hoped that during this time the squad would be able to defeat the monster. However, the situation looked bleak. Everyone was frozen in place, unable to even move, and all that was left was to hope that one of them had a spell that could remove this paralyzing effect. Meanwhile, the bear was rapidly heading towards them. It seemed that this creature possessed not only enormous strength, but also experience in combat, because its behavior indicated a clear understanding of attack tactics. At the front of the squad, right in front of the beast, stood the captain, the only one who was ready to defend the rest to the last. He knew he could only withstand 2 attacks from the bear, so he ordered the tanks that had been freed from the spell to prepare to take the beast's aggression onto themselves. At the same time, he ordered the doctors to immediately begin freeing the remaining fighters from the spell and prepare for the next attack. Using all his strength, the captain tried to hold back the monster's blows, covering himself with a powerful shield. However, the monster's attacks were too strong. As a result, the commander's shield even cracked, despite the fact that it was reinforced with buffs. Then he ordered the rest of the players to attack the bear. Arrows and fireballs flew at the monster, but it fought them off quite easily with its powerful paws. At this time, one of the soldiers shouted to those who were preparing to enter the battle that they should not move forward yet, and that the tanks should continue to hold their positions. Finally, the protagonist felt the numbness subside and was able to move again. He hoped that their plan would still work, and they would be able to deal with the bear. At this time, some players began to discuss that they urgently needed a break. Some even relaxed so much that they considered the possibility of recording the fight on video in order to sell it later and make money. The angry captain couldn't take it anymore and shouted, demanding to immediately stop relaxing and prepare for a powerful attack. The bear's health had already almost reached the critical mark of 20%, which meant that they had to finish him off as quickly as possible. However, the team's fighting spirit had noticeably weakened. The shields were badly worn out. Many fighters had lost their former passion, and it seemed that the squad had simply run out of steam. They had already given it their all and could no longer produce the same power. However, the captain continued to command. He shouted for everyone to immediately prepare for an attack because the monster's health had already dropped to 21%. But suddenly something strange happened. The commander saw someone's arrow flying over his head towards the bear. She hit him right in the shoulder, which greatly surprised the monster himself. The next moment, the bear's body burst into flames. It was incredible because in the game the monsters couldn't use magic. The man then ordered the rest of the players to join the attack. However, this beast somehow mastered the element of fire. It seemed that their efforts were now simply pointless. The usual weapons no longer worked, and this was clearly not an ordinary spell. Realizing that the battle was lost, the team made the only possible decision, to flee. The squad was immediately disbanded, and now everyone had to save themselves. The captain noticed Thomas standing behind the bushes and ordered him to run too. But the protagonist, as if not hearing his words, calmly stated that he did not participate in their battle. The captain, trying to convey to him the seriousness of the situation, explained that now this monster would attack everyone who got in its way. Moreover, its pursuit could last more than 1 day. The minimum period during which the beast would follow its victim was 10 days, and in the worst case, it could not lose its target for a whole month. Then Thomas just shouted after them in irritation, accusing them of cowardice. He couldn't understand why they had allowed the monster to reach such a state, and now they were simply running away without finishing what they had started. But what was even worse was that he could not use this road for more than a month, otherwise he would fail the important task from Madame Lu to deliver the lunchbox. The protagonist understood that he urgently needed a plan. It was simply impossible to assemble our own team to fight this monster, which meant we had to look for another way out of the current situation. He chose the last option, to try to defeat the monster himself. It was a risky step, but there was nowhere to retreat. The monster's health had already dropped below 20%, meaning there was still a chance of victory. Time was running out as the monster chased after the survivors, leaving Thomas with a little breathing space to prepare. The approximate distance to the target was about 70 meters, and the wind was blowing from the southeast, which could have affected the trajectory of the shot. Then the protagonist prepared to make an attack while the monster was furious. However, he was quickly taken aback when the bullet actually hit him. Taking a deep breath, he aimed straight at the beast's head, and the shot was a good one. At this time, the captain first thought about assembling a new squad. Given the current state of the monster, 20 people might not be enough. While he was thinking, he was distracted by a girl trying to get Kim Flower's attention. But the captain only shouted that they couldn't stop until they reached the village. The girl insistently ordered him to look back, claiming that one of the remaining fighters had just shot the bear. The captain was confused, but when he turned around, he experienced real shock. The main character turned out to be a musketeer, At that moment, he realized how in vain it was not to take him into the team from the very beginning. The girl clarified that it was Thomas who got into the monster's head. The man then thought that the Musketeer's attack power in the game was considered one of the highest, which meant that attracting the beast's attention could mean its imminent end. The captain, trying to comprehend what was happening, asked about the distance from which Thomas had shot, and then the two surviving players were inspired by the idea of helping the main character and finishing off the boss together. However, Captain Kim Flower immediately put them in their place, ordering them to stop talking nonsense and continue on to the village. He admitted that the musketeer was certainly good, but it didn't matter anymore. Reloading the musket took at least a minute, and this time might not be enough. Thomas had already fired a shot, and if everything went according to plan, the monster should fall within this minute. At this moment, Thomas was in shock. He did not understand why the boss did not die, despite the precise hit to the head. Suddenly, a creepy aura of fear spread around. This was a special effect that the monster activated to paralyze enemies. Realizing his overconfidence, Thomas feverishly began loading his musket. However, now a new problem arose. The burning bear turned its attention to him. Trying not to waste time, he loaded the weapon as quickly as possible. During this time, the monster was catching up with the remaining players, who were burning alive on the battlefield. The protagonist was surprised that despite the chaos, the beast still hadn't rushed at him, although he had more than enough time to finish everyone off. Gathering his courage, Thomas shouted out a request for help, calling for one of the tanks to cover him. However, there was no answer. It seemed that Captain Flower had already escaped, and the others simply ignored his cries. Thomas knew that if things continued like this, he was doomed. However, he forced himself to suppress his fear and maintain his composure. All he had to do was check if the monster could withstand another shot to the head. Soon the second shot rang out across the battlefield. The captain, hearing him, turned around again and froze in bewilderment. He could not believe that Thomas had fired another shot. The other two players, noticing this, were also amazed. They had never seen such a powerful and accurate attack. Their admiration for the shooter grew with each passing second. Inspired by what they saw, they decided to head towards him to help finish off the boss and get their well-deserved rewards. The captain, however, did not share their optimism and indignantly asked how they could talk so frivolously about victory when there was real chaos on the battlefield. He warned them that no one would survive, not even that damn musketeer. But the two players continued to insist, begging the captain to act as a tank. He just shook his head. If he intervened, he would be the first to receive a fatal blow. One of his shields was already on the verge of destruction. Now all they had to do was get to the village as quickly as possible. The two surviving players watched in horror as a huge bear, emitting plumes of fire, finished off the last members of their team. Time was running out. The captain, without wasting a second, urged them to hurry. According to him, they had only an hour to gather a new team and return. The shooter weakened the monster, and this gave them a chance. Captain Flower felt a sense of satisfaction in the knowledge that in critical moments, timing was everything. Once they reached the city, they quickly informed the locals about the brown bear, and the streets were quickly filled with talk. This field boss was an incredibly difficult opponent. Without wasting any time, the captain began to assemble a squad. He explained that he needed at least 7 tanks, a significant number of healers and other soldiers for support. The people quickly agreed, and after only half an hour the team was ready to move out. Upon arrival at the site, the captain immediately warned everyone that the monster could appear at any moment, and any mistake could cost them their lives. However, when they looked around the valley, they saw only a deserted, dead landscape, deep claw marks crisscrossing the ground in a chaotic pattern. But the bear itself was nowhere to be found. It seemed as if the monster had dealt with all the players and changed location. Given its size, it shouldn't have been difficult to find, but something was wrong. 2 hours passed. People were running around, but the bear was nowhere to be found. At this point, doubts began to arise in the group. Some suspected that they had fallen into a trap. After 3 hours of searching, the crew's patience ran out. Discontent was no longer hidden. People openly expressed their anger to the captain, not shying away from accusations. However, the captain was sure that the battlefield itself was proof that the beast could not have gone far. Its health was at a critical level, which meant that it was somewhere nearby. After much persuasion, the men agreed to continue the search, but threatened that if they came up empty again, the captain would be dead to them. Time passed, and the hunt had not even begun. Captain Flower was racking his brains, not understanding where the monster could have gone, because the musketeer could not have killed it. That was obvious. Meanwhile, the story moves back 4 hours. Thomas was shocked to realize that even 2 shots to the head could not finish off the monster. After getting rid of the debuff, he made the only right decision, to immediately run away. The damned people committed horrors here and then simply disappeared. Thomas understood that words wouldn't change anything now. The only thing that mattered was action. He resolutely loaded the musket, determined to see if the bear could withstand a third shot to the head. The hero hoped for success, because he had practiced this hundreds of thousands of times, but at this moment, fate decreed otherwise. Suddenly the beast struck with a crushing blow, its heavy paw crashing hard into Thomas's chest. The terrible blow threw the guy several meters away. Shock overwhelmed his consciousness, and the pain was much stronger than he expected. Although the pain transfer coefficient from the game to reality was only 20%, the sensations were terrible. The main character was lucky. He survived, but soon he realized that he was faced with a new problem: his vision. There was darkness before his eyes. His health was on the brink. He did not see or hear the steps of the monster, did not understand where it was, and could not predict its next attack. The hero realized that he was alone. No one would come to his aid. If he did not gather his strength right now, he would not survive the next blow. However, the bear was also on the brink of life and death. Any further attack could be the last. Thomas had heard legends about blind assassins, but never about blind gunslingers, and he even thought there was something fascinating about it. Exhaling, he forced himself to calm down, to focus. Panic could have destroyed him, but now he was in control of the situation. Guided by intuition, Thomas took aim and fired. The bullet pierced the monster's head, but it was still alive. Scarlet blood was running down his fur, but he still did not fall down dead. Then Thomas firmly declared that today the bear would not escape death. The guy understood that he could not afford to delay any longer. Loading his musket, he sped up, darted forward, and aimed straight at the monster's heart. He attacked the monster with all his might, feeling thoughts racing through his head, but with unshakable faith in his soul. Thomas hoped that the brown bear would finally die and stop chasing him, because he could not bear it any longer. Suddenly the boy felt ill, and strangely enough, he lost consciousness at the same time as the bear finally fell to the ground. When Thomas woke up, he was immediately overcome with anxiety. He realized that he had lost consciousness, and this feeling did not leave him, penetrating to the very depths. If the brown bear were still alive, he probably would not have found the strength to continue the fight, and might even have decided to commit suicide. Immediately, a multitude of messages appeared on the screen, 9 to be exact, meaning that his level had, oddly enough, increased. Moreover, the musket proficiency level has increased by 1, and the rifle attack level by 2. He finally saw the bear's body and, realizing what had happened, he understood why his level had risen so much. This monster, fortunately for him, was finally defeated. The protagonist felt deep satisfaction, because the beast finally got what he deserved, and there was no pity. The guy then began searching the boss's body, not doubting that his efforts would not be in vain, because it was not just a bear, but a field boss, which meant that the items he left behind would certainly be valuable. Indeed, Thomas soon received several awards, among which was one particularly important one. He became the first to achieve the King of Singles achievement, which meant that his name would be immortalized in the Hall of Fame. If you add up all his achievements, you could see that he had accumulated as many as 45 attribute points to use, and this, of course, could not but please. Thomas opened the character window to see his current stats, and was stunned to see that he had 135 stat points left. His stats were almost level 30, which seemed completely impossible. If he had distributed these points, he could very well have increased his level to 27, and perhaps even beat level 50 opponents. He added 80 points to agility, 30 to stamina, and 5 each to strength and intelligence. The guy was very pleased with himself, as his face immediately filled with an expression of happiness. He now had 168 skill points, 62 stamina, and 1,350 experience points, which, no matter how you look at it, turned him into a master of long-range combat with the survivability of a tank. Now all he had to do was focus on the battlefield, which, to be honest, looked more like the scene of a horrible murder. Thomas couldn't understand how all these people could die and leave such valuable items behind. It would take a lot of effort to earn money for a weapon of this level, and he knew that very well. The most important items, it turned out, were trophies from a brown bear. He needed to find a beautiful bearskin coat, brown bearskin boots, and a hunting hood. The protagonist was shocked that all 3 items were of excellent quality. Despite the fact that there were no weapons among them, it was really impressive. Even the clothes Thomas was wearing were no match for the bearskin. He realized that he needed to increase his stamina to level 70 and equip new armor to take full advantage of these spoils. It was only the first day of his journey, and he was already incredibly lucky. Thomas felt that he was now ready to go to the capital, and nothing and no one would stand in his way. Meanwhile, a user named Kim Flower, having received several messages, was extremely dissatisfied. Several soldiers who had fled the battlefield accused him of stealing their weapons and demanded that he return the stolen items. Kim was furious. He couldn't find the brown bear, and now the other players were accusing him of stealing valuable property. Then Kim swore that he would find and get the goat, or rather Thomas, even from underground. His mind was racing and he kept thinking about who this musketeer was and where he managed to hide. The Flower was sure that the boy could not defeat the field boss alone. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Thomas walked calmly towards the capital, humming various songs to himself. Since his equipment was part of a special set, his resistance power was increased by a whopping 30%. Thanks to this, he was confident that he could now withstand even a blow from Scarlet. Suddenly, Thomas remembered the words of his younger brother, who once said that someday Thomas would catch these girls. Suddenly, Thomas, deciding to be cautious, checked his map to find out where his friends were. The Emerald Forest and the Tamba Jungle were located quite far from the capital, and Thomas, despite his efforts, was unable to find either Scarlet or Luna. It seemed as if they were in some other country, and this upset Thomas. Feeling his stomach begin to rumble with hunger, he knew it was time to hunt to satisfy his appetite. He entered the area where bears usually appeared. It was already the 5th day of his journey, and by that time he had managed to reach level 25. Thomas walked through the thicket, looking around carefully for prey. And then, a few minutes later, he noticed a bear, which was about 60 meters away from him. Luckily, the wind was not too strong, and Thomas fired accurately, wounding the bear. It growled, and Thomas knew at once that it would be better for both of them if the bear died from one shot. It was cruel, but he had a monster in front of him, and his task was clear. He had to end it. However, Thomas could not understand why the bear did not attack immediately, but simply growled. And then he laughed, realizing that it was the effect of the Bear King's skin, which included an increase in agony, preventing this predator from approaching him. Relieved, he fired at the bear again and ran up to it. At this rate, he could reach level 30 by the time he reached the capital. But while the main character was dealing with his prey, someone approached him from behind. As it turned out, it was a small, defenseless bear cub. Thomas could not understand where this cute creature came from, and shocked by its charm, he clutched his heart. Suddenly, the bear grabbed the guy by the leg and made strangely pleasant sounds, which made him confused. Thomas looked at him with kind eyes. He understood that it was extremely dangerous. But, on the other hand, his conscience tormented him, and he could not understand how he could kill such a miracle. Thomas then carefully asked the bear if he was hungry, and although bear meat did not seem the most suitable, he offered him a loaf of bread. The bear took the treat greedily, as if he had not eaten anything for a long time. In response, the bear obediently licked Thomas's hand, and he felt his heart fill with warmth. Although the boy wanted to leave, he could not bring himself to part with this cute creature, especially when the bear had become so attached to him. He thought that he needed to hurry and get to the capital on time. But there were probably many more monsters waiting for them along the way. He didn't know what to do, and finally decided to apologize to the bear, asking him not to follow him. When the bear cub carefully took his leg, the hero couldn't resist. The bear was too cute, especially when he tilted his head so carefully. Thomas couldn't stand to watch it any longer and finally decided to take it with him. At this point, his younger brother wrote to him and asked if Thomas had already reached the capital. Thomas replied that he was still on the way and was already tired from the long journey. His brother laughed and warned him that with his level he would hardly be able to escape from the bears. Then the hero asked why his brother was not sleeping. Because he was studying at the university. Kay explained that he had an exam, but today instead of studying, he went on a raid. Soon the brother asked why Thomas suddenly decided to contact him. Then the boy, a little embarrassed, asked if it was even possible to tame an animal. Kay, puzzled, asked if Thomas wanted to buy a horse. Thomas explained that he meant the monsters that lived in the field, and Kay, after a short pause, guessed that Thomas probably wanted to teach the bear to hunt. He explained that if there was no trainer in the hero's class, all the animals would instinctively perceive him as an enemy, which could be considered almost impossible, if not for the fact that Thomas had complete control over his monster. In response, Thomas asked if it would still be impossible even if he fed and cared for the creature since it was a baby, to which Kay asked if Thomas had ever seen baby monsters. Although each monster's experience could vary greatly, the babies scored similarly despite having no experience at all. Thomas was a little confused, not fully understanding, and Kay, noticing his confusion, explained that in the game such babies were often killed cruelly. Thomas then said that he could explain everything in more detail once he reached the capital, although that was still 5 long days away. His brother seemed a little disappointed as he was hoping to send the protagonist money for a teleportation scroll or something to speed up his journey. Then he wished his brother good luck and said. They said goodbye, and Thomas continued on his way. The hero realized that he had killed the bear's parents and brothers, but despite this, he could not bring himself to kill the bear cub himself. If he had left it somewhere in the forest, it was likely that someone else would have dealt with this helpless creature. After weighing the pros and cons, Thomas decided to leave everything as it was and take the bear with him. He continued his journey, now in the company of his little companion. The next day, Thomas encountered more wild bears and killed them without much effort. His level had already reached 24, and with each bear they killed, they leveled up at an incredible speed. The protagonist was delighted with such a fast progress. It was certainly great that his level was growing so quickly, but there was something that puzzled him: the amazing speed at which his little bear was growing. During the journey, the bear received 2 pieces of meat and 1 paw from the bears he had killed. By selling all the items he had obtained, including the weapon he had chosen, Thomas would have earned a considerable amount of money. After all the difficulties at the beginning of the game, it was now much easier for him. Meanwhile, while Thomas was thinking about this, a snake crawled up to him and bit him on the leg. He didn't even notice how the snake got so close to him. Soon a message appeared on the screen stating that he had been poisoned, and the poisoning would last for 3 minutes, during which his health would decrease by 50 points every 10 seconds. Thomas quickly calculated that if this continued, he would lose a large portion of his health, as much as 900 points out of a possible 1,300. In other words, he could die from a snake bite. Thomas cursed, noticing that it was almost impossible to spot a snake in these thickets. Meanwhile, his bear noticed the viper that had bitten the hero and deftly caught it. Thomas ran up to his companion and, praising him, said that he was a good comrade for helping him in such a difficult situation. He sincerely hoped that the bear had done this because he was concerned about him, and he was ready to praise him for his concern. But when the bear began to eat the viper, Thomas was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes that this little bear was able to eat a snake without causing any harm to himself. Moreover, Thomas thought that the bear had grown a little during the time they had been traveling together. But putting that thought aside, he realized that he couldn't grow up that fast. Yet the bear seemed to be growing right before his eyes. Thomas couldn't shake the feeling that very soon he would be able to ride it. The next day, the protagonist managed to mount the bear, and he was stunned by this event. He couldn't hold back his emotions and called the developers idiots, but still admitted that they at least made the speed of mob development quite realistic. Otherwise, given the huge demand for hunting, there simply wouldn't be enough bears for everyone. Meanwhile, that same day, his bear was attacked 6 times. Teams of players passing by tried to kill it. Each time it seemed that the bear was about to die, and Thomas would not have time to help it. In this situation, it was quite obvious that it was necessary to somehow identify your companion. A simple sign, as it turned out, was not enough. Moreover, Thomas predicted that he would have problems with the bear in the capital, and he was right. When he entered the village, the locals began to shout that he had brought a monster with him. Then Thomas tried to calm the players down, explaining that his bear was quite obedient and did not bite anyone. He emphasized that the bear did not attack people, but was simply slightly larger than the usual representatives of its species. Then, to prove his case, he ordered the bear to take his head in its mouth. And when people saw this, they began to shout that this was the owner of the field and ran away in panic. Thomas, realizing that the bear was impressive in size, but did not think that he had fed it so much, was surprised. He could not even understand how the bear became so huge. This puzzled him greatly, but in the end he decided not to waste time in thinking, and left the village. While he was leaving, he heard people whispering that he seemed to be a bear rider. Some of them even began to whisper that you can ride a bear like a horse, and, to the hero's surprise, this turned out to be true. He really did ride a bear, and even fired a musket. This amazed him so much that he decided to ask the bear if he could run. Hearing his question, the bear rushed forward as fast as it could. Thomas was shocked, grabbed the bear, unable to believe his luck. He couldn't understand how this could happen, but the bear ran. And with every step, Thomas became more and more stunned. He was even more surprised that the bear understood his commands perfectly. Soon, Thomas told the bear to go straight to the capital, and they set off along a deserted road. 2 days later, they arrived in the capital, Elstock. Now they had to go to the Musketeer Academy to drop off the lunchbox, and then they had to go to K. Thomas decided that it would be better for them to walk now, so as not to attract attention. But as it turned out, noise was unavoidable. Someone had already shouted that such a huge monster had appeared in the city, and people started shouting at the boy to stay away from the bear. Some even suggested organizing a raid on such a big bear. Thomas was confused as the noise around him only grew louder. Some claimed that the bear was a regular boss, while others claimed that it was a field boss. They called on those below level 60 to hide, as such a monster could kill them with one blow. Thomas tried to explain that he had raised the bear from its infancy and that it had never bitten anyone. But the soldiers, unwilling to listen, ordered the tanks to move forward and prepare to fight the boss. At this point, Thomas realized that these were NPC guards, and his situation was becoming increasingly dire. The warriors began to prepare spells for the attack, and Thomas, unable to bear the tension, shouted for no one to move. If they attacked, he would start shooting. But the wizards, ignoring the threats, continued to cast their attack spells. Thomas didn't know what would happen next, but he shot at the players in front of him because they left him no other choice. Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, a shield appeared between him and the sorceresses. It was clearly stronger than what a normal warrior could create. As it turned out, one of the guards was using a skill called Sacred Shield. At this moment, the main character froze in surprise. After this, the stranger folded his hands in front of him, using the dispersion area. From such a bright light, all the players standing nearby began to close their eyes. The charge shattered the shield into pieces, and some unknown but incredibly powerful magic made everyone stop and freeze in surprise. Two knights in excellent armor approached the main character and ordered him to lower his weapons. In Ailstock, no one was allowed to cause trouble. Thomas, for the first time in the entire game, saw anti-magic in action. It was a squad of holy knights of the capital, belonging to the Great Empire. One of the knights asked the hero to lower his weapon, explaining that the whole situation was just a misunderstanding on both sides. He stressed that neither side would be punished. However, he also warned that if Thomas decided to open fire again, there would be no forgiveness. Then Thomas, slightly hinting that the first shots were fired by other players, received the answer that they were aware. However, the knight reminded that the main character is also responsible for what happened, because it was he who led the crowd into the city. With a wink, the knight assured them that they would turn a blind eye to the incident, for which Thomas felt that the knights were making concessions to him. In turn, the knights thanked him for his cooperation. However, before letting the hero go, the knight reminded him of the strict rules of the capital. The use of attack magic is prohibited here, unless you have the appropriate permission. Since the magic used earlier was intended to protect civilians, the knights decided to simply forget everything that happened and not put an end to it. They then politely asked everyone not to block the entrance to the checkpoint so as not to cause inconvenience. The townspeople watching this process were delighted with the magic demonstrated by the players, but the knights' magic impressed them even more. This, of course, did not go unnoticed by the hero, who quietly told his bear that, despite all the chaos, everything had not turned out so bad. But one of the knights, deciding that the moment had come, called him a stranger and asked him to follow him. Thomas felt discontent growing within him, and the thought flashed through his mind that they were going to kill him quietly after he went with them to kill his bear. In response to his concerns, one of the holy knights confidently swore that neither Thomas nor his bear would be harmed. The knight asked if it would be appropriate for the hero to follow them, to which the protagonist shook his head in confusion. He did not quite understand what this even meant. Then the knight, turning to his comrade, whose name was Digrom, said that he had received consent from the stranger and asked him to accompany them. Digrom did not object, and the knight, turning to the protagonist, said that it was time for them to go. And so Thomas and the bear followed the knight, and the other remained behind. While they walked, the knight looked at them all the time in bewilderment. He couldn't believe that the sacred shield that protected him from physical attacks was destroyed. It made him wonder who was really in front of him. At this moment, a new achievement appeared on the hero's screen: Respect of the Dedicated Knights. He couldn't believe that the reputation he had earned had grown so much that he was respected by the knights from the capital. Thomas was a little taken aback that he had earned the respect of such an elite group as the Knights of the Capital. He knew that they were not just ordinary people, and if someone from this squad showed respect to him, then the commander of these knights respected him too. Before this, his overall reputation on the continent was 30, and now, with this new achievement, it jumped to 50. After this, the knight stopped and asked why the bear was with him at all. Apparently this situation also puzzled him. Meanwhile, another knight, whose shield had been damaged by Thomas, came up and said that it was hard to believe that someone like a hero could cause trouble in the capital. This statement surprised the protagonist. He did not know that his actions had already become known to the knights. Then Thomas began to tell the knights about what had happened the day before, with a note of slight confusion in his voice. He told them how he accidentally met a little bear cub, and how he gradually began to take care of him, feeding him, raising him, and protecting him as best he could. His story of how he defeated a huge fire-breathing bear known as Agony Osso really impressed the knights. One of the knights, while clearly respecting the fact that the bear raised by Thomas did not attack people, nevertheless reminded him that his actions and the actions of the bear were too risky for the capital of Alestock. The knight explained that although the bear was not aggressive, the events that happened when Thomas first came to town could be repeated, and this could cause panic among the population. Then Thomas felt doubts coming over him. He didn't know what to do in this situation. He asked if he would be able to get into the city if he released the bear. The knight confirmed his suspicions, replying that Thomas would not enter the city with the bear. The hero suddenly realized that trained monsters often have a special designation that may not always be clear to NPCs or players, and this misunderstanding can put the bear at risk. He agreed with the knight and decided to release the bear, thanking him for his understanding. The knight praised his actions as a member of the public peace squad. After that, he asked his real name before saying goodbye. Thomas introduced himself as a musketeer, and the knights respectfully performed their signature gesture, materializing wings and soaring into the air. One of the knights commented with a grin on the hero's rather original name, adding that it was quite funny. The winged knight wished him luck on his journey, and while Thomas was grateful, he couldn't help but feel annoyed at the way they acted, as if their equipment and demeanor alone justified their arrogance. As evening fell over the capital, Thomas and his bear headed into the dense forests away from the city. Now that it was time to say goodbye, Thomas felt sad and confused. He hoped that this would be the best choice for both of them. Then the bear hugged him tightly and let out a quiet growl. Thomas told him to go faster, and despite the painful thoughts, he felt good remembering all the good things they had experienced together. He joked that if the bear came back he would shoot it, but something seemed wrong. Suddenly the bear growled loudly and rushed at him from behind, biting him on the arm. Thomas cried out in surprise, not expecting such a turn of events. However, the bear immediately began to lick the wound, and Thomas, surprised by this behavior, told him that it hurt. Suddenly, a strange glow appeared around them. The guy didn't understand what was happening, but suddenly a new achievement, Soulmates, appeared on the hero's screen. This meant that he now had an animal companion that was connected to his soul. But that wasn't all. He also became the first player to achieve this feat and was inducted into the Hall of Fame. The bear, sensing the change, became sad and began to cry. Thomas was deeply touched by this gesture of devotion. He promised the bear that he would never forget him, stroked his head, and advised him to take care of his health and avoid hunting. Although, judging by his size, the bear would most likely become a hunter of others. With a heavy heart, Thomas said goodbye to the bear and walked towards the capital, leaving his friend behind. His mood immediately worsened, and even saying goodbye to Beamy and Carl did not cause him such strong emotions as this. Thomas suddenly heard the mighty roar of his bear cub, which seemed to pierce the space around him. At that moment, a new achievement appeared on the screen. He could now summon his soulmate, but this discovery brought with it conflicting feelings. Thomas knew that even if his pet died, he would still have the ability to summon it back. He now knew that his pet would not disappear completely, and that they could still be together, albeit on the other side of life and death. However, his journey into the game was just beginning, which meant that he and the bear would develop their powers and abilities, becoming stronger and faster. Thomas sincerely hoped that the bear would succeed in this. Time passed, and by midday, Thomas increasingly felt that he did not understand the meaning of his journey. It literally took him a whole day to get back to the capital, but when he finally got to Alestock, he was shocked by the mass of people, of whom there were so many that Thomas was immediately confused and did not know how he was supposed to find Kay among them. When he contacted his brother, he told him to head to the south gate, but it turned out that Thomas did not know where that gate was. Feeling his discontent growing, he began to seriously doubt whether his brother was laughing at him by giving such instructions. But in response, he heard from his brother that it was quite normal to get lost in this area, since there were no landmarks around, which meant that it was really difficult to search. In order to find this gate, Thomas had to pay attention. Before Thomas could even figure out what he was supposed to do, he suddenly turned around and noticed his brother standing right behind him, laughing, which really puzzled him, and he immediately realized his brother had caught him. By this time, several of his friends began to watch the scene, unsure if Thomas had really reached level 15. Then Thomas felt their gazes on him, but still continued talking to his brother. Noticing Kay's equipment, he couldn't help but praise his good choice. It was obvious that his brother's equipment was of a high level, which made him think that his character really deserved such equipment. Kay, without embarrassment, explained that such equipment should correspond to the level of his character, and there was nothing surprising about this. However, at some point he asked the main character an unexpected question, regarding whether he had spent money on upgrading his equipment, or perhaps stolen something from other players. Thomas confidently answered that he had earned all his things honestly, through hunting. At that moment, another player came running to them, who immediately expressed bewilderment at how Thomas, someone like him, was able to kill even a wild boar. The man continued, explaining that his K had told him many times about the hero's hidden talents. After this, the red-haired guy introduced himself, saying that his name was Harvey. The main character also decided to introduce himself and told him his name. K immediately rushed to assure that he had said nothing of the sort. However, Thomas did not pay attention to these verbal altercations, deciding that, overall, his brother was a good guy. At that moment, another guy approached them and asked if K was wearing the items that dropped when he was defeated by the field boss. Thomas couldn't help but be surprised to hear this question. The guy then continued his story, mentioning a large brown bear that was part of the event, and Thomas responded by confirming that he had indeed dealt with one. Soon, the guy who introduced himself as Sasuke said that it was an incredible victory. He expressed surprise that Thomas was able to defeat such a powerful boss. Sasuke explained that his name was inspired by a certain work, but that didn't stop K, who immediately asked who this Field of Agony boss was. The guy, a little confused by the terminology, hastened to explain that the forums were actively discussing the recent chaos associated with this boss. K, it seemed, was the only one who had not yet heard of him. Sasuke recently thought about an interesting point that caught his attention. He noticed that the hero has all 3 items from the set that can be obtained for defeating this monster. This seemed rather strange, because for a beginner such items would be almost inaccessible. The hero's brother, noticing his confusion, encouraged him, saying that he shouldn't be shy and ask about everything that interested him. Then K called the guys to help free up some space so that the hunt could continue. It was the perfect moment to assess the hero's level. Although Thomas was a little embarrassed, he still admitted that he was currently on level 25, which immediately shocked his brother and his friends. They began to nervously discuss the fact that Thomas had recently been at level 10 and had somehow managed to defeat the Golden Eagle. The brother, in turn, immediately asked if Thomas was joking. In response, he heard a confident confirmation that this was indeed the case, and that Thomas even hunted a little on the way. At this point, Harvey began to think that if Thomas had recently caught a Golden Eagle, then logically he should be at level 12. He still didn't understand how the main character managed to level up more than 10 in such a short time, and immediately offered to add him as a friend. Soon, after everyone had become acquainted, the boys decided it was time to say goodbye and leave. Everyone said goodbye together, promising to meet again soon. After this, Kay asked the hero to tell how everything really happened, and promised to buy them food in gratitude. When the boys got to the tavern, they ordered some drinks. Thomas was a little embarrassed, but still explained that the bear had significantly increased his level, and without it, it would not have been so easy for him to achieve such results. The hero's brother was delighted, saying that the attack power of the musket was truly impressive. He added that if there was time to reload, and if Thomas aimed for weak spots, he could actually increase his damage significantly. Thomas explained that while their fight was called a raid, it was actually just a group of players who had spontaneously gathered. They didn't know each other, and their organization was far from ideal. Apparently, the escape of the captain and the other players gave him the chance and time to inflict serious damage. Kay, knowing that the musket's damage was around 233, immediately realized that Thomas could deal enough damage to the boss. However, he immediately added that the musket could only fire 1 shot per minute, which of course, significantly limited its actions. Thomas was a little confused by this question, because the bear didn't have much health, and Kay still couldn't believe that Thomas was able to kill the monster. After which Kay asked if this had anything to do with Thomas being a sniper. After that, the guy was even more surprised to learn that there was an archer in their guild who had a hard time crossing 66 meters with a long arrow. This guy gave up, after which he again activated the battle assistance system. Thomas wondered if the archer's maximum range was exactly 65 meters, and he explained that he had only been able to exceed that range by turning off the assist system. But when he returned to using it, he turned it back on for convenience. This all happened quite quickly, since the range of a musket ball was only 40 meters. Then Kay, still amazed, asked if Thomas had killed the boss with just 1 shot. Thomas replied that he did it with 3 shots, and then used a stake in close combat at the end. Kay was shocked, not understanding how this was possible, especially considering that the musket had a range of only 40 meters, and reloading took a full minute. To this question, Thomas explained that he hunted without the combat assistance system turned on, and he was used to it. Kay couldn't believe that Thomas was playing without this system, but Thomas only assured him that it was easier for him, and that he was used to this style of play. Thomas explained that if the assist system was turned on, the target engagement rate would only be fixed at 50%, meaning he would not be able to hunt properly with that setting. The hero's brother, surprised, asked how much the range of his shots had increased, and whether he had managed to hit targets at such a distance. Thomas replied that he had managed to hit 3 targets in the head at a distance of up to 100 meters, which, of course, amazed his brother, who did not expect such details. He began to resent Thomas for mentioning these important points so late. Thomas, in turn, shouted that he was telling this now because his brother had just asked. After this, the brother invited the main character to join his guild, but he immediately refused. Then Kay, not understanding why Thomas didn't want to join, insisted on his own and began actively advertising his own guild, which was quite popular. Kay proudly said that his guild had attracted a lot of attention, and he had even challenged the reputation of his organization. He reminded the protagonist that he always talked about her when introducing him to the best players and even the guild master. He added that the guild master is so popular that his face is often shown on television. In response, the main character had to laugh, and the brother continued that he himself was ranked 8th in the ranking of the best players in Korea. Thomas, however, asked him what place he occupied in the world rankings, and he proudly replied that he was somewhere in 40th place, to which Thomas, with complete indifference, said that he understood everything. The brother did not understand why he had such a restrained reaction, and repeated that he was ranked 40th in the world and 8th in Korea. To pique the hero's interest, Kay also mentioned Luna, who was ranked 9th in the world. Thomas, instead of discussing the details at length, immediately asked where exactly his brother was in the overall rankings. Kay, in turn, responded that his brother was asking too many questions, and immediately told him to stop bragging. Meanwhile, Kay continued to tell him that he almost entered the top 100 in Korea. He also added that there was no one in their hunting grounds who did not know of his identity, and his guild was so famous that he earned the nickname Invincible, or even Immortal Tank. At this point, Thomas asked why Kay was bragging about being in the top 500 players in the world, and Kay responded that it was actually an impressive achievement, considering there were over 100 million people playing the game at the moment. He continued to boast, saying that if he gained 2 more levels, he would definitely enter the top 200. However, Thomas could not believe that his brother had reached such high levels and thought that he was perhaps a little lower in the rankings, but Kay, noticing this, immediately asked if Thomas was surprised by his level. He continued to tell him that now, before they went hunting, they should eat a little, and then he would show him the capital and take him to the academy. At this time, in the guild building, the guildmaster and the best players were discussing some important issues. Guildmaster Harvey, noticing the boring atmosphere, expressed dissatisfaction that the conversation was not bringing any benefit. Sasuke, who was with them, confirmed this opinion. Then the guildmaster, clearly interested in something, asked to speak with Sasuke personally, and asked if there was anyone nearby. Sasuke then used his special vision skill to scan the building. It enveloped the entire building, and Sasuke could see who was next to the office. After looking around and making sure there was no one around, he reported this to Harvey. Master Harvey, while praising Sasuke, noted that there was no one in Midrose who could match his scanning skills. With this admission, Harvey obviously expected Sasuke to notice something unusual and immediately asked him about it. Sasuke, without hesitation, replied that the protagonist had managed to change almost everything that was possible, while the weapons and other items were completely consistent with those in the photograph. Harvey, interested in this information, immediately clarified whether it was really him. Sasuke then confirmed that the probability of this was extremely high, adding that the protagonist was at level 25, but was unable to see anything else. The master, not hiding his disappointment, also asked about the boy's achievements. But here too, Sasuke was powerless. But Harvey seemed to be prepared for such an outcome and did not look surprised. He spoke with obvious disappointment, mentioning that those 2 creatures had probably hidden all the information he needed, or perhaps were trying to lure him over to their side. He believed that they had hoped that by getting closer to Thomas, they would be able to win the trust of his relative Kay. Apparently, they took the hero into their home to get along with Kay and learn more about their guild. Sasuke, however, stated that he was unaware of these intentions, but Harvey did not pay much attention to his words, as he was furious that he could not figure out their plan. Sasuke then mentioned that he was able to see the hero's title, and this certainly caught Harvey's attention. He explained that Thomas used the title of No Fear. To this, Harvey curiously asked what exactly this title did, and Sasuke replied that it greatly increased the owner's attack power, and to obtain such a title, one had to defeat a monster that was 20 levels higher than the player. Harvey, thinking, noted that it seemed like these gypsies really appreciated the protagonist. especially if they had given in to him in the last attack. He suggested that perhaps Thomas was the Korean player the two girls were trying to recruit, and they could be sure it was him. There was no doubt that players like Scarlet and Luna had gotten close to him at some point and were now watching his back, even though they were never seen together. Harvey then suggested that Sasuke think logically, paying attention to the facts. The chain of logic began with the fact that when Thomas left Candle Castle a few days ago, he was on level 12. Back then he wasn't going hunting, but was heading to the capital, and now his level was 25. In addition, he had special items that turned out to be dropped by the field boss. However, according to Harvey, this would not have been possible without the help of these two girls. Sasuke, in turn, said that the boy could have defeated the monster himself, but Harvey immediately brought him back to reality by asking how a level 12 player could have been infected with Aso's agony on his own. Harvey paused and added that if the girls had indeed given the agony of Aso to the protagonist, that meant he was probably with them. This, in turn, implied that the girls had recently been near the southern gate. The master then immediately gave Sasuke orders to increase the Ram sisters' rewards and informed him that Kei should look after Thomas. Harvey also warned Sasuke not to trust Kei and to constantly check the hero's location. He reminded the boy that he should use items that hide his location in his friend's information so that Thomas could not find out where they were. After that, Harvey and his master left, at which point Harvey, smiling to himself, asked Sasuke a strange question about what he looked like. Then the guy, a little surprised, replied that the expression on his face seemed strange. However, Harvey responded by cursing, saying that Sasuke needed to use nice language. He added that they needed to hurry, after which he hugged his subordinate. Meanwhile, Kei was surprised to see that the hero had a card with 5 gold coins. Thomas, in turn, looked around the area and soon found a gun shop and a haberdashery. However, Kei, noticing his interest, asked how long he would continue studying the map. Thomas replied that it was important for a sniper to thoroughly study the entire area. Then his brother said that it was time for them to go, and added that he was going to show the protagonist the academy. Then Thomas, unable to contain his curiosity, finally asked if his brother had thought about the very task he had mentioned earlier. Kei, a little confused, asked if Thomas was referring to the Sacred Grill quest. He explained that after he reached level 100, he completed all the possible quests in the beginner village. However, Kei seemed to have never heard of that particular quest, much less completed it. Thomas was a little surprised that his brother had returned to the village despite already reaching level 100. And he noticed with a hint of confusion that the lunchbox hadn't even been sold. Kei, shrugging his shoulders, added that perhaps no one had ever carried out this task, and if someone had carried it out, they kept the information about it a secret. Thomas, continuing to think, noticed that he could not find the second branch of the eatery in the capital. He assumed that either it had never opened, or those who completed the task did not reveal its location. For the hero, the idea of returning to Candle Castle didn't make much sense, since there were many other quests in the capital that could help him restore his level of intimacy with the NPC. Although it seemed logical at first glance, he realized that if he had completed the task, perhaps the second branch of the Sacred Grill would have opened in the capital, which could have affected the city's map. Then Kei guessed that no one had ever done this quest before. He was already at level 198. If he had eaten that lunchbox, his level would already be 202. Even if he hunted for a whole week in real time, he would not have risen more than 2 levels. Kei then added that leveling up is no joke, and if it's that hard for him, then imagining himself among the top players is already a challenge. Time is money, as they say, and Kei was able to save almost 100 days in Midros, which of course meant a lot. Then Kei, apparently having made an important decision, asked if Thomas wanted to sell that very lunchbox. Thomas, taken aback by such a question, was unable to react immediately. Kei explained that it would be stupid to eat the lunchbox and only gain 4 levels, since Thomas would not be able to carry it around for long. If this item were sold, it could fetch a decent amount of money, much more than Thomas could have imagined. Kei's words were weighty. He correctly pointed out that if Thomas sold the box, it would allow him to earn money for treatment and daily expenses, which could help his mother. Kei also added that once Thomas meets the guildmaster, he will definitely meet the best players from Korea. Thomas thought for a moment, but then, without hesitation, agreed to the proposal. Kei said it was the right decision, however. Thomas added that he agreed, but only after thinking it over carefully. This apparently did not please his brother Kei. Barely containing his emotions, became angry, and asked if Thomas was going to sell the lunchbox at all. Then Thomas, with a serious expression on his face, began to explain that a real sniper should not just pull the trigger as soon as he sees the target. He also added that information about the boxing is classified. Kay noted that as a student of the Faculty of Business Administration, he perfectly understands the logic of such things. Before they could continue their conversation, two men approached them. They were representatives of the Holy Knights squad, and, surprising everyone, they saluted the main character. Kay, not believing his eyes, froze in place. He exclaimed, shouting at his brother, asking what had happened, that the knights had come looking for him. Thomas, calm as always, replied that he had done nothing. He explained that the knights were tasked with finding particularly dangerous thieves and checking for threats to the kingdom, and their visit was quite standard. Thomas, noticing his brother's bewilderment, suggested that his brother introduce himself in order to dispel all doubts. One of the knights, coming closer, introduced himself as Sir Wunderkind Guard. Then his partner, laughing amiably, put his arm around the man's shoulder. After that, he introduced himself as Sir Digger. The knights continued to laugh, discussing the error in Sir Wunderkind's presentation. Then the hero, interrupting their laughter, decisively asked the knights what they were doing here. The knights replied that there does not always have to be a specific reason for a visit. They were just passing by and decided to say hello. Then Thomas, seeing that his brother still could not come to his senses, said that he had already released the bear cub into the southern forest. The knights nodded and expressed understanding, saying that without this the boy would not have been able to reach the capital, and they thanked the hero for his cooperation. The knights then mentioned that one of their companions was from the Bielko Guild. Kay was stunned. He confirmed that he was Master Kay. The knights in turn stated that they were well aware of Kay's fighting skills, especially on the western borders. One of the knights shook Kay's hand and thanked him on behalf of the Bielko Kingdom. Kay, somewhat surprised, did not expect such recognition, although he tried to gain experience in that place. After a short conversation, the knights said goodbye and seemed to be about to leave, but Thomas, still not believing what was happening, asked them if they really just came to say hello. The knight hinted that it was only a greeting, but with a hint of mystery, as if there was something more behind it. As the men left, Kay, sensing something was wrong, noted that this was the first time the knights had initiated a conversation with someone, rather than the other way around. Thomas, impressed, thought about his brother's words, but Kay, shaking him by the shoulder, finally realized that the knights had come not on business related to him, but specifically with Thomas. He asked how Thomas knew these knights, since this was his first meeting with them. Then Thomas, laughing a little, explained that they came to ask about the bear. Kay, completely stunned, screamed, asking what bear he was talking about. Then Thomas calmly replied that if they had met this bear, everything would have become clear. Otherwise, it would have been strange if the knights had recognized not him, with 150 reputation points, but the hero. Thomas then wondered why, when he was at level 198, he only had 150 reputation points, even though he had already reached level 80. Kay, shaking him again, asked how Thomas had acquired such a high reputation. Then the hero, losing count of his thoughts, admitted that he simply carried out tasks, and that was enough. Kay, with a serious expression, explained that all reputation quests only become available from level 200, so even he himself could not complete them at his level. Kay was stunned when he heard this. It was either impossible or completely unbelievable to gain reputation so quickly. The guy didn't hide his surprise and said that he couldn't wait to see what Thomas would do next. Then Thomas, with a slight smile, reminded him that his main goal was to make money. Kay, thinking that this might be a good idea, pointed out that if Thomas wanted to earn more, he would need to improve his classroom skills. Continuing on their way, they found themselves in front of the Musketeer Academy, which looked abandoned. Then Kay, with some strange mood, added that one of the luxurious castles they passed by was the Temple of Arlo, or, in fact, his academy. Thomas asked if this was a form of class discrimination. Kay replied that it was not, as the Templars, Paladins, Sisters, and monks were simply studying in these places. The hero was somewhat confused, and apparently still did not understand the whole essence of what was happening. Kay, noticing this, immediately pulled out 2 gold coins and handed them to his brother. He said that this money would help solve any urgent issues, and also advised the protagonist to sell his clothes as soon as he leveled up. Left alone, Thomas entered the Musketeer Academy building. It was empty inside and dust was in the air. Thomas, not feeling particularly comfortable, was surprised to notice that the building resembled a haunted house. He couldn't understand why the developers of the game Midrose couldn't make something more decent for this academy. Suddenly, someone pointed a rifle at the hero's head and ordered him not to move or speak. Thomas instantly realized that this man was not joking. His disguise was perfect, and Thomas did not even sense his presence. The man ordered him to move his mouth, but not to move any other part of his body, Otherwise, his head would fly off. The man then asked sharply who the main character was. Thomas introduced himself, and the man asked with interest who had sent him here. Thomas explained that no one had sent him, but he had received an invitation to the Musketeer Academy. Hearing this, the man's eyes lit up. He ordered the protagonist to take exactly 3 steps forward, threatening that if he did more or less, he would hit him right in the head. Thomas knew that this was a standard musketeer method for dominating the enemy. At that moment, Thomas realized that he was clearly not the first one to find himself in this situation. The man then demanded that the boy put the invitation on the floor. The hero, with an unperturbed expression, said that he would also put the musket. The man was clearly a little annoyed, but ordered the protagonist to take 3 more steps back. Thomas, with a slight ironic grin, asked if his head would fly off if he took just 2 steps. The man, noticing the impudence in the hero's answer, asked curiously if he was a local, and Thomas, without hiding the truth, confirmed this. The man sighed and quickly listed the hero's accomplishments, including his honorary membership in Candle Castle's Public Order Squad and his experience in hitting targets at a range of 100 meters. Thomas then realized that the man, being an NPC, could instantly track his progress, and soon the man nodded and told the protagonist to follow him. Once inside the building, Thomas noticed that it was completely empty, like a school, but without any staff. The man growled at the protagonist, telling him not to act like a child, but still ordered him to sit down. Thomas, feeling a familiar sensation, immediately realized that he was in a situation similar to his army days. Thomas, deciding that it would be easier for him to imagine himself serving in the army because it created a familiar and controlled atmosphere, became lost in his thoughts. At this time, the man sitting opposite respectfully accepted the letter written by Ziet. The letter was full of praise, with Ziet describing the hero as a hardworking man, who always strived to work for the good of Candle Castle, and as someone who could become a noble knight who supported the kingdom. The man seemed to be truly impressed upon hearing these words, and happily reported that this was the first time he had received such a letter of recommendation. However, a moment later his mood changed. The man crumpled the letter and threw it on the floor, declaring that everything written there was complete nonsense, and that there was not a grain of truth in it. The man, having collected his thoughts, folded his hands under his chin and calmly added that for a musketeer the main thing is not love for his work, but talent. He explained that the efforts of a musketeer were only required when it was necessary to fill the ramrod with gunpowder. Thomas, not expecting such a direct and sharp turn, only nodded, understanding what he meant. Then the man continued, noting that all these games did not require much effort, and Thomas was confident in himself only because he hit the target from 100 meters. But Thomas, restraining himself, replied that this was not quite the case. The man shouted loudly that if Thomas understood, then further interaction would be easier. He then ordered the protagonist to stand up, saying that they were going to light a fire. The thought flashed through the hero's mind that the man probably wanted to use an explosive device, and all of this was supposed to be preparation for some kind of test. With a worried and slightly embarrassed expression, he wondered if reaching level 10 would be enough to enter the academy, and why they were even going to test him. Immediately after this, Thomas received a new assignment. Its description mentioned an exam involving Bezbroov, and it was said that if he failed the test, he would not be accepted into the academy. Bezbrowovi, apparently noticing the anxiety in the hero's voice, asked if he was scared. Thomas, holding back his emotions, assured him that everything was fine, but on the contrary, he was looking forward to the upcoming test. He understood that entering the professional training center was an important step that needed to be taken several times before reaching level 200. Bezbrowovi did not mention any conditions, and Thomas realized that if he failed, he would simply not be accepted into the academy. Thomas then thought about the nature of a musketeer, and came to the conclusion that their job was similar to that of a sniper, a type of task he was familiar with. Musketeers are not just soldiers with muskets. Their reckless actions could lead to catastrophic consequences for both themselves and their allies. He knew that the correct answer to this test was no, because to take 2 steps forward, you must first take 2 steps back. This would be the right path for every shooter, and Bezbrovi most likely tested exactly this. However, Thomas, as always, having decided to act in his own way, was not going to choose such an answer. He did not want to lose. Bezbrowovi laughed when he saw the strange expression on the hero's face, and added that he seemed to be deep in thought. He then showed the protagonist the training field and explained that the place would be closed to him if he failed. The main structure of the field was specifically designed for shooting at a distance of about 40 meters, the standard distance for musketeers using the combat power system. Bezbrowovi then asked the hero to choose a through fire or a rapid fire, He said that Thomas could choose what he liked best, but warned that if he failed, he would be immediately kicked out. Thomas was well aware of the concept of rapid fire, although he had never heard of such a thing as through fire. However, he was confident in himself and said that he would shoot at the target as it was his best choice, and he preferred to act on what he was confident in. Bezbrowovi, having heard the hero's decision, was surprised, although it rather interested him. Then Thomas, unable to contain his curiosity, asked how many people had already attempted the test, wondering if anyone else had tried it besides the two of them. Bezbrowovi replied that many people tried, but only 2 people were able to pass the test. Thomas, still puzzled, thought that with so many people, the likelihood of only 2 passing the test seemed unlikely. He asked another question about how many people actually attempted the exam. Then Bezbrowovi replied that he did not need to know how many people had failed, and added that in the worst case, at least 1,000 people would fail. These words made the hero think, 1,000 people failed, but only 2 passed. Thomas expected that at least 5,000 people tried to pass the exam. It all seemed like some kind of incredible test. After collecting his thoughts, Thomas finally asked himself what the test itself was, trying to figure out if it was simply about hitting a target from 40 meters away. However, Thomas, sensing that something was wrong, asked another question, whether the target was a scarecrow. But the man, not giving him a chance to continue his thoughts, went forward. Thomas, not understanding what was happening, followed him. Thomas soon noticed that they had come much further than he expected. The distance was now more than 50 meters. The hero realized that the man intended to shoot him from 55 meters away, and this came as a real shock to him. Despite this, he understood that even from such a distance, he had a chance to hit the target. Then Brawlus thrust the purple feather into the wall, and Thomas, stunned, realized that this was more than just a target-hitting mission. At that moment, Thomas realized why only 2 people passed the test. He realized that the goal was much more difficult than it might seem at first glance. The guy took a closer look, and the feather that the man had stuck into the wall turned out to be no bigger than an ordinary dot. Meanwhile, Bezbrowovi, not waiting for the hero's reaction, told him to begin. The hero had no other choice, he had to try. He then opened the sync level settings and told the system to increase his sync level to maximum. However, as it turned out, its synchronization level could only be increased to 50%. Now that his senses were much sharper, almost like in real life, but still 50%, he knew he had to rely on his feelings and intuition. Resetting the synchronization could cause harm not only in the game, but also in real life, so he realized the full responsibility that lay on his shoulders. However, Thomas decided to increase the synchronization level to 50%. At that moment, he seemed to be enveloped by some previously unknown energy. He felt his senses becoming sharper, almost like in real life. Now Thomas was ready. He reloaded the gun very quickly, without using the ramrod, which greatly surprised Bezbrowovi. The man nodded approvingly, and although Thomas didn't quite understand what he meant by that, it was clear to him that he seemed to be implying that Thomas was too slow. Then Thomas took aim. The distance to the target was 55 meters, and the target was only 10 centimeters in size, extremely small and almost invisible. Then he took a deep breath and told himself that he would hit the target. All he had to do was imagine that the target was 250 meters away. He concentrated. And at that moment, Bezbrowovi thought that everything was fine with the main character. His aim was level, his breathing was even, and his willpower was at its best. The man wanted this guy to show him what he was really capable of. Thomas focused again, took aim, and feeling his perception increase, he was able to see the target much more clearly. He even began to notice how the target seemed to increase in size as it stood in front of him. He then activated the skill Calm Heart, which helped him focus. He tried to calm down from the inside, and then focus on the outside. After a few seconds of complete concentration, Thomas took aim and pulled the trigger. At the moment the shot rang out, Thomas felt like he was in some kind of strange state. He whispered quietly under his breath, wondering if he had hit the mark. As it turned out, his bullet passed right through the center of the feather. Then Bezbrowovi, seeing the result, said that Thomas really hit the target, and the blow was quite strong. Thomas couldn't understand how he could see so clearly from such a distance, because he didn't even shoot. He looked at Bezbrowovi with bewilderment, and asked if he would check it. But Bezbrowovi, smiling, replied that if Thomas said so, then so it was. He added that he had not seen such interesting footage for a long time. These words made the hero wonder how the master managed to assess his hit so accurately. He completed all the tasks and found himself back in the Hall of Fame, where rewards awaited him: 15 skill points, 20 reputation points, and a double increase in the effect. Thomas thought about it, realizing that he now understood why the reward was hidden. If people knew about it, many would rush to take advantage without thinking about the consequences. At this moment, Bezbrowovi approached the main character and asked why he was standing motionless like a pillar. Then he ordered him to follow him. On the way, Bezbrowovi asked if Thomas was happy with what had happened and poured him a cup of tea. Then Bezbrowovi, continuing the conversation, said that in fact the hero has real talent, and that is why he acted so confidently at the beginning. Thomas admitted that in fact, it was all pure luck. Bezbrowovi responded that luck does not favor those who do not have talent, and added that in order for luck to be on his side, he needs to learn to control his body and emotions well. At this point, Thomas was thinking about what was written on his achievement. It stated that he was one of the 3 most famous musketeers of the Pubial Kingdom, as well as one of the founders of the academy, meaning that his skills were actually at a very high level. Bezbrowovi continued, saying that a person must maintain control over himself. Once this control is achieved, his thinking will become flexible, and agility and strength will improve significantly. He also noted that the main character is not a pushover, and smiling, added that the main character should think about his future. Then Bezbrowovi said that if Thomas had come at least a year earlier, he could have prepared him as one of the 3 musketeers of the new generation. These words surprised the protagonist, and he immediately asked who these 3 musketeers were. The man explained that the protagonist still had a lot to learn before he could become one of them. He hinted that at his current level, the protagonist doesn't need to teach him how much gunpowder to put in the barrel, or how many times to use a ramrod. Then Bezbrowovi threw a large blue bag, filled to the brim, onto the table. Thomas, opening the bag, realized that inside were bullets with gunpowder, each worth 10 silver coins. The main character was stunned to see so many of them. 200 charges of black powder and 200 bullets. Bezbrowovi, meanwhile, hinted that basic training makes absolutely no sense for someone who wants to become a real master. Thomas realized that this was a reward for successfully completing basic training and accepted it with gratitude. Bezbrowovi, however, told him to hold back his gratitude, as the work was not finished. And then, unexpectedly, the man said that they were starting a spider hunt. Thomas immediately received a new task. He thought that there would probably be some kind of ceremony or celebration to mark the completion of his training. This was an academy after all. But things didn't turn out quite as he expected. However, there was a problem. The red spiders could only be killed at level 15, and Thomas was already at level 25, which significantly reduced the potential reward. He didn't want to waste time on this, and turning to Bezbrowovi, he asked if bats still lived in that forest, and the man confirmed his guess. Then Thomas, using his negotiating skills, asked if it was possible to kill the spiders and bats at the same time, to which Bezbrowovi, with some severity in his voice, asked whether Thomas was really suffering so much because he had shown a little leniency. Thomas, a little surprised but not at a loss, replied that this was not at all the case. He explained that he was not so young as to confuse knowledge with certainty. Then, after a short silence, he added that if the director ordered it, he would be ready to complete the task in just 1 day. Then Bezbrowovi thought for a moment and then agreed. Thomas felt his ability to get on the right wave worked, and of course, he could not miss such an opportunity. With a feeling of satisfaction, he said that he wanted to ask something. He was curious if the task was successful, whether Bezbrowovi would teach him his own skill. This question seemed to light something strange in the master's eyes, and Thomas immediately realized that he would now have to wait a little. He realized that whoever spoke first might be at a disadvantage. Finally, Bezbrowovi said that he would agree, but only if Thomas fulfilled a new condition. The content of the task changed. Now he had to bring spider legs and bat claws. The task had to be completed within 12 hours. Thomas was a little taken aback by such a short period of time. Then he turned to Bezbrowovi and said that he would leave immediately. High risk, as he understood, meant high reward. Bezbrowovi, watching Thomas, admitted that he was quite interesting. This only spurred the hero on. He was ready for the test, and without wasting time, he ran. A plan was running through his mind. He needed about 2 to 3 hours to get to the hunting area. Taking into account the time for the return journey, he had only 6 hours left for the hunt itself, and this is considering that it was necessary not only to kill 30 creatures, but also to collect items from them. What motivated him even more was that Bezbrowovi had such high hopes for one of the 3 musketeers of the new generation. This made the hero strive for success. At first he decided to run to the western gate, not having time to gather a team. As he raced, he met many other players who were also forming teams to hunt spiders and bats. Then Thomas stopped, noticing a large crowd heading towards the Orc Village or Peak Lookout. He had heard the name somewhere. Remembering the Ram sisters, he realized that they had once been here. Lookout Peak was not marked on the map, but it appeared to be located outside the Sentinel Mountains, on the westernmost border of the kingdom. Thomas then realized that it would be difficult for Scarlet to go there alone, especially considering that they were on the same level, so her sister, Luna, helped her. Deciding not to waste time, Thomas shouted to his sisters to wait and promised that he would catch up with them. It took him only 45 minutes to reach his destination. His running skills were truly impressive. Thinking about time, Thomas realized that if the return journey took the same amount of time, he would only have 10 hours left for the hunt itself. However, on the way, Thomas noticed something strange. Many players were actively preparing for a similar quest in the dark forest. They discussed how the spiders were very sensitive, making it difficult for archers to shoot as the spiders would spot them immediately. And for a solo player, it was even more difficult as the monsters in this forest would often gather in groups and start attacking at the same time. Thomas could hardly believe it, but without wasting any time, he walked past these players and decided to move into the forest alone, relying on his own strength. As Thomas continued on his way alone, several players couldn't help but comment. They warned him that hunting at night was very dangerous, and suggested that he wait until the morning to join them. But Thomas, with confidence in his voice, replied that the morning would be too late for him. His decision surprised everyone around him, and it did not go unnoticed. Soon bets began on whether he would return before sunrise, some saying he would return in 2 hours, while others bet on his death. Some even claimed that they would definitely find his body, while others were sure that his body would simply disappear. Then Thomas, after listening to all these conversations, realized that people were putting their lives on the line for another person, and without hiding their dissatisfaction, he called them idiots, making it clear that he could hear their conversations. However, despite all these bets and discussions, he was absolutely adamant. He focused on his preparations, reloading his musket just in case. It wasn't easy. It took him 63 seconds despite loading the gun with his eyes closed. But as Thomas trained, he improved his skills, and soon he could do it in a minute, maybe even faster. With good lighting, he knew he could reduce the reload time to at least 50 seconds. Soon, Thomas lit a torch, and immediately noticed that the dark forest was full of terrible monsters. Huge spiders with lots of eyes and sharp fangs appeared before him. The hero raised his torch up and realized that there were a lot of monsters around him. Then he shot at 2 spiders. After that, their corpses fell onto the cold ground. Then the guy, without wasting time, began to reload his weapon, knowing that other monsters were about to arrive. His shots were accurate and soon another spider was destroyed. At this point, the reload time was reduced to 52 seconds. It was clear progress, and Thomas was pleased to see how quickly his skills had improved. He felt his skills becoming more and more effective, and the reality of the hunt becoming more vivid and intense. Thomas quickly realized that with his skill level and weapon, he could kill spiders with 1 shot. He had 215 skill points, which was equivalent to a level 50 player. Now he understood how leveling up affected his strength and perception. However, despite this, Thomas noticed that the monsters did not drop items. This meant that luck had turned against him, and the likelihood of finding useful items was significantly reduced. Thomas continued to move forward, knowing that he only had 10.5 hours left to complete the task. At this time, the group of players who had placed bets finally realized that more than 2 hours had already passed. Some of them began to doubt that Thomas would return alive, and the questions began to multiply. They decided that they would not fight the monsters, but would still rush to check if Thomas was alive. In case they found his corpse, they could claim a reward. At the same time, 2 boys decided to join the archer standing nearby. He chuckled and thought that if Thomas went into the forest alone, it meant he had spent a lot of money on the game. If Thomas dies, he might be able to take his valuables. The man was confident of his luck, especially when he was followed by 2 idiots who could serve as a human shield. While trying to survey the area, the man suggested using fire magic to light the way. To do this, he used a skill called Fire Arrow. He launched several fire arrows, but there were no spiders or bats in front of them. However, even in bright light, none of the 3 players saw anything. It was strange, but there were no monsters in this forest. Even stranger for the fair-haired man was the lack of traces of the hero. He tried to understand where he died and why no objects were visible. The equipment Thomas used cost a lot of money, about 1 gold coin. Then the man, thinking about what to do next, suggested that the group move deeper into the forest in search of the items they were missing. One of the boys, following him, suddenly noticed something strange and suggested taking a look. They soon came across an acid-green swamp that immediately caught their attention. The boys couldn't understand where the swamp could have come from, especially in such a gloomy, lightless forest. It didn't fit into the overall picture, and they could only guess whether it had been there from the very beginning or had appeared quite recently. However, upon closer inspection, They noticed that the substance in the swamp was unusually viscous. The man, noticing this, realized that in front of him was not a swamp, but something much more creepy: the remains of bats and spiders. Then the boys, recoiling, tried to drive away thoughts of what their stomachs might be feeling now, and one of them noted with alarm that he had a premonition of trouble. Suddenly they heard sounds like rustling, as if something was moving in the darkness. From the depths of the forest, red eyes began to appear, sparkling with the thirst for murder, and illuminated everything around. The monsters began to revive, and it was a mass rebirth, which meant only one thing. Thomas seemed to have killed a huge number of creatures at once. Meanwhile, Bezbrowovi was calmly drinking tea, unaware of what was happening in the dark forest, when suddenly someone burst into the room. Bezbrowovi, putting a musket to the main character's head, ordered him to behave quietly, holding his breath, otherwise inevitable death awaited him. Then Thomas, looking at the situation, could not help but ask whether Bezbrowovi had taken up his old business again. At first, Bezbrowovi didn't understand what was happening, but then, when Thomas threw the package right on the floor, he realized that this was what he asked for. Red spider legs and vampire bat teeth were all there, and it looked like Thomas had managed to collect more than enough of them. Then Bezbrowovi, despite his strictness, admitted that the tasks were completed on time, and Thomas did not let him down. Thomas, still dissatisfied with the amount of praise, decided to ask whether Bezbrowovi considered this praise sincere. The man thought to himself that he needed to kill over 500 monsters to complete the task, while Thomas understood that even if he reduced the reload time, it still wouldn't be enough. Even if he spent the whole night hunting, he would not have time to collect the required number of items. He doubted that anyone, even someone as experienced as Thomas, could kill 500 monsters in one night. Then Bezbrowovi said that such work could only be praised. Suddenly Thomas received a message that he had exceeded the conditions and was rewarded for it. He received 1 silver coin and a new skill, a refined hand movement technique. This skill allowed him to significantly speed up the reloading of his weapon. Now it took only 30 seconds, but lasted for 5 minutes. After this, Thomas again turned to Bezbrowovi, asking what he should do next. In response, Bezbrowovi, still puzzled, asked how Thomas was able to complete the task. He again wondered if it was really possible for someone to bring so many items in such a short time. He even started asking if Thomas had bought all these items. Then Thomas, smiling a little, realized that Bezbrowovi meant his methods, and replied that he simply combined all his techniques. Thinking back to the hunting moment, Thomas realized that his original technique was not as effective as he thought. He knew that at this rate he wouldn't have enough time to practice enough. He realized that he needed to change something, because killing monsters one after another would not give him time for more important training and improvements. The hero had 3 different skills, each of which allowed him to kill 1 monster with 1 shot. However, despite this, it was almost impossible to destroy several enemies at once. He considered lining them up to try and take out multiple monsters with 1 shot, but the bullet, alas, didn't have enough power to penetrate multiple targets at once. In addition, another thing bothered him greatly. After he killed only 4 monsters, he only received 1 item. Thomas began to think that if he had an area attack skill, this kind of problem would be solved much easier. He couldn't say that there were no ways to solve this problem, but the possibilities were clearly insufficient. The clearing he found himself in was crisscrossed by several roads, and was essentially the best place to conduct an area attack he had ever seen. At times like these, he even felt a little envious of other classes, especially mages, who had the ability to attack multiple enemies at once. The Musketeers, on the other hand, had no area attack skills, at least not at his level. However, he suddenly remembered one thing that could help him. The gunpowder smoke he used on the Golden Eagle mission was not classified as a skill, but at that moment it proved to be quite effective in scaring off the wolves. This suggested that perhaps it could be used again. He soon completed his preparations. Having made sure that there were no other players nearby, I decided to implement my plan. At first he began to pursue a lone spider, but soon realized that it could act as bait. When the monster appeared on the horizon, Thomas immediately rushed towards it. The spider met him with a loud growl and prepared to attack back. However, the main character was faster and easily rushed through the spider. Then he turned sharply and held his weapon in front of him. He stabbed the spider with the bayonet of his musket and made it scream, hoping the sound would attract other monsters. Thomas continued to make the creature scream, trying to make its screams as loud and desperate as possible. Soon this began to bear fruit. Monsters from all sides began to wake up, hissing and crawling in his direction. To further their pursuit, Thomas spilled some spider blood. He knew that this would most likely increase the aggression of the monsters, making them more persistent. All that was left for him now was to get them to the right place, and although the plan worked, Thomas knew that the number of monsters could become a real problem. If they catch up with him, he won't survive. He ran as fast as he could, hoping to get to a safe distance where he could launch a counterattack. Determined to keep the monsters from getting any closer, the hero activated his runner's euphoria skill, allowing him to reach a higher speed. The end of this dangerous mission was finally approaching. Then, having calmed down a bit, he used his Calm Heart skill to improve his accuracy and aim. After that, he aimed at the right place. Without thinking twice, the hero shot at a small stone that stood on a stump. The moment Thomas fired, sparks of fire burst forth, and the entire surrounding area caught fire. A powerful blast wave threw back all the monsters that had gathered nearby, trying to catch up with the main character. Even nearby trees were engulfed in flames. Thomas expected an explosion, but what happened exceeded his expectations. The explosion was much more powerful than he could have imagined. The effect was similar to the explosion of a claymore mine, which used kinetic energy to blow enemies to pieces, scattering iron balls about 3 millimeters in diameter. However, this time Thomas was 8 meters from the epicenter, and despite this, he suffered only minimally. Everything happened so quickly that he hardly felt the effects of the explosion. The plan worked. The monsters were destroyed, and Thomas felt relieved. Bezbrowovi, having learned about what Thomas had done, was stunned. He found it difficult to believe that he was able to create a real bomb, and even expressed doubt that it was possible. He admitted that what Thomas had created did indeed resemble a claymore bomb. Despite the rush and lack of time during assembly, the bomb design turned out to be quite effective. The thing is that there were more than 100 iron balls that the hero carried with him to drive the monsters into one place and destroy them. When the man heard about this, he was pleased. He said it sounded quite interesting. However, although he was impressed, he began to doubt whether such tactics could be considered acceptable for a musketeer. He reminded the protagonist that the purpose of his training was to improve the skills of a musketeer, and not to create non-standard methods. Thomas, in turn, admitted this, but added that with so many monsters he had to act differently, otherwise he would not have coped. Bezbrowovi, despite all his doubts, agreed with Thomas and advised him not to be arrogant. Thomas, realizing that the question was closed, did not raise the topic again, but a moment later Bezbrowovi stood up and asked a new question. He asked the hero's opinion about the role of a real musketeer. Thomas, puzzled, asked what exactly he meant, and Browless, smiling slightly, explained that he wanted Thomas to imagine a large-scale invasion that took place 20 years ago. Thomas quickly realized that Browless was talking about the war mentioned on the official Midros homepage, the same war in which demons clashed with the combined forces of humans. Rumors said that both sides had exceptional commanders, and the battle left its mark on history. Regardless of whether it was a war between humans and demons, or a monster invasion, everything depended on the commander's ability to analyze the battlefield. The essence became clear, and in this context the role of the musketeer also did not go unnoticed. The protagonist, always ready to speak out first, immediately gave his version, stating that the main function of a musketeer is, of course, aimed shooting. Then Bezbrowovi, smiling, asked for clarification. This is precisely what prompted the hero to decide to explain that in the human world there is a structured subordination. If the commander died in battle, the deputy immediately assumed his role, which allowed the battle to continue without noticeable pauses. However, as Thomas clarified, the monsters did not have such a system. If their leader was destroyed, those left without a leader would panic and lose their combat effectiveness. Therefore, in the hero's opinion, the most effective strategy in such a case could be a large-scale air attack. Then Bezbrowovi, with a slight grin, noted that this tactic, in fact, became the basis for the creation of the Musketeer Academy. Thomas, a little surprised, asked what exactly he had just said. Bezbrowovi, however, did not develop the topic, saying only that it was just thinking out loud. Soon, Thomas received a message about a new mission. His goal was to destroy the leader of the Kobold tribe, Hijwit Ka. But Bezbrowovi seems to have revised something, changing the description and conditions, and Thomas was shocked. He didn't expect such a change, and more importantly, the failure conditions that were now added to the task made him feel even more anxious. He went back to the original task, trying to figure out what was going on, and asked why the task's difficulty had suddenly increased, and why the director had changed it at his own discretion. Thomas made no attempt to negotiate, believing that the change was unfair. The task of destroying the kobold was too difficult for his level, and now he had 3 options: fail, die, or try to reach level 30 by gathering a team. He struggled to understand how Browless could expect him to defeat a monster that would normally require a team of level 30 players to take down, all by himself. He felt that he did not understand what kind of expectations Bezbrovi had for him. This task seemed almost impossible, and his anxiety grew. But the man, noticing his anxiety, told him not to worry too much. The mission was designed to test the hero's aiming skills. All he had to do was eliminate the leader of the monsters. Despite the risk and difficulty of the task, it was still a test that could test the hero's real abilities. And Thomas, although he knew it would not be an easy walk, agreed with this explanation. Bezbrovi, in turn, did not waste time and ordered them to set off immediately. He emphasized that great hopes were placed on the hero. The protagonist felt some relief, since the task had no time limit. This meant he could wait until his experience bar reached 99% before taking the final shot. However, deep down, Thomas wanted to understand Bezbrovoi's true intentions. The man's cryptic words about how this strategy led to the founding of the Musketeer Academy made him think about the bigger picture. He became curious and decided to ask Kay about it. But despite several attempts, he did not receive an answer. This made him think that if Kay was not answering, then most likely he was somewhere hunting right now. Then Thomas decided to check Kay's location and opened his friends list. He saw that all 4 of his friends were in the narrow gorge of Thievi. It looked like Kay was there with his guild members. Thomas, having made a couple of quick conclusions, realized that if he himself joined the guild, it would make it easier for him to create a team and solve more complex problems. He remembered his girlfriends and also decided to check their location. His surprise was great when he discovered that they were also in that same gorge. Meanwhile, Kay's guild announced in the chat that they had trapped the Ram sisters. The guild leader, in turn, acted decisively. He ordered his subordinates to surround the Ram sisters, hoping that the Night Knights would soon arrive to help. Sasuke, who was part of the squad, was given instructions on the proper retreat route and was assigned to detach 5 men for long-range attacks. Harvey also instructed the doctors to use the enhancement to increase the speed of ranged attacks. He then ordered the troops of his subordinate Tobias to pursue the girls. He knew that there was no room to maneuver in the narrow Thievi Gorge, and that this was the perfect moment to finally corner the Ram sisters. Kay was appointed to lead a squad of tanks and drive them forward. The guild leader estimated that there were about 60 high-level players in their ranks. Even the moon itself will find it difficult to break through such a formation. He hoped that they would be able to win this time, since teleportation was blocked and all escape routes were sealed. Harvey then cast a spell that caused the dimension to close. At that moment, a huge energy arrow shot into the sky. This fact became a signal for Kay that the Ram sisters needed to be captured, and it was at that moment that Luna cast a spell. As it turned out, she was preparing to use Ice Blast. Meanwhile, Kay was running towards the moon when he suddenly noticed a strange glow ahead of him. It seemed like she fired hundreds of enchanted arrows, and several players from the guild fell without having time to defend themselves. Kay, however, did not lose his composure and immediately activated a protective shield. Literally the next moment he realized that one of the most dangerous opponents stood in front of him. He sarcastically remarked that it had been a long time since their last meeting, and now they were meeting again, but in a completely different situation. The girl was indeed standing in front of him. Her hand, with which she had controlled the spell, stretched out forward. The distance between Kay and Scarlet was about 70 meters. Kay then ordered the tanks to keep their distance. He knew that Luna was preparing another volley of ice spears that could kill. He was confident that this blow would be fatal, and so he ordered his crew to take a defensive formation, hoping that they would be able to withstand it. However, Kay couldn't believe that she launched hundreds of ice spears at once. Everything that happened was too fast, and only a powerful explosion was able to destroy all the ice projectiles, shattering them in the air. Kay couldn't determine who exactly had dealt the blow as his squad was still defending themselves from the ice attack, but he knew for sure that it could only have been Scarlet using her firepower. Meanwhile, the girl grabbed Luna and quickly disappeared into the shadows. Kay was furious that a low-level player would dare to attack his party. It disappointed him, especially since he had encountered players before who simply logged out of the game after dying. He then ordered his unit to minimize damage and move forward despite the losses. He knew that despite all their efforts, the Ram sisters would be difficult to defeat, and there would still be many obstacles in their path. With significant losses, but with determination, they managed to corner the Ram sisters. One of the guild members, clearly optimistic, informed the leader that everything was going according to plan. But Kay couldn't help but notice that they were still remaining cautious. The girls were too strong and cunning. Luna, for example, was ranked 9th in the world, and Kay could not predict what she would do next. As they tried to escape, Luna left behind an icy trail that, to everyone's surprise, suddenly began to widen. The girl, apparently realizing the seriousness of the situation, used the ice to block the path, and Kay's squad, having succumbed to this maneuver, was also unable to break through this ice barrier. Kay, shocked by the unexpected situation, angrily slammed his shield against the ice wall and exclaimed that the sisters could not seriously believe that such a barrier would stop them. He ordered his men to break through the ice with their shields before the girls could escape. But the thought was floating around in his head. How could Luna create such a powerful spell, make it so powerful on the move, and create such a strong barrier? Kay, although he was an experienced fighter, still could not understand what it meant to be ranked 9th in the world. On the other hand, as it turned out, his strength was not an empty phrase either. With incredible effort, he managed to break through the ice wall. But what he saw behind her shocked him. The moon itself stood before him. Kay was confused, wondering why she didn't run away and what she was going to do next. At that moment, the girl used the flurry spell. Confused, Kay couldn't understand why his team's health was declining so rapidly. Suddenly he noticed that all the players on his team had bad cuts. Only then did he realize that they were being attacked by fragments of the destroyed ice wall. Luna used the Yongagi technique, which allowed her to chain 2 attacks in a row, making the second one a deadly and damaging one. Kay was in awe of her strength, but as he acknowledged her power, he felt his irritation towards the Ram sisters grow. Meanwhile, Thomas, in limbo, was still unsure of what Kay was doing and why he wasn't responding to his messages. He decided that perhaps he shouldn't worry so much, even though Kay was in the same gorge as the Ram sisters. The world of Midros was vast, and it was entirely possible that their paths had never crossed. However, remembering Kay's reaction to the Ram sisters in the past, Thomas began to suspect that they had met after all. He was concerned about his brother's silence, but hoped that everything was okay. Meanwhile, in the ravine, Kay and his guild have finally cornered the Ram sisters. The guild master stated that it was time for a talk. He suggested resolving the situation peacefully through dialogue, and asked why the Ram sisters continued to run away from them. But Luna, as always, was adamant, replying that there was nothing to discuss. However, the guildmaster insisted, stating that there was still a conversation to be had, especially regarding their donations to Dale Castle. Scarlet then asked with obvious disappointment why he was so interested in her personal investments. Harvey explained that they had just started working on Castle Dale and asked if they knew that the Biolcho Guild was also involved in the project. He then asked why the Ram sisters had suddenly abandoned all the popular cities in favor of a small citadel. At which point Scarlet, unable to contain herself, irritably asked if she needed permission from him to manage her own money. The guildmaster warned her in a cold tone to be careful with her choice of words. He explained that due to their actions, many people had gathered, and each of them contributed to the development of the castle. But despite his stubbornness, he was not alone in this matter. Harvey recognized that in these circumstances their actions may be useless, because the winner takes all. He began to warn the Ram sisters that if they continued their course of action, they would soon have nowhere to go. Then the girl confidently stated that if he wanted, he could simply invest more money and solve the problem. But the guildmaster, listening to him, replied that everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. He explained that in order to resolve the issue, not only money was needed, but also negotiations and mutual understanding between both parties. The guildmaster also emphasized that they were using the money earned in real life correctly, and not the money accumulated in Midros. He added that Scarlet and Luna were descendants of the owners of the famous Ramron company in real life, which is why they could afford such large expenses. Then, after a brief silence, Scarlet asked the guildmaster point blank if he had ever seen a company that wasted money. In response, Harvey promised that the conversation would not drag on, and briefly replied that he would simply pay them for the rights to Dale Castle. At this point, Scarlet couldn't help but ask what would happen if they refused, suggesting that Harvey would try to kill them. In response, the guildmaster chuckled slightly and noted that he doubted that simply killing would be enough, since in Midros, the consequences of death could be much more cruel than simply losing a life. Scarlet, hearing this, could not contain her rage and accused him of stupidity, saying that further negotiations were pointless. Soon she gave the command to Luna to prepare for attack. Luna, as always, understood her intentions accurately and immediately began to prepare a spell. The guildmaster, realizing that Scarlet was preparing a powerful spell, panicked and hid behind his guild's tanks, trying to protect himself. Meanwhile, Luna announced that 10 people who stood in their path of retreat had been destroyed. Harvey couldn't believe his ears when he heard this. He saw Luna standing right in front of them the whole time, and couldn't imagine how that was possible. However, Luna then added that there were only 44 people left on the front line. That was all that was left of them. Scarlet, surprised and a little disappointed by the numbers, commented that their forces were much smaller than she expected, expressing her disappointment in the Koreans. These words made Harvey very angry. The girl then cast a powerful fire spell, promising that they had greatly underestimated her power. She then launched a fiery arrow into the sky, displaying a power that grew more impressive with each passing day. But despite this powerful demonstrative gesture, the guildmaster remained confused. He began to wonder if this was her way of signaling for help, but quickly reassured himself by remembering that teleportation was blocked, meaning no one would be able to come to her aid. He was still confident in his own abilities, believing that Sasuke's group, located along their retreat route, would be able to deal with this threat. He considered Scarlet's actions to be an empty bluff, an attempt to intimidate them, but nothing more. Then, with the air of a smug leader, he remarked that if the Ram sisters had simply given in and accepted his offer, the situation would have been much simpler. But because of their stubbornness, everything had only become more complicated. In a mocking tone, he stated that now, apparently, all that was left for them to do was to experience shame and disgrace, which, in his opinion, were much worse than death. He then gave the command to his squad to prepare the spell. Suddenly, the order to stop was given, and the guildmaster did not immediately understand what was happening. A powerful, completely unknown force intervened, which unexpectedly stopped all the knights in their tracks. They all found themselves in critical condition, apparently under the control of this mysterious force. Harvey was completely confused, and not understanding what was happening, asked what the healers were doing. However, he was still sure that Scarlet could not be responsible for this. And then, one of the warriors who was nearby attracted the guildmaster's attention by pointing to the mountain. There he noticed a large crowd of people. At first, Harvey couldn't identify them, but upon closer inspection, his eyes fell on the Golden Dragon banner. Chaos filled his head. The Golden Dragon Guild arrived. At this point, Harvey was trying to comprehend what was going on, since the Ram sisters had been fighting the Golden Dragon Guild the entire time. He didn't understand why they had appeared now. He couldn't help but wonder if there was some kind of alliance between them. The Golden Dragon Guild was one of the most powerful in Asia, a clan known not only for its strength in numbers, but also for its high level of professionalism. With over 200, perhaps even 300, players gathered on the battlefield, the situation became even more dangerous. And for a moment he felt a sense of dread, realizing that this wasn't just an attack, but a complete encirclement. Then, a guy came down from the mountain and introduced himself with obvious pleasure as Mr. Polo, the martial arts master of the Golden Dragon Guild. He was ranked 4th in the world, 2nd in Asia, and the best player in China. The guildmaster was shocked. His mind couldn't immediately understand what was happening and why the Golden Dragon Guild was drawn into this conflict. It was completely unpredictable. It became obvious to him that the fire arrows they had seen were not just a display of power, but a signal for help, and the Golden Dragon Guild had responded to this signal. The guildmaster suggested that Scarlet had probably paid them for their help by providing them with power. However, upon reflection, he came to the conclusion that the Golden Dragon Guild were not acting as mercenaries, but as true allies, which meant something much more serious. He realized that if he could not achieve complete victory, he would at least try to take at least part of it. At this point, he began to insist that the Byolko Guild had no relation to the Golden Dragon clan, trying to distance himself from them to avoid further accusations. Then Polo, after listening to him, calmly replied that although his clan had no dealings with the Byolko Guild, they would not allow anyone to harm the Ram sisters. This statement immediately made Harvey realize that they were in a complete trap, and he demanded an explanation about the nature of the relationship between the Ram sisters and the Golden Dragon Guild. However, Scarlet dismissed his question, saying that he didn't need to know the details. Instead, she laid out her conditions. Firstly, they had to leave the place immediately. Secondly, they had to end all disagreements regarding Dale Castle. Scarlet also stated that if they agreed to these two conditions, then she would accept any future conflicts, be it battles or open wars between guilds. But if the Byolko Guild once again adopts the tactics of persecution and blackmail, there will be no mercy. This statement made the guildmaster furious. He felt that the sisters were looking down on them just because they had the support of the Golden Dragon Guild. He realized that a fight of wills would not be in their favor, but he continued to look for ways to save face in this conflict. Then Polo, watching the situation unfold, noticed that Harvey was thinking too much about what was happening. He doubted whether the guildmaster really intended to challenge their clan. Polo warned him that if that were the case, they would direct all their efforts towards the complete destruction of the Byolcho Guild. Scarlet then assured him that they had no reason to worry, as the only requirement from the Byolko Guild was to fulfill their promises. Meanwhile, quiet conversations broke out among the guild warriors, expressing concerns about the war with the Golden Dragon clan. doubting whether they would be able to deal with such a powerful elite. Then Harvey finally admitted that the Ram sisters were serious opponents. At this point, Polo turned to the guildmaster, asking him to make the final decision. Just when the guildmaster was about to reply, a sharp cry came from the mountain where the Golden Dragon clan stood. Something had happened, and everyone noticed that Polo, standing next to his sisters, was prepared for what was about to happen. Nobody understood what was happening. Everything on the mountain was shrouded in a bright red light. If all these people died, the light would change to ashen, and they would all leave the game. The guildmaster, watching what was happening, began to suspect that this was the work of the girls. But even Scarlet herself could not understand what was happening around her. At this point, Polo shouted to Luna, telling him to prepare for battle, while she warned her sister to stay behind. Scarlet, not understanding what was happening, shouted out, asking what was going on, to which Polo replied briefly and confidently that someone had arrived. Suddenly, Berserker appeared on the horizon, and seeing this whole picture, he cried out in surprise, noticing that they were all gathered in one place. The Berserker named Enormous Igor, a majestic figure ranked third in the world, was confident that no one had stopped him from hunting for several days. However, now that they were all here, the situation was becoming extremely tense. Then huge Igor immediately began to cast the Great Cross spell. Polo quickly assessed the situation and realized that he needed to transform into a wolf in order to act faster and with greater flexibility. At this time, Harvey, with a smile on his face, began to laugh. He gave the order to everyone who was still alive to attack the Ram and Polo sisters. He assured the squad that if they got rid of these two, they would be able to escape immediately and avoid further problems. Meanwhile, the sisters were confused and at some point froze in one place. At the same time, Thomas wanted to ask Kay a few questions about Bezbroov, but since his brother didn't answer him, the hero decided that he should instead turn to the NPCs for information. He hoped that at least in the hotel, there would be people who could tell him something about Bezbrow. Meanwhile, other people in the game were discussing some kind of hype on the internet, and soon Thomas learned that something serious had happened in the Thievy Gorge. It was said that Scarlet, Luna, Polo, and Igor entered into a huge battle that resulted in complete chaos. More than 200 people had already been killed, and among the participants in the battle were the Golden Dragon clan, as well as some Korean guild. People began to speculate that the reason for this conflict was clear. Recently, Chinese players interfered with the hunt of the Great Igor, and it seemed that the clan defeated him. But unfortunately for the Korean guild, they found themselves drawn into this bloody conflict. Thomas, in turn, came to the conclusion that the Korean guild most likely meant the Byolcho guild. He wasn't entirely sure if Kay was okay, but he was at least relieved that he was still online. Suddenly, something strange started to happen. Sasuke went offline and left the game, and soon the same thing happened to other players, including Kay. Horrified and confused, Thomas decided to find out what happened to Kay in that gorge. He quickly exited the game and found himself back in his room. The first thing he did was call his brother, wondering if everything was okay and what had happened to the other players. Then Kay, with a weary voice, apologized to Thomas for not informing him of what was happening and not warning him about the situation. Thomas, concerned, mentioned that there had been a lot of noise on the internet about their fight, and asked if everything was okay. Then Kay admitted that the players from the world rankings were so strong that he felt real fear. His body was shaking, and he advised the protagonist to level up as soon as possible to avoid encountering such players. Kay was completely exhausted, and stated that he would only focus on leveling up, then said that he was very tired and was going to sleep. After a short farewell phrase, he hung up. Thomas, left in the room with complete anxiety, decided that it was necessary to urgently investigate what really happened to Kay and all the other players. After browsing through many forums and internet groups, Thomas finally came across a video from the battle scene. At first glance, it was obvious that something unimaginable was happening, and even he, with all his knowledge, could not understand what exactly was happening on the screen. In the comments, users suggested that it was most likely Berserker, but even this did not provide a complete answer to the questions that the hero had. One of the strangest phenomena was that after each player died, a bright red light would appear. In addition, this red light seemed to be absorbed by the Berserker himself after each death. Instead of simply killing, Berserker would exhibit unusual behavior when someone accidentally made eye contact with him. Igor approached and, without showing an ounce of regret, mercilessly killed them. The situation became increasingly bizarre, and at some point Polo intervened, pushing two players away and saving their lives. Igor stuck his sword into the ground and looked at his opponent with displeasure. Then Polo, in turn, asked if he had come there specifically to interfere with his plans. While Berserk and Polo continued their conversation in the gorge, The Ram sisters were trying to hold on and fight off the players of the Korean guild. The great Igor, laughing, said that now he understood why Polo looked at him like that. Now it became clear to him that those girls were his weakness. Without wasting any time, he headed towards them, determined to deal with this threat immediately. Polo, in turn, shouted to everyone nearby to take care of themselves, realizing that this battle could be terrifying. Luna at this point instructed Scarlet to stay behind her and take charge of the situation. Luna then cast the Ice Willow spell, which was supposed to protect them from the approaching Igor. Berserker, noticing the powerful defense, immediately decided that his first target would be Ice Willow. The other members of the Byolcho Guild began to move towards the massive ice structure created by the moon's magic and planned to unite to defeat the sisters. Meanwhile, at the decisive moment, Berserker, already prepared for a new attack, attacked the Korean guild. Guildmaster Harvey was completely confused, not understanding why Igor was attacking them if he had just fought the enemy. At that moment, a powerful explosion was heard in the middle of the gorge. Then Igor mockingly called the players Asian suckers. He couldn't understand why all these Asians looked so similar. But the Ice Willow, meanwhile, proved to be incredibly durable, and when Berserker tried to break through it, he realized that it would not be so easy. Then Igor, deciding that it would be better to deal with the Asian idiots first, abandoned his attempts to break through the ice block and switched to other targets. At this point, Kay, commanding the tanks, gave the order to protect Harvey and maintain the battle formation. However, Igor wasted no time in striking, destroying 2 high-tier tanks in one fell swoop. Kay looked at all this with a stunned look. It was a serious blow, and it seemed like the Byolcho Guild didn't have the strength to resist. The great Igor continued to kill soldiers, promising to devour them all mercilessly. Polo suddenly intervened, delivering a powerful kick straight into Igor's face. The blow was so strong that Igor flew back and hit the wall. This shocked everyone nearby, especially the guild members, who couldn't believe that a powerful player like Polo could handle the great Igor so easily. Then Polo, as if challenging him to a duel, beckoned to him with his hand, giving the signal to begin the attack. In response, Igor scratched his head and prepared for battle. Although he did not know who this upstart was, he was ready for battle. The battle between Polo and Berserker, the 2 players ranked 3rd and 4th in the world, was becoming incredibly intense. And although such encounters were rare, the spectacle was exciting. The fight was so fast that the spectators did not have time to follow every movement. The guildmaster, realizing that they were unable to keep up with the events, stated that they needed to get out of here, admitting that their only goal at the moment was to get to the Ram sisters. However, the Willow stood in the way, and it was absolutely risky to even approach it. It was difficult to understand what exactly was happening, but something strange was pouring out of her, and this added to the anxiety. However, one of the guild warriors, having covered some distance, almost reached the middle of the Willow and finally discovered the girls. He was obviously in a panic, waving his sword and trying to plead with them, promising that they should not resist. Polo, who was watching this, noticed that this boy was clearly going to harm his girlfriends. There was a note of furious protest in his voice as he shouted a warning. But despite this, the man still tried to strike with the sword. However, the guy from the guild fell into a magical trap. He couldn't believe his eyes, because such thin willow branches seemed unable to hold his sword, and certainly shouldn't break. Suddenly, Polo appeared in front of him. He approached, decisively calling him the last abomination. He declared that the guy did not have the slightest idea what was going on. After this, Polo demanded an explanation. He demanded that this boy explain how he could dare to attack the moon, which, unlike him, helped them at the moment of the attack. The guy, putting his doubts aside, still found the strength to think that his attack on Polo was an interesting moment. Even though he was ranked 4th in the world, he believed that his status allowed him to swing his sword with greater effect. But this was a mistaken belief. Polo dealt with him in an instant, kicking him, and the youth was knocked down. However, at that moment, Kay, seeing that his friend was in trouble, immediately rushed to his aid. Then Polo, without wasting any time, asked him if he could at least for a second behave like a noble man and not interfere in their fight. Polo was just about to deliver the finishing blow to the boy when Kay ran up and covered him with his own shield, protecting him. Although Kay managed to block the blow, he knew it wouldn't last long. He knew he couldn't take another blow like that. Quickly grabbing his friend, Kay decided to retreat. Polo was furious that this boy dared to interfere in their duel. At that moment, Berserker, who had been hiding in the shadows, crept up to Polo and agreed with his opinion, stating that he was absolutely right. The eyes of the great. Meanwhile, the guild member tried to collect his thoughts, but alas, to no avail. The guy continued to remain unconscious. Kay, unable to watch what was happening, calmed his friend and promised to find a doctor who could help him. At that moment, the sound of a powerful blow was heard behind him. As it turned out, the berserker hit Polo with all his might, throwing him against the wall. Kay didn't know what to do in this situation as the great Igor approached, his steps loud and merciless. Igor began to mock, declaring that the blood of these unfortunate boys was clearly not enough for him. He needed more. He looked closely at Kay and his friend, and repeated that he needed much more blood. Unable to bear it, Kay yelled back at him to shut up and rushed straight at him. But alas, Kay recently used up all his defense points. Then Igor, using his unimaginable strength, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air as if he were just a toy. At that moment, Kay realized that the difference in their strength was too great. He was absolutely helpless against such an opponent. Igor, as if not noticing his despair, repeated again that he needed more blood, and began to squeeze his throat harder and harder. Kay, with the last of his strength, begged him to stop, but it was too late. Great Igor, a level 260 giant, was more than just a man. His ability to transform into a werewolf, or as he called himself, a berserker, gave him immense physical strength. But worst of all, his strength was depleted, and in order to replenish it, he needed to absorb blood and death, both monsters and players. Unlike Kay, the chances of survival for the main character, who was level 26, were practically zero. Thomas couldn't believe that Kay, whose level was close to 200, was killed in such a horrible way. With that level of synchronization, the pain must have been unbearable. Thomas, shocked by what happened, could not calm down. The one who was so dear to him was killed in the most horrible way. He swore that he would never forgive the great Igor, and, if necessary, he would tear him to pieces. In that moment, full of rage and pain, Thomas made a firm decision. He would level up like hell. This was the only way to catch up with and defeat this monster. He shouted furiously at Igor to wait for him. Meanwhile, under the protection of the ice willow, the Ram sisters stood in anticipation, listening to the dying screams of the players echoing in their vicinity. Scarlet couldn't understand what exactly was happening. Everything around was engulfed in horror, and the only thing she knew for sure was that that ugly bastard Igor was behind it. If only the berserker and Polo had fought one-on-one, maybe Polo would have had at least a small chance of winning. But now that there were so many extra players on the battlefield, neither he nor his sister could concentrate. Scarlet began to think that the smartest move now was to simply run away. She called out to her sister, but Luna was preoccupied with something important, and all her attention was focused on something that seemed to be related to magic. The girl said something in an unfamiliar magical language. She then looked down, apologized to her sister, and said that she would have to sacrifice herself for their safety. Then Scarlet, sitting under the mountain, calmly agreed with this, claiming that she was ready to die, but would not allow her sister to die. In response to these words, Luna began to act decisively, declaring that she would destroy everyone who got in her way. Luna quietly chanted a spell, and something extraordinary began to happen. All the players nearby immediately took notice. Even great Igor felt this magical impulse, which made him think for a moment. Meanwhile, the girl continued to cast a spell in an unknown language. Harvey then wasted no time in ordering everyone else not to interfere with Luna. She warned that if Luna completed her spell, everyone nearby would become corpses. Then Scarlet, loudly and furiously, shouted at those around her, saying that it was too late to try to stop her. The next moment, a huge ice vortex rose around the moon, seeking to destroy all living beings within its radius. Except for the moon itself. The players who were nearby immediately froze, as if they were overcome by a deadly cold, and everyone around began to panic. Meanwhile, Scarlet seemed to have accepted her fate, calmly saying goodbye to her sister, reminding her that they would definitely meet again in 48 hours. But at this moment, on the shopping streets of the capital, Thomas was going about his business. He was trying to earn some money by buying and selling equipment. On one of these deals, he was able to earn 4 gold coins for the equipment he collected during the quest with Bear Osso. However, when he looked into the store to buy a musket, he realized that it would cost him all the money he had just earned. 3 gold coins was too much for him, and he was about to give up on the purchase when he was distracted by someone behind him. Suddenly, a man in red leather called out to him and said that he had finally found him. He asked if Thomas remembered him, and this question immediately attracted the attention of the protagonist. However, Thomas looked at him but did not recognize him. The man then pulled out 2 shields and proudly declared that this was the same warrior who had assembled the team for the Agony of Osso quest. Thomas instantly remembered him and realized who they were talking about. The man immediately accused him of allegedly stealing the loot and running away with it, claiming that all the clothes Thomas was wearing were from the Agony Osso set. However, Thomas did not understand what nonsense this guy was talking about. He did not know where this man came from, and he was in no mood to listen to his accusations. He said he had been ridiculed online and was now demanding that he return everything he had allegedly taken, but the protagonist remained unfazed. He reminded the boy that he was the one who first suggested that they join the team after the battle. Thomas explained that after they started running away, he tried his best to find help, but all they did was leave him alone on the battlefield. He was left alone, and while Kim gathered the surviving team members and managed to escape, Thomas fought the bear alone, almost dying in the process. However, Kim couldn't believe that a player with such a low level could defeat a bear on his own. To prove his point, Thomas showed his clothes laid out after the battle and asked if that would be enough. He then added that if Kim really wanted to prove that Thomas didn't kill the monster, he had to provide evidence, otherwise he should keep his mouth shut and leave. However, Kim continued to insist on his own and demanded the return of items that dropped from other players after their death. However, the hero believed that since players could not return to the game for 48 hours, these items should be returned to those who lost them. Kim, unwilling to stop, continued to shout, demanding that Thomas state his level and insisting that a player as low level as Thomas had no right to act so arrogantly. The main character, becoming increasingly irritated by the boy's impudence, exclaimed that he should shut up and stop barking. In response, Kim aggressively asked if Thomas knew which guild he was dealing with before speaking so rudely to him. But Thomas, remaining calm, replied that he didn't care, and that the only thing he wanted was for the guy to leave immediately. He said that if he continued to irritate him, he threatened to call the Holy Knights squad for help. Kim was obviously a little surprised by this statement, and asked in confusion if the Holy Knights were the hero's friends. Thomas explained that they were not his friends, but it would not be difficult for him to call them for help. Then Kim, unable to bear it any longer, shouted another insult at the hero and ordered him to stop running away. However, the main character, smiling, continued to hum something under his breath, quickly quickening his pace. Kim, shouting more and more insults, tried to keep up, but was clearly unable to catch up with the hero. After they ran a little more, Kim finally ran out of breath. Thomas stood and watched, not believing his own eyes. His agility was at 247, which meant that if Kim didn't have significant bonuses, he would never be able to catch up with him. However, he knew that Igor had killed his brother, who was at level 260, and Thomas himself was only at 26. He knew that he needed to level up before he could even begin to match the likes of Igor. Determined, he raced towards Mount Seymour to train and improve his skills as quickly as possible. However, although he was determined to train, he still hadn't solved the lunchbox problem, and he still had a month left before the mission was completed, so he decided he could afford a little break. When Thomas arrived at the foot of Mount Seymour, he was amazed to see a large number of players recruiting teams to complete tasks. Almost all of them were looking for players level 40 or higher, and Thomas felt extremely uncomfortable, since his level was significantly lower than required. He remembered that he had to find the leader of the kobolds, but in reality he knew very little about him. His task was to train with the leader of the tribe, who was the strongest boss at that time, despite the fact that Thomas had not even reached level 30. This raised many questions for him, and before he rushed into battle, he decided to figure out what could have been in Bezbravoy's mind when he entrusted him with this task. But before taking on the task, the protagonist decided to increase his level to 29, in order to at least prepare a little before meeting the boss. However, his plans were soon interrupted by an encounter with a warrior heading towards the entrance of Hidgewit village. Thomas watched closely as the warrior spoke to someone about finding a ranged player for his team. Having said that the experienced healer was already on the team, the warrior suddenly noticed the hero's weapon, which resembled a musket. He asked if Thomas specialized in long-range attacks, and Thomas, without hesitation, confirmed that he did. The knight immediately became interested in what level the protagonist was at, mentioning that he and Hiller were planning to assemble a team of 3 people. He added that in order to climb Mount Seymour, one must reach a certain level. Then Thomas, slightly nervous, but with a slight lie, answered that his level was 41. The knight seemed pleased with this answer, and then the hero immediately asked where the third player was, because logically, if he is a long-range player and the knight is a tank. Then the knight asked if Thomas meant the handsome Hiller. At this moment, the knight, noticing movement in the crowd, turned to someone and called out to a girl named Hannah. A pretty girl emerged from the crowd and introduced herself as Hannah. Thomas froze for a moment, for she seemed elegant and very gentle to him. The knight, noticing his reaction, teased him, saying that Thomas was not lying. Hannah really was a real beauty. Thomas agreed with slight discomfort, but pretended to be indifferent. In fact, his reaction was caused by the fact that all the girls he had previously communicated with were either aggressive or cold. Meanwhile, the knight proposed to make formal introductions. He revealed that he was a level 42 knight named Matsushiga, and Hana was his sister, who was level 40. Thomas introduced himself as a level 41 musketeer. After exchanging introductions and formalities, the team was ready for the adventure. Reaching the dense fields at the foot of the mountain, the knight noticed 2 kobold workers in the distance. He suggested going around them on the left to avoid confrontation and remain unnoticed. Thomas was surprised that they decided to avoid fighting. The knight explained that it was better to conserve his strength, and added that the main character still needed to gain experience. In his opinion, they should have waited and seen how Thomas performed in combat before getting involved in any serious fighting. Hana, standing nearby, commented that they were taking too long, which made the knight laugh nervously. Thomas, a little irritated by this remark, decided not to hesitate and took aim with his musket, preparing for action. Meanwhile, Hana, noticing his actions, asked about his attack range. Thomas replied that his firing range was 100 meters, but just in case, he added that it was only 50 meters. Then the knight became interested and asked why the hero's weapon had a shorter range than the arrow. In response to this, Hana turned to Matsushiga with some mixed expression, noting that it was, to put it mildly, tactless to talk about this. The knight, noticing her reaction, immediately apologized to Thomas, explaining that he did not mean to hurt his feelings. At that moment, the hero realized that this was one of the reasons why the musketeers were not very popular among the players. The knight, noticing his reaction, hastened to assure him that he should not worry. He added that he would attract the attention of the kobolds. Then Thomas wondered if they really needed someone to take the hit and attract the attention of the monsters. Then, to everyone's surprise, he fired his gun. He apologetically said that he might not have warned them in advance because the sound of the gunshot was so loud that the area was covered in smoke and there was little time. The knight, having heard this, noted that there was nothing terrible about it, and it was quite normal that this happened. He suddenly asked if Hana had seen how Thomas dealt with kobold with one shot. Hana didn't immediately understand what he meant, but after a moment she noticed that the protagonist had indeed killed the kobold with the first shot. The knight seemed a little shocked by this, and looked at the hero, asking if it was true that he was really at level 41. Thomas, buttoning up for a moment, became frightened, deciding that his lie had been exposed. In response, Matsushiga, confused, asked if Thomas was actually a high-level player who wanted to destroy them, or if he was just some smurf. Hana, who had been watching the scene closely, noted that this was the first time she had seen a kobold killed in one hit. Then Thomas, breathing a sigh of relief, realized that his low level had not been revealed. Meanwhile, the girl asked her partner what smurfing was, and he explained everything to her in an accessible way. Then Matsushiga and Hana asked the hero to look after them since he was a high-level player. Meanwhile, something huge was approaching the boys from the mountains. Suddenly the knight declared that it was time to be on guard. At that moment, a huge mountain worm just crawled out of the ground. As soon as he saw the main character, he immediately rushed at him. Hana reacted instantly and directed her defense at the monster, since she was also a healer. At that moment, a huge glowing shield appeared in front of the guy, which protected him from the worm's attack. Then Thomas took aim and shot into the middle of the monster's mouth, killing the worm with one hit. Bright green blood began to spray out of his body in all directions. After this, the monster's body fell dead to the ground. At this point, Thomas noticed that the knight, for some reason, began to direct all the monsters specifically at him, despite the fact that he knew when the worms would come to the surface. Matsushige asked worriedly if the protagonist was okay. Thomas, holding back his irritation, replied that everything was fine, but he needed to talk to him. He finally couldn't stand it any longer and asked him directly if he was really a tank, and he replied that he was. Thomas didn't waste any time and continued asking if he was a tank. Then why had all the monsters stopped attracting his attention lately? The knight, slowing his pace a little, explained that sometimes it happens, but in reality, he didn't even use his tank skills. Thomas then, slightly shocked, asked what the knight would do if he couldn't control the monster attraction skills. With suspicion in his voice, he asked if it was true that the knight wanted to kill him. Matsushige, frightened, hastened to justify himself, stating that everything was not as it might seem, which is why he did not use his skills, so as not to cause unnecessary aggression. However, Thomas, becoming increasingly irritated, asked if he admitted that he had not used his powers on purpose. The knight, hunched over under the pressure, admitted that he had indeed not used his tanking skills. He tried to explain that in fact, knights did not have the same skills as tanks. He also added that their role was not to control the behavior of monsters. Thomas was shocked, because he always thought that only tanks wore armor, but it turned out that the knights had completely different tasks. The man admitted that he only had one skill slash, which could attract the attention of monsters, but due to the long interval between its uses, it did not produce significant results. Thomas felt some relief when he heard that the knight had something useful. But once the knight explained that this skill only allowed him to protect girls, Thomas couldn't help but notice that the knight was controlling the monster's behavior with slash, even though it would slow down his attack speed a little. The knight then thanked the hero for his help and admitted that they really should have tried a little harder. Thomas, realizing that their situation was now a little easier, noted that at least he didn't have to worry about the reload speed of his musket anymore. The travelers soon reached a wide valley where the village of Highwit was located. It was a fairly large settlement with over 100 houses, which made the protagonist realize that the larger the territory, the easier it is to panic, especially if the leader of their tribe disappears. Looking for more information, Thomas asked if there was an old mine in the center of the cave. The knight explained that there was actually a warehouse and a children's room there, which greatly increased the security of the place. It would be difficult to break through the guards unless they were part of a strike force. Thomas knew that this place was ideal for hunting, but it was not convenient for target shooting. There was too much cover for enemies. He decided that it would be better to first find a more suitable place for the attack, and standing up, loudly announced that they were beginning the hunt. With these words, he hurried down the mountain, heading towards the village. The kobolds, noticing him, immediately took aim at the knight. However, Matsushige wasted no time in fighting them off with his sword. He dealt one of the monsters a crushing blow right in the torso. Meanwhile, 2 more monsters jumped on him from above. Hana immediately cast a shield on him, providing the necessary protection while the knight fought the monsters in close combat. Thus, Matsushige's shield was strengthened, protecting him from a double attack. The knight, seeing the situation, gave a sign to the protagonist, showing that there were still monsters on the right. He announced that he was going to attract their attention, and asked the protagonist to focus his firepower on other enemies. The knight then shouted that he would use his slashing skill. However, at that moment he saw something fly through 2 monsters at once. The man realized with surprise that this musketeer had pierced 2 kobolds at once. Thomas then said that they needed to head west to catch more monsters. Hana, who was watching the events closely, asked how the protagonist managed to defeat both monsters with 1 blow. Thomas, calmly answering, explained that this was possible because his charge could pierce through monsters. Also, since the kobolds were standing quite close to each other and the shot was fired from a short distance, the effect was maximum. However, the kobold that the knight had wounded was still alive. Thomas, noticing this, asked Matsushige if he had a rope. The knight, not immediately understanding why he needed it, replied that he had a rope, but asked why the guy needed it. Then Thomas, relieved that he was on the right track, explained that the kobolds were smart enough to build farms and keep them running. Then he asked what the monster would do next, the captured kobold, and said that Thomas should kill him. This was confirmation of his suspicions. Monsters could really talk. Then Thomas, leaning closer to Kobold, with a serious expression on his face, said that he should have answered his question. At this point, the protagonist realized that they needed to test him first before proceeding to interrogation. The kobold began to make terrible sounds, and the knight, watching what was happening, noticed that it seemed to him as if Thomas was tickling the monster. Thomas chuckled as he realized that this method was surprisingly effective, and he continued tickling the poor kobold to keep him from passing out and dying, while the monster, trying to get rid of the pain, begged him to stop. When Thomas finally decided it was time to get down to business, he asked the monster how he could summon the head of the tribe. The kobold, screaming hysterically, again begged him to stop. Then the hero, smiling skeptically, grabbed his musket and said that this would not do. Thomas, without wasting any time, put the barrel to the kobold's head and calmly stated that he would first kill him and then find another kobold for interrogation. The monster seemed unwilling to accept this decision, and, giving in, admitted that the head of the tribe never went outside unless there was some special occasion. Thomas, frowning slightly, asked what exactly was meant by a special case. The kobold, with obvious concern in his voice, explained that this only happened in the event of a threat to the destruction of their tribe. Thomas was about to repeat his question, but without saying another word he fired. He added that in fact he had already found out that this kobold was from the Hidgewith farm. Then Hana and the knight, not understanding the full picture, immediately asked why Thomas decided to find out more about the head of the tribe. They knew that the head of the tribe was hiding in the iron mine, but no one had yet been able to catch him. Hana expressed doubt that the 3 of them would be able to do it. In response, the protagonist confidently stated that, despite the difficulties, he was still sure that the head of the tribe was in the mine. However, in his opinion, this monster could be someone who appeared only in special circumstances, when he really threatened the tribe. Three key elements came together in the hero's head: a special case, the threat of destruction, and of course, stubbornness. Thomas, remembering one of the tasks from Bezbrowov, which concerned shooting at targets, finally understood what he needed to do. He then turned to Hana and the knight, asking if they had ever been to the farm. Hana, after thinking for a moment, admitted that she had been there, and Thomas, without hiding his intention, added that he would like to go inside. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what they should do next. The knight, crossing his swords on his chest, suggested that the farm was probably full of kobolds, and it would be best for the three of them to hunt on the outskirts. He also suggested inviting other players to strengthen their ranks. Then Thomas, agreeing, noted that this was indeed a good idea, and suggested waiting for the arrival of new players who had joined the quest. The hero's condition improved. He was pleased with the plan, since it not only allowed him to increase his level, but also strengthen the team. His current level was 27, and when his friends congratulated him, saying that he should be level 42 or even higher by now, Thomas felt a little awkward, realizing that they didn't know the whole truth about his real powers. Hana noticed that his level was growing too fast, and this made the hero feel a little embarrassed. He understood that he couldn't reveal all his cards, so he just smiled in response. At that moment, Hana approached, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She declared that now she also wanted to see the head of the kobolds. She said she felt that the main character was very strong and that they could handle this monster. Thomas chuckled, realizing that at times like these he usually felt a little shy, unsure of how to react properly. Meanwhile, the knight noticed a group of players in the distance and pointed at them. Thomas, looking around carefully, admitted that there were indeed quite a lot of people among them, and it seemed to be a whole guild that had come to hunt. Then Hana, looking closely at their cloaks, noticed that they all had the same pattern. The hero also looked at their clothes and, concentrating his attention, recognized a pattern that made him wary. He realized that they were not hunting kobolds, but, apparently, specifically him. Suddenly Kim, one of the players, noticing the hero, turned around and immediately screamed, accusing him of being the same thief who had prevented him from completing his search. The guy couldn't hold back and continued shouting insults, assuring him that Thomas wouldn't be able to escape and that he would find him everywhere. The main character found all this extremely boring, especially considering that his team did not quite understand what was going on. Kim then shouted to his friend, pointing at the hero, stating that he was the thief standing in the center. When the guild members saw the hero, they immediately realized that he was wearing a full set of equipment that could only drop from one monster, Osso's Agony. Kim, as soon as he noticed this, shouted that he wanted to beat the hero to death in order to take everything that fell from him. Thomas looked carefully at the crowd and immediately realized that Kim had brought 9 people with him to catch him alone. It was quite unusual, as if they were going to carry out some specially planned attack. Taking a closer look, the protagonist noticed the leader of the group with whom Kim was talking. If Kim was about level 30, then the others were clearly superior to him, reaching level 50, if not more. Suddenly Kim turned to the hero's team and with determination ordered them to immediately disband and hand over the player. Khan, not understanding the whole picture, asked why Thomas was with them in the first place. Kim, the leader of the group, said with a sly grin that the main character was just an impudent and pathetic thief who only deserved punishment. The man, noticing that the conversation was dragging on, calmly said that they just needed to hand over the hero before things became even more tedious. Then Hana, a little worried, told the protagonist that she doubted that he was such a person and believed that it was all just a misunderstanding. The knight, noticing the tension, offered to help. But Thomas, upon reflection, realized that he could not afford to harm people who had nothing to do with Kim. He then decided to leave the team, thanking them for their support. The guild leader, smiling evilly, demanded that Thomas give him everything: money, clothes, and weapons. Only in this case, according to him, he would leave him alive. He also noted that he didn't want to raise his own chaos index without reason, which made the hero wary. Kim also said that if Thomas does not accept the conditions, he will die, and they will take all his items, while his character level will be reduced to 5. Thomas, without losing his composure, explained that the Chaos Index was a penalty that was imposed when another player attacked first, in which case mutual consent to the fight was not provided, and if you had a high Chaos Index, your reputation dropped. The higher this index, the more difficult it is to get rid of the consequences later. But Thomas managed to increase his reputation across the entire continent in 1 minute, and the leader obviously did not like this. He then looked at his opponents with mockery and asked why they had such long tongues. He pointed out that they had no skills for one-on-one combat, which was why they were all huddled together. Continuing, Thomas added that there were 10 of them, and it looked more like a group of gangsters than fighters. Then the guild leader, already irritated, asked what this bastard was up to and stood up to look at the hero with disdain. Kim, noticing that the situation was getting heated, tried to calm the leader down, explaining that if they started fighting, they would lose their reputation, but the leader still signaled the rest of the guild to begin the attack. Then Hana, with concern in her voice, asked the hero if he was really going to fight alone against 10 people, because even for him it seemed impossible. The knight, trying to prevent a conflict, grabbed her hand and ran, begging the protagonist not to do this. Hana shouted something to the main character, but he didn't hear. He calmly said that they would definitely meet again, but a little later. The guild leader, clearly irritated, looked at the hero with disdain and called him a psycho. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he gave the order to Kushner to force the hero to leave the game forever. At this point, Thomas received notification that Kushner had attacked him first, and thus a hostile relationship was established. However, the chaos index did not increase in this case. This was to the advantage of the protagonist, because now he could act without fear for his reputation. On the contrary, he felt some relief, because now his conscience was clear. Meanwhile, the magician activated his spell and summoned a skeletal horse, which was supposed to attack the hero. At this moment the main character froze. The monster looked at him with its empty eyes. Then the horse suddenly reared up and let out a terrible roar. At that moment, the hero experienced the same feelings as when he met Oso. He remained numb, as if his whole body froze with fear. The guild leader, seeing his reaction, began to doubt that Thomas would be able to escape from this trap. The necromancer, observing him, said that any low-level player would be stunned by such an attack and would hardly be able to resist it. The guild master, meanwhile, explained to his subordinates that if they could shake the hero, they would receive useful items. These items will help them bribe more influential players and thus increase the rating of their guild. He was confident that with such items they would be able to manipulate players and extract money from it, which, as he added, was common in the game. Finding himself in this position, he immediately ordered an attack, intending to inflict a terrible death on the protagonist. However, just as the guildmaster began to outline who exactly would strike first, one of the dark mages shot at the hero. The magician who summoned the horse fell down dead, as a bullet hit him right in the forehead. Since he died, his summoned horse also began to evaporate. It was at this moment that the hero's set effect was activated. Resistance to Oso's agony, or more precisely, resistance to the numbness effect, which allowed him to avoid complete paralysis. Thomas also activated his hand movement technique skill, allowing him to use his musket even more skillfully for 30 seconds. This skill only took 5 minutes to recover, and the protagonist knew exactly how to use this time. The guildmaster, seeing that Thomas was preparing to leave, shouted to his team that he was trying to escape, and ordered the ranged players to attack before they realized what was happening. All this time, the archer standing in the background finally took position and began to aim to make the shot more accurate. However, Thomas was faster. He reloaded his weapon much faster and fired straight into his opponent's face. Then the guildmaster, white with anger, ordered all his subordinates to immediately raise their shields to protect themselves from the attacks of this impudent boy. The guildmaster was extremely angry. He was told that this musketeer was a low-level player, and he could not understand how with such statistics Thomas was able to kill players whose level was close to 60. He reiterated that the protagonist should not have been allowed to hit him, as this would have caused not only a loss of reputation, but also a loss of control over the situation. Then the guildmaster shouted again to his subordinates that they should not stand idle and should catch up with this thief. Kim, watching what was happening, noted that the hero had quite a long time to recharge, so they should not worry too much about this. However, at that very moment, another guild member was shot. The guildmaster grabbed Kim by the collar in anger and angrily asked how long it took the hero to reload. Then the guildmaster, clearly losing his patience, growled at everyone else, asking why they were still busy with who knows what. He angrily informed Kim that 3 people had already been killed due to his carelessness, and if they can't win, Kim will probably be next. The guildmaster then ordered him to immediately hurry after everyone else and help solve this problem before it was too late. He added that they were all at least level 50 players, and players like Thomas could not pose a real threat to them. Meanwhile, on a high hill, Matsushige and Hana watched the scene as Thomas entered the center of the farm, becoming even more nervous. The knight, who couldn't believe that the boy would dare to challenge such a squad alone, was ready to step in and help if Thomas asked, but he doubted that he would take such a step, considering who he was facing. Then Hana, deep in thought, said that everything that was happening was reminiscent of a scene from a movie. She stated that they still would not be able to help the main character if the situation got out of control. The knight, a little upset by her pessimism, asked why she was so sure of this, since he had a whole arsenal of interesting and powerful skills. He was confident that he could destroy all these players in 5 minutes. He even mentioned that he got these skills from his mother, who taught him wind magic and how to use it when his life was in danger. The girl, however, was not impressed. She asked if there was a Rising Sun guild before them because she knew that their guildmaster was named Kyokujitsu. But the knight, seemingly oblivious to her doubts, suggested that she follow Thomas slowly as the protagonist went deeper and deeper into the slums of the farm. The girl became interested, asking if the knight thought that he could also be a hidden threat. The knight nodded and replied that it was safe to say that the musketeer was a very dangerous man. Meanwhile, back in the village itself, the Rising Sun Guild was at war with the kobolds, fighting at every turn. The guild members complained that that idiot came here when they were the only ones holding back the monster's attacks. They cursed the hero, saying that once they caught him, he would be forced to quit the game. Thomas, observing the situation, listened to their conversation and, hiding on the branch of a tall tree, noticed how they were looking for their comrade named Tikal, who seemed to have fallen behind the group. While the soldiers complained about their failures, saying that if they had known how it would all end, they would have gone catching lizards, Thomas listened to their complaints. They regretted chasing Tikal, thinking his Agony Osso outfit looked cool, but ended up in the most unpleasant situation. The guildmaster of Tikal came up from behind and aggressively asked which of the blacksmiths had said that they were in a bad situation. The soldiers were stunned when they heard his voice. He began to ask them if they felt contempt and anger towards him because they were forced to follow him. Then Tikal angrily said that the youth of today were simply terrible and began to scold the soldiers for not taking on difficult work. He then demanded an explanation, asking why they were silent. He cruelly ordered them to answer. At that moment, Thomas felt the presence of the Tikal master unnerving him. However, his patience ran out, and he decided that he could no longer waste time on empty talk, and fired. The master let out a heart-rending cry and was instantly wounded, while the guild members quickly surrounded their master, trying to ensure his safety. The guildmaster looked around, noticed where the shot had come from, and pointed his finger towards the tree from which Thomas had shot. At that moment, he received a message that the player Thomas had attacked him, and immediately recognized the name of his opponent. Chairman Tikal, inflamed with anger, ordered that this be immediately announced to the entire guild, and soon the list of victims was updated, and a new name appeared on it. Thomas, surprised, learned that this guild was called the Eastern Sun. He was amazed not only by their behavior, but also by their tactics. Apparently they looked more like helpless third-rate bandits than real players. Meanwhile, the guild leader, realizing that they were under threat, ordered his members to immediately protect him. The shooter, he said, was already aiming at him, and he ordered 3 fighters to be sent to destroy the scoundrel hiding in the tree. However, all of these players were melee warriors, and they didn't know how to deal with it, because their weapons and tactics were completely unsuitable for this situation. Then Thomas, sensing that the situation was getting tense, ordered the 3 players not to move. He warned them that even the slightest rustle would lead to their death. In fact, the problem was much more serious. Thomas did not know how to escape. He needed to think of something before these 3 decided to attack. In addition, his fine hand movement technique required a long recovery time, and there were no kobolds available to use as living shields. And then, in the midst of this tense situation, something completely unexpected happened. Everyone suddenly heard the ringing of bells. The players turned around and saw something absolutely terrifying standing in front of them. It was a huge humanoid monster, the head of the Hijwit tribe. Thomas couldn't believe his incredible luck. The chief himself came down from the mountain and he was right in front of him. But at some point his enthusiasm turned to anxiety. He did not understand how this creature could be similar to ordinary, defenseless kobolds. However, when the leader of the tribe entered the field, the kobolds around him became 10% stronger. There were quite a few kobolds behind the chieftain, and to challenge his opponents, Hijwit let out a terrible roar. The sounds were so powerful that all the players around froze in horror. They were unable to move for 2 minutes, and their health was rapidly decreasing. Thomas, however, managed to negate the stun with the help of the 3-piece Osso's Agony set, and was amazed at how strong the kobolds were. If the deputy commander of these monsters was so powerful, it was scary to think how dangerous the leader himself could be. The guildmaster turned pale upon seeing the tribe's leader. Remembering his previous missions in this area, he realized that he had never met such a creature. Then Hijwit, looking at the players, menacingly asked if they had come to destroy his tribe. Tikal, in a panic, waved his hands, begging the monster to listen to him. The monster's eyes were glowing red, which only added to his terrifying appearance, and he asked what the man wanted to tell him. The master was quick to explain that they had not come to destroy the tribe, they were merely pursuing another player. The guild master, sensing that the situation was getting out of control, hastened to promise that they would leave immediately, begging to be allowed to leave this place without further complications. But instead of listening to him, Hijwitki, standing before him with a menacing look, asked who had caused such terrible unrest around them, pointing to the mountain of the dead. Koboldov, the guildmaster, visibly nervous, began to justify himself, saying that all these creatures were destroyed by the archer. But the tribe chief interrupted him, unleashing his anger. He said that the wounds on the kobolds were clearly not inflicted by an archer. Hijwitki continued, stating that people often lie and insult his tribe, which always strives for peace and tranquility. But now it seemed his patience was exhausted, and he decided to act. A fire lit up in his eyes, and without hesitation he killed one of the guild members. After this, as if on cue, the kobolds began their attack. The stupor effect that had previously paralyzed the players finally wore off, and everyone was ready to join the fight. The warriors understood that they could handle ordinary monsters, but it was better not to mess with a leader like Hijwitki. One of the players suggested distracting the chieftain while the others fought the kobolds, but as soon as he approached, he was immediately killed. The tribe leader was so strong that he killed a level 50 tank with one blow, causing the rest of the soldiers to be confused and realize that they would not be able to defeat this monster. Then Tikal, without wasting any time, ordered Kim to do something. Kim, in turn, did not quite understand what was expected of him, because he was a low-level player, no higher than 30. The master, noticing his indecision, clarified that he was a tank and had shields with which he had to cover the team. Then Kim did not argue, but, yielding to the order, ran straight to the chief, assuring him that he was not afraid of his status. He shouted that for him Hijwitki was only a kobold, and he hoped to defeat him. But before Kim could take a single step towards the chieftain, he cut off his arms and shields with one swing of his sword. Kim didn't even have time to scream before his life was cut short. Thomas and Tikal, who were watching this, realized that Kim probably didn't have time to scream before he died. The danger of the tribe's destruction hung over everyone again, and although most of its inhabitants had already been destroyed, their stubbornness led to Hijwitki appearing to punish the people. The Rising Sun Guild, although they had good weapons and high-quality defense, faced an enemy whose strength clearly exceeded their capabilities. Their striking power was on par with level 60 players, and the opponent couldn't just be an ordinary monster for such level 30 players. Then the chieftain asked the guildmaster if he was the last one left alive. Tikal, overcome with despair, began to respond, stating that besides him, there was another shooter nearby. The master, with desperate hope in his voice, shouted into the void, calling for the shooter to help them. Tikal offered that if the shooter came out and helped him, the massacre would be called off. Thomas, sitting in the tree, did not immediately realize that the guildmaster was obviously trying to attract his help. He continued to scream, hoping that the shooter would hear him and come to his aid. Thomas realized that his location could now be revealed. The master continued to call for the shooter, and at this time Thomas realized that his exact location had not yet been revealed. He needed to keep it a secret for as long as possible, otherwise everything would be lost. If Thomas hadn't shot, he could have remained hidden for a while longer. He had long since reloaded his weapon. The distance was quite decent, and despite the fact that he was ready to shoot, he was very well aware that if he couldn't knock the leader down with one accurate shot, he would die. Moreover, even if he manages to destroy the leader, he will still become a target for the rest of the kobolds. He realized that his only chance of survival was to delay the shot and wait for the right moment. Deciding to act carefully, he began to carefully descend from the tree. He understood that if he was noticed, his chances of survival would instantly drop to 0. As the guildmaster continued to desperately call for the archer's help, the chief, noticing his cries, waved his hand and ordered that the man's foot should never set foot on this land again. Then Tikal, unable to bear it any longer, shouted that this scoundrel must die. However, the leader, ignoring the threats, calmly cut off both of his legs. The man was shocked by what happened to him, but he could not do anything because of the severe pain. Then he tried to crawl back, but the monster continued to follow him. The guildmaster began to beg for mercy, promising that he would never return. However, Hijwitki, not impressed by the promises, interrupted his words, saying that people never keep their promises. Then he began to cut him up, leaving him no chance of survival. Thomas watched this, knowing that the death of the guildmaster would mark the complete destruction of the entire Rising Sun Guild. But no matter how much he regretted it, he had to admit, their death was inevitable. However, what could have been a liberation for him, in fact, only brought new problems. The wrath of the kobolds and their vengeful nature put the hero in an even more dangerous position. He realized that even if other players appeared nearby, he would not be able to count on help. In this situation, he could only survive on his own. The kobolds began to search for whoever was hiding nearby, and, having dispersed in different directions, gave the protagonist a chance to find a good place to shoot. This cheered him up a little, but the presence of the leader, Hijweet Kai, did not give him peace. This monster was different. It clearly didn't look like a normal kobold, much less an NPC in humanoid form. Thomas felt him approaching when the chieftain growled and announced that the man lurking nearby had finally decided to come out. Thomas didn't know if the leader had noticed him or not, but he felt the situation was getting tense. The leader approached with a quiet but confident step, and Thomas, not knowing whether to shoot now or wait, remained indecisive. At such close range, even the slightest mistake could result in his location being revealed. He concentrated, trying to stay calm, evening out his breathing and aiming his weapon at the chieftain's head. Suddenly, Hijweet Kai gave the order to all the defenders to gather, pointing to the place where, in his opinion, the man was hiding. At that moment, Thomas realized that his location was exposed, and it was too late to aim now. However, when the leader shouted for his kobolds to go to the entrance, Thomas knew this was his chance. He decided that while everyone was rushing to the entrance, he needed to urgently look for the perfect place to shoot until Hijweet and his warriors returned, at which point he needed to act quickly and accurately, otherwise his chances would disappear. When Thomas looked around, he was surprised that any of the players had come to the village at all. He was grateful that someone had distracted the enemy, giving him a chance to act. However, despite that, he couldn't allow the kobold leader's head to fall into the hands of anyone else. As it turned out, Hana and Matsushige were trapped. They had gone too far, and now they were paying for their curiosity. The knight warned Hana not to go any further, but the girl could not resist the desire to see the kobold leader up close. Hana then asked the knight, worried, how strong the monster was, and the knight, with bated breath, replied that, judging by how easily Hijweet Kai dealt with the members of the Solar Guild, they would most likely not be able to resist him. Soon the warriors of the tribe caught up with them, and Khan and the knight simply could not believe that the main character actually managed to summon the leader himself. It was almost impossible, especially considering that he seemed to have figured it all out based on nothing more than clues left behind by the captured monster. Then Hana, feeling her strength leaving her, tried with difficulty to continue moving. She admitted that she was no longer able to keep up the pace. Then the knight, without wasting any time, tore up the scroll and summoned a wall of fire, trying to hold off the monsters for at least a little while. While they were trying to escape, Hijweet Kai shouted in anger that these insolent people dared to harm his tribe and his other people. The knight encouraged Hana, reminding her that their only goal was to escape from the village and escape peacefully. But despite all her efforts, Hana, although she ran as fast as she could, felt how the leader of the tribe broke through the wall of fire. He continued to follow them, unhurriedly, but clearly deciding that his only goal was their death. At this point, Matsushige said that they were almost there. He took out another scroll and asked Han to take his hand. When they finally entered the portal, something incredible happened. The monster suddenly collapsed to the ground. They stood stunned, not understanding what had happened, but at the same time suspecting that the leader had simply lost consciousness. However, Matsushige decided not to hesitate. He jumped very high, holding his girlfriend by the hand, and carried her to another place. Meanwhile, the monster continued to kneel. As it turned out, Thomas had climbed up to the observation tower a few minutes ago, which of course wasn't the best option for shooting, but he knew it would still work. Thanks to fire magic, he could accurately assess the direction and speed of the wind. Watching the smoke, Thomas, feeling gratitude to the stranger, mentally thanked him. The wind was blowing from the southwest at a speed of 1 meter per second. He took aim and fired at a target 150 meters away. Thomas could feel the monster moving away, but he could still keep it in his crosshairs. The distance increased to 180 meters, but Thomas did not lose his composure and found the perfect place for a shot. He saw the leader, and at that moment he pulled the trigger. The monster seemed to be struck. The bullet pierced his head, and he didn't even have time to utter a word. Surrounded by his subjects, he fell dead to the ground. Suddenly, as if in response to his victory, Thomas received several level-up notifications. Standing on the tower, he looked at the night sky, feeling victory in every cell of his body. Immediately, he received a notification that the clan leader had been defeated, and as a result, all kobolds nearby were weakened by 50% for a whole hour. Thomas was shocked by the generosity of the game. He realized that even those kobolds that the Sun Guild had destroyed had not yet been resurrected. As he continued to analyze the situation, it became clear that the level of these monsters ranged from 15 to 20, which was not that high by the standards of the game. However, Thomas remembered that the Sun Guild members did not take the items from the monsters they killed, which opened the door for him to take everything that was left from the killed monsters and players. He decided that the first thing he would do would be to analyze his achievements, since he managed to eliminate one of the deputies with just one shot, and he also became the third and last player to be inducted into the Hall of Fame as the one who killed the leader of the kobolds with one shot. Thomas realized that with each quest, the rewards became more significant and the conditions became more difficult, meaning that even high-level players would have a hard time dealing with such raid monsters. Although Thomas was inducted into the Hall of Fame, which certainly added to his status, he still believed that the best players in the world could easily defeat the chief. He knew he was incredibly lucky, without his previous achievements. He couldn't even imagine how he would have been able to defeat such a powerful monster. It was thanks to this quest that he received an additional 20 stat points. After thinking about it, Thomas decided that he should level up his skills one more time before continuing. But he was already ready for new achievements. He concentrated, feeling his powers grow. He leveled up again and was now at level 32. In that hour, while the kobolds were weakened, it became much easier for him to track them. After some thought, Thomas decided to stop and check his updated specs. Looking into his character window, he discovered that he now had 18 achievements and 35 stat points. He initially thought of putting all his points into skill, but then he remembered that strength was no less important. After all, if health was greatly increased, it would help him survive and last longer in battle. In all this, as in the same approach to strength, one rule was important: the more, the better. This worked the same way with other characteristics. Becoming a musketeer was not easy. It was a class designed for long-range combat, but success depended on each specific situation, because one shot is one life, and it does not matter whose life it is, the enemy or the shooter. Thomas then decided to leave 5 points untouched and distribute the rest among skills. Now he had 327 skill points. He knew he needed to raise his skills to level 63. All of this would take time and effort, but Thomas was confident he could do it. Then he recalculated all his parameters again, closed his eyes and whispered, saying that he would soon come for Igor. After all these preparations, it was time to return to Ailstock. Thomas was going to report the completion of the task and sell all the collected items. His head was full of thoughts and plans. He knew that new challenges awaited him, but he also needed to decide what to do with the lunchbox, since time was short. He hesitated, wondering whether to give it away or sell it. If the reward for passing the lunchbox had been more clear, perhaps it would have been easier for him to make his decision. But the reward for completing the task was an invitation to the opening of the second branch of the restaurant. Thomas, however, did not understand the true value of this invitation. It seemed like the developers at Midros weren't too forthcoming when it came to rewards. Meanwhile, an interesting situation occurred in one building. The girl who received the letter 3 months ago finally reached Ailstock. However, she couldn't understand why she hadn't received an answer for so long. Meanwhile, Thomas, having checked all his items, noticed that while hunting kobolds, he did not pay attention to what fell, and simply threw everything into his bag. And only now did he wonder what he had actually received from the old man. Thomas was surprised at his luck when he discovered that the dead monster had dropped a ring on him. It was a special protective ring that gave 70 defense units, and was also associated with a unique skill. The skill promised that no enemy would be able to get close to the player. For the hero, this was an incredible gift. He realized that with this ring, in essence, he could have an extra life in reserve. Thomas couldn't believe his luck. He remembered that the deceased had not used this item, and he didn't understand why this happened. In addition, the defeated monster dropped 2 unique items, which was an additional reason for surprise. The description of the bone necklace that belonged to the kobold leader was impressive. It gave 30 defense and provided an additional 10% defense against fatal blows. Although he didn't manage to collect the complete set, the item was certainly useful, and he felt like he had won second prize in a lottery. In any case, it was a very lucky trophy. Now the main character only had to pass on the task to Bezbrowov. When he reached the academy, he was greeted by a somewhat unexpected scenery. It seemed that the academy looked much worse than most of the buildings in the capital. Compared to the more modern buildings of the capital city, this building was shabby. However, what awaited him inside was much stranger. Thomas stepped inside and immediately heard the sounds of gunshots. In front of him stood several strange young guys who, as it turned out, had burst into the academy and were shouting that after such an event, Bezbrowovi would not remain alive. Then Thomas quickly realized that there was another person inside. As soon as the hero managed to realize what was happening, another shot rang out. It seemed that the situation was getting heated. The men, before leaving, noted that Bezbrovoy knew better whether he considered himself a war hero, but they would deal with him anyway. And then, to the hero's amazement, 3 shots rang out in a row. Bezbrovoy actually managed to shoot 3 times, and Thomas couldn't believe his eyes. The guy couldn't understand how he was able to reload so quickly. After the situation had calmed down, the man finally met his ward properly. However, at that moment, Thomas could not take his eyes off Bezbrovoy's weapon. The thing is that the shots rang out one after another, literally within seconds. I was 100% sure that Bezbrovoy fired from the same musket. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was an unreal rate of fire. Thomas thought that if the first charge was already in the muzzle, then reloading would take about 10 seconds. But if the musket was empty, the reloading process could take no more than 7 seconds. And even self-loading rifles did not have such a rate of fire. Despite all the enhancing factors, the reload speed could take at least 3 seconds. Thomas then came to the conclusion that if it were possible to increase the shutter speed, this weapon could become the fastest in the world. He looked closely at the walls and noticed 3 musket mounts that seemed to belong to the same 3 musketeers who had been at the academy. Then Bezbrovoy noted that he had made a fool of himself, but Thomas disagreed with him, saying that all this was not so at all. On the contrary, it was extremely impressive. Bezbrovoy explained that the day before, a detachment of holy knights from the Holy Order visited the academy, and their visit left a mark. The knights informed Bezbrovoy that Mana Hijwitka had disappeared completely. Thomas, confirming this, thought about how seriously this message affected further actions. Bezbrovoy, in turn, noted that, despite the distance to the farm, Thomas completed the task very quickly. The director of the academy praised him for this, and Thomas thanked him in return. Once he received this recognition, he received a notification that his intimacy level with Bezbrow had increased by 20%, and his relationship with the Holy Knight Squad had also improved. In addition, his achievement level for the kingdom had also increased. Thomas felt that he had truly lived up to Bezbrow's expectations, but Bezbrow himself suddenly declared that, in fact, Thomas had even exceeded their expectations. Eventually, Thomas reached 100% intimacy with Bezbrow and successfully completed the task. Then the man began to explain that requests for bringing the heads of weak monsters were now completely inappropriate. Thomas, although a little surprised, readily replied that he would carry out any task that Bezbrovoy gave him. However, his mentor interrupted him, sharply telling him to shut up. He did not want his student to waste time on such small, trivial tasks. Instead, he had a completely different, much more serious task. For a moment, Thomas thought, it seemed that from a child he had turned into a real adult who was entrusted with important missions. At this point, Thomas could not resist asking Bezbrovoy how he managed to fire his musket so quickly. In response, the man asked if Thomas thought his shooting was really fast. Bezbrovoy clarified that the main character still needs to do a lot of work to reach such a level. Thomas wasn't quite sure what Brawless meant, but he thought he was probably hinting that maybe he should work on improving the weapon's reload speed. Thomas then continued by asking if Bezbrow somehow had a special skill developed, or if he was using magic to shoot so quickly. Bezbrovoy, hearing this, growled, ordering him not to talk nonsense. Thomas then asked if there was anything unusual or hidden about the black musket that his mentor had fired. This question clearly surprised Bezbrovoy, since Thomas was sure that there was something hidden in the musket. He suspected that there was something important hidden in the musket, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out exactly what it was, so he had to find the right words to get to the point. He then decided to ask if the black musket had any connection with the founders of the academy. At that moment, Bezbrovoy abruptly put his glass on the table and then he looked aggressively at the hero and asked if he knew anything about the 3 archers. At this, Thomas felt that he had finally touched on the key topic that was being discussed. Thomas asked if Bezbrovoy was referring to the 3 founders of Brown Bess Academy. Browless, Thomas knew, was a master of fire magic. Mr. Brown was a master of penetration, and Elizabeth was a master of precision. Then Bezbrovoy, with a barely noticeable smile, clarified that it would be much more correct to call Elizabeth Mrs. Brown. Thomas didn't immediately understand what the man meant, but it seemed that the name of the academy was connected with her name. Bezbrovoy continued, explaining that in those distant times when 3 legendary archers ruled the kingdom of Pubil, the academy was experiencing its glory days. In those days, there were rumors of marksmen who became real heroes on the battlefield. People literally grabbed their muskets and headed to the academy to learn from these masters. Bezbrovoy said that in those years, it was impossible to walk through the corridors of the academy, since the firing lines were never empty. The man added that the 2 musketeers were very different from him, not only in the way they ran the academy, but also in their attitude towards people. And after a short, tense pause, Thomas asked where those two shooters were now, and Bezbrovi answered that they had disappeared without a trace during the war. Now the man entrusted the main character with a new task. He had to find traces of Mr. Brown and Mrs. Brown within 20 days. Thomas was stunned. It was a difficult and very responsible task. He could not believe that he just needed to find out if these two legendary shooters were alive. Then Thomas felt that something was wrong here. He suspected that there was some kind of trick hidden here. After all, the creators of the game never created quests without a reason. People who went missing during the war were usually presumed dead, but the assignment he had been given clearly lacked that obvious endpoint. They weren't just vanished without a trace. But Thomas understood that if he refused the task, he would not only fail to live up to Bezbrovov's expectations, but would also have to face punishment, a fine, and possibly even more serious consequences. After some thought, he made up his mind. Thomas said that he was ready to try to find out what really happened to the founders of the academy. In response, Bezbrovi sharply asked if Thomas thought he could do it. However, the protagonist, without hesitation, replied that he could not give up without even trying. Hearing this answer, Bezbrov smiled faintly, and perhaps remembering the past, added that Miss Elizabeth would certainly have hugged him for such determination. He then went on to say that during the days of fighting on the march, when their strength was running low, they had no time to take care of each other. Brown and Elizabeth set out to find the perfect shooting spot. Bezbrovi acted separately, together with a detachment of the military union Mini Pubil. Thomas, in turn, was disappointed with the game's algorithms, because he knew only about one marching plane and a place for shooting at targets, and there were no other clues. The mission to Midros, if it were carried out in real time, would take no more than 4 days. But for the hero, it seemed like an eternity. He knew that if he failed, he would be returned to his former position, a catcher of bats and spiders in the dark forest. However, what was especially hard was that 2 other players had already successfully completed this quest. Thomas couldn't afford to fall behind and decided to start by searching for information in the shops located near the academy. The process was quite confusing, but the sellers seemed to treat him like a close friend, sincerely wishing him luck. In addition, his trading skills were obviously improving, as he successfully sold several items and had now raised his skill level to 5. Having decided that he needed to gather information in the weapons store, Thomas headed there. The merchant, seeing him, was glad to meet him, and readily listened to the hero's request. He said that he needed to know about Mr. and Mrs. Brown, the founders of the Musketeer Academy. The salesman, without hesitation, explained that Brown and Elizabeth were the couple of the century, whose love blossomed during the war. Thomas realized that he had managed to enter the conversation at the right moment, and immediately delved into the details. The merchant continued that, although many people believed they had died during the war, the earliest rumors that circulated about Brown and Elizabeth were very different from those that have come down to us today. The hero's question about the rumors prompted him to even more sensational details, and he, approaching the merchant, waited for further revelations. Then the merchant began to whisper something extremely strange in his ear. Thomas recoiled, not believing his ears, and, a little confused, he retreated sharply. And the merchant, noticing his reaction, tried to justify himself, saying that it was just a rumor. However, Thomas could not completely dismiss this information, despite the fact that it was not only the most detailed, but also the most senseless of all he had heard. He categorically rejected this theory, saying that he could not believe such a thing, because people defeated the monsters and put an end to the war. Suddenly the merchant became gloomy, and added that the people's victory was granted to them by some miracle, which puzzled the protagonist. The hero did not expect that the NPC could talk about the situation so seriously and with such persistence. But Thomas felt that this story was hiding much more than it seemed at first glance, and decided to continue investigating these strange rumors. Despite his skepticism, he asked if there were any other rumors or stories the merchant could tell him. The merchant replied that perhaps Thomas would not believe what he was about to hear. However, the hero persistently asked if there was any story about an escape for love among these rumors. The merchant, with visible excitement in his voice, hinted that half of the people who claimed to have seen Brown and Elizabeth died at the hands of the director of the academy himself. This unexpected turn made the hero ask where the merchant got this information from. The merchant's answer became even more intriguing when he said that he learned of what had happened from the man who had last seen the 2 founders in person. Then the salesman, with a sly smile on his face, obviously knew what he was doing, suggested a tactic with the purchase. He said that he would reveal the name only after Thomas purchased the weapon from him. The protagonist was furious. But despite this, Thomas understood that if he wanted to learn more, he would have to play by their rules. After all, he could always sell the weapon back. The merchant offered him a musket for 18 gold coins, and this price stunned the hero. He was not ready to spend such an amount, although he had thought about buying a new weapon before. But 18 gold was too expensive, so Thomas began to look for alternatives. He soon picked up a second option, the Spitfire. This weapon had a damage output of 1,270 and a firing range of 40 meters, but cost 12 gold coins. He was already starting to think about abandoning the purchase altogether when he came across a third option, a needle gun. The striking power of only 688, but the price was only 6 gold. It seemed like a great option for a sub-40 player, and although it was still quite expensive for him, Thomas decided to hunt with this weapon for now. He turned to the salesman, deciding that this would be his choice, picked up the needle gun, and activated his sales skills. Standing in front of the merchant with suspicion in his eyes, he asked how much the weapon would cost him. Soon the merchant wished him good luck with his sales and left the store. However, the deal still netted him 70 silver coins, which was not bad at all. However, the more important news for the hero was what he learned about the Nitai Valley. The fact is that there lived an eyewitness who saw the two founders of the academy, and the widest area of the swamp was located there. This discovery was, of course, useful, but new problems immediately arose. He understood that it would not be possible to save money, since the journey from one person to another would cost 80 coins. Without thinking, Thomas handed over the required amount to the girl who was engaged in teleporting people. She thanked him sadly, and a moment later he was on the other side of the portal. Looking at his feet, Thomas realized something important. The best thing money can buy is time. He calculated that if this continued, he would soon be broke. These teleportations were too expensive, and frankly, his financial situation was starting to worry him. He knew he had to find the one-armed hero who had fought in the war in this small village. Not fully understanding what was going on around him, Thomas noticed the children running after an old grandfather in rags. The beggar, in turn, shouted for the children to give him their sword, because according to him, it was necessary to pursue the archers. Thomas, feeling like it was none of his business, thought that if he chased these kids away, the NPC would most likely give him another standard quest. He had 2 other assignments and frankly, he didn't want to be distracted. He told himself to have Lepanto, the one-armed hero, waiting for him, and decided to focus on searching the taverns. The tavern greeted him with a tense atmosphere. People were drinking and talking, but the atmosphere was more oppressive than joyful. The innkeeper nodded to him affably, and Thomas, stammering, barely managed to mumble that he just wanted to ask something. Maybe it was the border area of the kingdom, or maybe it was just that all the characters here were like that. But half of those sitting in the inn clearly had one arm. Everything seemed different from what he expected. Some of the merchants, noticing his interest, asked if he was referring to the famous swordsman who had fought on the front lines during the war. Others claimed that such a swordsman could not possibly have been in this village, while others did not know him at all. So different people told him completely different information. Thomas then thought that this was at least some direction. But in the end, the answer did not help. He knew he needed to review all the information he had collected during the day. Lepanto was a warrior who used a rapier in combat and actively fought on the front lines in the Great War between humans and monsters. He is also the original source of rumors that Brown and Elizabeth betrayed the people. Thomas was puzzled. He knew that the rumors that had spread around Mrs. Elizabeth and Mr. Brown were too loud to ignore. But even if the armory owner's words were true, Thomas knew that handing over such things to the academy director would be tantamount to suicide. Time was running out. He had only 12 days left for the boxing mission, and 19 for the one concerning the missing legends. With determination, the hero headed to the Nitai trading shops, hoping to find at least some clues. But most local merchants had never heard of Lepanto or any other local heroes. Some shops were closed due to the late hour. Thomas, beginning to feel disappointed, could not understand why such a famous person as Lepanto was so difficult to find. He hardly expected to meet a player with a rapier, but he still hoped that at least someone could tell him something useful. The hero assumed that at least someone must know this Lepanto by sight. Just when he was ready to give in and make money on raid number 2, a man suddenly appeared behind him. Suddenly, the stranger grabbed him by the shoulders, causing him to experience real shock. Thomas screamed in fear, but the man was in no hurry to answer his questions. Instead, he simply asked him if Thomas wanted to play war. At that moment, Thomas realized that this was the same beggar he had seen during the day. The same beggar who ran after children and shouted strange things. Thomas, not wanting to get involved in a stupid idea, decided to restrain himself and suggested leaving everything for tomorrow. But then the beggar, with unusual persistence, began to persuade him to play at night, saying that it would be much more exciting. Then Thomas, after thinking for a bit, realized that even if his synchronization with this NPC was only 50%, he still couldn't sense its presence. It was as if he was just an NPC in the game. Suddenly, Thomas noticed that something was wrong with the mysterious man's hand. When the wind lifted the man's cloak, the boy saw that he had no other hand at all. At that moment, Thomas realized that this was not just a beggar, but Lepanto himself, the one-armed swordsman. As soon as this realization came to him, Lepanto, without wasting any time, ordered the squire to run forward and hand him the sword. At once a strange, alarming laugh was heard from Lepanto, who with wild joy demanded his favorite rapier. Thomas realized that he had found Lepanto, but he had an equally important task ahead of him. He needed to find out if the rumors that were circulating about him were true. Then Thomas introduced himself, and began to hint cautiously that he would like to ask a few questions. But the madman Lepanto, not allowing him to continue, rushed forward with incredible speed, as if immortalizing his bravery in the game. Lepanto ordered his squire to follow him, shouting that the war was not over yet. Meanwhile, Thomas looked at him in confusion, unable to understand how this old man could move so quickly. This was a real revelation for him, confirming that he had been wrong in underestimating Lepanto. Thomas didn't have time to stop him, so he suddenly shouted about Mr. and Mrs. Elizabeth. The crazy expression on Lepanto's face changed instantly. He stopped abruptly, turning to face the protagonist. He shouted at him to run away immediately, otherwise Brown's bullet would threaten to hit him right in the head. Thomas froze in horror. He did not understand what Lepanto was talking about, why Mr. and Mrs. Brown were mentioned, but one thing was clear. Lepanto clearly knew something important. As Lepanto ran again, Thomas, still in disbelief, heard him shout that at least 5 layers of cover were needed to protect against Brown's bullet. Shouting at him to run as far away as possible, Lepanto added that Elizabeth was watching them from afar. These mysterious words stunned the hero. He did not know what to do with this information. Madman Lepanto undoubtedly knew something, and that something was clearly important. He suddenly stopped, making strange sounds that could hardly be described as anything other than crying. There was a helplessness in his voice, and he began calling for Mr. and Mrs. Brown, begging them not to leave him at that moment. Thomas, watching him, immediately realized that Lepanto had post-traumatic stress disorder. Moreover, in his case, it manifested itself in the most severe form. He remembered being told about this in the army. Thomas realized that such symptoms often occurred in those who had survived brutal wars. It seemed as if Lepanto still lived on the battlefield. In this situation, there was no point in asking questions, because Lepanto was in such a state that any conversation could only make things worse. Thomas realized that he needed to approach this matter differently. He decided to attract Lepanto's attention in a different way, through something more elemental and close. The protagonist was a level 5 chef, so he invited Lepanto to come over, convincing him that he might be hungry. Lepanto, attracted by the delicious aroma, could not resist and approached him. As Lepanto, still stunned by the experience, looked at the food, Thomas casually mentioned that he had actually prepared it to give to someone, but he didn't know who. This caused a strange reaction from the man, who, having lost all sense of reality, began to shout, addressing the non-existent squire, that the meat was cooked perfectly. Thomas, somewhat embarrassed, asked which squire they were talking about, but Lepanto only muttered in response that there was no point in continuing the conversation now. He kept talking about how the demon mountain had to be killed first. After finishing the meal, Lepanto, suddenly inspired, announced that the time had come to deal the final blow to the remnants of the Demon King. Thomas thought about these words, and after a short pause, told Lepanto to wait a bit. He tried to explain that the battlefield was too dangerous now, and that it was better to seek help. Then Thomas, hinting again, said that perhaps it would be worth asking Mr. and Mrs. Brown for help. Suddenly Lepanto, hearing this, recoiled in fear, declaring that these two would never return. He conveyed their words that at the next meeting they would all definitely become enemies. At this point he continued that as soon as he reported this to the top leadership, he would definitely face punishment for such words. The consequences were absolutely obvious. The fate of the two heroes of the country should not be denigrated. The hero understood that Lepanto was not just aware of the events. He himself actively participated in the last dialogue with the Musketeers. Thomas was confident that with the right approach, he would be able to extract the necessary information. Then Lepanto took to his heels again, shouting that Thomas must take his rapier, for he had someone to punish. The hero noticed that this conversation led to nothing, and did not understand at all why the madman decided to run away again. Suddenly he received a new assignment. Now he had to protect the war hero. If he did not find the madman's rapier, Lepanto would simply die. But in case of success, Thomas counted on a significant reward. Lepanto again rushed off somewhere in a hurry, and Thomas, unable to bear it, asked him where he was going in such a hurry. Once he got there, he realized that Lepanto was moving towards the battlefield. They were on the plain of marches which formed the outer boundary of the kingdom, and it was just where Mr. and Mrs. Brown had gone in search of an ideal spot for target shooting. It wasn't just a place, it was a world where monster raids never stopped. The man said that among other things, there was a legion of cursed ants on this plain, as well as dark elves. But Thomas had no idea what characters Lepanto was talking about. He couldn't check the monster's level in advance, and it would be completely reckless to go into such a place without preparation. Besides, the hero only had 100 bullets left. In such a situation, it would have been much wiser to turn around and leave. But Lepanto, apparently deciding that the best way to deal with the threat was to fight it, began shouting at the monsters, eager to engage in battle. He ran up to them and with furious determination ordered his squire to take his rapier. At this time, Thomas shouted that they had arrived just in time. But nevertheless, the situation was becoming more and more tense. The hero then ordered the unarmed men to step aside and not interfere with him while Lepanto tried to find out where his rapier had gone. The only consolation in this situation was that the monsters seemed to have noticed the hero. Thomas understood that he could not simply complete the task without finding a suitable rapier. He didn't want to do it, but he had no choice but to use whatever he had at hand. Thomas then applied his well-honed hand movement skills, starting with the larger monsters. The force of his blow increased threefold, but despite all the power, the monster did not even fall. It was only slightly grazed. Meanwhile, small flying monsters began to rapidly approach the main character. At first, Thomas thought it would be better for him to just run away, because these creatures moved with amazing speed. However, Lepanto, without wasting any time, shouted right into his ear that he could kill these creatures with one blow of his rapier. Thomas replied that they hadn't found the rapier yet, but without wasting any time, he quickly reloaded the weapon, threw the old man aside, and began shooting at the small flying monsters. He shot them right through and they fell down rather quickly, as if mown down. But before he could reload his gun, Thomas finished off several pilots with his bayonet, knocking down the smallest ones with one precise blow. He was able to deal with the monsters in just one hit. Next in line were monsters that looked like old, decrepit trees. The tree monsters were too slow, allowing the protagonist to safely shoot them from afar until they fell. Lepanto, in turn, was completely delighted, and asked when his squire became so strong. Thomas, however, realized that throughout this entire time, tree monsters had the highest resistance among all normal monsters. However, Lepanto, without losing his enthusiasm, stated that with such skills, Thomas could become the commander of a detachment of musketeers. He even noted with pride that Thomas single-handedly dealt with the damned ants. The madman started talking nonsense again, which finally drove the hero crazy. He got really angry and turned to Lepanto, calling on him to shut up for at least a few seconds and speak normally. Lepanto seemed to take this seriously, falling silent, and Thomas whispered softly in his ear that attacking the monsters openly would be suicide. He continued, explaining that this should be reported to the regiment commander, at which point, as if to confirm his words, a stranger suddenly appeared behind them. The man called out to them and calling the hero by name attracted their attention. Thomas was shocked. He recognized his old friend, Beamy. The appearance of the acquaintance left no doubt, and Thomas was happy to meet him. Although the meeting seemed almost impossible, finding themselves face to face, they were both glad to meet again. Thomas, without wasting any time, immediately asked what Beamy was doing in these parts. The lizard explained that he was there in search of prey, hunting. At first, Thomas was a little doubtful of his words, but soon realized that Beamy certainly had to be of a high level to be in such a dangerous place. It was quite obvious that being here was extremely risky. Then Lepanto, not hiding his surprise, could not believe that among the hero's acquaintances there was such an outstanding person. The hero thought to himself that Beamy's academy was located at the farthest end of the kingdom, and Thomas wondered with surprise how it happened that this man ended up here. Moreover, Thomas noticed that Beamy seemed to be without a team even. Judging by the fact that the lizard came here, it could be assumed that he had significantly increased his level. Then Beamy, thinking out loud, suggested that the hero's equipment probably dropped from the boss's field. Thomas, after thinking about it, realized that even Kay probably didn't know about it. But strangely, Beamy understood his equipment at first glance. Then Thomas suggested that they work together, since he also had a task, and this could be a good opportunity for cooperation. Beamy, after a short pause, agreed to the proposal, although he admitted that he had some problems. It seemed that something had really happened to him, and that something in his behavior had changed dramatically. Meanwhile, Beamy also became interested in the hero's task and offered to work in the team. The team that had formed was still satisfied with this prospect, and Lepanto, nodding with satisfaction, noted that there were only a few lizard mages in the Demon King's troops. If this lizard had gone over to their side, they would have become practically invincible. BME, feeling interested in the situation, asked the hero what kind of troops these were. The Demon King's troops. Thomas, after thinking for a moment, explained that not all of these NPCs were in this place, but their enemies were the cursed ants and dark elves, and these creatures always walked in pairs. BME suggested that the main character get ready for action, and he himself confidently began to move forward. However, the hero was tense because he was not a tank and wore rather shabby equipment, but the lizard advised the main character not to be distracted by minor troubles, but to focus on the ants. At this moment, the little monsters looked at BME and said that they hadn't seen a lizard in this area for a long time. However, the next moment the lizard suddenly began to release its poisonous breath onto the monsters, and the elves began to rapidly die from its effects. The hero was extremely surprised that they died as soon as the lizard breathed its last. After this, BME commanded the hero to act. Without thinking twice, they coordinated their attack and simultaneously shot at the monster. The hero was surprised that the monster, which he usually spent 5 bullets on, died so quickly. Thomas noted that the potency of BME's poison was significantly greater than his shots. Then BME, apparently tired, suggested that everyone take a rest, which at first glance looked like a reasonable decision. Lepanto, meanwhile, began to build trenches in preparation for possible demon attacks. However, Thomas could not understand what was happening at all, because BME himself decided to rest and kept looking around as if he was on guard. Even though he had leveled up to level 33 during his hunt, Thomas knew that the swamp plain was definitely not a place for level 30 or 40 players. He decided to carefully ask BME what level he really was. Although not much time had passed since their meeting at Candle Castle, BME, without losing his calm, replied that he was now at level 51. Thomas, upon hearing this, could not believe that such progress was possible in such a short time. BME explained that to level up quickly, you just need to know where and when to hunt, adding that he is in a hurry and needs to finish the current quest first because he is very busy. Lepanto, meanwhile, began to talk about the fighters of some brigade, continuing to crawl on the ground and claiming that their comrades were buried here. Then the guys noticed that the NPC's behavior had changed significantly, and this made them wary. Suddenly, the madman Lepanto ran forward and, shouting, declared that his rapier was somewhere there. This was the first sign that Lepanto's memory was beginning to return. It seemed as if when he arrived on the battlefield, it had become clear that the war had ended long ago. The situation was further complicated by the fact that dead people began to appear in that direction. But BME's poison, as it turned out, had no effect on skeletons. Despite this, Lepanto continued to persistently search for his rapier, guided by his memories. The hero was pleased that the task of protecting the war hero was almost completed. And then suddenly Lepanto cried out that he thought he saw his rapier. She was in the very place where the 2 musketeers left on Victory Day. This added a strange tension to the atmosphere, as it seemed like the hero had a special mission related to the history of the academy. Then suddenly Lepanto declared that he did not agree to let them go so easily. He shouted that they would not leave so easily. BME immediately turned to the protagonist, offering to urgently calm Lepanto. At that moment, the man raised his hand and began calling his musketeer friends. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to glow with a mysterious purple light. At this time, zombies and skeletons began to crawl out from underground. BME, without wasting any time, informed the protagonist that these monsters had awakened due to loud sounds and screams. Then Thomas, instantly assessing the situation, began shooting at them, trying to minimize the threat. The hero quickly reloaded his weapon and instructed BME to try not to kill the monsters, but to separate the upper part of their bodies so as not to cause much harm. Then BME rushed to cut off the creature's legs with his dagger, trying to act quickly and decisively. Thomas, however, understood that he had too little time to reload his weapon. Then he decided to kill the skeletons with his sharp musket bayonet. In an instant, the monster fell to the ground, and its body began to emit strange energy. Then Thomas realized that this was apparently the last monster. Meanwhile, the Rising Sun Guild appeared on the horizon. BME, noticing the approaching enemies, advised the protagonist to quickly run away while he dealt with them. However, Thomas took his time looking at Lepanto and told BME that the NPC was a bit unstable and that escaping from the battle would be quite problematic. He also added that he had a certain debt to these guys, and this complicated the situation. At this point, the lizard became alert, as if sensing something bad was about to happen. BME, already irritated, said with rage in his voice that these goats would not let them go, even if he gave them everything they needed. Beamy then asked the hero to attack first to start the fight. In turn, Thomas asked the lizard to listen to his request. Meanwhile, the members of the Rising Sun Guild began shouting insults, mentioning that the chaos meter did not increase outside the kingdom. They threatened to continue killing the hero, no matter how long it took. But Thomas didn't wait, and immediately shot one of them straight in the head. Beamy, without hesitation, also began to actively attack, releasing his poisonous saliva on the enemies. Then the squad leader ordered the others to immediately prepare an antidote. The opponent's response was lightning fast. They reacted to the attacks, and their actions already showed confidence that they were not below level 60. Thomas, realizing that saving time to reload would be difficult, quickly retreated, acting in the same way as he did in the battle with the ants. If Lepanto died, it would not only ruin the quest, but also jeopardize their entire success. Meanwhile, the protagonist was attacked from all sides, and he was forced to fight back with a bayonet, since his musket was useless in close combat. One of the warriors tried to kill Lepanto, but then something unexpected happened. A curtain of dust suddenly appeared around Lepanto, hiding it from the eyes of its enemies. Then the hero thought that he had apparently failed the quest, and so, a moment later, Lepanto came to his senses and, slightly stunned, asked who these people were. He turned to the protagonist with a question whether they were his enemies. Thomas, without hesitation, shouted that yes, they were enemies. Then Lepanto, without wasting time, easily dealt with the guild warrior, even without a weapon. He lunged forward, launched a straight attack, and then delivered a powerful right hand. From this, Lepanto concluded that it was probably fashionable not to ask the hero who these people were. The soldiers, however, decided to finish off the beggar first, and the whole group rushed at him. But the knight, fighting back, answered them with a smile that the Demon King's army would only laugh at their attempts. In literally one instant, he used several techniques on his opponents, knocking them out. Beamy and Thomas were in complete shock because Lepanto killed all those soldiers without weapons. Beamy, unable to contain his admiration, said that he envied the main character, because he too would like to have such a companion. To this, a shocked Thomas replied that the man was just an NPC from his quest. Suddenly, Lepanto thanked the hero with all his heart for his help. He was truly grateful, because if it weren't for Thomas, the knight would have had to end his life in complete oblivion, without memory and with contempt from those around him. Besides, without his intervention, Lepanto would never have found his rapier. Reports confirmed that Thomas had successfully completed the mission to protect the war hero. This raised his level, as well as strengthening his reputation on the continent and leading to a stronger connection with Lepanto. The reward was quite generous, but Thomas still had not achieved his true goal. Then Lepanto, noticing this, explained that a memory control spell had been cast on him. The knight warned them not to take his story about Mr. and Mrs. Brown too seriously, because his memory of the two had been artificially altered. The Third Legion's advisor, the mage Rotsak, erased his memories, and it turned out that the Union of Wizards of the Kingdom of Pubiel under the royal house was involved in this. Lepanto continued by saying that there should be relevant records in the palace archives. Only the king had the power to edit or delete these records, so the report should have been there. That is, in these archives there was a document confirming the existence of Mr. and Mrs. Brown. However, despite these claims, Thomas could not find any evidence that would convince the director of the academy. Then Lepanto apologized, saying that he could not meet with Bezbrov, since he had in fact died long ago. Rotsak's spell destroyed him without staining the wizard's hands. This explained why Lepanto could not go to the capital. He could leave. But if the magician remembered his existence, not only he, but also the other knights would be in danger. In the end, Lepanto handed the protagonist a gold coin and said that Bezbrowovi knew exactly how to use it. Thomas, looking at the coin in surprise, asked what it was. Lepanto explained that this would serve as proof that everything said was really said by him. Thomas, still not understanding where this was all leading, asked why all this was necessary. The man then replied that he wanted to follow in the footsteps of Mr. and Mrs. Brown, for the sake of all his fallen comrades, and get the answer he could not get that day. Thanking the hero once again for his help, the knight promised that he would remember his kindness all his life. Beamy also thanked the protagonist, saying that thanks to him, he would now be able to hunt in peace for some time, since the guild had been finally defeated. Thomas, in turn, said that his search was complete, and he needed to return to the capital. Then Beamy quietly asked the hero to become stronger as quickly as possible. Thomas, feeling interested, asked the lizard why he decided to help him. Beamy, slightly surprised, replied that he did not do it at all. Then Thomas explained that the most important thing in Midros is information. How much it costs and what its source is, the success of any business, the characteristics of monsters, the origins of quests, and much more depend on. BME had collected a lot of high-quality information that could be sold for money. Then the lizard replied that he saw great potential in Thomas, which is why he decided to take him under his wing, doing everything necessary. Thomas, a little embarrassed, apologized, stating that he had not yet reached level 40, and asked if this was his investment in the future. BME, noticing the hero's seriousness, replied that he should focus on leveling up. Thomas, in turn, remembered that Carl was only level 23. Then BME asked what Thomas would do if he suddenly caught up with him in level. The main character was a little surprised, but also glad to hear such a question from such a simple, but rather smart guy. This means that BME had a good view of what was happening in the game. Before they finally parted ways, Thomas couldn't help but notice BME's strange behavior, and hinted that perhaps he wasn't hiding a weapon from him, because the Sun Guild was already approaching. Meanwhile, right during the conversation, Thomas received a message about 2 achievements for which he received 22 statistic points. The trip turned out to be profitable, but now the moment of the main game was approaching. After he told the director of the academy about this, he suddenly started shooting in his direction. Suddenly the academy was filled with the cries of Bezbrov, who did not believe in treason. But Thomas, without losing his calm, said that he also had evidence, and was ready to show it as soon as it was needed. Bezbrovi, having listened attentively, ordered to show this evidence right now. What surprised the hero was the speed with which Bezbrovi shot. 1 shot every 3 seconds. He was, however, prepared for this, and handed Bezbrov the coin, saying that he should recognize it as soon as he saw it. The man looked at the coin and was surprised, noting that Lepanto was still alive. Thomas, without wasting any time, asked Bezbrov if he knew what kind of coin it was. The man explained that it was a special coin with tracking mana that was used to track the owner, and it could be useful for checking if the operation was successful. The master of this mana was Lepanto himself, commander of the assault regiment of the 3rd Legion. Then Browless, after thinking for a moment, asked if Thomas was claiming that the Brown couple had followed the Demon King's army, and that a memory control spell had been cast on Lepanto. A look of confusion flashed in his eyes. He thought about the head of the Magicians' Union, and finally asked why the director spoke in such riddles. Then Bezbrovi continued, asking if the hero would have time in the evening, since he had important business. Thomas hesitated a little, but in the end received a new task with terrible conditions. If he failed, he would be banned from entering the capital, and, to be honest, Thomas didn't quite understand the logic behind that. Bezbrovi, noticing his confusion, explained that if Thomas and Lepanto were telling the truth, they would be able to prove it by studying the records in the royal archives. Thomas thought that perhaps it would be wise for the director to go there himself. But at that moment, Bezbrovi began to insist that the protagonist would have to take on this task. Thomas tried to distance himself from the idea, saying he wasn't allowed into the castle and such. But Browless was adamant. He claimed that the wizard was hiding something important from him, which meant that Thomas was the person who could get to these records. The hero, realizing the seriousness of the situation, felt the tension grow, because Bezbrovi called him by name. He couldn't just refuse such a request, so he gave his consent. Soon they arrived at a huge castle, at the gates of which they were met by a guard. The guard politely asked what the matter was and received an answer from Bezbrov, who explained that he had business with the Association of Magicians, and he also clarified who exactly was with him. After the man explained everything, they were allowed inside. Bezbrovi and Thomas briefly discussed the details of their plan. Thomas was to go to the western part of the castle and find an important item, but he was strictly forbidden to visit the central part. This was because if Thomas made even one mistake, special traps would be triggered. Thomas couldn't even imagine how the castle staff could get by with such strict rules. The condition of the operation was that they had to complete all actions by 9 o'clock in the evening. Once Thomas had completed his part of the task in the archives, they were to meet in the western part of the castle. They had only one chance, so they decided to immediately begin the dangerous operation. Thomas, hiding behind a flower pot, watched as the castle wall suddenly opened. The head of the secretariat, Clark, came out of it and greeted the speedy shooter, Bezbrovi. The two, despite not having seen each other for a long time, still maintained some distance, although they shook hands. Bezbrovi, slightly wary, asked whether he should now be called the head of the secretariat. Clark, in turn, without hiding his curiosity, asked what brought Bezbrov here, because even for him, an ordinary person, it would be impossible to get into the castle without the appropriate permission. He explained that he opened the door only because Bezbrovi was in front of him. If it had been anyone else, he would have simply ignored the visit. The man, in turn, replied that his goal was merely to see the face of an old friend. Clark, smiling slightly, noted that he understood perfectly well that Bezbrovi had not come here for this, and not to get acquainted with the archival records, for which he certainly did not have permission. Then Bezbrowovi, laughing a little, asked if his actions seemed strange. Clark raised his eyebrows and noted that he was, in fact, much more accustomed to seeing Bezbrovi among completely different people. At that moment, Clark abruptly turned the large vase containing the flower and joked that perhaps Brolus could have hidden someone right there. But looking inside, he was convinced that it was empty. Then Bezbrovi, smiling, noted that over the years the clerk's imagination had indeed become very vivid. Clark, however, felt that after Bezbrovi called him the boss, his mood immediately improved. Meanwhile, while the conversation was going on, Thomas crept away unnoticed. He quickly descended the stairs while Brolus kept Clark's attention. Everything went according to plan. There was enough time. The hero still had 2 hours to find what he needed. However, the further he went down, the stranger the space seemed to him, and the steps seemed infinitely long. Finally, he came across an incredible library, an open space filled with archival books. Despite the huge collection, his attention was immediately drawn to the fact that he could still feel the floor beneath his feet. He thought it would have been helpful if someone had warned him about how the archive was laid out, as its disorienting layout had almost made him feel dizzy. He couldn't imagine having to search for information about Mr. and Mrs. Brown in 2 hours. This search required much more than simply following the times. Suddenly, Thomas noticed an unusual cabinet that stood out among the other objects. It was glowing with a soft golden light. On the shelves of this cabinet was a map of the continent, showing the current position of the developed lands. Realizing what exactly was hidden in this cabinet, after all, it was the only object emitting light, Thomas came closer. He didn't know when he would be able to get into the royal archives again, so he decided to take advantage of the moment and do a little reading. When he opened the map, he discovered that it was a detailed map of the entire continent, with areas that had once been explored marked. Below the map were written details about these territories, types of monsters, and their levels. This proved to be an incredibly useful strategic resource. The western, southern, and northern regions were described by someone named Fernand. Based on the use of the term level, Thomas concluded that this person was just an ordinary player like him. Thomas continued searching and soon came across a recording of a plan for the cultivation of a new continent. His mission had no specific deadline and sounded quite mysterious. New land in the Sea of the Morning Star. The protagonist now needed to find Fernand. Judging by the reward, this task seemed to be only the beginning of something much more significant. When Fernand joined the fleet to explore a new continent, this task could only have been obtained from the royal archives. His lack of time constraints made him even more important. Thomas wasted no time in accepting the assignment and began searching for Fernand's last letter. The king, as it turned out, did not dare to refuse Fernand's request. But after his disappearance, he realized how important this king of adventures was. Now the main character had to move forward. Engrossed in his search, Thomas soon came across a book about the various monsters from the Demon King's Remnants era. He was ready to dive into reading, but unfortunately he only had half an hour left. But the rush did not prevent him from finding information about Lepanto, and he was delighted. Even at that time, they understood how to properly use the terrain to their advantage. Their plans provided that when the enemy commander was destroyed, the system would weaken, which would give them a strategic advantage. Thomas was ready to read on, but time was running out, and he had almost found the information he needed when he suddenly remembered the mirror the director had given him earlier. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by the memory of the instructions. The records were supposed to appear through this glass. When he used the mirror, various strategies were revealed to him, as well as many details that he would not have noticed without this device. Thomas realized that he had wasted too much time not using the mirror from the start. It turned out to be a critical tool in completing the task. Suddenly he heard voices in the archive. The men discussed how Bezbrowov was supposedly a master of fire control. It seemed like a simple tale. Thomas quickly realized that these people had come here to learn about the Second Great War of Demons against humans. Clark said Sir Rotsack had given orders to check the shelves. They had to make sure that no information had been lost since the castle had an unwanted guest. His subordinate could not believe that something could disappear from the archive, but as soon as the order was given, they set to work. Clark then headed to the shelves to take a close look at all the books. While the senior was checking the documents, the junior assistant called him to his place because he found something unusual. The man reported that the location of the documents had been changed. The last 3 books had been rearranged, and he was sure someone was looking for information about the Battle of the March Plains. The sound of the door opening and closing behind them seemed to confirm that the situation had gotten out of control. Thomas immediately realized that he had been noticed and started to run, believing that if he was caught, everything would go to hell. Everything that was happening now depended on whether he could escape from this situation. Luckily, he managed to successfully escape from the archives, but now he needed to leave the castle without arousing suspicion. Suddenly he heard the shouts of clerks and realized that the guards were about to come for him. The situation became tense. The guards split up and began searching every corner of the castle, confident that the thief could not have gone far. Thomas realized that, apart from the guards, he was completely alone in the castle. Instead of hiding, he decided to take a risky step, to get out quickly. It was a breakthrough tactic. If he managed to break out, he would be outside the eastern part of the castle. He hoped that he would not be caught, but his path was blocked by a knight from the Holy Knights squad. The two boys collided heads and then fell to the ground. He asked who was running around in the middle of the night spreading news of an emergency at the royal archives. The knight stood up, and his face immediately changed when he recognized his old acquaintance. It was Sir Durgard, and it appeared that they had not seen each other for some time. He was glad to meet his old friend, but the joy was short-lived. Soon, two clerks from the archives ran up to them, shouting that Thomas was a thief who had stolen information from the library. At that moment, Thomas realized that he needed to get out of this situation urgently. However, contrary to expectations, the knight himself began to defend him in front of his colleagues. The knight began to explain that he knew about the declared unusual situation, but added that it was impossible to arrest anyone without evidence. He pointed out that Thomas had been cooperating with their Holy Knights unit and had recently dealt with the kobold leader, all of which seemed like strong enough arguments to leave no doubt. However, the clerks clearly did not share this point of view. They continued to look at the protagonist with suspicion, considering him the most suspicious person in the castle. The knight, in turn, firmly stated that arrests could not be made based on suspicion alone. Moreover, he was upset that these people dared to suspect a comrade from the Holy Knights squad, much less his close friend. Thomas was shocked. The senior guard he knew was protecting him. It touched him to the depths of his soul. He never thought that this knight could become his ally in such a situation. Clark, however, did not give up. He said that first they needed to find evidence, and only then deal with Thomas. With a grin, he pointed his finger at the main character and asked if he was a musketeer, since they said that he shot at the kobolds. Clark then asked if this could mean that Thomas was acquainted with Bezbrow. Thomas, for his part, quickly realized that the knight was trying to connect him with the director of the academy, and he replied with a smile that it was obvious that the musketeers should be acquainted with the director of the only musketeer academy. However, Clark did not stop there. He noted that if Thomas was indeed the thief who broke into the royal archives, then the Holy Knights would be the ones to take responsibility for his actions. Thomas felt a huge relief that he was in this situation with this senior guard who was one of his friends. If it had been anyone else in his place, he would have definitely been in trouble by now. Thomas sincerely thanked the knight, who, in turn, replied that he was glad to help. He added that the archive staff were very sensitive people who liked to let their thorns out, so one had to be careful with them. Then the knight, as if changing the subject, asked why Thomas actually came to the castle. The protagonist explained that he came to visit someone. At these words, Bezbrowovi appeared, who said that his student was lost, and he had come to find him. Recognizing Durgard, he thanked him and said that he was now in his debt, but the man quickly replied that there was no debt when you help your friends. They then exchanged pleasantries and said goodbye on a good note. Before leaving, the knight wished the protagonist to continue striving for the kingdom of Pubiel, and he, with gratitude, promised that this would be so. Then Thomas, after thinking for a bit, asked Bezbrowovi if he had seen Rotsak. But as it turned out, he was not in the castle today. Apparently, the leadership of the Society of Mages could not leave the castle, and perhaps Rotsak was simply avoiding meeting with them. Then Thomas added that everything had gone well for him too, and now they could calmly head to the academy. Placing the lens on the table, Thomas said it contained all the information he needed. Bezbrowovi looked worried, since this whole situation concerned his friends, and he was no less interested in the success of this matter than the hero. Thomas admitted that he wrote everything down very quickly and did not have time to go into detail. So now they will have to study everything together. The information was strictly classified, which added even more importance to everything that was happening. It said that around 9 p.m., a guard noticed two people coming out of the barracks and heading towards the Demon King's troops. When they were ordered to stop, one of them suddenly opened fire on the sentry, wounding him in the leg and incapacitating him. The next day, at 8 a.m., these two men were spotted 20 kilometers from the barracks. Given that the soldiers had no orders, they simply approached them, but were shot, rendering them all incapacitated. From this report, it was safe to conclude that Mr. and Mrs. Brown seemed to have decided to join the Demon King's army. And that's when events began to unfold from Lepanto's point of view. At 11 a.m., Mr. and Mrs. Brown arrived at the regiment, which, by the way, had not yet received orders to capture them alive. It was only after they had left their post that the military finally received the order they needed. The speaker tried to pursue them, but was unsuccessful. Then they left, but took someone of great importance with them, possibly a black elf. Before leaving, they warned that they would not spare the speaker at the next meeting and advised him to stay away from Rotsack. When they found themselves in this situation, they made it clear that Brown and Elizabeth had been told not to approach Rotsack. However, Lepanto found him suspicious because he decided to hide the truth about Brown and Elizabeth. A situation made even more mysterious when it was revealed that the Browns had warned Lepanto about this before their departure, long before Rotsack decided to hide the truth. Bezbrowovi, in turn, sat and looked through other records that the main character managed to get hold of. While reading, he came across something so shocking that he could hardly believe it. According to witness testimony, before the Demon King's operation began, Elizabeth's examination results showed that she was pregnant. Bezbrowovi was furious. He could not believe that Elizabeth, being pregnant, took part in the war. He screamed and exclaimed, asking why he had not been informed of this. His anger was so great that blood flowed from his mouth. He was shocked that despite all the time they had spent together as the three Musketeers, he didn't even know she was expecting a child. Thomas, of course, was worried about his mentor, but Bezbrowovi continued. He explained that despite all this, he had become much calmer and was glad that they had survived at all. Even after all the betrayals, his soul became calm when he realized that Elizabeth and Brown were alive. He felt joy, even though these shooters had betrayed the people and were shooting at their own allies. Thomas began to suspect that there must have been some circumstances that the Browns simply could not talk about. He added that Miss Elizabeth and Mr. Brown had also said that they needed to stay away from the leader of the Union of Magicians. The protagonist was sure that these words were not accidental. Bezbrowovi agreed with him, saying that there was probably something else going on that they couldn't voice. After the conversation died down, Bezbrowovi thanked the hero for his help. At that moment, he received a message confirming the completion of the Lost Legends quest, as well as a level-up notification. The director was sincerely grateful to the main character and said that now he is the only one he trusts. Then Bezbrowovi asked if Thomas would come to him in 3 days. This was important because Thomas immediately received a new assignment called The Suffering of the Remaining Riflemen, which required him to meet Bezbrov no later than 3 days later. It was the first time in his life that Thomas had seen Bezbrowovi like this, and although the situation was difficult, he understood perfectly well what was happening. His friends betrayed him, but now the main character needed to focus on something else. He only had 80 silver coins left and hoped that the director would give him money as a reward. But in the end, only his level increased and he won Bezbrovov's trust. Just then, Thomas heard voices behind him. Players were selling some items, and among them was a sword that required a level above 50 to use. The price of the sword was lower than the trading post, which attracted attention. People were selling goods at the auction, where a wide range of weapons were available. With a 5% commission, players sold weapons and other items directly, bypassing traditional stores. Thomas suddenly remembered that he still had the item that he carried with him everywhere. The sickle axe received from the kobold leader. This axe was not just a weapon, but a real artifact of a special class. Thomas understood perfectly well that it would be pointless to waste time and money on registering a direct contract with him, so he decided to try to sell it at auction. But before he put it up for sale, he wanted to look at current prices a little, so he could at least have a rough idea of how much he could sell it for. As Thomas began to look through the offerings, he was shocked to find himself among the auction items. He noticed that high-grade spears were selling for an average of 60 gold, which was equivalent to a whopping 6 million won. He wondered if a high-class weapon was worth that much. Then what price could a sickle axe have? Moreover, this axe was not only rare, but also had impressive characteristics. At that moment, Thomas couldn't help but laugh. He decided to sell it immediately, without thinking. Meanwhile, the hero's mother worked as a waitress in a cafe. During her shift, the boss was extremely nervous and constantly yelled at her. The woman thought to herself that this was the time when there were most visitors, but the man didn't even offer to help her. At one point, she received a message on her phone, and her boss, who did not tolerate extraneous sounds while working, sharply shouted at her to turn off the sound. However, the hero's mother, looking at the message, immediately realized that it was probably her son. He always worried about her eating late, and now he was suddenly asking for her bank account number. From the message, she understood that he had won some kind of prize, but she could not understand what the prize was and why he needed her account number. She was genuinely confused, but eventually decided to check her balance right away through her banking app. Imagine her surprise when she saw that a whole 10 million had been credited to her account. Now, for the first time in a long time, she and her son could afford something tasty. Thomas was delighted that, after deducting the commission, he managed to earn 110 gold. He sold the axe for considerably more than he expected, which was quite a nice profit for just 2 weeks of playing Midros. He still had 10 gold left, and he couldn't even remember the last time he felt such relief. It was all thanks to the game. Now, with money in his pocket, Thomas could get back on his feet. There were only 3 days left before the meeting with Bezbrov. But during this time he needed to complete an equally important task. The lunchbox was about to expire and he needed to take care of it. While his mother was away, Thomas decided to return to Midros and sort out the food issue. Meanwhile, Kay, in his sleep, recalled his own recent battle with Igor. However, just like last time, it all ended in defeat for him. Igor attacked him with his huge sword, and Kay seemed to be reliving the moment of his death. Suddenly he woke up screaming because he dreamed that Igor had brutally killed him. Kay was very scared, but he quickly realized that it was just a dream. However, the memories of that day never left him. At that moment, Thomas called him. Kay picked up the phone and asked what happened. Kay was a bit busy, as he hadn't been able to connect with Midros yet, and said he had plenty of time. Thomas was happy and invited Kay to dinner. Kay happily agreed and said he would come around 8 p.m. Thomas was very excited, and Kay, in turn, immediately realized that it seemed that Thomas had made a little money from Midros. The boy thought that this was not surprising, considering the actions that Thomas had taken to render him speechless. Kay still couldn't believe how quickly Thomas had leveled up in such a short time. He also realized that since the protagonist was starting to catch up with him, he couldn't sit back. While in the game, Thomas felt a little sorry for the loss of precious time, but still decided that in order to truly relax, he needed to resolve all issues before dinner and rest with a clear conscience. The hero had a box of food in his inventory, the cost of which was a whopping 100 million won. The first thing he needed to do was figure out whether this product was really worth that much money, and the answer to this question could only be given by Madame Lu's older sister, Madame Zoe, with whom it was necessary to meet and talk. After some thought, Thomas headed to her house, which turned out to be really huge. When he approached the door, a pretty girl opened it and immediately asked who was looking for her at such a late hour. Thomas quickly realized that it was Madame Zoe's sister. Her height was impressive, and this immediately attracted attention. Then he asked her if she was really Madame Zoe. The girl looked at him and asked what had brought him to her at such an inappropriate moment. Thomas, a little nervous, didn't know how to start the conversation properly. He realized that it was best to think of a plan before opening his mouth. He decided to get some trained rabbit meat from his inventory, and told the girl that he had come at the request of Madame Lu from Candle Castle. The hero explained that Madame Lu had prepared a new product and wanted her sister in the capital to appreciate it. Then the girl invited him in without hesitation. Thomas felt relieved. The plan worked, and everything went according to plan. However, Madame Zoe was surprised why her sister sent people on such minor errands. Thomas, though no master of acting, found that his approach had worked, and he was pleased that his cooking training at Candle Castle had taught him something useful for this situation. He also noted that the NPCs in Midros do not act by human standards. They are lazy to the point of disgust, and in order to elicit any kind of reaction from them, you need to know certain code words. He became curious about what code word would be appropriate for Madame Zoe. Thomas then continued, relaying a message from her sister that a food parcel was on its way. The girl immediately asked if the food would really arrive and fall into her hands this time. Thomas was pleased that he had guessed the code word correctly. He assured her that Madame Lu trusted him, and therefore the food could be trusted. But the girl, with a slight note of doubt, noted that the last time she received a similar letter, but months later, there was no courier or any news about the package. Thomas then realized that other players had already completed this quest, but they had taken the box of food for themselves without passing it on to the recipient. Then the hero, trying to find out more, asked why it was so difficult to open an establishment in the capital. Madame Zoe was surprised and asked if Madame Lu had told him about it. Thomas replied that all he had heard was that a large hall was needed, although he suspected there was more to it. This was another of Midros's meaningful hints, the peculiarities of this world that he had to deal with. Then Thomas decided to find out why the box of food was so important. The girl noticed with slight surprise that from his face, he had not yet understood the essence. She explained that inside the box was the meat of a rare bird, known for its unusual taste, which was popular at Candle Castle, and, most importantly, the dish was prepared by her sister. People who appreciate exquisite delicacies would certainly want to at least smell its aroma, which means that the food box will become a real treat for influential people in the capital. Then the hero thought that most likely these people were very rich, and the box of food would go to the most influential person in the capital. Thomas was completely perplexed and exclaimed that this simply could not be. In response, the girl immediately put her finger to his lips, asking him to be quieter. She explained that she was simply following her sister's instructions, and then, noticing the hero's curiosity, asked if he had any questions. The girl decided to give an example to explain her point. The capital, as she said, was a place where people from the most powerful kingdoms gathered. Zoe then asked the protagonist what would happen if all these people ended up in the same restaurant. The hero paused for a moment and thought that the more people there were in the restaurant, the higher the prices would be. But then he thought about it and asked himself if a restaurant could be about more than just money. It was that moment when Thomas realized that her words held much more meaning than he could have ever imagined. Then the hero looked at his watch and realized that it was quite late. He noted that he shouldn't stay in someone else's house so late, and deciding that it was time to leave, he handed the girl the meat. After that, the guy quickly ran out the door. The girl, with a smile, noted that, as her sister had said, Thomas was a truly interesting person. After he left, he reflected on how shocked he had been by everything that had happened around him. It all seemed as if Madame Lu wasn't just an NPC. He began to wonder if this was all part of Madame Lu and Madame Zoe's true plan. Meanwhile, when Thomas returned home, his mother and Kay unexpectedly appeared in his apartment. He was a little confused, not understanding why they had come together. The mother hugged him warmly and said that it was enough for her that he did not lose heart. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she asked him excitedly where he got such a large sum of money and whether he was doing anything illegal. Then Thomas realized that he would have to explain the situation. It might be easier if he did it with Kay. Kay happily declared that he had eaten well, while the hero's mother went to buy apples. Then Thomas turned to Kay, reminding him of the food bag they had discussed earlier in Midros. Kay, with slight surprise, replied that he had recently decided not to sell it, but to complete the mission. Thomas was a little shocked by this, and Kay, shocked, grabbed him by the shoulders and asked if he realized how much such a package could cost. Thomas then tried to clarify by deciding to lay it all out for Kay, but it was obvious that he still didn't fully understand the importance of the situation. He shared with Kay his suspicion that Madame Lu might want to set up a guild disguised as a restaurant for the purpose of gathering information. Kay was stunned by the idea, not believing that an NPC guild could be hidden under such an establishment. Thomas then asked what Kay, as an expert on Midros, thought about this. Kay thought about it, but admitted that the probability of such an event was not zero. He said that if it turns out to be true, it would be really cool. Recalling one of his mercenary assignments, Kay told how he dropped by a guild to gather data, and the owner quoted a price of 30 gold. Thomas noted that even information bureaus do not ask for such fabulous sums. Kay then explained that the information provided by such guilds was so valuable that even criminal guilds and mercenaries would pay large sums of money for it. Besides, if the guild was run by an NPC, it could be considered a kind of paid strategy book provided by the system. Then Thomas asked if there was an information guild in the capital. Kay replied that it was all controlled by the authorities, adding that there would be serious problems if dangerous individuals started asking questions such as how to kill the king. And that's why they wanted to hand over the box of food to the king personally. Kay, noticing that Thomas was clearly getting along well with the NPCs, added that perhaps this was indeed true. He asked what the reward for the quest would be, and the hero replied that it was an invitation to the opening. But Kay couldn't shake off the feeling of uneasiness that there was some kind of trap behind this task. Then Kay suggested using the capital's information guild because with such a reward, anyone would want to complete the task. He also mentioned that he suspected something was wrong from the beginning. Kay couldn't understand why such a valuable item would be created just to be eaten, especially if it was part of a mission. The main character found it strange to even think that it could be sold at all. Kay, as always, was right. This task had a much higher difficulty level, which meant that the reward was clearly not limited to a simple invitation. Thomas realized that if Kay's predictions came true, then his choice could really affect the entire situation in Midros, and perhaps everything would turn out in his favor. The main character was then brought back to Zoe's house, and the girl, opening the door, was surprised to see him again. She was shocked because it was the same messenger who had come to see her a few days earlier. Thomas wanted to apologize for the lie, but instead he simply introduced himself. He explained that he was the same musketeer who was supposed to deliver the food parcel at Madame Lu's request. The girl, smiling slightly, admitted that she already knew about this, and added that she was very interested in him. She confirmed that the package was in perfect order, and offered him tea, coffee, alcohol, or any other drink he liked. Thomas thought for a moment and asked if she could offer him anything else besides drinks. Then Zoe, with genuine interest, asked what he would like. Thomas, after a moment's hesitation, asked if she could offer him information. He was a little surprised that she found out about it so quickly, but the girl explained that he had only delivered the box after he and Madame Lu had completed what they wanted to do. She continued that last time Thomas came only to find out what reward he could get for all his efforts. Then the guy, slightly embarrassed, explained that it was not quite as she had implied. Thomas wondered if Madame Zoe was an NPC because she seemed too perceptive. The girl noticed his bewilderment and assured him that everything was fine. Madame Lu warned her that no one would bring the parcel without knowing the whole truth. Thomas was stunned by this. The girl explained that her sister understood perfectly well that most people would not deliver the parcel to its destination. And if someone did follow through, it could only be for one of two reasons. Either they were real idiots who weren't out to make money, or they knew about the plan and were trying to profit from it. Zoe found it quite funny because those who didn't come weren't smart enough and just wanted to fill their stomachs with delicious food. Thomas finally understood what the saying "appetite comes from eating" meant. He continued by saying that there were those who succeeded in greed and only pursued profit. Only the most stupid person, who did not understand the true value of the box, could complete this task. And suddenly Thomas felt that Zoe's speech was becoming more and more strange. She repeated her sister's words, saying that it did not matter who brought the package. The point is that they will still need to be eliminated. At that moment, something flew right past him, and the hero barely managed to dodge. When he looked at the wall, he realized that there was a huge harpoon sticking out from there. Thomas, dumbfounded, took out his gun and asked what she meant. Zoe responded softly that he had managed to dodge the attack and called him lucky. Realizing that he had no choice, the hero fired his gun in her direction. However, at that moment, ninjas burst into the room and rushed at him. Thomas instantly realized that there were a lot of them, and that he needed to quickly create distance. But fortunately, he had enough time to load his musket. Now that the protagonist was further away, he could calmly concentrate on his shots, confidently aiming at his target. However, he had to fight each opponent in turn in order to somehow hold back their onslaught. But the space in the room was too small, and it was impossible to escape. All this put him in an extremely awkward position. But as always, Thomas was able to find a solution. He pointed the gun resolutely at Madame Zoe and ordered everyone else not to move. Otherwise, he would simply blow her head off. He made it clear that he would take the box with him, and also demanded that the girl immediately get rid of the killers, if she did not want everything to end quickly and bloodily. Madame Zoe, however, did not lose her composure and, despite the threat, calmly asked if the protagonist had been too rude. Thomas then reminded her that as soon as the shooting started, the young girl would come running to help. He added that if they did not leave, they would all be arrested. To this, the girl, without losing her composure, replied that, of course, the knights would come, but they could be bribed, and they would hardly do anything. The fact is that any knight could be bribed. She also noted that a person who lives in the very center of the capital and makes such noise must have some kind of plan, although she found the hero's idea of taking a box of food in such a tense situation quite original. Thomas, however, remained vigilant and was well aware that something was hidden behind Madame Zoe's calm. Zoe suddenly said that her older sister would give him 100 for the way he handled the situation, but from her he would only get a maximum of 80. Soon the hero, noticing his thoughts, asked what exactly Madame Zoe had planned. She explained openly that it was a test that Thomas could not have foreseen, and then, as if with slight regret, she added that she would deduct another 5 points and the test would be over. Thomas was a little confused. He didn't know what to do. The hero wondered if he should thank her, or perhaps team up with the new master of the Information Guild already. He felt that he was increasingly understanding the mechanisms of this world. Then the hero, as if thinking, asked why everything ended exactly this way. Now that it was the hero's turn, Thomas couldn't help but order Madame Zoe not to move. She, in turn, could not understand what was happening and said that the test was over. But Thomas, without losing his composure, said that she should not talk nonsense, explaining that for her it was a test, but for him it was a real mortal threat. He asked if she thought that in that case the reward should go to him, and Zoe laughed and asked him why he was treating the future guildmaster like that. The woman confirmed that he had understood the situation correctly and agreed to sign the first contract with him. She promised to provide him with useful information that could be decisive for further advancement. Thomas was finally able to complete the quest to open the sacred grill in the capital, and his level increased. Madame Zoe explained that this information was exactly what players like him needed the most. 2 days later, the main character was already in Lost Canyon. The information received from Madame Zoe was extremely useful, and there were many valuable herbs here in this place. Everything turned out to be accurate as Madame Zoe promised. With her help, Thomas received an achievement for fighting goblins. Soon his name became a source of fear among the goblins. He also earned the Goblin Nose Collector achievement for successfully capturing 1,000 of the creatures. This place turned out to be ideal for leveling up a musketeer. Now Thomas decided to visit Betrayal as time flew by very quickly. He reached the academy and quietly entered inside. He was met by the director, standing calmly by the window. The director greeted him, noticing that Thomas had changed a little in appearance. Thomas responded by noting that Betrayal had also changed a little. He wondered if he always had that expression on his face. Then Betrayal, without wasting any time, asked whether Thomas had been training all these 3 days. The protagonist noted with pleasure that his level had increased so much that even NPCs began to notice the changes. When Thomas and Browless first invaded the Royal Archives, he was at level 36, and now he was at level 48. Seeing that Browless had also risen more than 10 levels, Thomas realized that he had also noticed the changes. Thomas explained that he spent most of his time fighting goblins, and Browless chuckled and noted that it sped up the process. However, Thomas did not quite understand what Betrayal meant. He explained that it should be obvious that the hero was being trained to become one of 3 new generation shooters, and his training was a necessary step. As a result, he had to complete a skill upgrade quest, which was to defeat the boss Golem Braz in 15 days. This would earn him a new skill, Eagle Eye, and Mrs. Elizabeth's blessing. Thomas nodded, agreeing that all the previous quests had indeed been too difficult for ordinary musketeers. It seemed like this whole process was necessary for him to become a new generation shooter. However, Thomas could not understand why he should imitate Mrs. Elizabeth. There was also Mr. Brown, who worked with her, and Betrayal, who stood right in front of him, also seemed no less important. He was sure that he would soon figure it out, since all this happened in Midros, and here sooner or later everything fell into place. Then Thomas, a little puzzled, asked Betrayal if he really was going to catch a golem. Betrayal, without wasting time, asked if Thomas had ever hunted such creatures. Thomas, after thinking for a moment, replied that although he had never hunted golems, he had heard a lot about them and had seen these creatures on Fernand's map. If he remembered correctly, golems lived in mountainous areas. Betrayal, feigning enigmatically, remarked that hunting golems would probably be much more fun than hunting Hijwitka, but Thomas felt that there would likely be no time for fun at all, given the difficulty of the task. The man then asked if Thomas was going to refuse the mission. Thomas shook his head nervously and replied that he had no intention of doing so. Betrayal, noticing his indecision, cheerfully added that this was in the hero's style, and suggested that they set off on their journey. As it turned out, there was a city at the foot of the canyon, and a crowd of people had gathered in the square, ready to form groups to hunt stone golems. Thomas, using teleportation, instantly appeared on the spot and made sure that everything looked exactly as he saw in the pictures on the internet. He walked through the crowd, thinking about the rocky ridge filled with stone golems and the man-eating gray trap plants that usually inhabited the mountainous regions. Golems, he knew, were the very monsters that ranged players usually avoided due to their thick armor, giving them excellent protection. Gray trap plants, on the other hand, were nasty creatures that warriors couldn't stand at all. These plants were very hard to spot and would grab the player if they got too close. Thomas understood well that in Midros, in the same region, there would always be opposite types of monsters. This was done on purpose to avoid creating an ideal hunting ground for any one type of player. Of course, it was not easy for the musketeers in such places, but if the hero had a different profession, he would have to look for completely different paths. Having understood this, he began to move forward more confidently. It soon became more obvious, especially after he learned about the 3 new generation shooters. This quest could only be activated by the first 3 men who passed the Browless test, and Thomas was among them. The hero, who was watching what was happening with interest, thanked his mother for pressing the button in time at the moment of choosing the player. Suddenly the hero heard someone's voices behind him. Turning around, Thomas watched as several guys fought with the stone golem, shouting that they needed to hit its manhood. He thought they were probably perverts and decided to stay away from them. Golems, as he knew, couldn't do much other than destroy things or just stay in place, which made them less scary. Suddenly Thomas accidentally kicked a pebble and it rolled. By strangely touching a pile of rocks, he started a chain reaction that later led to the emergence of a new rival. However, the hero was glad that he now had an opponent on which to train. The guy reloaded his musket in 42 seconds, which was much faster than before. The distance between them was about 50 meters, and the wind was blowing from the southeast at a speed of about 6 meters per second. Thomas took aim and fired, hitting the golem right in the head. He thought that one shot would be enough to defeat him. However, to his surprise, the monster did not die, despite the fact that the shot was accurate and powerful. Thomas improved his skills a little, realizing that he had overestimated his strength, but this did not mean that he could destroy all the monsters with one shot. He decided to try again, Quickly reloading his weapon, he took aim again. However, the golem was very close and was ready to crush him with its giant foot. Then Thomas activated the skill Peace of Mind. The golem was about to kick him, but the hero remained standing. Thomas, as if talking to a monster, said that he probably didn't think he would die so quickly. Then he put the muzzle of his gun to its stone head. Thomas fired again, and this time was glad to see the golem fall. The hero noted with joy in his voice that he had defeated the first golem. Thomas then turned around and started to walk away, thinking that if he only had to deal with this golem, everything would be much easier. However, he still did not forget about the gray traps that could be anywhere. But then the hero heard a strange sound behind him. Suddenly the monster came to life, regenerating the missing body parts. Thomas found himself in trouble. The golem delivered a powerful blow with its stone hand, splitting the ground beneath it. The main character was thrown several meters away and was in shock. He didn't expect the monster to attack from such a large area. He didn't have time to think. All that mattered now was precise hand movements and the ability to remain calm. Then Thomas fired again, this time hitting the golem right in the chest, but the bullet bounced off the stone slab, revealing a bright golden part underneath. It looked like the golem's heart. Even though the monster appeared soulless, it shouldn't have had anything resembling a heart. Thomas, seeing the weak spot, thought that that was it. Now the golem would fall. But when he took aim again, the golem had managed to restore its strength and covered its vulnerable spot with new stone plates. In desperation, he ran from the area, feeling half of his health draining away. Luckily, there was no endurance limit. Otherwise, he would have certainly died. His first attempt was futile, and with 2 of his skills on cooldown, he decided to check the quest description again. Focusing closely on one of the sentences, Thomas read that the golem's heart could not be seen from afar. He couldn't just aim like he had with Hijweetka. Aiming didn't help him find the weak spot. Thomas shot at other parts of the golem's body, but they also managed to recover. Now he needed more information. Suddenly, hearing screams nearby, Thomas ran in that direction to find out what was happening. Soon the hero reached the cliff, and someone's voices could be heard from below. He noticed that a group of boys were fighting the golem and had already destroyed its protective layer. Now they couldn't afford to waste another moment while his heart was vulnerable. Thomas was shocked to see that they had actually been able to win, and the golem was lying on the ground, broken into pieces. Then he came closer, deciding to ask them something. Thomas asked if the golden bead was the source of the golem's energy. One of the men replied that it seemed so, and Thomas then realized that he was in the golem's range for the first time. After this, the man added that the golem's vulnerable spot was actually his testicle. One precise blow, and the monster would die. Meanwhile, Thomas, not understanding the joke, asked if this place was his heart. But the men continued, saying that if you hit the golem's testicle, everything around would immediately die. Thomas, a little confused, came to the conclusion that it seemed that when this egg opened, the golem began to regenerate. One of the men confirmed his guess, and added that in such a situation it is necessary to act as quickly as possible in order not to give the monster a chance to recover. Then the man looked at the hero and asked if he was alone, without a team, because apparently he knew little about golems. Thomas explained that he was a ranged fighter, and the man advised him to leave here, because one blow from the golem would be enough to defeat someone like him. However, Thomas, without wasting any time, changed the subject and asked if the man knew about Brass Golem. The man looked a little surprised by the question, but nevertheless confirmed that he knew something. He said that when the copper golem appears, everyone on the mountain will gather to look at it. After that, there will be 2 options. Either everyone will die, or everyone will survive. This statement plunged the hero into thought. He immediately asked how he could know about the boss's appearance. The man began to answer, but then his friends shouted to him that their stone golem had revived. The man then commanded Thomas to wait his time and advised him not to come too close, as it could be dangerous. Thomas thanked the stranger and ran away. It occurred to him that this guy, who specialized in long-range combat, was wandering around the golem zone all alone. There was no doubt. He had clearly gone crazy. Meanwhile, the hero began to think of a plan. He wanted to hit the golem's testicle between the belt and the chest, and then repeat the blow before the golem had time to recover. While he was thinking over the details of his plan, he walked along the rocky cliffs and almost lost his balance. Everything was going in such a way that it became clear why there were so few other players in this zone. Heroes with high attack speed had difficulty destroying the stone, and players with powerful attacks had trouble with the golem's regeneration. Now the hero didn't know what to do next. Suddenly he heard a strange sound from somewhere above. When the boy looked up, he saw a man flying towards him from above. He was shocked when a dead man fell on top of him. Suddenly screams were heard on the mountain, and people began to shout that the copper golem had awakened. Soon the golem itself let out a terrifying roar, which immediately had a weakening effect on the hero. He felt himself weaken. Shock overwhelmed him. This boss could not only attack, but also weaken players. The decrease in stamina below 50% and the decrease in defense by 10% seemed like a disaster to the protagonist. Then the players around started attacking the boss with various techniques and spells. Thomas, assessing the situation, realized that the entire team of 10 people had gathered their strength in just 5 minutes. He came to the conclusion that if he decided to fight the golem alone, it would take him about 4 minutes. However, he still didn't know how long it would take for the golem to recover, or how long it would be until it appeared again after its defeat. At this time, one of the guys from the team decided to use lightning against the golem. Suddenly everyone started shouting at him, demanding that he stop the lightning attacks. Then the boy, without losing his composure, replied that in this way the golem could be paralyzed. His words were met with anger, but the boy nevertheless fired a lightning arrow at his opponent. In response to the hit, the golem began to make strange sounds. Then the golem suddenly began to spin, destroying everything in its path. A huge flash of light and kinetic energy destroyed all life around, leaving only the dead bodies of the players who were within the radius of this catastrophe. Thomas, who was watching what was happening, began to get nervous. He saw his allies disappear one by one and realized that he would now have to face this giant creature alone. A few days later, in a small town near the mountains inhabited by golems, all the players were trying to find a team to hunt Greytrap. One guy kept walking the streets shouting that he wanted to join the team, but no one would take him. Disappointed that no one accepted him into the team, he suddenly noticed a hero. He was surprised how such a noob could even hunt in such a place. He couldn't understand why no one invited him to their group, but he decided that he would keep an eye on him. He kept an eye on Thomas, expecting him to probably head to the stone golem zone, a place he thought the newcomer would be unlikely to survive. The guy decided that if Thomas died, he would take all his things. However, he quickly realized that he had to be careful not to get into trouble himself. At that moment, a bright flash suddenly appeared, and the guy was forced to cover his face with his hand. When the smoke cleared, he saw Thomas continuing on his way as if nothing had happened. He said that everything was going as he expected, while the guy was still sitting behind the rock, not understanding what was happening. 9 days passed, and Thomas found himself near a copper mine where there was a suitable resting area. He sat there waiting for the golem to start regenerating again. Thomas calmly walked around the dangerous plants, not understanding why the other players couldn't just walk around them. The effects of his musket master and peaceful soul skills not only improved his weapon manipulation, but also his vision. It was quite natural for him to see monsters, unlike many others who panicked when they appeared. Finally, Thomas saw the golems. It took them a full 10 days to wake up and begin the regeneration process. When other players noticed that the field boss had appeared again, they immediately began to run away in panic, not wanting to become its victims. But Thomas had prepared in advance, purchasing supplies that could help him protect himself from the effects of the roaring golem. All restrictions imposed by the golem have been removed, and its resistance to weakening effects has been increased by 20%. Without wasting any time, Thomas activated his precise hand movement skill and dealt the first blow to the golem. But as he expected, the rock only bounced off his armor, causing almost no damage. However, Thomas did not lose his determination. He threw several explosive devices towards the smaller stone golems. A second later, they exploded with a terrible crash, causing severe damage to the monsters. Thomas shouted, asking them if they expected such an attack. By his actions, he convinced himself that if they did not expect it, then it was right to act by analogy. He then fired at the stone golem's cores, knowing that this was the weak point of their armor. During previous missions, Thomas learned how to make claymores. These were weapons resembling shotguns that split into bombs or bullets using gunpowder. If there was enough money for materials, there was only one question left: the quality of the work. But now he saw that the bombs had not caused any damage to the golem. He realized that to do this he needed to make one more blow. However, the hero realized that the golems surrounded him on all sides. But Thomas did not give up and decided to check which of them would be stronger. And so, when he approached the field boss, an alarm signal rang in the hero's ears. He found himself in an interesting situation. He couldn't afford to die. Otherwise, the other players wouldn't be able to help him. He knew that if he ran away now, he would not be able to complete the task on time. This was his last chance. The monster, meanwhile, began to rotate its giant hand, creating a vortex that was terrifying. When the hero saw this, genuine horror appeared on his face. After that, he turned around and ran away until a hand touched him. Thomas realized that he needed to increase the distance as much as possible to aim and not get into his attack zone. Suddenly, the golem hit the ground with such force that Thomas was thrown forward, losing some of his health. Huge cracks appeared on the ground from such force. The main character flew back somewhere with a crash. He found himself pressed against a large stone block. The golem continued to approach, giving him no chance of escape. However, the golem's heart was open, meaning that it was vulnerable. But that didn't mean that it would be easy to defeat. The golem, in response to the threat, began to deal powerful blows to the protagonist, forcing him to defend himself with all his might. But Thomas was ready. He formed a power barrier from mana, a powerful professional-level barrier. It was supposed to last for at least 5 minutes, creating a protective field around it with a radius of 3 meters. Inside, Thomas felt his strength straining. Mentally saying goodbye to the yellow robot, he fired at its core. As it turned out, that day Thomas became the first shotgunner to open fire in Midros. In an instant, the core of the huge golem shattered into a pile of small fragments. The boy, who had been secretly following the protagonist, was shocked by how calmly and confidently Thomas dealt with the field boss. The boy couldn't believe that Thomas, being a newbie, was able to defeat such a powerful golem on his own. All the boy could do was continue looking for a team to hunt. However, once he realized that Thomas was in this situation, he was doubly pleased, because if the hero survived and won, it would be a chance for him to cash in on the hero's success. Meanwhile, Thomas teleported to the capital, a place where there were always many people experienced in finding players for team missions. At the moment of his arrival, something strange began to happen to him. Suddenly the guy laughed, and his laughter sounded like he was going crazy. He smiled like a child, realizing that he had managed to pass this test. Everyone nearby turned around, thinking that he had completely lost his mind. At that moment, Thomas couldn't hide his joy. It was difficult for him to defeat even the stone golem, and now he defeated the copper golem alone. He thought about his musket, which had survived the illegal upgrades. The weapon's barrel could withstand such stresses thanks to its unusual cartridges. When they left the muzzle, they exploded. If Thomas had simply touched the golem's core like a button, it would have died. However, the hero decided that when the forge opened, he would give his musket for repair, and only then could he allow himself to rest and leave the game. Thomas then decided to test his achievements to see what level he was at. Being the third player on the list to achieve such rare achievements, he couldn't hide his pride. He also remembered that he had once obtained the Emperor Solo achievement, and although the difference between the Emperor and Price titles was 50 and 40 boss levels, he realized that there were 2 other players besides him who had overcome this 40-level gap. Thomas had an idea how they had done it. Most likely they had spent a lot of money and developed some unusual tactics. Perhaps some kind of bomb. That may have explained why he was not inducted into the Hall of Fame despite his Craft Star title. But Thomas chose not to waste time thinking about other mid-rose players. He opened the user window and saw that he was at level 64 with 82 unused stat points. He remembered how difficult the task from Director Bezbroov was, and how his experience increased by 473 skill points. Thomas assumed that it was these points that played a major role in his success. Even though his punches were quite powerful, it was his skills that allowed him to hit the target. Thomas thought about where to invest his stat points. He thought it would be wise to put everything into dexterity, but ended up putting 16 points into intelligence, and the remaining 66 into dexterity. But he realized while creating shotgun shells that the penetration effect was related to craftsmanship, and since it was related to intelligence, it also reflected his mental abilities. Thomas then began to regret his decision to spend all his points on one single skill. He felt that he could have made a more balanced distribution, but now it was too late. A spark of curiosity ignited within him. He decided to try out a new skill that he had recently discovered. This skill allowed him to name objects as they were created, and although he had seen something like this before, Thomas wasn't quite sure how exactly this skill worked. However, he was determined and decided to test it out. Selecting one of the items from his inventory, he used the skill, and based on the analysis of the materials and components, the item was given a name. Thomas was surprised to notice that it looked like a real jackpot. An idea immediately popped into his head. He decided to use this new skill on his bomb and then sell it. He thought he would call it the Thunderclap Bomb. However, once the system assigned a name, he was stunned. Instead of his suggestion, the bomb was automatically named Category 3 Ignition Cord Low Rank. Thomas was completely perplexed. He did not understand why his creation turned out to be an incendiary cord and not a powerful bomb. He tried to figure out what went wrong, but in the end, just frustrated, he logged out and went to bed. He felt confused and a little upset, because he had expected more. But he reminded himself that in Midros anything was possible, and even the strangest events could turn out to be commonplace. Meanwhile, the nonsense that Thomas had been expecting was happening elsewhere. About 12 hours later, Thomas woke up feeling extremely hungry. He went to the kitchen, but when he opened the refrigerator, he discovered that his mother had only bought him tonics. Thomas realized with regret that she had not thought of a more substantial meal. He felt a little cheated, but quickly switched to more important thoughts. The idea was spinning in his head to earn more money so he could buy better equipment as soon as possible. If he could keep getting useful items, he could earn the necessary 20,000 gold and enter the game with more powerful items. Sitting down at the computer, he decided to check the world rankings. There were no noticeable changes on the screen. But something caught his attention. A video appeared in which he was fighting the copper golem. It was billed as a solo play against brass golem. Thomas opened it with interest. The video, as it turned out, was posted on YouTube, and the person who posted it was unknown to him. Thomas, recognizing himself in the video, felt mixed emotions. He was surprised that someone filmed his fight, but at the same time he was worried about who exactly published this video. After reading the comments, Thomas realized that people couldn't figure out who he was. The comments mentioned that he used explosions, a shield, and other abilities, and couldn't figure out if he was a mage or an elementalist. The hero then wanted to delete the video, but soon realized that if he did, his identity would definitely be revealed. On the other hand, no one recognized him, and the video did not attract too much attention. Thomas calmed down, but still felt a little uneasy. However, this did not stop him from entering the game. As soon as he was inside, he immediately called Kay. He told him that he had seen the video and asked if he knew about the achievement. Kay replied that he should not brag, because he himself was far from professional compared to Thomas. Then the hero realized that his friends would immediately recognize his face in the video, and that he would need to be careful in the future. In the conversation, Kay noted that the hero's jokes had become much better, and even lifted his spirits. The shield he offered to Kay was truly impressive. It gave a whopping 410 defense points, added 8 points of endurance, and carried the energy of the copper golem itself. Thomas was sure that his brother would not be able to find a similar shield anywhere else. Then Kay looked at it carefully, assessing its defensive characteristics, and after a short thought, he agreed that the shield was indeed good. However, he noticed that his own shield was even better. Thomas couldn't believe his ears and shouted loudly to his brother that he thought he could sell the shield for 180 gold. Then Kay confirmed that his shield was indeed better. But Thomas still didn't understand why his shield was worse. Perhaps he underestimated Kay due to his younger age. Laughing, Kay thanked the hero for the offer, and then, without wasting any time, said that one day they would still play on the same team, after which the brother went hunting, and Thomas said goodbye to him. The hero's mother and Kay believed in his abilities and supported him at every step. Thomas then promised that he would someday repay them for everything they had done for him. After their conversation, Thomas decided to check the prices for the shield at auction, and was pleasantly surprised. The price rose to 188 gold. He quickly calculated that during this time he had accumulated some gold. The hero took more than 10 gold coins and distributed them among different items in his inventory: scrolls, medicines, gunpowder, and so on. However, once he had saved up enough gold to buy a new shield, his rifle required repairs, which cost 4 gold. Thomas was faced with a difficult choice, as he could not afford to send the weapon for repairs, but repairs were necessary. He closed his eyes for a moment and quietly apologized to his rifle for the awkward position. Meanwhile, while walking, Thomas accidentally caught on a branch and tore his coat. The main character was in complete despair. He did not understand how this could happen, because he looked after his equipment so carefully. This made him think about the importance of durable clothing. Thomas realized that protective gear is not just for appearance, but also for survival. However, he couldn't afford to buy new equipment, and now he had to carefully preserve the old one until he could buy something more worthy. It seemed like there was no way out. In desperation, Thomas called Kay and apologized for having to make such a delicate request for money. He was glad that Kay hadn't refused, otherwise he would have had to walk around embarrassed in such uncomfortable and damaged equipment. Kay, fortunately, offered his brother a solution. The new suit for the hero turned out to be quite affordable, and with some negotiating skills, Thomas was able to reduce the price by as much as 3 gold pieces. Of course, he now had to pay Kay back, but he felt the clothes were worth it, and they were in perfect condition. After this, Thomas decided to complete his quest and went to Bezbrowov. He soon came to the academy and informed the director that he had returned. Bezbrowovi, having examined him carefully, noticed that Thomas had changed, which was evident not only in his clothes, but also in his behavior. The man commented that he had done a great job, and Thomas was pleasantly surprised by this recognition. He expected Bezbrovi to notice his rifle or clothes, but he only praised him for his talent and skills. It was nice, but for the hero, The main thing was that he completed his first training and received 30 silver coins, as well as the Eagle Eye skill. Thomas was pleased, because from the very beginning he was interested in what exactly this skill gives. Then Bezbrowovi, noticing his curiosity, asked if he had seen anything in the distance. Thomas admitted that he hadn't noticed anything special yet. Then Bezbrowovi explained that this was the task he gave the main character, so that he would learn to predict distant targets. To shoot accurately, you need to be able to see potential threats in advance, even if the target is not visible from afar. He also confirmed that he had prepared the hero for such conditions by training his accuracy on targets, after which Thomas received a new task, marksmanship training. His task was to collect feathers from the tail of the Roadrunner. Thomas was a little wary when he read the description of the task. Although he was confident in his abilities, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He knew he had to act, so he decided to find out right away who this mysterious Roadrunner was. Then the man, looking at him with interest, explained that it was a bird. But Thomas, not entirely satisfied with this answer, asked if it was something like the Golden Eagle from Candle Castle. However, Bezbrowovi immediately responded by noting that although it was a bird, the comparison with the Golden Eagle would insult the bird itself, if it could understand such things. Thomas didn't quite understand what Bezbrowovi meant, but despite this, he agreed to the task. However, Thomas felt relieved when he heard that this task did not have fatal conditions. It was impossible to fail it with the Roadrunner. This gave him confidence, because no matter how the situation developed, at least he would cope with this quest. He was looking forward to what would happen next, because his next quest called The Will of the Late Mrs. Elizabeth sounded quite tempting and intriguing. He had to hit the target accurately from a distance of 444 meters, and Mrs. Elizabeth's musket was waiting for him as a prize. Bezbrowovi seemed to know that Thomas would be interested, and added that the words in the will were far from being an ordinary announcement, but significant instructions. Besides, as it turned out, Mrs. Elizabeth's successor would be the one who could hit the target from such a distance. Thomas immediately felt a certain anxiety, shooting from 444 meters. Then the hero thought that he was being played, but Bezbrowovi was serious. He needed to hit the target with a musket at a distance that roughly matched the effective range of the K2 rifle. Since it was too difficult for him at the moment, he asked if he needed to do the task right now, but to his relief, Brawless replied that he could do it whenever he saw fit. However, if Thomas truly wants to become Mrs. Elizabeth's successor, he will need to choose the last rifle out of the 3 available options. Thomas, as expected, asked if it was the same rifle, and Bezbrowovi confirmed that it was. The hero was a little stunned to learn that the other 2 rifles had already been claimed by Bezbrowovi and Mr. Brown. So now all 3 new generation shooters will inherit weapons based on their unique techniques. Bezbrowovi once again emphasized the importance of precision, because it is this quality that will determine who will become the successor. But Thomas was not going to risk this quest, because, as he himself told Bezbrowovi, at the moment he could not shoot at such distances. He decided to first deal with the quest related to the runner, and then return to more difficult tasks. Then Bezbrowovi agreed to wait, as he was always ready to help. Soon Thomas headed into the desert, the habitat of the runner. Quite quickly he found the bird he needed, and although he couldn't believe that he was about to kill this bird, he knew that he had to remain alert. He activated his new skill, Eagle Eye. Thomas felt his perception change. Now he could zoom in and out on an image at a distance of 500 meters. Using this skill, he noticed that his eyes had now become something like sniper scopes, and he felt like he could see targets even at a great distance. Then the hero aimed his weapon straight at the bird's head, but just as he was about to shoot, Runner seemed to sense his presence. Then the runner turned sharply and ran in the opposite direction. The bird was moving so fast that Thomas felt his cloak fluttering in the wind. Meanwhile, other players noted that if a roadrunner appears nearby, then you can finish the hunt. The hero could not understand how this was happening, but deep down he knew that here in Midros, anything could happen. However, Thomas continued his pursuit, and after 3 days he finally tracked down the runner, but time was running out. Only 17 days. For 3 days he did not collect a single feather, and all his efforts seemed in vain. He prayed, hoping that this time everything would work out well. But, just like the previous time, the bird managed to escape. Thomas was upset. He didn't know what would happen if he just killed the bird, and whether it could somehow affect the further course of the task. But despite his confusion, he continued to act. However, something strange caught his attention while he was in a deserted field. Thomas suddenly realized that the runner was not running along a certain trajectory by chance. This fact made him think that perhaps his strategy was not good enough. Then he decided to use the skill Calm Soul. Suddenly, on the horizon, he noticed a rider on a horse. Feeling the presence of the protagonist nearby, he immediately noted that he was a musketeer. Thomas didn't have time to see his face, since the distance between them was 200 meters. From such a distance, the enemy could not see his face and had no idea who exactly was shooting at him. And to the hero's surprise, this rider turned out to be the third registered user who had already achieved this achievement, and there were 2 more waiting for him. Once Thomas had killed all the runners he needed to complete the mission, he felt relieved. Finally, he could complete the quest in peace, and at that moment he realized what hunting and target shooting really meant. The runner was not just a target. He was a creature that had a unique habit of running through the desert and then turning sharply and changing direction as he ran through the forest. Thomas realized that if he followed this pattern, he would easily hit the target. But then he thought again. He was a sniper, not a hunter. Hunting was about pursuing the target, while target shooting was more a matter of waiting, of patience. Thomas then thanked his fate that he was smart and sensible. He knew that many other players spent all their energy trying to catch the bird, but did not understand that the main thing is planning and calculation. But at that moment, when he was about to complete the task, something unexpected happened. A man came up behind him and shouted loudly that Thomas was an idiot and demanded that he give him his ring. Thomas immediately recognized the man as a member of the Guild of the Rising Sun, Tikal. He never thought they would come back after Hijwitka was killed. But now here they were, standing right in front of him. Luckily, there were only 10 of them, and they didn't know how much the hero's level had increased since the last meeting. Considering that they had attacked him during the march, it could be assumed that their levels were lower than his. Thomas quickly calculated his chances. Tikal then demanded that he immediately give up the ring. Otherwise, he promised to tear out all the hair from the hero's head. He also added that they were going to take the golem's copper shield, which Thomas had put up for auction, as compensation for the mental and physical damage they had suffered. One of the other guild members tore up the scroll that prevented teleportation. Thomas realized that he was in a very difficult situation. At this moment, the opponents raised their swords in front of them, and Tikal warned the hero that now he would not be able to escape. He immediately called Kay, asking him to track his location and come urgently. Kay seemed to understand everything and promised to help, asking for a little time. Thomas realized that now he just needed to survive until help arrived. He tried to buy time and told the guild members that he would return the ring, and they could go their separate ways. But Tikal responded aggressively that the ring had always belonged to him, and he would take it back no matter what. He also added that the protagonist would have to give up everything he had. Then Thomas, without wasting any time, pulled the trigger of his musket, and the bullet flew at incredible speed straight towards Tikal. But then something unexpected happened. The man with 2 shields, Kim, whom Thomas met on the battlefield with Agony Asso, stepped in at the last moment and deflected the bullet, defending Tikal. He yelled at the hero, calling him a coward and accusing him of trying to drag things out. Tikal, grateful to its protector, thought that everything was now complete, but it was not so. Then he promised to kill the hero as many times as he killed his guys that day. He immediately gave the order to all the soldiers to finish off the hero, and they rushed to the attack. Thomas quickly assessed the situation. Among the attackers were 2 truck drivers, and the rest were armed with regular melee weapons. They acted quickly, and he had neither time nor opportunity to reload. In response, he decided to use his secret weapon, a bag of explosives. The explosion went off and several soldiers were killed. The group was stunned. They couldn't understand how this happened, because there were no magicians around, and no spells were used either. This left them stumped and gave the protagonist a few precious seconds to get his bearings. He knew he had to act fast because he simply couldn't afford to die here because of these scumbags. But at that moment the situation took an unexpected turn. A strong player appeared from behind, jumped out from behind the guild soldiers, and directed a powerful blow straight towards the hero. He reacted instantly and materialized a force barrier. Thomas was shocked. Against a melee player who used ranged attacks, it seemed impossible for him to defend himself. But he had no choice. He stood there, stunned, looking at this new strong player who had suddenly appeared in the guild. Tikal, standing to the side, began to flatter and praise Mr. Jacko, saying that such a man could have been terrorizing them all this time. He called for the others to return to the guild, but Thomas would not let them leave without an answer. Suddenly he threw a new bag of explosives in their direction. The explosion destroyed the weaker players, but the stronger ones, including Tikal and Jacko, remained intact. They decided to strengthen their positions and began to hide behind the trees. Tikal ordered everyone to take cover and ordered Kim, one of his associates, to guard Mr. Jacko. Thomas was annoyed. He needed to deal with Jacko with the last package of explosives, but now the situation was complicated. Hiding behind the trees, they shouted that the hero's force barrier would not last more than 5 minutes, and once the time ran out, Thomas would become an easy target. The protagonist was confused. He did not know whether he would have time to deal with all these people before the barrier disappeared, or whether Kay would have time to come to the rescue before he died. However, before Thomas could send a message to Kay, a mysterious knight approached them. He asked with all seriousness what was going on here. The knight suddenly recognized the Rising Sun Guild members among these players, and asked if the group of players were planning to kill another person outside the PvP arena. However, Tikal, shouting in displeasure, ordered him to get out. But the knight did not react to the threats, and, continuing to look closely at the hero, asked if he was a musketeer. Thomas, a little stunned, confirmed that this was his class. The knight did not stop there and asked if Thomas knew what the words sleeping kid meant. Thomas, not understanding what was going on, replied that he had never heard of such a thing, and, more importantly, that the place was dangerous now, so they needed to leave. But the knight replied that he couldn't ignore the group PK. Then Tikal, despite the situation, ordered his soldiers to kill the knight, calling him a psycho and demanding that they deal with him quickly. An arrow that flew out of the bow hit the knight, almost knocking him off his feet. But suddenly the hero found himself outside his force barrier, trying to save the stranger. At that moment, the arrow hit the hero in the shoulder. Then he cried out for the knight to leave immediately, otherwise he would be drawn into the conflict. The knight was surprised and asked if Thomas had tried to save him. At this point, Jacko, who had emerged from behind the trees, declared that now that the knight had left his barrier, there was no time to waste. He then directed the blast straight at the knight. The knight ordered the protagonist to retreat. At this point, Thomas, trying to stop him, realized that the situation was close to disaster. However, the knight used his powers to disperse the fire. Everyone, including the guild members, were stunned by this turn of events. When the knight removed his helmet, he found a beautiful young woman underneath. She began to explain that while she didn't like attacking people, she couldn't let them get away without consequences. Her gaze slid over the guild warriors before she turned to the protagonist. The main character felt a little awkward. He was stunned by what was happening, especially by the fact that such a pretty girl was helping him. She muttered something under her breath, but Thomas couldn't make out what it was. Before he had time to come to his senses, Kim, shouting something about revenge, ran up to them. Thomas immediately noticed his approach. He wanted to stand in front of his protector, but she was faster. Thomas didn't see her move, but he soon noticed that Kim's lungs had been punctured. After this, Kim fell to his knees in helplessness. His cry of pain rent the air, and the girl muttered quietly that she knew the blow hadn't been enough to stop him right away. Kim continued to scream, overcome with terrible pain, but the girl seemed oblivious to his suffering. She even asked him how he was feeling, which sounded a bit out of place at that moment. Jacko, who was watching what was happening, realized that the girl made a barely noticeable movement with her leg, but it was enough for the saber to pierce Kim's stomach. Meanwhile, she returned to the hero, asking what happened. She quickly brought the small bottle to his lips and told him to drink the contents. Thomas didn't understand what it was, but the girl explained that she did it as thanks for him trying to help her. The hero was instantly healed, and said with admiration that this was an incredible remedy. The girl looked pleased with her decision to help and save him. She then turned to the guild and said a few words that she could just tell them to leave, but she was sure they wouldn't. Jacko was clearly angry because they had everything under control. He couldn't understand how such a strong player had appeared, and was probably thinking about leaving quickly. Jacko, seeing that the situation was getting worse, muttered that it was no longer possible to leave now. Then he shouted to everyone to attack at the same time. He assured his guys that their only opponents left were the almost dead shooter and this girl. The girl took a deep breath and quietly said that there was nothing they could do in this situation. And before anyone could react, she attacked all the players. Thomas was in shock. He wanted to support her with fire, but it was too late. Before he could fire, all of their enemies had already fallen dead to the ground. The two seemed to have dealt with them all without any effort, and they didn't look weak. Moreover, she dealt with them all alone. He still couldn't figure out who she really was. Then the girl extended her hand and said that now it was definitely over. She added that Jacko was quite a capable player, but she wondered why he did such things. Thomas, a little embarrassed, handed her a bottle of medicine, begging her to take it to help her. She replied that she kept it for herself because she wanted to give the main character a gift. The girl blushed and added that the main thing was that Thomas was the first to rush to her aid, which was important to her. Then Thomas also blushed from her words. After that, the girl, smiling slightly, advised him to drink more medicine, since it was quite effective. Thomas was shocked and thanked her. He couldn't believe that all the guild members were dead again and now she saved him. The girl seemed to be about to leave when Thomas, a little confused, apologized. He approached her and thanked her again for saving him, asking her to at least say her name. At this moment, Kay shouted from afar, and then Thomas remembered that not long before he had asked his brother to come to his aid. The girl turned to the protagonist, asking if Kay was his companion. Thomas confirmed it, and then asked to wait just a second. He quickly wrote to his brother in the chat, telling him that this girl saved him and that he was still alive. However, Kay didn't seem to notice the chat and started. Then Thomas started shouting at him that this girl was not from the rising sun, but on the contrary, she saved him. Meanwhile, Kay had already activated his Saint Soul and Turtle Pressure skills. He screamed furiously and declared that someone had dared to touch his brother. The girl, however, did not lose her head. She quickly activated her Lightness of Feather skill. Suddenly, a barrier appeared right in front of Kay, preventing him from hurting the girl. Then she offered to talk to him, but Kay could hardly believe his eyes. Thomas was completely confused and didn't understand what was going on, especially when he saw this mysterious girl standing so close to his brother. Kay was confused, unable to understand why she was even standing next to him. Then Kay finally explained that this girl was one of the most famous players in the game. She was ranked 6th in the Midros rankings and was number 1 among all women. It was the famous swordswoman, Shin Nara, and Thomas, still dumbfounded, asked if she was a gold medalist in fencing from their country. The hero noted to himself that she had a sword similar to a rapier, which was so thin and sharp that even the speed of her reaction seemed superhuman. He added that the style is reminiscent of Lepanto. Kay was stunned, not understanding how a celebrity like Nara had ended up in this situation. However, no matter how surprised he was, it was more important to him to find out if they knew each other personally. The girl, smiling slightly, said that she was here on business, and although she was grateful to the main character for saving her from the guild, she decided to repay him for his kindness and relax a little. She then asked their names, and Thomas and Kay introduced themselves. Then Kay noticed that Nara had used a completely different weapon before and asked what happened to it. The girl explained that this was the reason she left the capital. She said that until she found the magic sword, she would have to make do with just a wooden stick. These words were familiar to the protagonist, and without hesitation he asked if the sword was in the form of a brooch. Suddenly the girl grabbed his hands and began to tell him how Thomas found out about this. She explained that she was on a mission to find traces of a brooch, which was nothing more than a rod capable of piercing even 5 layers of steel. All this could be done with the help of the rapier brooch. If she found it, she could destroy the sword seal. But Thomas, of course, said that he knew nothing about this, and explained his guesses. Nara then realized that he had heard about the brooch during the Musketeer's quest, which was why he didn't know where it was. Thomas apologized for not being able to help properly, but the girl assured him that according to his testimony, all this was located near the borders of Minis, so she knew exactly where to go. She decided it was time to go, thanked the hero and said goodbye, saying that they would definitely meet again. After this, the girl wrote him a private message asking if she could add him as a friend. She also asked him to keep it a secret from Kay. Then Kay, not paying attention to the correspondence, said with a smile that Thomas had clearly fallen in love. Thomas immediately began to make excuses, saying that everything was not as it seemed, but his brother confidently stated that he had never seen such a face on his face before. However, Thomas himself did not know what was happening to him. He had never met anyone like him. Soon, blushing, he shouted out that the girl also asked him to write to her when he was in the capital. It seemed to him that all the ranking players had accepted the capital as their home. Kay said it was obvious since Nara was from the Holy Knights. She is the first user and the only person to receive the title of knight. Then Kay, remembering the Rising Sun Guild, thought about it and asked the hero what happened. Thomas said that it seemed like these people saw the video of him killing the golem and immediately headed towards him. Kay couldn't help but comment, calling them assholes and saying they were real professionals when it came to finding the information they needed. Then Thomas, sighing, said that if it weren't for Shin Nara, who happened to be nearby, he would have truly died. Kay confirmed his words, adding that until Thomas reaches level 100, he should be more careful and choose more crowded places for his actions. But Thomas, however, was not in the mood to just sit back. He said that he would pay these people back in the same coin. Thomas really suffered greatly from their actions. When the day came, he reflected on how, as Kay had correctly pointed out, the problem was that the members of the Rising Sun Guild were like cockroaches. There were so many of them that if they all gathered in one place, even Candle Castle would not have room for new players. And if that happened, the protagonist would have to fight them alone. One of the reasons why the Rising Sun Guild had survived for so long despite their crazy actions was precisely because of their numbers, which made it nearly impossible to cause them any serious damage. But no matter how hard it was, Thomas decided that he would not do anything now. He carefully opened the door and greeted Bezbrov. He looked at him and asked if Thomas understood the difference between hunting and target shooting. Thomas, without blinking, replied that of course he understood, although it took a bit of work. And the man looked at the feathers and said that he couldn't believe that Thomas had completed the task in just 10 days. As a reward, Thomas received 5 silver coins and a new skill. Marking, it seems that Thomas really mastered the new skill. Bezbrov, however, said that despite all of the hero's accomplishments, he was still underprepared, and in his opinion, if Thomas had not had information about his goal, his efforts might have been in vain. He added that if it were a monster, then it would be easier, because bosses tended to vary greatly in their characteristics. But if it was a person, the task became more difficult. And then Thomas received a new task, which was also supposed to affect his skill. Thomas, not understanding how long Bezbrov was going to train him, still expressed doubt, asking if he really needed to train further. In response, Bezbrov told him about a group of horse robbers operating in the southeastern region. The group had to be put to an end, and to do that, its leader, Angel, had to be killed. Bezbrov also added that no one personally saw this man, but his portrait was compiled on the basis of various rumors and stories. Thomas said that he would kill Angel and return alive. Then the hero admitted that he understood that this question was not so important, but he had one important clarification for Bezbrov. Thomas shared his guess, stating that if the leader was indeed killed, the group of robbers would not disappear, because most likely new leaders would appear, the second and third followers, so he doubted that such an approach made sense. But Bezbrov explained that there is a possibility that with the death of the leader, the group will simply disintegrate, or internal conflicts will arise within it about who will take the place of the leader. The guy, frowning slightly, asked what would happen if this whole plan didn't work. But Bezbrov, without losing confidence, replied that it didn't matter and suggested tossing a coin. Only when they flip it will it become clear whether it is heads or tails. He added with a grin that he himself would not know the result until the throw itself. Thomas nodded, getting the point. He realized that until the trigger was pulled, everything remained in the hands of fate, and it didn't matter whether the bullet hit the target or not. Then Thomas said goodbye to Bezbrov, who wished him good luck and a safe return. Thomas thought to himself that regardless of whether this person was an NPC or a real person, such a person should be respected. Leaving the academy, he shouted loudly for Angel to wait for him, and, without wasting time, rushed off in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, in the Sandlands, a group of robbers continued their dirty deeds. At the head of the detachment was a man whom Bezbrov showed to the main character. When night fell, loud male laughter began to be heard in the gorge. Angel, the leader of this gang, was, as always, having fun, drinking and spending time with beautiful women. The fortress guards standing nearby were confused. They could not understand why everyone was having fun and drinking, while they were just standing there and doing nothing. One of the guards suggested that maybe they should come in and have a drink too, but they knew they had to remain on guard. Meanwhile, Thomas, without wasting any time, set about carrying out his mission. The first thing he did was find his target and immediately used his new throwing skill, which greatly reduced the chance of missing. This skill, however, could only be used 3 times with a 3-day cooldown, but despite this limitation, it proved incredibly useful. With this skill, Thomas could not only spy on the robbers but also study their lair. He spent over 10 hours carefully analyzing their behavior, movements, and the terrain surrounding their base. Within 17 days, he managed to collect all the necessary information. However, a problem soon arose. The magic circles that were hidden throughout the area made the task much more difficult. These experienced robbers clearly knew what they were doing, and the magic circles would have prevented the protagonist from immediately using the teleportation scroll after firing. However, Thomas knew that today could be his chance. After the robbers cleared out the settlement, he had to wait for a while in one of the buildings, drinking alcohol. He waited patiently, knowing that his target would soon leave the building. And now, finally, his victim appeared. Angel came out of his tent. He burped and started a conversation with the guards. Everything went according to plan. Thomas had prepared so thoroughly that he knew by heart even the most insignificant actions of the robbers. He had an escape route planned. He was ready to kill the target and escape unnoticed. When the gang leader fell dead, Thomas had accomplished his task. He immediately rushed to escape, but that's where the real confusion began. The guards began shouting that the shadow was dead, but Thomas could not understand what was happening. Soon, other guards ran up to the screaming guards and reported that there was a murderer nearby who needed to be caught immediately. At that moment, Angel, the real leader of the gang, came out of the building and gave the order to strengthen the magic circles so that no one could escape. At that moment, Thomas realized that he had made a huge mistake. The leader of the wild bandits, Angel, was not at all who he expected to meet. In fact, It was a completely different person, and now the situation had become much more serious than Thomas could have imagined. In response to his actions, Angel ordered all the soldiers to capture the king's dog to demonstrate the full power of his gang. Then Thomas realized that he was in serious trouble, and his task was now much more difficult than he thought. The situation was rapidly escalating, and Thomas realized that there was no longer any point in risking his life. Remembering the homemade bomb that had been lying in his inventory all this time, he took it out just as the wild riders were about to catch up with him. However, the real Angel, without losing his composure, stated that the main character should not hope for an easy outcome. Meanwhile, Thomas, exhausted and furious, ran to the neighboring village. He couldn't believe that this man was just a cover, which caused the whole mission to go down the drain. As Thomas approached the fake Angel to mark him, he suddenly made eye contact with the real Angel. The protagonist was sure that he would now be pursued. Moreover, it was already dawn, and Thomas spent the next 18 hours searching in vain. The boy knew that he had to act very carefully, moving slowly and thinking about every step. Meanwhile, Angel gave the order to burn everything in the village and told his subordinates to find the killer. The main character was scared by this. They were so close to him. Meanwhile, Angel questioned a local resident, trying to find out if he had seen the stranger. The resident denied all charges, apologizing to the bandits. Disappointed, Angel said that he had no use for the man and gave the order to kill everyone in the village. He then mockingly turned to the protagonist, calling him the king's dog, and asked him if he thought that by sitting quietly, he could live to see his doomsday. Angel claimed that such situations were nothing new to him, and that he had long ago learned not to jump to conclusions. To make sure Thomas didn't escape, they used magic to block all possible escape routes. Realizing this, Thomas decided to set off an explosion to distract the bandits. The soldiers, hearing the explosion, began shouting at him to come out of hiding, threatening that if he did not, they would gladly watch the villagers die. Angel, realizing that the explosion was just a diversion, shouted that the main character was no longer in the building. He ordered 3 groups to begin restoring order, and the rest to follow him. Thomas was furious when he heard this. To capture him, they burned down an entire village, killing innocent people. Thomas then promised himself that Angel would pay for this deception. Meanwhile, Angel and his bandits continued to search for the killer in 3 other villages, but all their efforts were in vain. They had no idea what to do next. Angel couldn't understand how the main character managed to escape so quickly. The explosion confused him, and he ordered 1 group to prepare to move the headquarters. Meanwhile, the rest continued to loot valuables from the villages. One of the soldiers, unable to remain silent, asked if they needed to move the headquarters. Then Angel, irritated, shouted that they didn't need the headquarters, which had already been exposed. Moreover, he was informed that there was no one left at headquarters. He then ordered the soldiers to take all the valuables from the warehouse, without wasting time on useless clothes and weapons. At this moment, when Angel was talking about money, he was suddenly thrown off his horse. The bullet hit him right in the head, and his dead body simply fell from the horse to the ground. One of the soldiers, noticing something on the hill, pointed there and shouted that there was someone. Meanwhile, Thomas, hiding among the bushes, felt satisfaction, knowing that now everything would be over. Soon they would all die here. He waited impatiently and soon reached the next level. A new achievement appeared on his account, Horse Bandit Hunter. Despite his fatigue, he was pleased with the task accomplished and the execution of the real leader of the gang. He realized that the best solution would be to return to the robbers' headquarters and wait for them to appear in the next village. Even for an NPC, Angel was a rather scrupulous guy, and Thomas, thinking about how to avoid further trouble, decided that Angel would take a small bodyguard with him and return back to headquarters to collect all the loot. At this time, the main character continued to worry that he was unable to save the village from the very beginning. His thoughts returned to the fact that perhaps he should have looked more closely at the clues Midros had given him. Next time, he promised himself to find a better way to deal with the situation. He needed a way that would work for both NPCs and everyone else. When the hero returned, Bezbrovi, noticing his thoughtfulness, mentioned that some kind of commotion had occurred. One of the Holy Knights reported this to the director, and the results were clear to see. Success was achieved, but the accuracy of the shot remained in question. The hero, responding to Bezbrovovi's words, noted that the real Angel is not the person depicted in the photograph. Thomas, trusting only the portrait, ignored this information and ended up killing the shadow of the real leader of the robbers. This eventually led to the destruction of villages. Thomas admitted that he had acted ineptly and felt bitterness from the realization of his mistakes. However, Bezbrov did not immediately understand what was being discussed. When Braulis explained that the man from the Holy Knights had apologized several times for passing on the wrong photo, Thomas could hardly believe his ears. The man continued that he gave the protagonist this task precisely because they could not handle the situation from the kingdom's position, and that the protagonist was not at fault. On the contrary, he did an excellent job. Bezbrowovi urged the hero not to think too much about it, because his task was not to save the residents or eliminate the leader of the robbers, but simply to shoot Angel. Bezbrowovi, however, added that protecting residents would have been much more effective if Thomas had focused on this. Despite all the worries, Thomas has now become a real sniper, having completed all the marksmanship tasks and earned 1 gold coin. His sniping skill has improved, and his affection for the kingdom has increased to 90 points. He warmly thanked the director for recognizing him as a true sniper, receiving a gold coin, a level up, and a new skill related to target shooting. But the conversation did not end there. Bezbrowovi, having asked whether Thomas wanted to continue to fulfill the will of the late Mrs. Elizabeth, received an apology from the protagonist, since he was not yet ready for this step. The director, realizing that caution was necessary, advised the protagonist to act quickly, since another successor could appear at any moment. After this, Bezbrowovi apologized, stating that he had nothing more to teach the hero, and that now the protagonist must move on independently. Before leaving the academy, Thomas still decided to ask Bezbrowovi one more thing. He asked if he knew what Sleeping Kid meant. Bezbrowovi, in turn, did not answer the question directly, but only noted that Thomas was very curious. This answer left the hero in thought because he had hoped for a greater revelation. Moreover, he noticed that the director acted as if he was going to tell everything, but suddenly changed his mind. Now that all the talk was over, Thomas decided to use all the statuses he received from the tasks to improve his skills. He was surprised by the number of new skills, but he was especially interested in one of them, Rookie Snipe. When he tried it out in practice, he was shocked to find that the skill increased the firing range by 30%, albeit for only 1 minute. With this skill, Thomas could easily cover a distance of 455 meters, and this opened up completely new horizons for him for accurate shooting. Up until this point, he had been pondering for a long time whether to increase the amount of gunpowder in his arsenal to increase the effectiveness of his shots. Thoughts were spinning in his head, but suddenly happiness seemed to literally fall from the sky. The hero decided that it was worth checking if there was anything else useful in his inventory. Perhaps there was some little thing there that would help him in the next fight. Soon he arrived in the capital for the opening of the second branch of the Sviatoy Grill restaurant. He stood behind everyone, watching as many people didn't realize that this place was about to open. Then the hero realized that most users don't even realize what a real restaurant is. He predicted that if people were not logical or cunning enough, or if they had not experienced Midros firsthand, they would never understand the true purpose of this place. Thomas was sure of one thing. Now he would receive information much faster than other players. He looked forward to what would happen in 4 days. At that moment, the man in the black cloak standing behind the hero extended his hand towards him, using a spell on him. With its help, he placed a magical mark on the hero. Meanwhile, the hero was already in the mountains, not far from the Orc Ridge. He lay on the mountain, aiming his gun. The hunting strategy seemed perfect. No wind, no obstacles. Everything should go like clockwork. However, in reality, everything did not go as planned. Suddenly luck turned away, and the hunt turned into a complete failure. Fortunately, the school increased the firing range, but the charge rate remained low. This became a problem, because the typical speed after firing a musket was about 300 meters per second, while the speed of sound was only 340 to 400 meters per second. In other words, if the distance was more than 400 meters, the enemy had enough time to react to avoid being hit. As for the task received from Bezbrowovi, Thomas realized that he would not be able to hit the target at a distance of more than 444 meters. This was the worst possible situation for the protagonist, and it seemed that everything was going to collapse. However, at the most inopportune moment, when he was ready to give up, Thomas heard a familiar voice behind him. It was Tikal of the Guild of the Rising Sun, who apparently had no intention of leaving him alone. Tikal was shouting at him to stay still. Thomas was completely shocked. He did not understand what they were doing here and why. Tikal even changed his gear to look more menacing. He quickly tore up the teleportation scroll and ordered his mages to immediately block the space. However, time was lost. The main character managed to escape. Tikal, confused, asked his wizards what happened with the teleportation, to which they replied that it was the city of Burport. Thomas was stunned. He didn't understand how they knew about his location. Then he suddenly remembered the tag, thinking that someone might have attached it to him to track his actions. At this point, he had no idea how long the mark would stay with him or who was using it. He couldn't even predict what level the player who was marking him was. Meanwhile, The guild quickly teleported to the same place and began to catch up with him. Then the hero ran to the girl who was responsible for teleportation. Thomas noticed another teleporter appearing next to him, and decided that if it cost less than 2 gold coins to get to the capital, he would agree to take this route. Meanwhile, Tikal, shouting, tried to hold him back, ordering his people to catch the hero before he could escape. They were already very close. The girl from the guild wished the main character good luck on his journey. The hero almost teleported away as the guild's magic almost reached him. However, unfortunately, they ran out of time, and Tikal was slightly disappointed. His cries became furious, and his words were full of hatred towards the protagonist. Despite this, Thomas calmly teleported to the capital. He could not believe that they decided to use magic in the kingdom's village. It was not only madness, but also a clearly forbidden practice. This didn't fit with what they knew about the consequences of using magic in places like the pubial villages. Besides, the teleportation scroll cost at least 50 gold coins, and if Thomas continued to run away from them, he would quickly find himself broke. His situation became increasingly tense, and he began to feel that he could no longer remain alone. At that moment, Kay wrote him a message, wondering why Thomas hadn't leveled up yet. The protagonist didn't hide anything, and immediately told him about the current situation. Thomas relayed all the details to his brother, including the fact that they had used a marking skill, meaning that the guild could now easily track and hunt him. Meanwhile, Kay, also on the hunt, asked the main character about the number of enemies and their level. Thomas replied that he did not have exact information about the levels, but there were about 20 enemies. Kay, hearing this, recommended that the protagonist remain in the capital, claiming that if he were attacked, the Holy Knights would quickly deal with the attackers. The hero then also asked if it was possible to remove the mark. Kay explained that the item needed to remove it could only be purchased from the traveling merchant Arkan, and it would be extremely difficult to obtain. Thomas knew that calling Kay here right now would definitely interfere with his hunt, so the protagonist had to stay in the capital for another 3 days, or risk being pursued beyond its borders. Then Kay couldn't resist asking what the hero's brother's plans were. Thomas, in turn, told him not to worry, because there was one important thing he had been afraid to voice all this time. He then gathered his strength and declared that he was going to completely destroy the Rising Sun Guild. Kay exclaimed at the screen, begging him not to joke, because even if her master died, the right to the guild would pass to others. He reminded the protagonist that guilds are like cockroaches. Destroy one, and another will immediately grow in its place. Thomas tried to explain to his brother that if he didn't try, he would never know if it was possible. Kay, perfectly understanding the hero's stubbornness, realized that he would not give up his decision. In the end, he advised him to register his own guild. Forming his own guild was a necessary step, as fighting the Rising Sun Guild alone would make him a criminal in the eyes of the kingdom. In order to avoid this, he needed to found a guild and declare war on his rival, which would be equivalent to killing monsters. Kay noted that there was simply no better place to register a guild than the capital, and in the event of a guild war, even a regular security squad would not interfere in the affairs. Thomas was quite pleased with this reasoning. Then Kay laughed, and almost with a smile, said that in this way he gave him a kind of permission. However, Kay reminded the protagonist that he would not be able to lead a peaceful life until the war between the guilds ended. A long and thorny road awaited him. Thomas then thanked Kay, noting that he had apparently forgotten some things during his time in the wheelchair. He was a soldier, a sniper, so Kay had nothing to worry about. Thomas promised that the results would not be long in coming. At this time, the story moves to the reception hall of the Rising Sun Guild. There was an award ceremony for the leader of the team that was able to bring in the greatest profit during the week. The leader turned out to be a representative of a certain group who had received a one-handed sword of a special rank, level 95. They were invited onto the stage, where the man congratulated them on their success, and expressed hope for continued fruitful work. The plump middle-aged man said that they should not be modest, and that they would continue to rely on them. The celebration continued, and now, as part of the celebration, another nomination for the title of Best Combat Agent of the Week was announced. At this time, someone sent the man a message, notifying him that information had been received from headquarters about an unusual situation. A certain guild had declared war on them. The man, hearing this, asked who these suckers were, and his interlocutor replied that they had no information. This was the first mention of this guild. The guild was called Sunset Offender. Upon hearing this, the man couldn't help but laugh and exclaimed that it seemed like the master of this guild really was an idiot. He was told that the main character's name was Thomas and that he was a master, but there was absolutely no information about him, which added even more mystery to this character. The man wasted no time in offering his own version of what was happening. suggesting that the young man had probably decided to name his guild that way, to contrast the rising sun with the setting sun. It seemed like a rather daring and presumptuous move. After thinking for a moment and weighing his words, the man suddenly asked if this was the man Tikal was so keen on. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the establishment, all guests were greeted by NPCs, and many of them, impressed by the size of the new establishment, were stunned by its grandeur. Almost all of them were curious to get inside to see everything with their own eyes. However, the NPC, holding back the influx of visitors, politely informed them that the opening ceremony was currently taking place here, and invited them to return the next day. Thomas also headed towards the entrance, and the girl had already begun to say the standard words of greeting. But noticing him, she immediately stopped. The hero looked at her and said that he already knew what she was going to say. She immediately recognized him and politely asked him to go inside. As soon as Thomas passed, the other guests, not hiding their curiosity, began to discuss whether he was an NPC. The protagonist, pleasantly surprised that his presence did not attract unnecessary attention, was glad that he was able to enter unnoticed. He highly doubted that the guild would follow him once he entered the game, as it was unlikely. Thomas arrived at the opening ceremony of the new Sacred Grill establishment, and as he wondered if he would be able to receive some quests as a reward here, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. At that moment, a familiar red-haired girl approached him. Approaching Madame Zoe, he greeted her and, smiling, congratulated her on the successful opening of the restaurant. Madame Zoe, in turn, replied that congratulations were, of course, nice. But the main thing was that thanks to his help, everything was resolved, and now they were able to successfully open this establishment. Then the hero said that he turned to her for help as the head of the Information Guild. Madame Zoe, frowning slightly, noted with slight irritation that she did not like being spoken to in such a dry and cold tone. But, nevertheless, she was ready to help, because until now she remained indebted to him. She invited the hero to go with her, and he was a little shocked, because while imagining the Information Guild, he suddenly realized that he was in a completely different place, and not in some basement, as he might have expected. Madame Zoe, as if reading his thoughts, explained that they had a business license, and therefore did not need to operate in basements like other establishments did. Meanwhile, Thomas sat next to Madame Zoe, watching her leisurely enjoy her coffee. He couldn't help but be surprised, because while he was here, he suddenly realized that he was in a place that was clearly not an ordinary office. He realized, as he thought, that although he was here only with her, there were probably other people nearby. He just didn't notice them. The hero assumed that perhaps someone was using the invisibility skill, but nevertheless, it calmed him down, as he realized that this place could indeed be considered part of the Capital Information Guild. Then Madame Zoe finally said it was time to get down to business, and looking at him, asked what exactly the protagonist was interested in. Thomas thought that abstract requests like how to destroy the Rising Sun Guild would not work since they would not be able to help with that matter. Thomas, realizing that such questions might be too vague and not give him the information he needed, decided to ask a more specific request. He asked her a secret question that he hoped to get an answer to. Madame Zoe, hearing him, smiled with interest and praised him for choosing the right question. Then she told him something that shook the hero to the depths of his soul. He expected only information from the guild, but not instructions on how exactly to achieve his goal. After she finished her story, Thomas noted that the information she had provided had been useful to him, and expressed his gratitude to Madame Zoe. She, in turn, replied that it was just a trifle, since it was a matter of simple information that perfectly fit his plan. However, despite this, she did not advise him to blindly follow her advice, believing that something else was more important for the hero. Madame Zoe stressed that it was much more important to attend the opening ceremony, as there were many people representing the kingdom among those invited. Thomas, realizing that it would be foolish to miss such a chance, happily agreed. Meanwhile, a meeting was held at the Rising Sun Guild, and a plump man scratched his chin and said that, in his opinion, being a musketeer was absolutely pointless. He made a mildly disdainful remark to Tikal, suspecting that he was much less capable than he seemed at first glance. Tikal begged the chief for help, hoping to be saved, but he understood that the situation required a solution. Doneku, watching the events unfold, thought that his group would be enough to deal with 1 musketeer, 2 rangers, and 1 mage. However, strangely enough, even when Jacko from headquarters joined their operation, they all failed. Doneku, fully confident that he, in turn, was not joking, could not understand what exactly went wrong. He asked if there were rumors or if there was any information about Thomas and his staff. Tikal explained that the entire situation had been misinterpreted, and that in fact, Jacko was much more interested in Shin Nara than Thomas, meaning that headquarters simply had no information about Thomas. Doneku, after thinking, suggested that their department take on the task of neutralizing the Musketeer, and that the Sunset Offender Guild itself should be destroyed by someone else's hands, and not their own. Tikal was appointed commander-in-chief of the operation, a proposal that shocked the man, as it meant that a special unit would be involved in the operation. Doneku then announced that a report of this would be sent to headquarters, and Tikal would have to use this opportunity to add another achievement to its collection. Suddenly, someone burst into the room with disturbing news and called the boss. The man, agitated, reported that an attack had been made on those prime ministers who were heading to the branch. He added that the battle took place right in front of the main office, which left Tikal and Donika shocked and angry at the same time. Doneku, unable to contain his anger, asked who dared to carry out such an attack. The guy who brought the news continued that he did not know who the attackers were, but there was complete chaos in front of the building. High-ranking prime ministers were attacked, but unfortunately no one understood who exactly was behind it. Doneku frowned and suggested that perhaps this was the same musketeer who had declared war on them earlier. He added that if it really was the same shooter who threatened them, then this would be their chance. Doneku then ordered Tikal to gather equipment and prepare for battle. He also gave him orders to seize the musketeer and bring him to him alive. Tikal immediately began to carry out the order, and soon all the soldiers were outside, near the branch building. However, they could not figure out where the player was hiding. The enemy attacked them from an unexpected side when they were already moving. The Tikal that was with them did not know where the musketeer could be hidden, and it seemed that they simply had no cover. Suddenly, one of the soldiers shouted that the player wouldn't be able to do anything while they were inside the building, and there was confidence in his voice. But the other soldier, on the contrary, did not agree with him, claiming that they did not even know how many enemies were hiding around. So the soldier ran towards the building, thinking that in this way he would avoid the attack of the musketeer. Unfortunately, his attempt was unsuccessful, and he was simply shot. Another soldier died, and the rest could not understand what kind of skill was used. They only heard the sharp sounds of something slapping. But it certainly wasn't magic. If the attacker was a wizard, they would have heard his voice. Tikal, puzzled by this, began to speculate that the attacker could not have been Thomas, since the blow was delivered at close range, clearly ruling out the use of small arms. He thought that perhaps the musketeer had used an invisibility skill. But that theory had to be ruled out since the invisibility spell had clearly been cancelled at the moment of the attack. The soldiers, left in confusion, could not understand who this mysterious attacker could be. Meanwhile, the main character, sitting in ambush, calmly aimed for his shot. Suddenly, Doneku, climbing out of the building and covering himself with a shield, was ready to repel the attack, as expected from the head of the squad. Calmly and confidently, he defended himself from the attack, blocking the shot with his shield. His subordinates believed that this only confirmed his experience and resilience in such situations. Tikal, without wasting any time, realized that this was the same musketeer, and he was probably very close. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he immediately ordered his men to quickly gather and take their shields, because there was no time to think. Reloading a weapon was not a quick task, and therefore every extra moment could be decisive. He knew that whoever had declared war on them was now hiding somewhere nearby, perhaps watching them from above or from cover. The soldiers quickly ran up to the building, pretending to be incredibly frightened by this sinister musketeer. Covering themselves with shields, they soon found themselves inside and closed the door tightly, as if in this way they could provide themselves with even a little safety. However, Tikal, remaining on guard, noticed smoke rising from the window. He immediately realized that someone might be in the forest nearby, and could not believe that this is where the main character was hiding. It seemed impossible because the musketeer was able to shoot from such an incredible distance that even experienced fighters could only marvel at his skills. Tikal thought that in this situation it was worth following the old saying. The sooner the better. This was the only right decision, and the soldiers acted with lightning speed. In less than a minute, Thomas had taken out 10 soldiers who were taking up their positions like rats, hiding among the branches and waiting for the enemy to approach. Meanwhile, Thomas, without rushing, decided to observe the development of events to understand where it would lead. The information he received from Madame Zoe was extremely useful and accurate, literally worth its weight in gold. The documents not only indicated the locations of all the branches of the Rising Sun Guild, but also ideal shooting spots that could be used by a musketeer. This was the moment when he had to act decisively, to make this breach first. Otherwise the enemies would have time to outwit him. He decided that he would deal with them in a way that no madman would have dared to do before. Doneku, watching what was happening, couldn't believe his eyes. The musketeer should have been around level 70, and the shooting range he demonstrated seemed incredible. The warriors of the Rising Sun Guild, not knowing how to act, began to shout that without the help of the raiders, they definitely would not be able to cope. And, in addition, it was necessary to immediately report this to headquarters. Donaku, without losing his composure, advised everyone to think calmly, because in the end, their enemy was only one player, and that player was not even included in the ratings. He could just be a rich bastard who now decided to take revenge for something that could be related to their guild. The warriors' morale increased slightly, and they began to prepare for decisive action, because they were one of the strongest branches of the Rising Sun Guild. Tikal found it strange that this guy only had 50 gold coins on him. If he had so little money, he probably didn't have to upgrade his gear much, leaving him vulnerable. At this time, Tikal wondered whether it was worth discussing his guesses with Doneku. Suddenly, Doneku sent him a private message saying that he was going to assemble a team for him, which would include interim prime ministers. He added that it was absolutely necessary to catch the hero and bring him here, to their location. Tikal, watching what was happening, realized that Doneku seemed to be simply distracting the rest of the guild members. But in essence, he and Tikal shared the same idea. The man, knowing that Doneku might be planning to abandon everyone, was wary, but none of them really knew what was really going on. Meanwhile, the hero began to understand why armed partisans always went only through the mountains. This was done intentionally to avoid meeting other people. This unknown guild attacked several key branches of the guild in one day: the southern branch, the branch on the banks of the Pubial River, and the eastern branch of the guild. However, they didn't stop there. They also attacked the Emerald Jungle branch, killing 3 guild leaders, 2 vice-guild leaders, and more than 4 prime ministers in each of those branches. No one could have foreseen such a development of events. The soldiers shouted for Thomas to come out immediately. However, instead, the protagonist shot one of them. One of the soldiers noticed the protagonist and noticed that he noticed the Musketeer. But the protagonist caught up with him and shot first. Thus, Thomas was in an absolute win-win situation. At the meeting of all the heads of the Rising Sun Guild, the director was furious and disappointed. The chairman slammed his fist on the table and asked why the southern branch was having such extraordinary problems. Seeing such a furious mood of his commander, Doneku showed his readiness to answer all his questions. He was told that this musketeer originally attacked the southern branch in the city of Pubial. The attack caused each division's profit to fall 43% from the previous month. The chairman then asked why no changes had occurred in the south of Pubial. Doneku couldn't understand why the musketeer hadn't shown up in the south of the kingdom since that day. It seemed like the fool was trying to set them up. The chairman said this was Donek's last chance. He demanded that he bring him a screenshot showing that Thomas would be removed from the game this week. Doneku assured him that he would do whatever was necessary. Then the chairman ordered that he needed to gather information about the hero's whereabouts. As it turned out, he was going to visit him personally. Meanwhile, Thomas didn't understand where all the members of the Rising Sun Guild had gone. He didn't see anyone and thought they must be angry. However, he had not yet been brought to justice. Thomas wondered if he had scared them too much. Finally, someone came under his sights. Thomas didn't want to miss a single warrior from the guild. He was satisfied that he had hit the target and was now looking for someone else from the Rising Sun Guild. Suddenly, a strange glow appeared above his head. Finally, the Rising Sun Guild tracked him down and shouted for the others to capture him. Thomas realized that the guild had prepared a separate unit, which meant that they had finally begun to act. Then Kim and the rest of the soldiers ran after him. Thomas deliberately drove through hilly terrain to make it harder for them to follow him, but they moved much better than he expected. Thomas knew that if he made even one mistake, they could catch him. Then he ran towards the dark forest to hide from the soldiers. In response, Kim and Jacko shouted to him that they would catch up with him no matter what. Other players nearby saw the commotion and realized that the Rising Sun Guild was chasing someone. However, the neutral players did not understand why the guild members ran into the forest, where nothing could be seen. The soldiers explained to Jacko that the forest was blocking the light, making it difficult to see. Jacko remembered that he had once been in the forest as a newcomer. He then tore up the scroll prohibiting teleportation, and told Tikal that he knew that Mr. Kyokujitsu had given him the authority to give commands. In response, Tikal said that with such powers he could gather all the BAPs in the area. After this, Tikal called Mr. Donek. He invited all the BAPs to gather near the Great Forest. Then Doneku, along with the other guild members, headed towards the section of the Great Dark Forest where everyone else was currently located. In total, they had 531 BAPs at their disposal. The Babas of the Rising Sun Guild, including the fathers of the headquarters, starting with Mr. Jacko, took on the role of group leaders. To create an offensive unit, it was necessary to form 20 groups of 20 people. Thus, the Rising Sun Guild began to employ encirclement and extermination tactics. Finally, Tikal seemed to be close to his goal. he would finally be able to deal with the jaded musketeer Thomas. After that, he allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief for a moment. However, Thomas, in his confidence, continued to watch what was happening from his hidden position, knowing that this time everything would be more difficult. 530 people gathered to catch him, and their numbers inspired respect. He knew full well that such a number of soldiers was a real threat, and that he might have to face a serious problem. But the protagonist was ready to see how the situation would unfold. The forest they were in was so huge that even with the lights on, its expanses seemed endless. The soldiers would have liked the battlefield to be something more suitable for novice hunters, but unfortunately, its size meant it was easy to get lost. Meanwhile, Jacko began to explain to his soldiers that despite the fact that their enemy was only a musketeer, he should not be underestimated. This musketeer was a master of his craft. Jacko was apparently fully confident that this would not be just a hunt, and ordered all his subordinates to split up in order to search for the hero in the forest as effectively as possible. He stated that as soon as he encountered a musketeer, he would immediately tear off all his limbs. But before he could finish his monologue, the soldier next to him was shot. The atmosphere became increasingly tense, and it became clear that Thomas had begun to attack, but his location remained unknown. At this point, Jacko ordered everyone to lie down on the ground and bend down as low as possible, since at this stage it was important not to be seen by the enemy. There were no explosions or smoke anywhere to be seen, which made one wonder if Thomas had used some kind of magical skills to hide his presence. However, at that moment the hero shot at one of the soldiers again. Then Jacko, armed with a sword, began to shout, calling on the musketeer to come out of his hiding place. One of the warriors tried to advise him that shouting in such a situation was simply suicide, but Jacko, not listening to him, ordered him to be silent and immediately attacked his soldier. Meanwhile, Thomas dropped his signature bomb on them, which was supposed to help him distract the enemy. Immediately after this, a powerful explosion was heard in the middle of the forest. The hero, sitting on a tree, thought that light camouflage should not be underestimated. If he was going to fight in the dark, there was no point in him going out into the open. He had to stay in the shadows. There's a reason he's only been visiting Pubil's western branch lately. First of all, a war starts with one front, and since Thomas was alone, this huge forest was the most suitable option for a battlefield. Jacko, in turn, ordered his soldiers to urgently cast a light spell to at least improve visibility a little. One of the soldiers, to his surprise, warned him that this might attract the enemy's attention, but Jacko insisted that everyone follow his orders. As soon as the soldier began to cast a spell, Thomas immediately knocked him down. It seemed to the hero that everything was going according to plan. However, killing one soldier attracted attention and illuminated the area where Thomas was a little as he received a level-up notification. The guild warriors immediately noticed him. When they realized that their enemy was nearby, they immediately ran to the desired tree. Meanwhile, the soldiers found a rope and began trying to climb it to catch the musketeer. The squad leader ordered all the mercenaries to climb trees to surround the target. After this, the men immediately crawled up the ropes. But when they tried to carry out the order, the ropes tightened and something exploded, destroying everyone who tried to grab the hero. Once trapped, the soldiers realized that it was a carefully prepared trap. Thomas predicted this move and planted landmines around it, saving himself from the imminent attack. Tikal, meanwhile, did not understand what exactly was happening in the dark forest. His subordinates did not respond, and he began to wonder if they had lost to this musketeer again. Time passed, but there was no news. Tikal began to suspect that everything was already over, and someone had to get out of this forest. And then, finally, Tikal saw something strange and began to point it out, shouting at the soldiers. As it turned out, Thomas, safe and sound, emerged from the forest. He commented with a grin that Tikal was screaming that it would take revenge on him, but Thomas was willing to wait. Then Tikal started to say something, but Thomas did not listen to him and interrupted him, mockingly asking if something else had happened to him. Kim, standing nearby, exclaimed that Tikal would simply stand and watch, and another soldier confirmed that it was time to act. Then Thomas, without wasting any time, pointed his musket at them and told them to try. And if they had the courage, he would show them again how to single-handedly destroy an entire army of 500 men. Tikal raised his hand, signaling everyone else to prepare for battle. But as soon as they began to act, a girl approached them and exclaiming, "Stop them," demanding that they stop. It turned out it was Hana, who said that this had all gone too far. Thomas, as soon as he saw her, immediately recognized his old friends. He asked in confusion what they were doing there. They explained that they were nearby and decided to come up to understand the noise that was coming from the battlefield. Matsushige, realizing the seriousness of the situation, suggested postponing the conversation until later, because it was more important to focus on the fight against the Rising Sun Guild. Previously, when there were many more of them, they had held back. But now that the situation had changed, they could no longer afford to waste time. Other players also joined the discussion, stating that the Rising Sun Guild had been stealing and taking things from others for a long time. They shouted that this time their numbers had increased significantly. Thomas then asked them if Tikal was attacking or surrendering. He explained that one wrong step could have been fatal for him. At this moment, the head of the Rising Sun Guild went to the Information Guild. There he learned that the guild was actively collecting information about Thomas. The girl who was sitting in front of him behind the screen said that all the preparations had already been made. The assistant then informed the director that despite all their efforts, the task was going too fast, even for them. He added that they were most likely faced with false information because these people had a goal: to put a higher price on the Musketeer's head. At that moment, the girl who had overheard their conversation showed them a scroll. As it turned out, it indicated the location of the Rising Sun Guild branches in Midros. She stated that it seemed like they had doubts about this data, but she immediately warned that this information was not passed on to the Cloud Mage. It seemed like the Musketeer had connections with another guild. Then the director asked if she knew what kind of guild it was. The girl replied that she herself was also in a difficult situation within her guild, because disclosing this information was extremely difficult. There were rumors that this guild was not created on request, and some even speculated that it could have been founded by NPCs. The girl paused, hinting that it was time to end their conversation. The order to kill the hero cost a whopping 100,000 gold. Meanwhile, Thomas and the other players stood near the forest, facing the players from the Rising Sun Guild. Tikal said they were leaving, but Kim, clearly unhappy with the situation, began to argue with him. Then Tikal finally broke down and cried, admitting that they had lost to the main character in this war. Kim approached him to try to console him, but Thomas interrupted him, saying that it would be better not to talk, because now they would see who was who. He was not kind enough to spare the one who threw such words at him. Then Tikal, turning his gaze to his warriors, declared that it was time to retreat. He made the difficult decision and logged out of his account. Soon, only the glow from the teleport remained in its place. Thomas finally felt relieved that all the members of the Rising Sun Guild had left the battlefield. People began to praise him, calling him the Cloud Mage, and threw themselves into his arms. They thanked him for making the sun set, and also asked to be added as friends. Their questions continued, and they continued to grab Thomas, pulling him in different directions. As he fell on the grass, another unfamiliar girl approached him. She looked at him with a loving look and asked him to add her as a friend. The other users did not give the hero any peace and asked him various questions endlessly. Then Matsushige and Hana, realizing that the situation was getting out of control, pulled the hero out of the maddened crowd. They suggested that he first create a team and then use the mass teleportation scroll. In an instant, they jumped high into the sky and left the annoying players alone. The hero's fans could not understand how he managed to escape from them so quickly. Soon the teleport brought the boys to another place. The three guys successfully teleported to a small house in the mountains. Thomas, looking around, tried to understand where they were. The knight, noticing his bewilderment, asked if he was safe now. Thomas, feeling relieved, thanked the knight for saving him. He could not believe that the players attacked him so unexpectedly. It all happened too quickly, and he barely had time to react. Matsushige, in turn, said that Thomas had now become a true hero. But he also expressed doubt that there was even one player in Midros who did not know about the Cloud Mage. These words made the hero think. He asked why almost everyone around him was talking about him, and what it all meant. Matsushige explained that rumors circulated about every attack the hero made, and every victory he made was accompanied by a cloud of white smoke that could be seen from a great distance, which was why he was given such a nickname. Then Thomas, trying to understand the situation, asked what kind of relationship he had with these people and where they were. Matsushige and Hana replied that there was nothing between them, and that they had no romantic relationship at all. The house was just a hideout, nothing more. Then Hana, observing the hero's weapon, asked if she could look at his musket, as she had heard that its firing range exceeded 100 meters. Thomas agreed, saying she could examine it. While the girl carefully examined the weapon, Thomas tried to come up with a plan. He had gotten out of the fuss, but now he had to decide what to do next. He knew that if he went to the capital, he would still be recognized there. The problem was that he had already shown his face. Meanwhile, the knight and Hana continued to make noise, trying to do something together. Thomas turned around and noticed that his musket was broken in half. Hana, surprised, asked why she couldn't break it with the first blow. Matsushige, assessing her actions with his eyes, explained that her skill level was too low for that. Then the girl said that they stole the musket. Thomas was confused. He didn't understand what the two of them were planning. He told them straight out that it was not the best joke and demanded that they return his weapon. Matsushige, however, was not so concerned about whether Thomas would find their actions funny or not. What was important to him was that without a weapon, Thomas did not pose a threat. In response to the hero's question about whether they were from the Rising Sun Guild, Hana, with an irritated glance at the hero, stated that he did not need to know this, because he would soon die anyway. She also asked what he thought about what Okasan had said. Matsushige then reminded her that their task was to catch the hero and wait for him, and added that it seemed that Okasan wanted to take revenge on the Musketeer as soon as the opportunity arose. He also specified that thanks to this, they could receive 20% more. When the knight ordered the protagonist to sit still and not move, he felt the situation becoming more complicated again. Thomas couldn't understand how long Okasan had been following him, and how it all connected. He remembered meeting these two at the Shaymore mountain range when he was only level 26. However, now it turned out that the two people he had accidentally encountered were members of the guild, and they had received a mission from Okasan. Thomas wondered if this was too strange a coincidence to be true. He understood that his meeting with them was part of Okasan's plan, but he didn't know what the end goal of that plan was. In the end, he decided that there was no point in going into details for now. The main thing was one thing. He needed to escape. Then Matsushige suggested an interesting competition. Who would get the explosives out of the inventory faster, or would have the main character's throat cut first? He added with a smile that Thomas could do whatever he wanted, but sooner or later his neck would still be cut. Thomas felt that the situation was becoming more and more confusing and dangerous. But suddenly someone else entered the room. Matsushige immediately reacted by greeting the new person. It was the one they were waiting for. A tall and handsome man approached and asked who the knight was. Matsushige calmly introduced himself as a shinobi and explained that they had received instructions from Okasan. Thomas, after thinking for a moment, explained that he had seen Kyokujutsu on the internet before because the tall man standing in front of him was a master of the Rising Sun Guild. Kyokujutsu chuckled and confirmed his words, adding that when a short guy like Thomas attacked from ambush, it would indeed be extremely difficult to find him. The knight, smiling slightly, agreed with this, but firmly stated that now everything was over. The guildmaster, apparently not particularly worried about the success of his mission, noted that he had done the right thing in entrusting them with this task, despite the significant costs. The hero at this point thought that now he would have to use a force barrier and throw a bomb, which would give them some time to maneuver. However, despite all this strategy, Thomas was most worried about his weapon. The guildmaster noticed this and told him to stop thinking too much because he had invited him to join the Rising Sun Guild anyway. These words surprised everyone present because the main character, the Musketeer, was their enemy. Kyokujutsu chuckled and added that stripping the hero to the bone and leaving him in a weakened state would not bring them victory. He asked what, in the opinion of the head of the planning department, he should have done to escape from the hero's clutches. But the man could not give a clear answer. The guildmaster then turned back to the protagonist and asked if he still didn't understand what he had been offered, explaining that he had ordered him to join the Rising Sun Guild. Then Thomas, unable to bear it any longer, shouted that this was complete nonsense. The guildmaster, calmly continuing his speech, suggested that the main character think carefully, because such talent cannot be wasted. He added that Thomas could earn up to 10,000 gold a year without any risks. Thomas thought for a moment and quickly calculated in his head. According to the guildmaster, he could have raised the necessary funds for his operation in 2 years. However, it was obvious that he had now become a real threat to them. And that was why they had offered him such a lucrative offer. It was no longer just a calculation. It was an attempt to tame him. Thomas, with a grin, clarified that, in other words, this means that the Rising Sun Guild is on the verge of its destruction, and they are ready to do anything just to survive. Then he turned around and told them all to go to hell, not forgetting to warn them that in such a narrow space they couldn't let their guard down. At that moment, the house exploded due to the explosives that the hero had stored in his pocket. Thomas, with surprising calm, rolled out without receiving any serious injuries. Grabbing the remains of his musket, he ran out of the house, cursing Matsushige. Although Thomas was in a position where the weapon was far from in the best condition, the others had already begun to catch up with him. As soon as the house exploded, they were almost instantly next to it. The guildmaster ordered the head of the planning department to immobilize the hero, casting a slowing spell on him. Soon Thomas was surrounded by chains that restricted his movement by 50% for a full minute. The guildmaster, grinning evilly, prepared to strike the protagonist for his refusal to accept the offer. However, despite the danger, Thomas was quite calm. He enjoyed being alone in this area. It gave him a chance to use his secret skill. Then he used a skill called Soul Link. The guildmaster suddenly noticed a bright glow in the place where the main character stood. Suddenly he saw someone's paw appearing from the ground. Suddenly, a huge bear burst out from under the ground, full of rage and aggression, ready to kill everyone nearby. The man was in shock as the animal's blow threw him quite a distance. Thomas could hardly believe that it was his baby. Now it was a real brown bear. Meanwhile, Matsushige was trying to figure out where the boss had suddenly appeared from. When their eyes met, Thomas and the bear exchanged friendly and even tender glances, because they really missed each other. After this, the bear leaned over to him and gently licked his cheek. Thomas was surprised. He expected the bear to remain a simple animal with a good level of training, but it turned out that he had become a real brown bear. Thomas then told him that they would share the joy of reunion later, but for now they needed to finish what they had started and finish off their enemies. In response, the bear let out a roar that, like lightning, filled the hearts of the members of the Rising Sun Guild with fear. Their health and stamina were reduced for a full 3 minutes. The guildmaster, stunned by what he saw, could not believe his eyes. Thomas summoned a real monster, even though he was not a tamer. Then Thomas, with a slight smile, explained that it was quite logical, because he was a musketeer. Luckily, no one had revealed the name of his skill, so everything remained within normal limits for now. Thomas summoned a bear that was level 66, but since summoned creatures add half the owner's level, it was now level 112. It was impressive and obviously no one expected it. The hero thought to himself that a fight with these freaks would attract attention to him again. Then Hana, in despair, begged the hero to spare their lives, explaining that they were only following orders. However, Thomas couldn't take it anymore, and abruptly told her to shut up. He knew that the two of them were the main problem, and all he needed now was to get rid of them. With this decision, he told the bear to start with them. In response, the girl, clearly irritated, called the hero a bastard for such a situation. In the next few seconds, both she and the knight disappeared, and Thomas felt the tension ease a little. Now that his heart had calmed down a bit, Thomas prepared to talk to the guildmaster. Meanwhile, the man lay on the grass, awaiting his fate with fear in his eyes. He, as before, did not waste time and immediately began to ask him about the knight and the girl. It soon became clear that they definitely did not belong to the Rising Sun Guild. The guildmaster, slightly embarrassed, began to justify himself by saying that he couldn't just reveal their names. Thomas, already losing his patience, said irritably that it seemed that his interlocutor had not yet fully understood who he was dealing with. At this point, the guildmaster, clearly trying to avoid further trouble, began to cover his face with his hands as if trying to avoid a stronger blow. He apologized and, giving in, explained that his guild was called the Shinobigumi. He continued by explaining that he did not know the exact terms and criteria for working in the guild, but he knew that they were involved in information selling, espionage, and intelligence activities. The whole time there was a shinobi standing behind them and her name was Okaa-san. Then the hero noted that he seemed to be on their list. Thomas knew that there was very little time left, only 20 minutes before the bear disappeared, and so he decided to finish the interrogation about the Information Guild. Turning to Kyokujitsu, he asked what he planned to do with the Rising Sun Guild next. The man, not quite understanding what this all meant, frowned slightly. The hero then thought about it and suggested that perhaps the best solution in the current situation would be to disband the guild. Thomas, without wasting time, asked if the guildmaster realized that even without their intervention, the guild would inevitably collapse. He also did not forget to remind that rumors about the mass murder of 500 people, which was allegedly committed by his hands, had probably already spread throughout Midros. Thomas then, visibly irritated, shouted that his musket had been broken because of their actions and that they should pay him back for it. The guildmaster began to persuade the hero to calm down and offered to compensate for all the losses. But Thomas was not in the mood for peace. He shouted that all this was not worth a damn. Meanwhile, the guildmaster, deep down cursing everything that was happening, prayed that Thomas would still take pity on him. He promised to do everything as he asked, even if it meant disbanding the guild. Thomas, ignoring his pleas, explained that disbanding the guild was only the first stage. In the second stage, the guildmaster would have to pay for all the evil he had done to ordinary players over the years. Then the guildmaster asked if Thomas had asked for gold. Thomas, smiling slightly, explained that he was not interested in money. He asked to divide the money between the victims. Showing the guildmaster the contract, he demanded that all players be paid for the actions committed against them. Then Thomas, confidently explaining, noted that if they were given an order, then they had to carry it out. Finally, after much negotiation, Kyokujitsu signed the paper, and from that moment on it became an official document. Thomas read it several times, before finally the dissolution of the guild was officially completed. At that moment, as if to mark the completion of this stage, fireworks exploded all over Midros, signaling that an important event had finally taken place. The war between the guilds has finally ended. All players witnessed the victory of Thomas and his guild. Then the guildmaster, standing at full height, with fire in his eyes, declared that he would certainly take revenge on the main character. But Thomas, without losing his composure, directly asked the head of the planning department if they planned to recreate their guilds. Thomas suggested that he not waste time and abandon the idea of restoring the guild. Instead, he suggested trying to create his own, stronger and more independent organization. He explained that sooner or later someone would still try to create a rising guild, but he had no desire to work under Kyokujitsu again. The head of the planning department seemed to hesitate, but eventually agreed with Thomas. He admitted that he no longer wanted to work with Kyokujitsu. It was a decision for him that he may have been putting off. But now he realized that the way forward lay in a different direction. Clark then used the teleporter, telling the man that he would be the first this time. Following him, the man also teleported, leaving the guildmaster and the hero alone with the bear. Thomas, relieved, hugged his bear tightly, happy that he had finally won. But at that moment, it dawned on him how come the bear had become so small again. Then he threw the bear cub into the air, celebrating his victory with it. Meanwhile, the story moves to Texas. A stranger in a cowboy hat sat in a gun shop, absorbed in the news on the screen. The seller, noticing his concentrated attention, asked him what was so interesting he was looking at. The guy replied that it was a video about the game. As it turns out, it showed footage of Musketeer Thomas fighting the Rising Sun Guild. The man noticed that the boy shot quite accurately. However, the guy added that although his shooting was excellent, it would be great if it was a little faster. Time passed, and when the clock struck 9:30, the man told his boss that he was going home. The director, with a touch of irony, noted that at the end of the working day he looked like a bayonet, and suggested that the man stay for another 30 minutes. The guy asked in response whether his salary would increase by 1.5 times, and the boss quickly replied that he should forget about it and just go home and rest, although he added that he himself would probably still continue to work. The man wished the director sweet dreams as he left. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Ram sister's house. The moon called her elder sister. But there she told her that it was time to go to bed, because she stayed up too late too often, and because of this, she did not grow. Luna then mentioned that Thomas had defeated the Rising Sun Guild. Scarlet, hearing this, could not believe her ears. She immediately rushed to Luna, screaming for her to make room for her. But when she heard more, she exclaimed in surprise that this might have been the same Thomas from the popular video. It seemed incredible. Now they knew who the Cloud Mage was. Luna then told her sister with a serious expression that Thomas was the master of the Sunset Offender Guild, and that he had posted a note on his home page called Genocide. Scarlet watched the video again and her face changed. It was indeed Thomas, and she was amazed at how many soldiers he was able to defeat single-handedly. She also read that Thomas was able to lay down 500 people and was in complete shock. However, Luna seemed to remain calm, although she could not believe that Thomas had achieved such success so quickly. She admitted that she had once thought about inviting him to her guild. But back then, the Wahan Guild was constantly held back by the Byolcho Guild. She didn't offer the protagonist to join because she thought he needed to become much stronger. But now that he had already reached such heights, she thought about it. Then Luna blushed a little and, tucking her legs under her, said that she agreed. Scarlet, noticing this, came up to her and said with a smile that it seemed her sister was in love. The moon, of course, denied it, but Scarlet was confident in her assumption. She thought that if her sister agreed, then Thomas would definitely bring a lot of benefit to their guild. Scarlet, in turn, added that they must definitely take care of sending the hero to the guild. Meanwhile, in the midst of the action, Thomas logged into the game and was literally bombarded with hundreds of messages from his fans, 873 of them. The game, as always, advised him to check his mail, and Thomas opened the messages with a hint of bewilderment. He quickly realized that Kay, as promised, had warned him about the possible noise. Most of the messages called him a Cloud Mage and asked about the Rising Sun Guild. However, despite all this unexpected popularity, Thomas was too busy to fully immerse himself in it. He hoped that after using the needle rifle, he would get the long-awaited Black Devil, and he was also going to sell the rifle. But here's the problem. It broke. From a financial point of view, the situation with the guild was frankly unfavorable. Thomas donated 50 gold pieces, leaving him with only 30 silver pieces. But it wasn't all bad. Thanks to the guild war, he earned 3 related achievements, which earned him a whopping 35 stat points. But his achievements didn't end there. Thomas also received the special achievement Embodiment of War for killing over 500 opponents in a single battle, which turned out to be what got him into the Hall of Fame. At that moment he thought, if you remember the events in the Thievy Gorge, then one of those who got into the Hall of Fame thanks to this achievement was the great Igor. The hero was very happy. He couldn't believe that at level 92 there were such characteristics. Thomas almost cried with happiness, thinking that perhaps he himself was now a much more brilliant mid-level player than Luna. With these thoughts, Thomas decided to look into the academy. He went up there, hoping that his new achievements would help him get additional tasks from the director. When he entered the academy, he was a little surprised. No one came to greet him. It seemed that there was someone else in the academy besides the director. Thomas, not wanting to give himself away, began to listen to the conversation between the director and this stranger. He wondered if they were on the same level, because until recently, it had been a real miracle between them that they could talk normally without bumping into each other. He heard the director complaining that the relationship with this stranger was not the best. Thomas could not figure out exactly who this person was, and was not sure if it was an NPC or a user who could have such personal conversations with the director. The man, in turn, said that the third one seemed rather difficult to him. Bezbrovi complained that he did not show up at all, and did not think that he would start a war with a large guild. Then Bezbrovi asked the stranger to help this guy. Thomas, slightly wary, began to suspect that they were talking about him. But suddenly the stranger replied that he could not help this guy, because one day they would become enemies. Thomas was stunned, not understanding who could say such a thing and who these people were. Then Bezbrovi asked the stranger if he knew about this, and he confirmed that it was not difficult. The stranger then added that he no longer needed help, as he had already helped him by mentioning it. At that moment the door opened and a guy in a cowboy hat appeared in the doorway, noticing the hero. At that moment there was an awkward pause between them. The hero quickly recoiled, as he was frightened by the boy's sudden appearance. Thomas, a little taken aback by being found out so quickly, greeted the director with a smile. The hero tried to justify himself by saying that he had not intended to eavesdrop, but simply happened to be passing by the academy and decided to take a look. The director seemed to understand him, praising him for his ability to hide his presence so well. Then Kid looked closely at the hero, noticing his broken musket. He said that everything turned out to be much more interesting than he thought, and that now he had no need to continue helping the main character. Smiling, promising to meet the director a little later, the guy left the room, leaving the hero with even more questions. The director, slightly frowning, shouted after the guy to come more often, because as he himself probably knew, he had no one else to talk to except them. After this, Bezbrovi, turning to him, mentioned that he had heard about what Thomas had done the day before. Thomas, however, with obvious displeasure on his face, rejected this remark, stating that there was, in fact, nothing special about it. Then the director, slightly bowing his head, asked what exactly his business was with him, and he, without haste, replied that he simply wanted to inquire whether there were any training sessions related to Elizabeth's exam. And at that moment, Thomas, a little discouraged, replied that he himself had not yet completed the training. Without wasting time, Thomas immediately asked Bezbrovi, who had just visited him. But the director, raising his eyebrows in surprise, asked again, did he really not know this person? Bezbrovi then reminded the protagonist of their previous conversation when he asked who Kid was. And then Thomas suddenly realized that the sleeping kid was literally standing right in front of him. This discovery shocked him, but this time the main character decided not to waste time and began to quickly catch up with Kid. What was surprising to him was that the more he moved, the more it became clear that Kid had been playing in Midros for quite some time. However, as soon as he approached the tree, he realized that Kid was standing there and seemed to be waiting for him. This struck the hero to the depths of his soul. He was even a little confused, apologized, and introduced himself, feeling that it seemed that Kid had been waiting for him all this time. Then Kid, without haste, gave a short but clear introduction about himself. It was the same Kid who looked like a character from cowboy movies. Thomas, in turn, was completely perplexed. He did not understand why Shin-Nara was looking for him, and the thought immediately crept in whether Kid was her boyfriend, although everything indicated that this was absolutely not the case. Then Thomas, slightly embarrassed by his behavior, apologized for overhearing the conversation with the director. But Kid, not paying any attention to this, calmly replied that everything was fine. However, Thomas, deciding to clarify something, asked him about what he said about his level. But Kid, as if not noticing his questions, calmly informed him that Thomas had not yet renewed Elizabeth's will, and his level, according to him, should have been close to 100. And then Kid suddenly added that it was too low. But Thomas didn't understand what exactly he meant. Then Kid, as if nothing had happened, repeated his phrase, implying that Thomas was behind him in all respects. In response, Thomas, feeling increasingly irritated, said that when someone ignores another like that, without saying anything about themselves, it becomes extremely unpleasant. But Kid didn't seem to react at all and went off somewhere, not paying attention to his words. Thomas, even more irritated, realized that he would have to follow him, and so, raising his voice slightly, asked if he was not listening to him. He said that if a person addresses someone, that person should always respond. However, Kid didn't say a word, but instead kicked the tree. He then claimed that exactly 13 leaves fell from him with one blow. He explained that it was his exam. Then Thomas felt his irritation growing. He couldn't help but exclaim that he was always talking about his own things. But Kid didn't seem to take it seriously at all. Then, as if not noticing all this, he introduced himself as Kid Rapid Fire. For the hero, this was no less an interesting discovery. Considering that Kid was a master of rapid fire, it was no surprise that he was the heir of Brawless. Thomas felt that they had something in common, and this premonition seemed to kindle in him a fire of desire to know more. However, Thomas, still not fully understanding what was going on, asked if it was necessary to fall onto the leaves from the tree, and Kid confirmed that it was a mandatory requirement. Thomas, a little doubtful, clarified from what distance in meters he needed to hit the sheet, since Elizabeth's exam, as is known, required a significant distance. Kid then explained that the distance was less than 2 meters, because the target had to be reached from where they were standing. Thomas, feeling that his patience was about to run out, loudly exclaimed that the Musketeer must definitely hit the leaf from such a short distance. However, the hero thought that the director really liked all sorts of strange tasks. Finally, Thomas, after some thought, concluded that if this really was a rapid-fire test, it would have to do something like hit 2 or more leaves at once. After that, Kid hit the tree again. The next moment, exactly 13 leaves slid off the tree. Then Kid told him that he would have to hit all the leaves. Thomas, standing nearby and watching this, realized that in order to hit each of them, he would need to knock down 1 leaf every second. That is, 3.25 leaves in 1 second. This meant that he would have to fire 0.3 seconds per leaf, which seemed completely impossible, especially considering that he had to use a regular musket. He couldn't help but ask Kid if he had passed the test, because he thought it was impossible. He then asked if it would not be better to call him Sunbei, emphasizing that Rio did not have a musket. Thomas added that this made it difficult for him to believe it all, since Kid had inherited the rapid-fire technique from Brawless. Thomas thought that perhaps he should get the exact musket that the headmaster had. But strangely enough, Thomas could not notice the weapon on him. In his opinion, it was impossible to put the musket in the inventory, because the inventory in Midros was a materialization of a bag that opened like a window. Kid assumed that Thomas already knew why it was like that, and rhetorically asked if he made bombs. But without waiting for an answer, he added that he already had all of this. Then Thomas couldn't stand it any longer and angrily shouted at Kid, demanding that he speak more clearly and specifically, explaining what he needed to know. Kid, as if not paying attention to the hero's irritation, calmly replied that he should hurry. Thomas exhaled, calming down a little, and said that if Kid didn't want to answer, he would still find something to ask about. And immediately the hero, feeling that he needed to lighten the mood a little, asked why Kid was helping him in such a mysterious and incomprehensible way. Kid thought for a moment and said that all that was required for success was accuracy and a strong enough blow. Thomas, standing in front of him, felt his disappointment growing. With every word Kid said, his patience grew thinner and thinner, and he could hardly bear the meaningless mumbling. After thinking for a few seconds, Thomas finally turned to Kid and stated that he thought he knew exactly who Kid was. Pointing his finger at him, Thomas shouted that he was a tsundere. He couldn't help but wonder why he was acting so strangely, since he needed his strength. But due to his awkwardness, he didn't dare say it directly, and so he simply hid his true thoughts. However, Kid, slightly shocked, did not understand what exactly Thomas meant. Then the hero replied that if he didn't know, then it was okay. Then Thomas, having calmed down a little, stated that he understood him, and that everything he had just said was just a hint that he could give him. Then, again slightly encouraged, Thomas promised that he would quickly pass the test and receive the title of marksman. Suddenly Thomas noticed that Kid smiled, not even trying to hide his joy. This gave him a strange feeling. Either this guy was acting like a little child, or he was actually just a braggart. As Kid was about to leave, he said goodbye to Thomas, who in turn replied, promising that they would definitely meet again. Thomas came to the conclusion that Kid was the strangest person he had ever met. Eventually, Thomas returned to the academy director, not hiding his tired expression, and asked him point blank if this was really the test he was about to take. The director, looking at him with an expression of understanding, said that he listened to the explanation, and then came to try in 3 days. Bezbrovi said that of course he highly appreciated Kid's skills, but nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel that everything that was happening looked a little strange, and in the end, he had to give him the musket. However, Thomas couldn't understand how this was even possible. Even if someone used the skill of stealthy hand movements, it would still take at least 25 seconds to reload the musket, according to his calculations. Then Bezbrovi, as if nothing had happened, offered him another cup of coffee, but Thomas refused, saying that it was time to leave. However, the director was in no hurry to let him go and urged him to stay at least until the end of the conversation. Bezbrovi, with a barely noticeable smile, advised the protagonist not to try to think about everything at once, adding that he never asks questions, expecting a precise answer. When Thomas left the academy, he couldn't help but wonder what he had actually meant when he said that he shouldn't think about everything at once. He was also interested in what that strange detail about the musket he had given Kid in the plural meant. Eventually, Thomas became angry and thought that these two clowns were just making fun of him. Besides, Thomas couldn't help but think that Kid was, to put it mildly, very strange. He had no idea what exactly Kid had received from the director. But one thing was clear. He didn't have a musket. At least he didn't see one. He knew he was in trouble if he didn't take his broken needle gun with him. As soon as he thought about this, an uneasy feeling came over him. He remembered how, while running away from Kyokujitsu, he himself did not understand how he managed to put the musket in his inventory. This memory spurred him on and decided his further action. Then he decided to visit the forge and talk to the head blacksmith, Zig. As soon as Thomas entered, Zig, noticing him, grinned and said that he hadn't seen him for a long time, asking what they would do this time. Thomas did not respond with words, but simply handed the blacksmith his musket. Zig, looking at the weapon, turned pale and exclaimed that the musket had broken in half. This could not help but cause concern for the hero. Zig explained that now Thomas would not be able to use this rifle, and that it would be much easier to buy a new one. However, Thomas, stubbornly, insisted on trying to fix the broken weapon. He began to explain to the blacksmith how exactly he wanted to upgrade his rifle. Zig, clearly frightened by such a request, asked in fear whether the musket would even fire a charge, given its current condition. Then Thomas confidently assured him that everything would work out. After several hours of hard work, they finally managed to achieve the desired result. Once this was done, Thomas realized that he could now put the musket in his inventory, wear it on his belt, or hide it under his clothes. He became much more mobile. Then Zig, having examined the results of the work, was satisfied, but still asked if this musket was worth that kind of money. Thomas, without hesitation, answered that it was certainly worth it. At this point, another question arose in his mind. Thomas, coming closer, asked Zig if it was possible to make spiral cuts inside the barrel at a certain interval. Then Zig looked closely at the barrel and, shaking his head, said that it would be very difficult, especially with the interval. But Thomas, not giving up, asked if the great Zig was capable of performing such a task. Then the man, after thinking for a moment, replied that he definitely couldn't do it, but the dwarves might be able to handle such a task. Then Thomas, thanking the blacksmith, said goodbye to him and left. His thoughts continued to revolve around Zig's words, because the blacksmiths knew that the dwarves were capable of creating even demonic weapons. The place where dwarves could be found was the Adamandir mountain range, located on the western edge of the continent. This mountain range, running from north to south, had a special significance, as it meant that the dwarves lived outside the kingdom of Pubil. Anyway, Thomas, deciding not to waste any time, headed out of town to practice shooting with his new pistol. To begin with, as if observing the situation from the outside, he decided to measure the required distance for the shot. The barrel of the gun was quite short, which in turn meant that loading it was much easier and faster than he expected. It only took 10 seconds. The weight of the weapon felt normal, but the balance was perfect. Then Thomas, without wasting any time, watched carefully as a leaf broke off from a tree branch and began its journey downwards. However, no matter how hard he tried, Thomas fired but missed. And despite his efforts, he could not understand why this happened. After all, according to his calculations, the firing range was directly proportional to the length of the barrel. However, he was shooting from a much closer range than usual, which was noticeably more difficult than he had expected. And despite all his efforts, he could not hit the mark exactly. But after several hundred attempts, luck finally smiled upon him. Thomas finally hit the target and couldn't contain his joy and laughed like crazy. He realized that the effective range of this pistol was 25 meters. Of course, he expected that after shortening the barrel the range would decrease, but not to such an extent. At this point, the protagonist realized one important thing. This needle gun, unfortunately, could not be used as a primary weapon, especially at longer ranges. This, in turn, explained why he needed a new musket that could compensate for the shortcomings in range. Thomas mused that if he used both a musket and a pistol, he would be able to balance the disadvantages of close combat and ranged attacks. He would simply destroy anyone who tried to get too close to him, thinking of himself as a musketeer with a pistol. The protagonist was sure that this was how Kid passed this test. Maybe Kid loaded 2 or even 4 pistols at the same time. A series of such shots could create an entire fire network, providing the necessary accuracy, speed, and number of shots for the exam. However, after some time, Thomas began to realize something disturbing. He realized that Kid did not have a medium-range musket. He used only revolvers, the range of which was limited to 25 meters. The protagonist wasn't sure if this was the fighting method of real musketeers, but his curiosity was stronger, and he couldn't wait to see how Kid would behave in a duel. This moment remained a mystery to him. And then, at the most unexpected moment, Nara appeared on the horizon. She noticed the hero and, without thinking, decided to approach him. The girl asked how long ago he had arrived in the capital, and remarked that he was supposed to write to her as soon as he got there. Thomas, somewhat embarrassed, apologized and explained that it had taken him a little longer because of his equipment. However, Nara, noticing that he did not have a musket, asked if he had changed his equipment. Thomas explained that when he fought against the rising sun, his strength was exhausted. The Nara apparently couldn't believe their ears. She said that she saw the video and still couldn't believe that Thomas himself was able to defeat so many rising sun warriors. This gave the protagonist a certain confidence, but in turn, he was slightly stunned by how she perceived him. However, a moment later, Nara said something even more surprising. She said that she wanted to show him something. In her hands, she held her sword. Thomas, shocked, asked if the same seal had been removed from it. Nara, with a smile, explained that the last seal had been removed, and now it was a full-fledged magic sword. Thomas was amazed and, without hiding his admiration, congratulated her on this achievement. However, Nara, as if not paying attention to the praise, said that all this became possible thanks to him, and that she was always in his debt. Then, the thought of how the powers of rank users were on par, if not higher, than the combat power of nominal NPCs finally began to take hold in his mind. Nara wasted no time in asking if Thomas would continue to lead this guild. Thomas, somewhat puzzled, asked if she meant Sunset Breaker, and then said that she had no plans to do so. However, to his surprise, Nara added that if he wanted, she would invite him to join the Holy Knights. Thomas could hardly believe his ears, because at that moment his face simultaneously expressed both shock and pleasure. At some point he even froze, not knowing what to say. Nara, noticing his reaction, explained that he was good friends with the Holy Knights, and in her opinion, if he completed a few tasks, he would be able to join the squad without any problems. Moreover, she could recommend him. Thomas, thinking about this proposal, realized that the Capital Defense Knight unit was one of the strongest in the Kingdom of Pubiel. He had already imagined himself in this role, but for a moment it seemed to him that the very idea was almost impossible. Then he thanked Naru for the offer, but honestly said that he was not ready to join any guild yet. The hero didn't even have time to get used to and train with the pistol, let alone try using it in a real fight. Suddenly the girl's attention switched to the hero's gun, and she asked about it. Thomas, ready to explain, pulled out his pistol and said that after fighting with the rising sun for too long, his musket had broken, which is why he now had a pistol. In response, Nara, barely containing her anger, asked if Kid had given him the weapon. The hero was very shocked by her behavior, and asked what was wrong with her. Nara explained that she had never seen anyone other than him use such a musket. Thomas then, somewhat sheepishly, explained that he had made the gun himself, but Kid had actually given him the hint for it. Nara, not understanding what kind of hint he was referring to, asked if he had seen Kid. Thomas revealed that they had met briefly at the Musketeer Academy. Then Nara, hearing this, calmed down a little. She said that this scoundrel ran away from her again. Thomas, interested, could not resist asking what had happened between them. The girl, sighing a little, explained that she had lost to Kid in a duel a long time ago. Then Thomas, trying to lighten the mood a little, joked, and asked if she had lost to him in a game of rock, paper, scissors. But Nara, with a serious expression on her face, firmly replied that no, it was a real one-on-one duel, and she lost that day. Thomas, despite his surprised reaction, couldn't believe that Kid could win a duel with such a strong opponent as her. He thought about it and asked if it had happened so long ago, when Nara was still at a low level. However, the girl explained that at that time she was already one of the best players, and this duel did not happen that long ago. This was quite unusual for the hero, because he could not imagine that Kid was so strong as to defeat even such an experienced player as Nara, who by that time was recognized as the best player among girls in Midros. After a short silence, Nara asked again if Thomas knew how Kid got the second part of his nickname. Sleeping. She explained that Kid was rumored to be so fond of sleep that he even slept in Midros. This made the hero surprised, and he, with a smile, called Kid a weirdo. However, Nara didn't stop there. She continued her story, saying that one day, Kid received a new item, and the Rising Sun Guild immediately rushed to search for him in order to return this item. Thomas, listening to her, felt disappointed because he knew that this guild always poked its nose into other people's business. Then Nara continued and said that 30 people from the guild found Kid sleeping in some pub. Thomas, interested, asked if they attacked him right away. Then Nara replied that everything happened so quickly that no one even had time to record a video. The protagonist, completely intrigued, could not resist asking what happened next. Nara, shrugging her shoulders a little, began to explain that all 30 of these players died in the same place. Kid continued to lie on the table, not even lifting his body. The only thing that moved were his hands, which dangled under the table. Thomas was shocked by this story. He could not imagine how this was even possible. After a while, as if nothing had happened, Kid stood up lazily, yawned, and uttered a single phrase. He asked who all these people were. It was at this point that he received the nickname Slipping, a nickname that came to symbolize the fact that his weapon would follow its target even when the player himself was asleep, so that it would never miss. Thomas, not believing his ears, said that this simply couldn't be true. Kid single-handedly killed 30 people while he was sleeping. It seemed completely ridiculous. Nara, seeing his confusion, began to explain that in Midros, level does not mean absolutely everything. She directly asked why, in such an unfair game, where many things are hidden, only the level rating is displayed. At this point, Thomas thought about it, and realized that perhaps there was something more hidden. The girl continued that rankers were often discarded as food to be caught, while other strong users who were not rankers were known as outsiders. They were famous for their incredible strength, which did not depend on their level. Then Nara, looking at the hero, asked with interest if he understood what she was talking about. Thomas guessed that she meant characteristics that could be obtained not only by leveling up, but also through rare achievements. Such people were not so difficult to find, since they often resembled him. Nara then added that Thomas might know about an achievement like killing a ranker. If someone kills a warrior in the top 100, he will receive a special achievement. That's why Midros kept this list publicly available, to attract new players to the game and make them try to catch the rankers. If a ranker was killed, his level would immediately drop. Now Thomas understood everything completely. By creating open competition and revealing the rankings of the participants, the use of resources in the game increased significantly. It turned out that the reason why rankers couldn't immediately sell large items for money was that if they went to outsiders, it would be impossible to regain their former position. The interesting situation with the price of gold in Midros and real money only confirmed that the developers really went crazy. Nara, looking at the hero with a serious expression, said that there was a high probability that he would also be classified as an outsider, which meant that he would receive invitations from various guilds. She reminded him that he should think carefully and make the right decision. Then Thomas, still thinking, asked if the Holy Knights Guild would be among those proposals. Then Nara, with some enthusiasm in her voice, replied that she liked this option the most. Then the girl said that it was time for her to go. She reminded the main character that next time he should definitely write to her in private messages. Thomas, with a smile, wished her a good trip. At this time, the story moves to the Biolcho Guild. Harvey demanded that the Ram sisters remove the ice blocks from his face. Scarlet said that Sasuke should leave her first. After all, it was they who disrupted the negotiations between the guilds. Then Scarlet, without holding back her displeasure, began to say that what kind of negotiations could there be when it was easier to get to the wall than to strangle them. She did not understand why they always acted as if they were still in the game. The guildmaster, noticing her irritation, was surprised that she would speak like that, and offered to settle the last bets at the expense of Dale Castle so that everything would be clear. However, his proposals were not supported. He said that they simply would not be able to fulfill the terms of the deal. Scarlet then asked if he was suggesting a war between their guilds. Harvey waved her off and replied that if she didn't give in, they wouldn't have anything else. They didn't care about polo because they were strong players in Korea too. Scarlet, with interest in her voice, asked if they had managed to lure the ranker to them. If they had that kind of money, she would have believed them. But the guildmaster replied that not now. Then, after a pause, He added that they could make a contract and stake the distribution of the wealth of Dale Castle. The guildmaster, with a serious expression, began to explain that they would simply hand it over as stock options. He added that if they had given the rankers profits for 2 months while they themselves received them for 10, they would have been able to avoid the bad consequences and losses. Scarlet then replied that Bielko should go ahead and attack them, proudly adding that she would make red flowers bloom in their bodies before ordering Dragon Knight and Lightburst to be brought here. However, Harvey didn't want to talk about it. He wished everyone luck and then teleported away. Luna, looking at her sister with concern, asked if it was possible to kill him. She praised her for holding back, assuring her that there would be many more opportunities to end this outrage. The Ram sisters, deciding to act quickly, decided to gather outsiders for the war, since rankers were too expensive. Everyone understood that there was only 1 day left until the Biolcho and Huahan Guild War. Meanwhile, Thomas, having concluded several profitable deals, was pleased to see how his financial situation was rapidly improving. He received a whole bag of money. Luck was clearly on his side and he began to get rich. What's more surprising is that the money left after calculating the compensation for the losses from the Rising Sun was 88 gold, which Thomas didn't even expect. It was no less pleasant that by selling the name of his guild, the Sunset Offender, he received another 100 gold coins. At that moment, a man approached him who, apparently, had been watching his videos and now dreamed of becoming a movie star. However, the hero no longer had any reason to worry about this. He already understood that he needed to buy a new musket in order to continue using it until he received the reward for the task related to the will of the late Elizabeth. Meanwhile, the Biolcho Guild was holding an important meeting regarding their upcoming war with the Huahian Guild. The guildmaster explained that some people had already been informed of the news, but Huahong completely ignored their suggestion. The rest of the guild members couldn't help but start making noise, saying that you can't trust someone with so much money. Of course, Sasuke knew perfectly well that there was no proposal at that meeting. But people blindly believed this, and claimed that they had invested too much in Dale Castle, and now they should get their money back. Guildmaster Harvey continued to explain the situation in a reserved manner, mentioning that among the 3 guilds, the Biolcho Guild contributed the most, a total of 2,850 gold. People, hearing this, started asking if they couldn't just return the money. However, it turned out that the funds invested were merely capital investments, and therefore could not be returned. This caused a storm of emotion, with people shouting that they had invested their own money because there was a guarantee of 30% profit on Dale Castle. Meanwhile, Kay, chatting with a friend, remarked that the whole problem was precisely about money, and this was the only way that the current situation could be resolved. After all, they were only considered the founders of the guild, but all the other members had their own doubts. Harvey then continued, saying that given all the obstacles and problems, there was only one way out of the current situation, a guild war. He reported that they had already managed to contact the masters of the Dragon Knight and Light Blast guilds, who, like the other 2 guilds in the Union, agreed to return the money. This money was as important to them as blood. People were shocked when they heard about this. They didn't want war and didn't see anything attractive in the Huahan Guild. This guild was known for only having ranked players like Luna and Polo in their guild, but they had nothing else to offer. Guildmaster Biolcho, seeing the discontent among the participants, said that those who did not want to participate in the war could refuse, but in that case they would not be able to get back their invested money. Everyone present at the meeting had already invested money, and now the question was whether they would participate in the war. Harvey said there was a lot of risk in getting the funds back, but if all present agree, in the end, a golden city will await them. Castle Dale was considered to be like El Dorado, and everyone knew that its control meant wealth and power. The guild was confident that they would not lose, and began gathering people who could stand up to Luna, and a few others like Shin Nara. They also considered approaching Korea's top ranker, the man who was second in Midros. His name was so easy. He was a magical swordsman, and it was still in the plans. They would have to find out his opinion and adapt to the conditions. Despite the uncertainty, they were confident that they could take this step. Meanwhile, the protagonist's brother understood that all these plans were only theoretical. Kay was absolutely certain that the player who finished second in Midros could not be bought for money. However, many people in the guild blindly believed in this and were willing to fight without even knowing their real chances of winning. It was both inspiring and dangerous. Then the guildmaster, realizing the importance of the situation, asked Sasuke to discreetly call Kay for a private conversation. Kay was taken aback by the guildmaster's proposal because it involved Thomas joining their guild. Harvey confirmed this and said that he would rather have Thomas with them than with any other ranker. It seemed to him that Thomas would be much more useful in their war. Kay, without hiding his anxiety, was frightened by such words. and admitted that he had already offered the main character to join their guild many times. He added that with his recommendation, Thomas would be able to join their ranks very easily. Then the guildmaster asked what the hero's answer was. Kay explained with a slight sigh that the hero had no particular desire to join, even though he was quite a low level. Knowing the hero's personality, he assumed that he might have felt ashamed in matters concerning joining the guild. Then Sasuke, after listening carefully, explained to Kay that they definitely needed the power of a hero. It didn't matter whether the war became total or guerrilla. Thanks to the hero's accurate shooting, their radius of action would increase dramatically. Then Kay, still not losing hope, said that since they were talking like this, he would try to talk to Thomas. Harvey was very glad that this guy finally agreed. However, he asked them not to push too hard. The protagonist was currently offline, so Kay had to log out of the game and ask the protagonist directly. When Kay left the game, Sasuke, left alone with Harvey, asked if he wanted to continue with the plan. The guildmaster took a deep breath and said that they had no other options to survive. This plan had to be successful. It was a sad plan, but in his opinion, Kay would have to sacrifice himself for the Byulcho Guild. Meanwhile, in real life, Thomas's mother went to the store, and the hero, having left the game, waited for her before returning to the virtual world. He assured his mother that there was no need to worry, because for the first time in a long time, they were eating well, with tasty and healthy food that he had earned himself. It was nice to see his mother blossom before his eyes, and he felt like everything was finally working out. The musket problem was also solved, and life seemed like it couldn't get any better. However, a new problem appeared on the horizon. Thomas, thinking about waiting a bit before going troll hunting, also wondered if there were any good hunting grounds for level 110 players around here. However, all his thoughts about the game world were instantly interrupted. The main character was sitting at the computer, reading the news. Everything would have been fine if not for the news that Huahan and Byulcho started a war. Judging by the details, the war was supposed to start tomorrow morning. Thomas, running his eyes through the comments, found information explaining the privileges of owning Dale Castle. These comments stated that they would have complete control over the dungeons, which effectively meant control over the descent. It was a major strategic advantage, and now Thomas began to understand why Huahian and Byulcho were so obsessed with this castle. The transit tax they could get was enormous, and everything was beginning to take on a new shape. It turned out that while the main character was fighting the Rising Sun Guild, the situation around Dale Castle changed dramatically, and the Byulcho Guild decided to seize the castle for themselves. Kay, realizing the seriousness of the situation, called the protagonist, and the protagonist asked if it was true that they had already started a war. Kay, without wasting time, replied that he just wanted to talk to Thomas about it. He asked him to log into the game, and when Thomas came online, Kay immediately greeted him. The hero's brother was somewhat shocked as Kay had completely changed his equipment. He noted that it was important to be well prepared for war, although he was unable to upgrade his weapons due to lack of money. Then Kay, paying attention to details, noticed that the hero had a new weapon that he had not seen before. Thomas, a little embarrassed, explained that he had purchased it, but the weapon was still difficult to use. However, its functionality was excellent. Then Kay wasted no time in asking if Thomas would like to join their guild right now. Thomas, feeling internally confused, had difficulty finding words. He could not understand how he and Byulcho ended up in this situation. Kay, apologizing for such an awkward suggestion under the circumstances, explained that their guildmaster Hein wanted Thomas to join. Apparently his achievements in the war against the Rising Sun Guild had been significant, and the guildmaster now saw him as a valuable ally. The protagonist was a little confused, not understanding why Scarlet turned out to be their enemy. He remembered hunting with the Ram sisters at the beginner's village recently, and wasn't particularly in the mood to fight them. Kay, noticing his doubts, explained that the situation had changed. The guildmaster himself now wanted Thomas to join their ranks. He added that Thomas could proudly enter the Byulcho Guild and make a significant contribution to the future. At that moment, a mysterious figure was watching their conversation from the bushes. As Thomas began to think about the proposal, suddenly someone jumped out of the bushes and, noticing them, ran. The guys immediately tried to catch up with the stranger. The spy, and the main character, without wasting time, loaded his musket. They shouted at the spy to stop and saw the Huahan Guild emblem on his robe. Thomas immediately realized that it seemed they had already planted a spy for Kay before the war even started. He realized that if it was Scarlet, she had decided to take radical action. Despite their efforts, the boys were unable to catch the spy. Kay, noticing Scarlet using such tactics, was displeased and expressed his anger by calling her a terrible woman. However, he returned to his question again, not wanting to waste time. He asked again if Thomas would like to join their guild. The protagonist, still hesitating, replied that he needed to think. However, Kay, persistently repeating that the offer was advantageous, continued to insist. Brother explained that for the kingdom, joining the guild would give the protagonist a chance to make an important contribution to a war of the largest scale. Thomas, however, was thinking not only about how great the guild would be, but also about what he might gain and lose in this war. He said that this concerns not only him, but also Kay. His brother, surprised, noted that Thomas had actually matured, and Thomas, weakly holding back his emotions, shouted that he was simply worried about him. Then Kay, without arguing, agreed to convey the hero's words to the guildmaster, while Thomas, quietly muttering under his breath, added that even if he did not join Betrayal, his decision would be final. At this point, Kay looked around and asked what Thomas had answered. However, Thomas just waved it off without saying anything, hinting that he had things to do and needed to go. Kay, seeing that the conversation was over, calmly teleported back to his place to continue preparing for war. Meanwhile, the main character swore that he would protect his friend Kay from the shitty Russian monster Igor. Once in the field, he immediately felt the difference in the weapon, which was much lighter and more difficult to control. However, he did not miss the chance and, despite the difficulties, was able to achieve victory. He didn't even hit the spots that would have resulted in immediate death, but the level 100 orc was killed with just 2 shots. Thomas aimed for the head and heart, but despite all his accuracy, he hit the shoulder and leg instead. Suddenly, he heard movement in the bushes and instantly pointed his gun in that direction, asking who it was. Scarlet, with a slight smile, asked if Thomas had bought a new musket. She added that now this weapon will also help him in close combat. Thomas, noticing her manner of speaking, said that they had not seen each other for a long time, but she, as always, remained herself. Scarlet, with an indifferent expression on her face, replied that she was not surprised and had expected them to end up here sooner or later. But Thomas, despite the seriousness of the situation, did not brag, but deep down he was sure that, as always, someone was watching him, because, as we know, in war, extra hands never hurt. Then Scarlet, not wanting to waste time on long conversations, directly stated that Thomas should join their cause, because with their strategy, they had a 100% chance of winning. Thomas, slightly puzzled, could not understand how they could be so sure of this. Of course, he knew they always loved to play to the crowd, but this time it seemed too much. Scarlet, as if anticipating his thoughts, explained that all they needed to win this war was a few simple strategies. She said the lion would destroy one parasite in its den, a key tactic that she believed would guarantee success. She added that the Betrayal Guild doesn't always keep a close eye on who joins them, which allows all of their secrets to be revealed. Thomas, once he understood the gist of her words, realized that there was a traitor among them who had decided to side with Hua-Han. Meanwhile, Kay returned from doing his business and tried to find the guildmaster. When the guy came in, he apologized a little for being late and said that everyone seemed to be waiting for him and was ready for a serious conversation. At that moment, a bright sphere appeared above his head, illuminating the entire room. The guildmaster did not waste time and, looking at Kay, said that he could not afford to be late when he was called. Then Kay apologized again and took his seat, expecting everything to be cleared up. Unable to comprehend what was happening, Kay asked what had happened, and if it had anything to do with the recent spy. He noticed how everyone around him was looking at him with displeasure, even with slight hostility, and he did not understand what could have caused such emotions. Suddenly he received a message from a user named Harvey saying that he had been attacked. However, when the enemy player attacked, the chaos level did not increase, and Kay entered a quarantine state. It seemed to him that they were simply exaggerating, playing some kind of joke. But the guildmaster said that after Kay watched the video, he would realize that it was all just a joke. They showed him a recording that they claimed was of a spy. As it turned out, it was a recording of their conversation with Thomas, but at that moment they were being watched by a figure in a cloak. Kay, seeing this, exclaimed that he was going to catch the one who was following them. Then Sasuke, a little surprised, asked what exactly Kay meant by catching a spy. Kay, pouting with displeasure, tried to explain that the man in the video was not actually there. He tried to convince them that they were simply being followed, and that the photo was doctored using Photoshop. The other guild members, noticing his agitation, began to persuade him to calm down, reminding him that the guildmaster had to confirm the authenticity of the photograph. The guy, sensing that the conversation was reaching a dead end, said that he understood the misunderstanding, but assured everyone that if they had any questions, he would answer them. Kay was ready to explain everything. However, the guildmaster looked at everyone with restraint and said that Kay was right, and he had no reason to betray the guild. He added that Kay was a good and loyal guy, but this whole situation, in his opinion, happened because of Thomas. Kay, not understanding why the conversation had suddenly turned in this direction, became indignant. He could not understand why all the accusations were based on some screenshot. If it comes down to it, it could have just been Photoshop and not real dirt. Sasuke, a little mockingly, asked if Kay was playing dumb, because it was obvious that the hero actually had some dirty work behind his back. Or more accurately, the Ram sisters. Then Kay tried to explain that they had misunderstood the situation, and that the main character was not at all what they thought he was. The guildmaster, with a serious expression on his face, ordered Kay to wake up. Harvey reminded him that they were at war now, and in this situation, losing his mind could endanger the life of the entire guild. But Kay, puzzled, still did not understand what was happening. He couldn't understand what Thomas had done to deserve such treatment. In response, Sasuke shook his head slightly, and said that when Kay looked at the evidence, he might realize that he had been lied to. The guildmaster then continued to insist on his version of events, and asked if Kay remembered the incident when the Ram sisters appeared at Candle Castle. The video he was shown was of poor quality, but it was clear that it showed Thomas with a musket. Harvey suggested that Kay think logically, a rookie musketeer who repelled a boss on the battlefield and then faced people from the rising sun. It just couldn't be true. The guildmaster, without giving time for doubt, continued. Musketeers were essentially a weak class, incapable of anything significant. The idea that one musketeer could defeat 500 enemies sounded absurd. But Kay, in his confusion, could not believe in such a possibility, and began to doubt whether everything was so clear. At this point, Kay's friend intervened in the conversation, trying to soften the situation. He said that despite all the evidence, Kay needed to be given a chance to explain everything. He didn't believe that Thomas was a spy for the Ram sisters and asked Kay to help him figure it out. Then the guy, having calmed down a little, promised to find evidence that would confirm that Thomas had nothing to do with the Ram sisters. Harvey looked at Sasuke, who nodded, agreeing with the proposal. His friend took this as a promise and said that Kay would interrogate his brother thoroughly to find out the truth. At that moment, a pentagram appeared under their feet. Kay promised that he would ask his brother about everything. He also promised to justify their honor to the guild. Then the guildmaster, with a serious look, agreed with this and added that if Kay's testimony was not confirmed, he himself would have to bear responsibility for his cousin, who may have caused harm to the guild. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the hero and the Ram sisters. The guy said that Luna and Scarlet were being a pain in the ass, thinking that their offer might interest him. At this point, Scarlet began to speak. Recognizing the hero by his forehead, she coughed, and shaking her head slightly, rephrased her statement, saying that she recognized in him someone who could be counted on the fingers of one hand. And that's why she decided to give him one last chance to join their guild. Thomas, confused, heard only noise in the bushes. As it turned out, his brother Kay and his friend had just teleported there. They clearly didn't understand what was going on. Kay, no longer holding back, shouted that the main character really was acquainted with the Ram sisters. The sisters were also extremely displeased when they saw the members of the enemy guild. Thomas, in response, shouted out that he would explain everything. Then Luna didn't waste any time and started attacking. But the guy's friend stood in front of him at that moment, protecting Kay and intercepting the blow. He pulled out his sword in time and reflected the magic ball flying at them. Meanwhile, Kay watched everything that was happening with tears in his eyes. Thomas, in a panic, shouted at them to stop without attacking. He ran to Kay to clarify everything, but Kay had already managed to teleport away with his friend. The man, noticing the seriousness of the situation, admitted that he was wrong and that Thomas was completely different from what they thought. The hero wanted to grab his brother, but he had already disappeared from the field. At that moment, he realized what it all led to. Thomas, no less irritated and upset than Kay, scolded himself for hiding his acquaintance with the Ram sisters. Then Scarlet leaned over to him and asked if he knew the Templar from the Biolcho Guild. Thomas replied that now was not the time for such questions, but soon he asked again where she got the information about the guild. Scarlet, not quite understanding what he meant, stuttered a little, and Thomas clarified that, speaking of a parasite living inside the lion, it meant that there was a traitor in their guild. Then Scarlet, with a serious look, replied that she should not tell him who exactly the traitor was. At this point, Thomas, not wanting to waste time, pointed his musket at her and said that she had to speak, or he would shoot her in the head. He stated that he did not want any misunderstandings between him and Kay. He then turned to Scarlet, asking if there really was a traitor among them. The girl, without losing her composure, asked if Thomas would dare to attack her if she lied. Then, with a slight challenge, she added if he would dare to attack the guild of Master Hua Hong and the eldest daughter of the Ramron Corporation. just because of an acquaintance from the Byulcho Guild. Scarlet, looking confidently at the hero, added that she was absolutely sure that he did not even trust his own brother. Then Thomas, without losing his composure, replied that if she lied, he would have no reason not to shoot her. She had to answer him honestly, because Kay was too important to him. Then Scarlet, slowly looking away, explained that she wanted to help him, but she didn't know who the traitor could be. She added that in such circumstances it is difficult to recognize a person who is hiding in the dark or wearing a mask. But if it comes to a voice, she will definitely be able to recognize it. Scarlet, with a determined expression on her face, declared that if the information she had given was false, she would be forced to consider the hero a double spy sent to confuse them. She also added that she had no intention of ruining the hero's relationship with Kay, so the girl suggested that he calm Kay down and go with her to see what exactly she meant. She promised that the most convenient and advantageous conditions would be prepared for the hero. The thing is, Scarlet was going to offer him the role of a shooter in her guild, as well as a personal bodyguard. As a deposit, she promised him 10,000 gold coins, with a guaranteed annual income of at least 3,000 gold. If he decides to work more, his income can range from 5,000 to 10,000 gold coins per year. Thomas, listening to her, quickly realized that compared to the offer from Rising Sun, this was an offer on a completely different level. If it wasn't a lie, he could have raised enough money for treatment in 3 or 4 years. This could be his only chance in life. All he had to do was close his eyes to everything that was happening and sign the agreement. At that moment, his thoughts returned to Kay again. Everything could be solved by talking to him, because they were relatives. However, Thomas knew that if he were anyone else, he might have agreed. But in the end, he apologized to Scarlet. The hero honestly said that he could not accept such an offer. He explained that Scarlet was right about Kay not being his real brother, but at the same time, he could confidently call him his savior, the person who brought him out of despair into a world similar to Midros, which is why Thomas could not join the Hwahan Guild. He would rather fight them than betray Kay. Scarlet, hearing his words, laughed and said that the main character was really a good person. Scarlet then asked Luna, smiling, if she agreed with that, to which Luna nodded and replied that Thomas was really cool. Then Scarlet, with a little sarcasm, asked how much longer Thomas was going to stand there with a musket in his hands, and the hero realized that it seemed like he was being tested. Then the girl, smiling a little, added that she was serious about her proposal, and if the hero ever has a desire, he can always join them. She also hinted that it would be easier for them to find the traitor from the Byulcho Guild if he was with them. With these words, Scarlet said goodbye and teleported away. Thomas stood there, irritated and confused, not knowing what to do in this situation. At that moment, he felt anger growing inside him. It was all too confusing, and now he wasn't sure if he had done the right thing. Meanwhile, Kay, having arrived at his guild, found himself on the floor and was given a discreet warning. The guild master looked at him with a cold gaze and said that since things had turned out this way, Kay would have to sign a certain contract. Meanwhile, Thomas, still stunned, had just left the game and was trying to call his brother, but his attempts were unsuccessful. Kay didn't answer him either on the phone or in Midros. That day, as soon as Kay broke up with Scarlet, he hoped to talk to his brother, but Kay and his friend Tyler blocked him on every possible platform. Now Thomas wondered if Cage had felt that much betrayal. Meanwhile, sitting in his room, Kay continued to think about everything that he had been told in the guild. He realized that almost everyone was disappointed in him, both the guildmaster and his friends. He was one of the founders of the guild, so everyone trusted him and gave him a chance, but now he could no longer deny the truth, no matter how hard it was. He knew he had to somehow make amends for the terrible betrayal that had brought so much trouble to the guild. If they lose, the damage will be around 2.6 billion won, and he will be the one who will have to pay for it all, down to the last coin. Tears rolled down his face, because he knew he was not a traitor, and he did not have that kind of money to cover this debt. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Thomas sat in an elegant restaurant, calmly sipping his drink. His attention was focused on the conversation of the other players who were discussing the upcoming guild war. People were saying that even the Fire Dragon, once powerful and independent, would now enter the Hwahan Guild. Soon a waitress approached him, asking with attention and slight interest if he needed help with his order. Thomas replied curtly that he wanted a vodka martini, shaken, not stirred, the code words for meeting the head of the Information Guild. The waitress, with understanding in her eyes, took his order and offered to take him upstairs. Soon Madame Zoe greeted the hero with joy, as a lot of time had passed since their last meeting, when he was busy with the war with the Rising Sun Guild. She asked if Thomas had come to her again for information. Thomas then, without wasting any time, informed him that in addition to the data he had requested last time, he now needed information about another person. He explained that once Polo sided with Scarlet, Igor would definitely try to start a chaotic battle on the battlefield. But this time, Thomas couldn't let Kay die. Thomas continued, asking Madame Zoe for information about the man who would most likely be at the very center of the guild war, the great Igor. Madame Zoe, hearing his words, nodded and set to work. A few days later, the Ram sisters arrived at a large estate where they were greeted with respect. One of the deputies, still new to their ranks, was unaware that, despite the documents stating that the guild was owned by Luna, it was actually her older sister who was in charge. Much remained hidden from the eyes of the unprepared. Finally, it was time for the General Assembly. Scarlet reminded everyone that they should remember the main purpose of the meeting. She began to report to those gathered, in a restrained and decisive manner, that she needed to convey the most accurate information to the people who made up the main force of Huahan. The first thing she wanted to discuss was the first battle. Biolcho was already prepared for the fact that only 15 warriors from the Huahan Guild would meet them. The information was accurate, and one of their spies had supplied her with such information. Scarlet explained that it happened on the first day of the war, when less than an hour had passed since the start of the fighting. During that battle, they suffered a crushing defeat. The location of one of the guild's most heavily guarded vaults has been revealed. This thus allowed the enemy to attack with precision. Biolcho sent enough forces to the right place, and as a result, all 9 hideouts were attacked, killing 132 Huahan Guild members. Everyone present was focused on the important fact that secret information had leaked out, allowing the enemies to act so effectively. Then Scarlet, feeling the need to immediately fix the situation, invited the alchemist outsider, so that perhaps he could bring the necessary solutions to the current situation. The Biolcho warriors were shocked to learn that this alchemist was quite powerful, and there were many unexpected surprises with him that they would definitely not like. The Biolcho guild was going to call Faust, but he said that that smelly guy would never take part in a battle like this. So he decided to take the initiative and solve everything that concerned their current problems himself. The alchemist continued to wink at Luna and refer to her as Cutie. This clearly irritated the girl, who did not understand why this man was brought in when she could have handled the situation without him. Meanwhile, the alchemist seemed to be absorbed in something important. He poured some strange potion on the ground. Soon, blood-red golems began to grow out of it. These creatures immediately began to attack the Biolcho soldiers, leaving destruction and horror in their wake. Scarlet wasted no time in explaining that this battle took place on the Tygonus Plain, a place where several guilds clashed. However, despite the fierce fighting, the Huahan Guild suffered the greatest losses, which was certainly a heavy blow to their forces. Continuing to explain, Scarlet emphasized that to prevent similar situations in the future, all leaders need to strengthen the security of their facilities during military operations. It all sounded logical and seemed obvious, but due to her busy schedule, she did not keep anyone at the meeting and soon ended it. Meanwhile, Thomas, standing nearby and hiding among the bushes, watched everything that was happening. The thought was running through his head that besides the fire dragon, they had summoned someone else who was probably an outsider. However, his attention was drawn to something else. Several people who were also standing in the bushes and watching the action, hiding from prying eyes. Their clothes were similar to those worn by people in the capital, but the shade of the fabric was slightly different. This color seemed to blend perfectly with the surrounding bushes, which could not be a coincidence. It was a clever camouflage outfit. Thomas, thinking, suggested that these people could be connected with the stranger who had previously been spying on him and Kay in the capital. The hero couldn't help but think that the stranger was part of the Huahan Guild, especially considering the crest he saw on the robes of these people. However, the more he thought about it, the less logical it seemed. If the stranger really was a member of the Huahan Guild, then Scarlet would definitely know about his connection with Kay, who represented the opposite side. Many things did not add up. Gradually, Thomas came to the conclusion that these people were simple spies from some unknown guild. He decided to use his marking skills to track them down and finally find out who they really were. Meanwhile, Scarlet was talking to one of her deputies. He gave her important information about the current situation at their positions. They watched the horrific video along with the other chairman. The assistant looked a little confused, because the attack on their position in Mayo City turned into a tragedy. 4 members of the guild were killed. Scarlet, noticing his confusion, asked him with displeasure if he had reminded her yet what day of the war it was, and how many people had died recently. After that, she allowed him to continue his work, although her look betrayed her irritation. Exactly a week had passed since the battle on the Tygonus Plain, and despite this, the Biolcho troops had not shown themselves. They were clearly exhausted, and this could not but affect the course of the war. The Huahan Guild, despite the difficulties, began to act aggressively. they gathered in groups and immediately attacked the Biolcho Guild, striking from the rear. Apparently, they decided to use guerrilla warfare tactics, and this made their actions even more dangerous. Scarlet was sure she was missing something when things didn't go according to plan. Meanwhile, in the Biolcho Guild, the guild master received an important message. All 3 groups of guerrillas successfully completed their operations. He was pleased with the new news. Previously, he thought of Sasuke as just a weird guy, but now his value to the guild became obvious. Although the losses were heavy, the master understood that the overall situation was still under control. He noted that money and items were lost, but once Dale Castle was in their hands, they would receive much more, which would compensate for all the losses. Sasuke, in turn, stated that the current problems could be easily solved. That is why he planned to continue the guerrilla war and prepare for the decisive battle that would surely decide the outcome of the entire conflict. Harvey relied completely on Sasuke, finding his presence in their ranks a real relief. Meanwhile, rumors were circulating among the guild that Biolcho had not used their full strength in this war, despite Scarlet's considerable capital. However, the most important rumor was that the location of the last battle had been revealed. Now every step of both guilds became more and more decisive. A few days later, as the gossips had predicted, the armies of both guilds actually gathered in the Amma's Gorge. Everyone was ready for the decisive battle, which was supposed to be the turning point in their war. Scarlet, noticing the unusual circumstances, mentioned that despite the huge number of soldiers, they did not look intimidating, immediately asking about the location of the fire dragon, who was supposed to play a key role in the battle. The assistant wasted no time in informing them that they had already contacted Polo, who confirmed that 888 elite fire dragon soldiers were already on site and ready for battle. Then Scarlet, pleased with this news, ordered their strategic plan to be carried out. She stressed that all warriors were to be fully prepared, and that they were to warn the alchemist to prepare as well. This battle was to be their final decisive step. Meanwhile, one of Biolcho's allies, however, expressed concern, fearing that they would not be able to complete their preparations in time. But another warrior reassured him that there was no reason to panic. He explained that the Great Master's strategy had been devised with lightning speed and precision, and the only problem was how long they could hold out under attack. In response, Sasuke immediately ordered the Guildmaster to begin commanding the army. Harvey then ordered his subordinate to protect him. Then he gave the order for everyone to prepare for battle. They planned not only to win, but also to cut off the heads of the witches and capture the strategically important Dale Castle. Scarlet's assistant at this moment reported alarming news. The reconnaissance team reported that the Biolcho army numbered about 600 people. Scarlet was surprised to hear this, however. The assistant clarified that given the provocation from their guild, it could be a trap. He suspected that Biolcho used all their power. Scarlet, after listening to him, nodded, understanding the importance of the situation. She said that there was no need to worry, because this was not a game of chess where you had to calculate every move. With these words, she gave a sign to begin preparations, after which she turned to her sister, who understood everything at a glance. At that moment, a real blizzard appeared around the girl. The moon summoned a magical Arctic tornado that destroyed everything in its path. Then the ordinary soldiers immediately asked whether the magicians could help them. Then the mage who was on Biolcho's side asked Harvey to help with the traps. The mage then began to cast spells, creating a storm cordon. Scarlet, noticing this, realized that it was just a cheap trick. Apparently they came earlier to set a trap. Despite all their efforts, even with 4 totems, the Biolcho Guild mages were unable to cope with just one spell from the moon. Harvey then said that this was why they had an army of sorcerers who could cast powerful spells to at least somehow counter the magic of the Ram sisters. After this, the magicians raised their wands up, thereby activating the group spell. At that moment, a large pink sphere appeared above their heads. Guildmaster Biolcho understood that their forces could not face this magical barricade, so he decided to use a spatial turn. This allowed them to break through the magical power of the moon, clearing a path for themselves. However, the explosion from the collision was so powerful that the air pushed everyone away from the battlefield. Even Scarlet had to cover her ears with her hands to keep from going deaf. Among the fighting was Kay, who moved forward with a cold, calm face, as if nothing significant was happening around him. He fought with blood golems, of which there were plenty. The alchemist, in turn, grabbed his head and screamed that these bastards dared to destroy his beautiful little golems. Meanwhile, the common soldiers of Biolcho could not bear it any longer, and began shouting that the Huahan were vile scum who only relied on money. They were confident that at this rate they would certainly win. But suddenly, at that moment, they heard a strange sound, similar to the tramp of an entire army. At the top of the mountain, among the clouds, The golden dragon Polo was visible. Behind him, his squad of 888 elite warriors were ready to fight for the Hwahan Guild. Scarlet then wasted no time explaining to everyone that the phrase "not to fight the Koreans" now had a special meaning. The fighting skills of these soldiers have proven their effectiveness in real battle. People couldn't believe their eyes when the fire dragon came to the aid of the Ram sisters again. Scarlet, without wasting any time, gave the order to Polo to surround Byolko's army from all sides. Polo then ordered his fire dragon to move forward, and his warriors immediately obeyed the command. With great speed, they rushed down the mountain like golden rivers of fire, and with every step they increased their power. It was quite a spectacle, a demonstration not only of their strength, but also of the unity of the fire dragon army, which seemed to merge with the fiery streams, seeking to devour everything in its path. The size of Polo's army was truly impressive. Ram's elder sister immediately noticed that the situation was reminiscent of what happened in the Thievy Gorge. Scarlet wasted no time in continuing to explain that it seemed Byolko's plan was to suppress them before the fire dragon arrived, calling Harvey naive for underestimating the situation. Harvey, in turn, hinted to her that this situation was somewhat reminiscent of the events that happened last time. He said that they had all expected this because, despite her experience as a businesswoman, Scarlet certainly could not have become the mistress of the Midrose Fortress if she did not really know how to handle such situations. Scarlet, confused, did not understand what he was talking about, and Harvey continued, asking her directly if she thought he had blocked the space, which is why she was forced to turn to the fire dragon for help. He asked her if she was 100% sure that this was not the case. Scarlet then thought, thinking about Harvey's words, she wondered if he really used that spell. Despite his wisdom and position as one of the top 100 spatial mages in the world, that was yet to be found out. At that moment, Guildmaster Byolko began to glow purple, causing Luna to become alarmed. She quickly shouted for Scarlet to run away immediately. Harvey couldn't help but laugh, and as he said goodbye to Polo, he said that it was too late for the Ice Witch. Guildmaster Byolko used forced teleportation on Polo. Scarlet was at a loss to believe that all this was really happening. She tried to stop the teleportation, but it was too late. Now the girl realized that they had simply been outsmarted. Guildmaster Byolko then ordered the space to be completely sealed off so that no one could escape. At that moment, a huge magical dome appeared above their heads. Sasuke realized that forced teleportation would result in Polo ending up in a random location, and it was unknown where he would end up. Meanwhile, the Byolko warriors, hearing about Polo's disappearance, ran headlong towards the Hwahan Guild. Even if Polo had been driven back not far, it would still take him time to return to the battlefield. At this point, Scarlet couldn't believe that the Byolko Guild pulled off such a cunning trick, so she ordered Assistant Chan to take command of the fire dragon until the squad fell apart. Scarlet mentioned that even though there were only a few of them left, 888 of Polo's subordinates remained in place. The most important thing was not to be afraid of them, because despite losing one of their key players, they would still win due to their numbers. If the Hwahan forces and the Fire Dragon army were combined, their total force would be around 1,000 men, while the Byolko alliance only had around 400 men. And even without Polo, they were twice as many. Then Harvey noticed that Scarlet's face showed it all. He decided that it would take them at least an hour to get back, and they should focus on dealing with Hwanan alone. But suddenly, as if out of nowhere, someone huge, surrounded by a bloody aura, appeared from the direction of Byolko. Luna, feeling threatened, shouted to his sister to be on guard. The giant was approaching her. As it turned out, Igor was running at full speed onto the battlefield, holding his sword in his hands. The Russian berserker, without the slightest regret, began to kill everyone who came his way. He shouted that the place was full of insects that needed to be exterminated. Meanwhile, Scarlet just stood there and watched in shock as it happened. Scarlet realized that they seemed to have lost the war, a realization that came suddenly as everything around her began to collapse. At this time, at the top of the canyon, Thomas was hiding among the thickets, tensely aiming, preparing to act. He vowed that the Ram sisters would not lose this war under any circumstances. However, the huge Igor neutralized Luna, and she fell to the ground unconscious. Meanwhile, Igor carried Scarlet, and this became the decisive moment. The Byolko Guild, unable to believe in their victory, was in complete confusion. Byolko's allies could not help but notice that Harvey's strategy was simply brilliant, and it was this that ensured their success in this battle. Harvey himself, calmly summing up, said that without Polo, victory would have been guaranteed. He confidently added that as soon as Byolko established contact with Igor, the outcome was predictable. Spy games also played a major role, which of course made Hwahyun nervous. However, Harvey admitted that the true hero of this war was Sasuke. It was he who established contact with Igor and successfully carried out espionage work, providing key moments that led them to victory. Guildmaster Bulcho, as the one who hired Igor, ordered him to slit Scarlet's throat, but Sasuke intervened and told Igor to take care of the remaining members. Igor agreed without hesitation and immediately attacked the Guildmaster. The impact was so strong that Guildmaster Bulcho fell to the ground, unable to understand what was happening. Igor, with cruel certainty, asked if he was dying, but Sasuke reminded him that there was no need to kill him yet. Bulcho's allies were stunned and did not know how to interpret what had happened, but soon a detachment of unknown soldiers appeared and ordered everyone to stand still and remain silent. Everyone immediately realized that these people most likely came with Igor. Harvey was completely confused, not understanding how Sasuke could do such a thing. However, Sasuke, ignoring his surprise, suggested that everyone do without empty talk, and presented Guildmaster Bulcho's contract. He stated that according to the contract, the Guildmaster was obligated to hand over the Dale Fortress to Sasuke, and all he had to do was sign the document and complete the matter as quickly as possible. Sasuke added that he had endured all the humiliations of being under the Guildmaster, but had never truly been subordinate to him. He emphasized that the real victory was not Bulcho's, but theirs, and that it was Harvey who caused his defeat, since he never suspected that Sasuke could betray him. Harvey was furious and shouted that Sasuke was a bastard. But he, with ease and calm, replied that Harvey needed to calm down and remember that in order to stay alive, he needed to behave politely. He also mentioned that he took some of the guild's capital and a small amount of money, but if anything went wrong, he would put all the blame on him. Sasuke added that Harvey would no longer be able to take a single step in Midros, after which Sasuke insisted that the Guildmaster sign the contract as soon as possible, as time was running out. At that moment, Scarlet realized that the Deputy Guildmaster was just a parasite sitting in Leo's stomach. Meanwhile, Harvey, still in shock, read the contract and found that it mentioned the Daijunin Guild. He couldn't believe that Sasuke was Japanese. Harvey, as the moment he realized that everything had gone wrong, asked if Sasuke had joined their ranks from the very beginning, only to betray the guild in the end. Sasuke then told him with cold determination that he shouldn't waste any more time talking and ordered him to shut up. Then, using the puppet spell, Sasuke said that he would not stop manipulating people's minds until they did what he wanted. At this time, Kei came out of the crowd and asked what all this meant. Sasuke, with slight disdain, replied that it was none of his business, as they were simply discussing what to do with him after the war. Scarlet then, in a rage, slammed her hand on the floor and screamed at Kei. She immediately accused him of being with Thomas that day, and even made accusations against him that did not exist. Scarlet tried to continue her speech. Sasuke responded by using his puppet spell, silencing her. Now she could no longer speak. Kei, once he realized what was going on, immediately assumed that Sasuke had been spying on them the whole time. It was he who provoked the other guild members to believe that he was passing on secrets to Scarlet. Then Sasuke, without being surprised, calmly replied that he couldn't do anything because they had no evidence. Then he asked Kei an unexpected question, whether he was to blame for the death of the trash that was under his feet. Sasuke noted that Kei seemed to be trying to shift all the responsibility for the guild war onto him. Then he emphasized that he saw no reason to defend himself, since he had already acted honorably. The guildmaster, unable to bear it, tried to intervene, admitting that the real traitor was right under his feet. He apologized, although his apology could sound like an excuse. In response, Sasuke, with an unperturbed expression, was the first to offer to take the blame, suggesting that Harvey had resisted in vain. The guildmaster, of course, tried to justify himself by saying that he was not obliged to agree, but he was simply frightened by the currency unit, which was growing too quickly. Kei, in turn, did not hold back his emotions and said that they were thinking only about themselves. He admitted that he got involved in all this only to protect the main character, and they, in turn, were blinded by money and missed something important. It was the Bulcho Guild that Kei said needed protection. To this, Sasuke, clearly irritated, replied that all these suckers were starting to irritate him. After which, without any hesitation, he ordered Igor to deal with Kei. Igor, as if on command, immediately headed towards Kei, and almost mockingly said that he remembered their previous meeting. He asked if he was the child who was trying to protect someone. Kei, trying to remain calm, reassured himself and said that he had nothing to worry about as he was making good progress. He also promised that when he meets Igor, he will definitely punch him in the face. Then Igor, with a slight grin, asked if Kei was ready for the meeting, and immediately activated his blood jet ability. However, at that moment, his friend from the guild, trying to help, ran to Kei, but did not make it in time. The bullet pierced the air and hit Igor straight in the head. The great Igor fell to the ground in surprise and pain, dropping his dangerous sword. Kay, not believing his eyes, stood rooted to the spot. He didn't even have time to understand what happened, but was saved by Thomas, who helped him deal with Igor. However, Berserker's health was rapidly deteriorating, and he could not understand who dared to attack him. Meanwhile, Kay was still watching what was happening with tears in his eyes, not fully believing that they had managed to fight off the Berserker. Then Igor, shouting furiously, turned to the sisters, calling them stupid chickens and promising to rip out their bone marrow. But Igor had no time for revenge. Another charge hit him in the leg. Immediately after this, the Berserker fell to his knees. He started yelling at Sasuke, because he warned him that no one else would show up here. At this point, Igor noticed that his health was gradually deteriorating. Now he needed a lot of blood to recover. He began attacking ordinary soldiers without choosing a target. Then Sasuke finally couldn't take it anymore and yelled at Igor, warning him that he shouldn't be so reckless and kill players just to regain his strength. At this time, Kay's friend Tyler approached the deputy guildmaster, asked where he was going, and pointed his sword at him. Sasuke, not holding back his irritation, ordered him not to interfere if he did not understand what was going on. Then Sasuke, mockingly asking if Tyler was defending the path of justice, received a confident answer that Tyler was doing just that. He added that he stepped in to support Kay because he believed in him and would stand with him until the end, a statement that only deepened the rift between them. As the conflict escalated, Sasuke and Tyler began their duel with determination. Here is the revised text with the added introductory constructions. The Byakucho Guild, as often happens in such situations, could not understand why these two were fighting so desperately, or what the great Igor was actually creating. Then Igor, not paying attention to what was happening, calmly declared that he didn't really care who was shooting at him. The only thing that mattered to him was completing his task. According to the contract, he agreed to neutralize Guildmaster Byakucho exclusively. At this moment, Kay, deciding that he couldn't let the Guildmaster be in danger, stood right in front of him. He said with full determination that even if he had to cut off his own hands. Moreover, he warned the enemy not to think that he was still that same inexperienced boy. In response to this, Berserker chuckled, laughed, and called Kay funny. For him, this young man was just another weakness that could be broken. Igor, meanwhile, used his unique skill, Fury, which allowed him to attack incredibly fast and strong. Each of his blows was like lightning, and Kay could hardly hold them back. Berserker, seeing this, joked, asking if Kay had any idea how much longer he could hold out in a fight with him. In the end, he declared that he would finish him off before even 30 seconds had passed. Focusing on his thoughts, Kay whispered, barely audibly, that only the Berserker would die on this day. The moment when Thomas told him that his recovery speed was now 25 seconds flashed through his mind, although it was still far from perfect. Kay knew that he had improved significantly. He concentrated and told himself that the day when they would fight side by side was just around the corner. When he counted to 25, he wasted no time in shouting at the protagonist to shoot. Thomas, readily following his instructions, fired, and the bullet hit Igor's shoulder precisely. Great Igor groaned in pain, and his muscles tensed as if they were contracting in response to the blow. Kay, in turn, decided to use a skill. It was a Holy Spirit skill that dealt incredible damage. Then Berserker collapsed to the ground, drained of strength, which surprised both him and everyone else. However, Kay ran into a problem. The sword he had thrust into Igor's body was too firmly stuck to remove. At this time, Igor's eyes lit up with a bright red fire, and he began to twitch, as if waking up. The Berserker then revived, and his hoarse voice said that it was time to finish off Kay, at which point he transformed into a wolf. The Guildmaster, not knowing what to do, shouted at Kay to immediately drop his sword and get away from the battlefield. But Kay, not doubting his decision, shouted back that he needed a little more time, since the main character needed to recharge. At this moment, despite being seriously injured, Luna used her freezing magic to help. Thus, she dropped a block of ice on his mouth, preventing him from using attacks for a while. The girl's strength was almost exhausted, but this decision saved everyone present. Even if it was just a small part of it, it was enough to delay Berserker for at least a moment. At this point, Harvey, the Guildmaster, shouted at Kay again, warning him that if he didn't leave, he would get into serious trouble. But Kay, without losing confidence, calmly replied that everything would be fine, and he believed that Thomas would have time to make his move. At that moment, the monster broke free from the ice trap. Harvey watched the whole thing with horror, realizing that the boy would not be able to survive this attack. Meanwhile, Igor's claws were already aimed at Kay. But, as if by a miracle, Thomas managed to make an accurate shot, which made it possible to avoid disaster. It saved a huge number of lives that day. Before Thomas could even rejoice over his victory, he immediately began receiving messages about leveling up and other achievements. For most people, leveling up after hunting a normal user and outside of a guild war was considered insignificant. But at that moment, Thomas was completely absorbed in his thoughts. All the moments he had witnessed during this war were running through his head. Many times he wanted to shoot, but he restrained himself, realizing that he had to make the right choice. And now finally, he was able to defeat Igor, as he had always dreamed of. After Thomas saw the result of his victory, he was filled with joy. His little dream came true, but as he immediately realized, it was too early to relax. The war seemed unable to end until he escaped from the Russian guild, which had already made several attempts to catch him. In such a situation, the only option for him was perhaps to simply fly away, so he ran to the cliff and jumped straight down. Kay, screaming in despair, claimed that he would crash. The Ram sisters couldn't understand how anyone could be so reckless. Meanwhile, the guildmaster was quite pleased. He still had mana left, and at least he could somehow help the protagonist. As it turned out, he managed to use the stasis spell at the last moment to help Thomas. Suddenly, a huge fist grabbed him, cushioning his fall, making it much less extreme than expected. The main character managed to land relatively normally. At that moment, one of the men began to frantically tear the scroll. Thomas had finally gotten to his feet by then and thanked Harvey for saving him. Harvey, approaching with a displeased look, began to question the hero about how he killed Igor and who he really was. But Thomas snapped back that now was not the time for questions. His goal was clear, to find Sasuke. But at that moment, Tyler informed him that Sasuke had run away immediately after the death of the great Igor. The main character was a little disappointed. At that moment, Kay ran up to him and asked if he was okay. Then Thomas calmed him down, explaining that it happened by accident. He turned to his brother and, with some heaviness in his heart, apologized for all the words that had not been said before their meeting with the Ram sisters. Those words really sank deep into Kay's soul, and they both knew that the past was not worth dwelling on. Thomas continued, adding that he had not meant to deceive him, and then Kay, holding back his feelings, extended his hand and said that it was all in the past. He admitted that he didn't listen to the hero and blocked him first. There was real chaos in his head, and he didn't know how to act in this situation. They shook hands and decided to leave all old grievances in the past. Meanwhile, the heads of the guilds allied with Byolcho came to Harvey and began asking him about the events that unfolded within the Byolcho guild itself. Thomas, without wasting any time, approached them and demanded an explanation. Without giving them a chance to respond, he shouted across the valley, calling on all guildmasters and their deputies to gather and reveal the truth about the war. Thomas, standing firm in his position, stated that the Paper Guild had been involved in this plan from the very beginning. He continued by explaining that the 17th Fake Guild, which was created solely to profit from the Shinobigumi, was not officially registered under the Shinobigumi name. This organization only existed as an unofficial guild, without a legal entity, and its master was probably just a low-level user. That is why a temporary guild was created to make a profit. Thomas was certain that Sasuke was also a puppet of the Shinobigumi, used to carry out their dirty deeds. Over time, all the guild members realized that Kay was innocent. He became a victim of manipulation by Sasuke, who used him for his own gain. Thomas, with full understanding of the situation, explained that after a long time of Byolcho and Hwahan being pushed into war as pawns, a powerful third party had emerged. This side, as it turned out, only needed money. They had planned from the very beginning to call Igor along with the Tsar Guild to protect Sasuke, and then cover it all up. In the end, all they wanted was for the Byolcho Guild to gain all the benefits possible and monopolize them. Thomas even explained why the Scarlet Guild continued to wage guerrilla warfare. It was all due to the interference of the shinobi who had infiltrated their ranks. Scarlet then, somewhat wary, asked why Thomas had decided to get involved in this conflict in the first place, suspecting that he might offer to unite and end the war after he revealed the whole truth. Then one of Byolcho's allies could not stand it any longer and shouted that they had already won the war. However, Scarlet, in turn, responded that now they would have to fight Hwahan and the Fire Dragon without Igor and the Tsar Guild. If they agree to these terms, they can start right now. Then the hero said that now was not the time for two guilds to fight. He doubted there was any point in fighting when they didn't know the Shinobi Gumi's true appearance or their financial capabilities. However, Thomas, despite all these difficulties, confidently stated that the war must end. Scarlet asked with a sly look whose victory it was. She added that if Byolcho had won, then they could all forget about it and move on. After all, they had already tried to compromise several times, but something always got in the way. The guildmaster was shocked to the core by what he had just heard. He couldn't even imagine that Scarlet would take such a step. When he thought about it, he suddenly realized that Sasuke often acted as his deputy, representing his interests in negotiations. This discovery shocked him, because he could not even imagine that the sisters would offer to resolve the situation with peaceful words, while Sasuke, on the contrary, claimed that their ideas were literally destroyed. Harvey, realizing what was happening, realized with sadness that all the blame lay solely on him. Shocked by this revelation, he hastened to turn to Scarlet, begging her to shift all responsibility onto his shoulders until everything was settled. He apologized to her and expressed his hope that the Byolcho Guild would still decide to leave this conflict, adding that she needed to show due respect to her allies. Thomas, in turn, considered it necessary to offer his own version of resolving the situation and suggested that everyone listen to him first. He said that he had a very interesting proposal. He explained that after the capture of Dale Castle, there would be numerous challenges, including managing numerous units, maintaining combat-ready forces, and other important aspects. Considering all these circumstances, he proposed that Huanan take the castle for herself and hire the Lightburst Guild and the Dragon Knights to carry out these tasks. Since these guilds are not ranked high, their recruitment cost would be much lower than that of the Fire Dragon Guild. Moreover, Scarlet, as well as all those who encountered the actions of these guilds, were well aware of their real power and capabilities. Thomas, confident in the wisdom of his proposal, enthusiastically asked how they felt about his idea. Influenced by his arguments, Huanan decided to recruit Byolcho's allies from the Lightburst Guild and the Dragon Knights. After the war entered its decisive phase, Harvey decided that it was time for him to leave the guild, so he handed over the title of Guildmaster to Kay. Kay, stunned by this turn of events, could not believe his luck. Harvey then realized with regret that he could no longer trust anyone. He promised to talk to the rest of the guild, hoping that they would all support the new Guildmaster. On top of that, he decided to cover the guild's losses with his own funds and valuable items. And in order to somehow soften the shame that the guild faced, he decided to find Sasuke. Finally, after such a busy day, the main character was able to rest a little. At that moment, Scarlet approached him and expressed her admiration for the timeliness of his actions and his ability to persuade. Then the hero gratefully noted that it was thanks to him that they were saved. It was nice for the protagonist to hear such praise, especially because he really gave it his all to deal with the situation. Scarlet, blushing slightly, asked where Thomas had learned all this information. Thomas admitted honestly that he simply listened to all sides, and then compared the new information with what he already knew. In turn, Scarlet asked if the protagonist was referring to the NPC in the restaurant. These words came as a complete surprise to the hero. He called Scarlet cunning, and, agreeing with her observations, admitted that perhaps she had really figured him out. Then the girl, smiling in surprise, admitted that Thomas had indeed surprised her. He intervened in their affairs despite not being related to them, and yet he showed such determination. She suspected that his actions were partly motivated by concern for his younger brother. Then Thomas, with a slight laugh, added that, of course, this played a role. But no less important was the fact that he simply could not pass by, seeing such a beauty in trouble. These words seemed to strike at Scarlet's heart. However, Thomas quickly realized that he had crossed the line and hastened to explain that it was just a joke. In response, the girl, unable to restrain herself, became angry and began to violently trample him with her feet, shouting at him. Meanwhile, two bloggers were watching the guys. They successfully recorded all the events that took place and did not miss the opportunity to discuss them. One of them asked if there was any original phrase to describe the guy who killed Igor. The second blogger confidently noted that it must be Thomas, who had the nickname Cloud Mage. However, the first blogger was clearly unhappy with this option, considering that this nickname was too weak for a real hero. He suggested coming up with something more colorful. Remembering a character from some book, he suggested calling the hero the Free Shooter. A few days later, the main character found himself in the capital. But despite the numerous events, he was not freed from a feeling of uneasiness. After the viral video of him being called the Free Gunner went viral in the news, he of course couldn't enter Midros normally. He couldn't figure out how and who managed to film him in this video. Questions were raging in his head, and deciding to act quickly, he decided to first check all his achievements while there was no one around. Standing in front of the screen, he saw that his achievements were truly impressive. He had risen by as many as 15 levels, his range had reached 400 meters, and on top of that, he had received temporary stat points. These points were given to him along with his hunting experience, and the character's level seemed to increase somehow by itself, without any declaration of war. Thomas, of course, immediately noticed this, because Igor, with whom he fought, was not a monster. However, despite all this, not everything was perfect. When an outside player kills a ranker, their relationship with him usually becomes hopelessly damaged. After a quick calculation, he found that he had 2,133 free stat points that he could distribute as he saw fit. The protagonist, however, was not sure what exactly he would need in the future, and after some thought, he decided to first bring one of his skills to 1,000. After he took out the pendant belonging to the great Igor from his inventory. This pendant was not just some decoration. It was a heroic item with a dark elf crystal attached to it. The class of the hero who owned this pendant was significantly higher than rare, and this pendant immediately gave him a plus 100 bonus to friendship with the dark elves and a plus 50 bonus to black magic resistance. Thomas was simply amazed. He called this item a real scam, since these were products of the highest class of rancor. He said goodbye to the kobold head pendant, thanking it for everything, and then gratefully put on the new accessory. Now that he had completed all the necessary preparations, Thomas felt that he was ready to go to Dale Castle. In addition, he received a new skill called Forbidden Rage, which clearly gave him additional confidence. Meanwhile, Sasuke was in his boss's office. He apologized to Okasan, explaining that the plan to take over Dale Castle had failed. Okasan, however, responded calmly, saying that it was nothing special. Perhaps they really had set the bar too high for themselves this time. She added that the most important thing is to maintain balance. The force that held Huaneng back from expanding further was the Bielcho Alliance, but now it seems they have united. Sasuke then promised that he would definitely find a new guild that would help stop Huaneng. Okasan then reported that she had already contacted Minas and the Shizrashian Federation. Sasuke, somewhat surprised, asked if she meant users from other countries, to which Okasan confidently replied that there was no point in limiting power to just the borders of one state. Meanwhile, something truly terrifying was happening in the dangerous and creepy castle. A man with a huge gun was fighting some monsters that looked really scary. He said that when dialogue no longer produces results, there is no point in it. Meanwhile, the disfigured monsters ran straight towards him. At that moment, the man loaded his weapon and fired at the enemies, piercing several creatures with one shot. After that, he smiled triumphantly and said goodbye to them. Dead bodies of monsters fell at his feet, but he simply walked forward calmly. Then the stranger added that in that case they would have to trust rumors, since that man was of no use. This man also showed interest in the identity of the free shooter. Meanwhile, the main character was walking through the city streets. He was absorbed in his thoughts about life. Then Thomas suddenly noticed that there were a lot of people here today. He knew there must be a lot of money in a place like this, but he still felt a little confused. Thomas couldn't help but admit that Scarlet was a really cool girl. Scarlet had approached him shortly before and asked if Thomas would refuse her business proposal again, and she had mentally counted how many more times he would tell her no. Thomas thanked her, truly appreciating that she understood perfectly. Then the girl offered him the opportunity to become the deputy guildmaster, and, as she noted, for the same amount of money that few others could offer. She added that she had learned a lot about his life during the war, and based on this, the conditions were chosen accordingly. Moreover, she expressed a desire to keep him close to her, guided, of course, by her personal interests. Thomas, despite the tempting offer, replied that the conditions were certainly excellent, but he would still most likely refuse. Kay really needed his help because the guild was in a lot of trouble, and he had to come to his aid as soon as possible. Then he added, smiling slightly, that if Scarlet wanted to seduce him so much, she would be better off offering him a share of the profits from Dale Castle. Suddenly the girl agreed without hesitation, promising to give him 10% of the profits from the castle. The main character was very pleased with this turn of events, because he said it as a joke, and she took it all very seriously. Now, it seemed, he also became a co-owner of the Dale Castle. Unexpectedly for himself, Thomas accidentally stepped on the stranger's foot. At first the man got angry and started yelling at him, but soon, apparently having learned who was in front of him, he suddenly calmed down. This situation attracted the attention of everyone around, and, to the hero's surprise, everyone began to recognize him as the main character, the very same free shooter. People could hardly believe their eyes, for they were standing before the one who was known as the silver-armed shooter. Almost instantly they rushed towards him, demanding either an autograph or a photo together. Everyone tried to touch this legend, as if not believing that here he was, alive and not so unattainable. The hero tried to push away the annoying players, asking them to stop pawing at him. Meanwhile, someone teleported towards them, trying to push through the crowd. The man ordered everyone to move aside and asked what was going on. It was a security guard, and Thomas, completely unaware of what he was doing, just watched silently. The man then asked the hero if he was Thomas, to which the hero replied that he was. The guard, without wasting any time, put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and asked him to follow him. And then, literally in that moment, they immediately teleported away. The crowd of annoying players was left in complete confusion. When Thomas found himself in a new place, he found himself sitting opposite Scarlett's most important deputy. He was, to put it mildly, puzzled, because he did not understand at all why he was brought here. Of course, he didn't rule out that he might be interrogated about the Guild War, but Assistant Chang started by reading out something completely unexpected. It turns out that the main character was Korean, he was 30 years old, and he was the same nationality as Miss Ram. The man also asked whether the hero's game character corresponded to his real appearance, and whether he had any chronic or hereditary diseases. He then casually said that it was just standard procedure. They were making inquiries. He also mentioned that he was aware that Thomas had served in the Korean ground forces, and asked what the protagonist was doing now. Thomas, a little puzzled, asked him to stop, wondering where he got all this information from. Then it became clear to him that they were clearly digging into his past. Chan explained that researching those who might become part of the Ramron Company is a necessary process. Thomas, with a slightly irritated expression on his face, said that he had never contacted this company. Then the man said that he simply didn't know yet, but added that there was no need to worry, because everything would be under control. He said it didn't matter whether it was Scarlett or Luna, everything was fine, and at that moment, two girls entered the room. Scarlett stated with obvious interest that someone had a very loose tongue, to which Luna, holding back her emotions, promised that they would destroy it. The hero, unable to bear it, asked if they understood that, in addition to their deputy, he was also in the room. After this, Scarlett, sincerely apologizing for what had happened, explained that Chan was, in general, a very capable person, but alas, had a tendency to jump to hasty conclusions. Thomas, raising an eyebrow in displeasure, asked if she was just going to apologize for the incident. In response, the girl asked if Thomas really only got into the castle through the dungeons of the walled underwater. Thomas quickly realized that she seemed to be completely ignoring his words. The girl began asking one question after another, as if checking all his details. First she asked if he had enough weapons and ammunition, if he remembered to reload his skills. Thomas, greatly irritated by such attention, could not resist, and asked Scarlett why she was acting as if she were his mother. Then Luna touched his shoulder, and, as if noticing nothing, handed the main character a large purple ball. Thomas couldn't understand why she decided to give him such an expensive artifact. Then Luna, with a completely unperturbed look, explained that the artifact was purchased a long time ago. The crystal and the light contained within it were supposed to help him hide his actions. Scarlett finally announced that they had arrived at the place. The girls made time especially for him, and came to the dungeon of the walled underground waters. Thomas thanked the sisters, even though he knew they had actually saved him the extra effort of finding the entrance. He thought that if he decided to go in there with a level below 120, he probably should have prepared better to have at least 145. But, in any case, he said goodbye to them and went inside. Meanwhile, Luna began to act strangely, turning to her sister with clearly wary looks. She assured her that this was not enough. A few days later, the sisters gathered again, this time with an assistant, to find out what had happened to Thomas. He replied that he was still in prison. Scarlett was obviously concerned that he had been there so long and might need a rest. Assistant Chan, noting that the hero's condition was shocking, also asked if Scarlett was worried about him. Scarlett, quite aggressively justifying herself, declared with a loud cry that she essentially didn't care about the hero. She did it on purpose because he refused to pass. Then, slightly blushing with embarrassment, she added that with such numbers he definitely wouldn't die, like everything would be fine. The assistant, clearly trying to understand where Scarlett learned all this from, asked how she came to such conclusions. She calmly explained that Luna had torn up the scroll containing the information, and thus everything had become clear. After that, Scarlett, without wasting time, turned to Chan with a new question. She asked if he had dealt with the guild in Rehes in the city of Armios. The assistant confirmed that he had done everything, and that he could arrange a meeting at any time. Scarlett then turned to her sister and asked if there were any suspicious people or strangers nearby. Luna, easily placing the cup on the table, replied that there were 3 of them. At that moment, first in line was the Tsar Guild, whose members were spotted near Dale Castle. Then Scarlett, thinking out loud, suggested that Igor might be somewhere nearby. Then, with obvious concern, she asked who the Guildmaster Tsar was and why its members were watching Igor so closely. Chan replied that they all belonged to the Russian army, and that this guild had soldiers trained in cyber warfare. He added that Russia's support for Igor at the national level was not something hidden, but rather an open secret. Scarlett noted with surprise that it seemed they had stumbled upon a real hornet's nest. The deputy agreed with her, stating that once Thomas stopped Igor from leveling up, Russia couldn't take it anymore, and finally brought the Tsar Guild into the game. Scarlet then, curious, asked who the other contestants were, and Luna replied with a straight face that the second was Sleeping Kid. Deputy Chan, continuing his explanation, clarified that Sleeping Kid was an outsider who also used muskets, and Thomas knew him. Meanwhile, something strange was happening outside the castle, and the uncertainty of the situation only worsened. Someone was clearly pursuing Kid. Luna, who was as always ready to tell everything she knew, explained that the third person involved was Luger. The assistant, as always, asked her in a reserved manner if she was sure of this, to which Luna, without hesitation, confirmed her words. And so, this time the deputy continued his story, explaining that Luger was a famous military mercenary. However, according to him, Luger was more of a madman with his own views on fighting than just a mercenary. He would fight anyone if they paid him money. Scarlet then asked with obvious interest how strong Luger was, and the deputy, after a short pause, said that he himself had never seen Luger in person. But rumors were mixed, and many described him as a dragon slayer after he fought a dragon. Chan said it wasn't easy to earn such a nickname, adding that Luger once took part in a raid against the dragons. He even fought with the Dragon Knight Alexander, who was then ranked #1 in the world. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Thomas, despite all external events, continued his hunt for terrible frog monsters. He was focused and barely noticed how he finally reached level 144. Suddenly something caught his attention. His gaze fell on another huge, cold-blooded amphibian monster. Without thinking, Thomas fired his pistol, believing that a true warrior must always be on guard until the very end. In the few days he spent in the dungeon, he managed to climb as many as 26 levels. But despite his success, Thomas began to think about quietly leaving this place. But here one problem arose. If he decides to stop halfway, then all experience points will be irretrievably lost. Clearing the dungeon of monsters turned out to be much easier than he expected. But he didn't sleep for several days in a row. It had only been 5 days in Midros, but for him personally, it had already been 24 hours without sleep. Thomas desperately felt that he needed rest, but also understood that he had to finish what he had started. When his skill points exceeded 1,000, he realized that if he wanted to reach that level with one promotion, he would need to reach at least level 180. However, each piece of equipment had its own conditions for wearing, and in the process of distributing points, it became clear that reaching 1,000 points for one stat at level 180 is almost impossible. However, with high dexterity scores, Thomas no longer felt such a need for precise hand movements. Then he decided to pay attention to another skill, Forbidden Anger. This skill had no level or rank, but to use it, he needed to sacrifice 40% of his anger to increase his attack power by 20%. To activate it, he would have to put all his points into stamina. Before he could finish his thoughts, he received a personal message from Kid, who said that he was at the east gate of Dale Castle and asked him to come to his aid immediately. Thomas couldn't understand what was happening. Then, giving in to anxiety, he began to dial the number, asking questions. But Kid again did not answer. Deeply upset, Thomas mentally scolded Kid for not explaining the situation clearly. Nevertheless, the hero still ran to the exit of the dungeon. Soon he arrived at the place Kid had spoken of. He ran to the gate, calling for his friend, but strangely enough, he could not find him. Kid finally broke the silence, asking the hero not to scream, and said that he was in the tree on the left. Approaching the tree, Thomas again asked why Kid had called him. Suddenly he noticed that Kid was sitting near a tree. He was wounded and all his clothes were covered in blood. Thomas then handed him the elixir that Nara had once given him, and asked Kid to take it. However, Kid said that it made no sense since he was cursed. Thomas stood next to him, completely confused, trying to understand what was going on when Kid showed him his wound. It was like a black hole. Thomas couldn't believe that there was a weapon in Midros that could cause such a devastating wound. He assumed it must be a breach, and Kid, as if reading his mind, confirmed it. That moment was decisive. They needed to act as quickly as possible and create a team. Kid said their goal was to hold out until Luger returned. He quickly sent the main character an invitation to join the team. Then, looking away, he added irritably that it was too late now. Luger was already here. And now Luger, Breakthrough's successor, has appeared on the horizon. Without giving him a moment to think, Kid shouted at the protagonist to shoot. But Thomas, although prepared for such a situation, did not immediately decide. He paused, hesitated, and asked if it was absolutely necessary to shoot the Luger. Kid knew they were acquaintances, and Thomas saw no point in making him his enemy. But once his lung was punctured, Thomas would start to think differently. This moment was perhaps the turning point when Thomas realized that the situation was getting out of control. Everything that was happening only fueled the hero's irritation, and he urgently needed an explanation of what was happening. At this time, all the key players gathered, the one who attacked Kid, the heir of the running fire and the follower of the eyebrowless Luger himself. Thomas was confident that Luger was a very strong opponent. Less than 250 meters separated them, and if Thomas had fired, the bullet would have hit the target without fail. However, before he could pull the trigger, Luger struck, and his eyes became sinister, demonic. Thomas, confused, stepped back and sank to the ground. He was desperate and asked Kid what was going on, and the sleeping Kid replied that Thomas had felt it himself. Thomas then realized that even if he had fired the shot, he would most likely have died instantly at the moment when pulling the trigger, and firing the shot itself would have been the last actions of his life. Kid, meanwhile, calmed him down, saying that they couldn't just take down Luger like that. They will have to wait for the right moment. For now, they just had to hold out, because Kid was wounded and wouldn't last long. His wound was too serious. Meanwhile, Luger, noticing Kid, invited him to play with a smile. The guy was only too happy to accept this offer. Luger then praised him for his courage in daring to fight him in such a deplorable state. Thomas finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted at Kid to be careful. Luger, having struck, said that he was not interested in Thomas, and that he had come here for the free shooter. Kid then yelled furiously at Luger and tried to explain that it was all wrong and that Thomas had just gotten that nickname. Thomas couldn't understand how escalated the situation had become, but he knew he had to stop the fight. Kid fought for him, and Thomas felt he had to do something, so he decided to shoot Luger in the leg to help his friend somehow. Then Kid shouted at him again to aim and shoot because he couldn't take it anymore. Luger, noticing the hero for the first time, said with interest that he now understood what the free shooter looked like. He added that he no longer needed Kid. Thomas watched Luger's movements and suddenly realized that he wasn't even aiming at his head or body. The thing is that the barrel of the gun was lowered too low. Thomas yelled at Kid to stop running and stay put, but it was too late. A Luger shell hit the ground next to Kid, not killing him, but nearly blowing up everything around him. Thomas was as shocked as Kid, who barely managed to survive. This move that Thomas once learned in sergeant school was completely different from what he expected to see in Midros. It was an armor-piercing, high-explosive projectile that was typically used to penetrate armored vehicles and fortifications. But it didn't explode immediately. It had a delayed action fuse. The explosion did not happen instantly, giving the protagonist a chance to save Kid. Then Thomas jumped to the side, activating the protective barrier. However, at that moment there was a powerful explosion. At first the hero thought that everything was fine, but then he took a closer look at his barrier. The explosion was so powerful that it destroyed his barrier. Thomas couldn't believe that the barrier, which could withstand even a blow from a copper golem, was destroyed just like that. He helped Kid up, quickly assessing his condition. Thomas said they needed it urgently, but Kid was in terrible shape. The curse was taking its toll, and he could barely stand on his feet. Thomas knew that it would be very difficult for him to escape with the wounded Kid on his shoulders, so he decided to hide him under the nearest tree. But at the same time, he already had a crazy plan in his head. He was ready to go to the end, despite all the risks. For his plan to work, he needed to use the Soul Link skill. He knew it would take a lot of concentration, but if he could do it, he would give them a chance to escape. Therefore, the hero decided to call on his bear for help. At that moment, his clawed paw appeared from the ground. A moment later, the bear emerged entirely, rose to his feet, and growled loudly. Meanwhile, Luger was greatly surprised when a field monster appeared on the battlefield. For a second, he thought it was the free shooter, but he quickly realized that it was just a misunderstanding and shot straight at the monster. The powerful shot hit the bear directly in the body, incapacitating it. Luger, not without mockery, praised the hero, noting that the trick with calling a bear that blocked his view worked surprisingly well. He noticed, however, that the trick worked in both directions, as Thomas couldn't see anything either. In response to this, Thomas continued to act, and soon he shot Luger through the bone in his leg. This caught Luger off guard, and he could not understand how it happened. But for the hero, it was a kind of small achievement. Luger lost his balance. Taking advantage of this moment, Thomas ran, carrying Kid on his shoulders. Every time the huge Luger gun fired, he concentrated with utmost concentration, keeping his arms and legs in the right position so that the recoil would not throw him back. One thought was running through his head. If his supporting leg was hit, the whole idea of a weapon would be useless, and he would no longer be able to shoot. Now his task was simple, to leave this place until Luger came to his senses. However, at that moment the blonde opened his eyes. Luger, watching what was happening, began to think that Thomas had somehow figured out his location in the fog and hit him. The hero's name came to mind, and he said with a grin that he would remember this interesting man. Meanwhile, Thomas and Kid headed to the temple, which was located in Dale Castle. Thomas, of course, couldn't shake the thought that all this happened because of the enemy. He felt how adrenaline warmed up his body, but despite his fatigue, he knew that he couldn't allow himself to relax. It seemed to him that in front of him was not just an enemy, but something much more dangerous. A real demon. He didn't even say a word when they shot at him, which made the hero think, this someone was clearly very experienced. Of course, Thomas could have fired again and destroyed it, but there was no way to take any chances. The main thing now was that they both survived. Then Kid, noticing that Thomas was lost in thought, extended his hand to him. The hero shook his hand in return and told him not to be ashamed of what had happened. They walked outside Dale Castle and decided to talk in the fresh air. Thomas couldn't help but ask Kid why he came here and what kind of leech he had on his tail. Kid, without changing his expression, explained that in fact it was the other way around, and Luger appeared first. He continued the story, explaining that Luger was the heir to the penetration technique, and that he was trying to find leads on the free shooter. Thomas, however, did not understand what Kid meant when he spoke of a shooter. Sleeping Kid explained that Luger got his nickname after the Guild War. Thomas was still confused about how it all connected. But the guy explained that Luger wasn't just trying to make a name for himself. He was trying to steal the real original. Some details about whether it was an achievement or a title were unknown, but the gist was clear. It was about a person who could fire magic bullets. Someone who had the right to do so. Thomas immediately remembered that he had something similar after he dealt with Igor, but immediately realized that this achievement would disappear if Igor killed him. And then a picture formed in his head. The free archer should have had the same system, where having killed others, you could steal their achievements. Luger must have believed that the hero had this achievement and wanted to steal it. Then Thomas couldn't help himself, and asked if Kid came to help him for this very reason. Kid, without hesitation, confirmed that he came for this very reason. He added that he had originally planned to explain to Luger that the information he had received was wrong, but Luger would not even listen to him. It was absolutely obvious. Talking to him was almost impossible. Thomas, watching this, realized that it was the same with Kid. Kid then said that when they became next-generation shooters, they would always be able to sense each other, knowing each other's exact location. This moment made him think, and with a small spark of curiosity, the protagonist asked if this was similar to adding each other as friends on some social network. Kid, smiling slightly, replied that that wasn't exactly true, but he was glad he met Luger. It led him to an important clue. However, the main character had one more request for his friend. He asked him to show him his quick-fire musket, but Kid, answering with characteristic calm, said he couldn't do that. Thomas didn't understand, asked if the fact that he saved Kid's life would influence his decision. But Kid promised to show the musket later, but only if they left the village. He explained that he could not use his power in this place. This immediately alerted the hero, and he wondered if it would be safe to act in such conditions, especially considering that Luger could still be nearby. However, Kid reassured him, assuring him that Luger had already left the kingdom. He added that Luger should have realized that once Kid healed his wounds, he would be ready for retribution. Together they left the kingdom, and Thomas suggested that they try to show their skills on the wolf. Kid, however, brushed it off, saying that the wolf was not strong enough to evaluate his skills. Thomas got angry and yelled at him, not understanding why it mattered whether a monster was strong or weak. He just asked to show what he was capable of. Thomas was furious, feeling like Kid was acting like some kind of master. And then, at that moment, people from the Tsar Guild approached them. Apparently they found the hero again. As it turned out, they used the hunter's tracking skill on him. The protagonist, now completely enraged, told Kid that he would attack first. Then Kid, with a completely calm look, took out 2 pistols. He said that everything would be fine. He would definitely show what he was capable of with them. Thomas tried to stop him, realizing that Kid had no idea who they were, but he just shrugged. He replied that he didn't know who they were, and Thomas in turn shouted that the Rising Sun Guild wasn't even close to them. Meanwhile, the enemies were approaching them. The commander ordered them to block all exits. They decided that they needed to finish off these 2 before Huanan arrived. At that moment, Thomas shot one of the guild members. He swore to himself that he would never work with Kid again. But then, feeling that the situation was getting out of control, he asked him for help. Kid stood up calmly, unhurriedly, as if he hadn't noticed the tension of the moment, and asked the men if he knew the song Dust in the Wind by Kansas. The main character, who was not at all interested in songs, was only concerned about the current situation. Therefore, he continued to shoot back at the enemies. In response, Kid explained that in his homeland, sandstorms were quite common, but these were the kind of storms that swept away everything in their path, leaving nothing alive. Thomas thought this guy must be crazy. He suspected that he was not himself, but now he was completely convinced of it. But suddenly he noticed that his weapon was changing right before his eyes. At this moment, the guild warriors began to attack them. Then Kid quietly said something about a barrage of bullets, and immediately began shooting at a whole group of warriors. Thomas was extremely surprised, because each bullet hit him right in the forehead. Kid threw 2 pistols into the air, deftly grabbed 2 more and continued firing. He continued to shoot members of the Tsar Guild, not giving the enemies a single chance. Thomas, looking at this, could not believe his eyes. Kid's speed was incredible and his accuracy was impeccable. All the warriors died without ever understanding how someone could wield weapons so professionally. Kid then explained that he hadn't used this technique for a long time. Thomas, realizing that he had just witnessed something truly remarkable, he realized that Kid's weapons were 4 revolvers. This shocked him to the depths of his soul. Then he rushed towards him and shouted at Kid, claiming that it was only the 17th century in Midros, and there was no talk of revolvers. Such technology was too advanced for that time. Kid expressed genuine surprise when Thomas mentioned that upon seeing Luger's weapon, he realized he was the most impressive of the 3. However, despite this, Kid insisted that his own weapon was far superior. He explained that compared to Luger's weapons, which resembled a cobalt blue python and a crimson gecko, there was nothing extraordinary in his arsenal. Thomas, not understanding what was going on, asked curiously why Kid didn't use his super technique in the fight against Luger. Kid, frowning slightly, explained that at that moment his strength was running out after a fierce attack from the enemy. Then Kid suddenly asked if Thomas was jealous. Without waiting for an answer, he added that if he was still jealous, he should hurry up and make up for lost time. He said that at that time, he would be waiting for him. And as soon as Kid said these words, he teleported away, leaving the hero in complete confusion. The protagonist, not understanding what had just happened, was not sure whether Kid was mocking him or, on the contrary, sincerely supporting him. Despite Kid's warnings not to follow him, Thomas would of course still decide to do so. While Thomas was thinking about all this, he suddenly remembered that he had recently noticed someone spying on him. After quickly counting to 3, he went to check who it was, and then Assistant Chang came out from behind the tree, realizing that his presence had been exposed. The assistant, a little embarrassed, admitted that he simply wanted to help after hearing about the Tsar Guild's attack. Thomas couldn't help but find it ironic that this assistant had decided to help by hiding in the bushes and watching as Kid destroyed the guild. Thomas, not hiding his displeasure, asked what would happen if he were caught spying. The assistant, clearly concerned about the consequences, said that if this information was revealed, he would lose Scarlet's trust, which in turn could lead to a bad outcome for all parties. Deputy Scarlet also agreed with this, and noticing that the situation was becoming quite tense, asked if the main character needed anything. Suddenly, the man started pulling out everything he had in his inventory. He laid out several scrolls, medicines, and other items, trying to figure out what exactly the main character needed. Thomas, trying to find the necessary things in the inventory window, noticed that the assistant did not stop. He laid out all his supplies, and without wasting time, asked if the protagonist needed anything else, ready to help in any way he could. However, Thomas, as always, was a little out of sorts. He said he needed something else, and, with determination in his voice, asked his assistant to put his head under the musket. Moreover, he recruited some unfortunate player to help them. At that moment, in an attempt to lighten the mood a little, Thomas gave his assistant and another soldier the task of helping with the measurements. He had to calculate the distance between them precisely. The soldier ran and, without a measuring tape, simply estimated the distance. He reported that it was approximately 444 meters, with a slight margin of error. In response, the soldier asked why the main character needed such precise measurements. It all looked pretty complicated, and Thomas thought that it was easy to die if you weren't careful. Thomas paused for a moment and figured that the distance was probably about 450 meters, but he needed it to be exactly 444 meters, not a meter more, not a meter less. Without outside help, it was almost impossible to get an exact number. But after thinking for a while, Thomas decided that if he had an electronic rangefinder, such measurements could be done much easier. But even in Midros, creating such technology would be impossible. Thomas longingly recalled the good old days when the army had access to tools such as rangefinders and other equipment for precise measurements. And then an assistant ran up to him and suggested using other methods of measuring distance. He proudly explained that something similar to binoculars could be used. Then the hero said that his vision was much more accurate than that of most people. However, he noted that it is difficult to get accurate measurements using binoculars, as they only show approximate distances and point to the closest points. In response to this, the boy asked a curious question. Wouldn't it have been easier to make binoculars with a mark, for example, at 444 meters? Thomas, thinking about it, realized that this would be an excellent solution. because it would be possible to create a monocle with a clear mark, which would allow one to accurately estimate distances. It was almost the perfect solution. Thomas immediately asked Mr. Chang if there was a Huahan guild vault in Dale Castle. Sometime later, he and his assistant stood in the castle square, discussing possible options. Chan congratulated the hero on successfully creating a monocle with a mark of exactly 444 meters. The main character could not hide his joy. After much trial and error, he managed to create a real technological achievement in Midros. Thomas then thanked his assistant for his selfless help. In response, he modestly waved his hand and said that there was nothing special about it. He was just glad to help. Thomas, in turn, asked if the assistant would be willing to help again next time. However, a second later, Thomas said with a smile that he was joking, because if he needed help, Huahan would sit on his neck. In response, Chan said that they would be happy if this actually happened. The protagonist, slightly stunned by his assistant's frankness, decided that it was better to take a step back. He expressed bewilderment as to why the assistant was being so frank with him, especially given his age, and noted that such short phrases frightened him, especially when they came from a 40-year-old man. The assistant then apologized and explained that he believed that Thomas would one day become a huge force for their guild. He also understood that if he expressed a wish for everything to work out for him with Scarlet or Luna, then he would receive the spell with 100% probability. Thomas, about to leave, was stopped by his assistant, who reminded him of his conversation with Kid, where he mentioned the kobold blue python and the crimson gecko. The assistant suddenly remembered an old story that fishermen often told about how one man, having opened the belly of a perch, found a lizard and a snake inside. Then Thomas, not particularly interested in this story, asked in surprise why the assistant remembered it and decided to share it. Chang shrugged his shoulders a little and replied that he had just thought about it and wanted to share it, since he used to be a fisherman himself. Then Thomas said that it wasn't particularly interesting, and they said goodbye. Having finished the conversation, the hero headed to the capital, because the replacement was supposed to return, and Scarlet had to find him. Looking after him, Chan noted that he was an interesting boy. As it turned out, he decided to report this to the chairman.